in the realm of Naruto, where many traverse as formidable figures from the outset. I find myself merely a hapless pawn, having awakened my Sharingan at the age of 18. Faced with the impending Second Shinobi War, I had resigned myself to an inevitable demise, until the system intervened and Tsunade rescued me. As I merged with the magnetic release in her fragrant chamber, I realized that this hellish beginning might, against all odds, offer a glimmer of hope. Chapter 1. Surely, I, with but a single tomoe, am destined to perish. In the 32nd year of the Hidden Leaf, on the eve of the Second Shinobi War, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the training ground of Konoha. The third Hokage stood upon the high platform, his gaze resolute and filled with unwavering confidence, addressing the assembled ninjas preparing for battle. Warriors of Konoha, his voice resonated powerfully. Today, we shall face a formidable trial. Yet, I have faith that our ninjas are the strongest. We possess unyielding conviction, fearless courage, and a spirit of unity. We shall triumph over our foes and protect our homeland. His impassioned speech ignited fervor within each ninja present, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to fight for the honor of their village. At that moment, a ninja, slumped against a great tree in slumber, furrowed his brow as the Hokage's words and the villagers' cheers shattered his dreams. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the speaker, and thought to himself, just a while longer. I barely finished binge-watching Naruto last night, and now this ruckus disturbs my peace. Then he heard the proclamation, wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure. Prepare yourselves, for we shall emerge victorious in this battle. His eyes widened in shock as he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? Wasn't I at home watching anime? Upon focusing on the figure above, he recognized the man in black combat attire as Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage. Good grief. Is it a younger version of the third? As he looked down at his own attire, clad in Uchiha battle gear and tactical gloves, confusion washed over him. Memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave, causing him to curl up in agony. Due to the shade of the tree and the Hokage's speech, no one noticed his distress. After several agonizing minutes, the pain subsided, and Uchiha Kyo's tortured expression gradually calmed. Information flooded his consciousness. Uchiha Kyo, infamous within his clan, had yet to awaken his eyes at 18, possessing only the chakra of a genin and a scant repertoire of ninjutsu, 3 C-rank techniques, fireball jutsu, phoenix fire technique, and dragon flame jutsu. Enraged, he thought, damn it, I've crossed into this Naruto world, yet at 18, I've not awakened my eyes, with merely 3 C-rank jutsu. What's the difference between this and a death sentence as I head into the Second Shinobi War? A surge of resentment, born from his university days in the 21st century, swelled within him. Suddenly, a flash of crimson illuminated his vision. His pupils transformed into a deep red, adorned with a spinning black tomoe. Kyo felt a sharp pain in his eyes, followed by a disorienting sensation. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a flash of yellow appeared before him, and he lost consciousness. Tsunade, one of Konoha's most brilliant talents of her time, disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen and heir to the Senju bloodline, had not yet engaged in battle with Hanzo of the Salamander and lacked the title of the legendary 3. After absorbing the Hokage's fervent speech, she felt a surge of battle spirit. She was thrilled at the prospect of leading a team alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru to face the incoming threat. As she prepared to return home to gather her ninja tools, she suddenly sensed a chilling chakra. Investigating its source, she discovered Kyo beneath the tree, his aura thick with resentment. Blood streamed from his eyes as his pupils morphed into red. This was the awakening of the Uchiha's Sharingan. Tsunade was taken aback. While she knew of their ocular prowess, this was her first close encounter, igniting her curiosity. Drawn by fate, she approached Kyo, noticing that he appeared on the verge of collapse. Quickening her pace, she caught him just before he fell. Frowning slightly, she thought, what was his name? Uchiha Kyo, right? The one who barely scraped by in the Ninja Academy. Awakened at 18, his potential was, to put it mildly, disappointing. She initially intended to return him to the Uchiha clan, but a troubling thought crossed her mind. It seemed he was viewed as a disgrace by his clan, even bullied by fellow Uchiha classmates. With a sigh, Tsunade resolved to take him back to the Senju compound. Shaking her head, she lifted the exhausted Kyo, whose awakening had drained his physical and mental strength, and headed toward her clan's residence. Unbeknownst to her, this act would significantly impact her destiny. As Tsunade departed, a shadow emerged, revealing a youthful Shimura Danzo, whose expression was grim as he watched Tsunade's retreating figure, though his focus remained on Kyo. "Ah, the cursed Uchiha boy," he muttered before striding toward the Hokage's office. He intended to inform Sarutobi of the Uchiha clan's scheming to engage with the Senju clan, suspecting ulterior motives behind their actions. Tsunade swiftly arrived at the Senju ancestral home, barely a moment passing before she knocked on the door. A dignified woman, beautiful yet marked by the passage of time, answered. "Ah, Tsunade has arrived," she greeted, her gaze shifting to the Uchiha boy in Tsunade's arms. Though she frowned momentarily, she invited her in. "Come inside." "Thank you, Grandma." Tsunade hurried inside, laying Kyo gently on the floor. The woman cast a glance toward the nearby tree before closing the door. A ninja concealed in the branches felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had done his utmost to conceal himself, yet the elder Mito had seen through his efforts. He sighed and resumed his surveillance of the Senju compound. Inside, Tsunade used her chakra to assess Kyo's condition, relieved to find that he had merely exhausted himself and fainted. Mito entered the room, first glancing at Kyo before addressing Tsunade. "Tsunade, this boy is..." "Grandma, you misunderstand." During the Hokage's speech, Kyo awakened his eyes and drained too much energy, so I brought him here, Tsunade explained hurriedly. "Then why not return him to the Uchiha clan? They would better understand the Sharingan." Mito replied with a smile. "Grandma, it's complicated." Tsunade recounted Kyo's plight, and Mito's teasing demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, her eyes reflecting compassion. Who would have thought the Uchiha clan has regressed so? In Madara's time, they would never belittle any clan member. Now, Mito remarked quietly. Subsequently, Uzumaki Mito rose to prepare a nourishing medicinal soup. Though she appeared somewhat stern, she was, in truth, a person of tender heart. Chapter 2: Awakening and System Binding. Approximately 2 hours later, Uchiha Kyo awoke from his unconscious state. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and surveyed his surroundings. "Where am I?" he murmured, realizing that this place was neither his home, nor a playground, nor the dilapidated old house of his clan. Instead, he found himself in a spacious, bright, and pleasantly warm abode. "Young man, you are awake," Uzumaki Mito said, sitting in a chair, her previously closed eyes now open, gazing at Uchiha Kyo on the bed. Kyo turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover a middle-aged woman seated elegantly, her red hair cascading gracefully, her demeanor noble, and her features strikingly beautiful. As she regarded him with a level gaze, his mind raced. Konoha, red hair, middle-aged woman. Could it be? Quickly rising, he pulled back the covers and knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Lady Mito, for saving my life." Mito raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Young man, I do not recall revealing my name to you. How do you know of me?" Naturally, it was her renowned status in Konoha that he could not openly mention, as it would seem too simplistic. Thus, he cleverly replied, in response to Lady Mito, "I must inquire, which woman in Konoha possesses such grace and beauty besides you? I simply cannot fathom anyone else." Mito covered her mouth with a smile. "What a sweet-tongued little rascal you are." The voice of the Nine Tails echoed within him. "This boy is lying. He is being intentional." Mito, multitasking, retorted to the Nine Tails, "I am aware. No need for your commentary," with a huff. The Nine Tails. Mito chuckled. "Little one, I've heard you have a wake in your eyes. Might I have the honor of seeing them?" "Of course." With that, Kyo closed his eyes, channeling his dark chakra to connect with his optic nerves, then opened his eyes anew. With a swift motion, his eyes unveiled the crimson Sharingan, fixated on Mito's gaze, unwavering. Mito nodded approvingly. "Very well. Your awakening is indeed remarkable. I can even sense its aura rivals out of the Uchiha from the Warring States period." She spoke no falsehood. The Sharingan awakened during the Warring States was exponentially more powerful than those of the present day. Kyo was momentarily taken aback. The Warring States period? He had never anticipated such high praise. To the Uchiha clan, awakening at 18 was deemed a sign of failure. Yet here Mito regarded him as a genius. Regardless of the truth in Mito's words, Kyo felt a genuine gratitude towards her. "Thank you for your kind words, Lady Mito," he replied, sincerity evident in his tone. However, Mito shook her head at that moment. "Do not thank me just yet. It was Tsunade who carried you back upon seeing you faint. She has just left to attend a meeting. Upon hearing this, Kyo understood instantly. That golden flash he saw before losing consciousness must have been Tsunade's hair. The thought of Tsunade filled him with a delightful thrill. Having admired her beauty and prowess in the anime, he found himself elated. Kyo nodded, surmising that this meeting was likely a pre-war mobilization, orchestrating troop divisions. Now at 18 and a disciple of the Hokage, Tsunade would undoubtedly be selected to lead. As a descendant of the Senju clan and a pupil of the Hokage, this was a rite of passage for him. Yet, one crucial matter remained. During the year of war, a Jonin meeting would convene, at which point Tsunade would propose her suggestion for medical ninjas. His duty was to resolutely follow and support her, but first he must elevate his strength to Jonin level and contribute to earn a place at the meeting. Mito observed the changing expressions on the boy's face, amused. Kyo, is it? Please, rest for now. You have just awakened, and your body is still weak. When Tsunade returns, you are both of the same generation and should have much to discuss. Uchiha Kyo, I thank you, Lady Mito, he said, bowing deeply. Mito waved her hand dismissively as she exited the room, but paused at the door. Ah, by the way, you are currently residing in Tsunade's room. With a smile, she departed. Kyo was left in shock. This was Tsunade's room? No wonder it felt so fragrant. After Mito left, he lay back on the bed, inhaling the subtle aroma, his heart filled with joy. At that moment, a voice rang out, ding. System binding initiated. The ultimate ninja system has been activated. Kyo blinked, quickly sitting up to observe the panel that appeared before him. Please select whether to activate the system. Taking a deep breath, he realized what this meant. Beyond mere comic lore, he had also encountered system narratives. This was his golden opportunity. Kyo declared yes. Ding. System bound successfully. Host, Uchiha Kyo, chakra level, Genin. Combat power, Genin. Skills, Uchiha style Shuriken throwing technique, Uchiha style swordsmanship, C-rank ninjutsu, great fireball technique. C-rank ninjutsu, dragon fire technique, C-rank ninjutsu, phoenix fire technique, bloodline. 1 tomoe Sharingan, capable of growth. Ding. A novice gift pack has been detected. Would the host like to open it? Open. Kyo exclaimed, grinning. His current status as a genin rendered him merely cannon fodder on the battlefield of the Second War. Thus, the arrival of this novice gift pack was timely. Ding. Contents of the novice gift pack. Reward of Chunin level chakra, B-rank ninjutsu. Great fire extinguishing technique, directly mastered. Ding. Due to the host's self-awakening of the Sharingan, the original Sharingan reward has been cancelled and equivalently replaced. Detecting that the host possesses wind and earth chakra, meeting the minimum requirements for a bloodline limit. The reward is magnet release bloodline limit, along with B-rank. Ninjutsu, sand binding control, directly mastered. Immediately, Kyo felt his chakra surging, his meridians widening significantly, and the pallor of his face gradually returning to a healthy hue. Then, the methods for executing the great fire extinguishing technique and sand binding control were imprinted in his mind. With a slight movement of his hand, the sand in the room began to shift, causing Kyo to hastily stop. After all, he was in the presence of the esteemed Uzumaki Mito. Any further movement might expose him. Unbeknownst to him, however, Mito, upon sensing his chakra surge, activated her Kagura mind's eye, discreetly observing Uchiha Kyo. Every action of his was noted, and Mito's eyes sparkled as she murmured, "Magnet release? This little one is quite adept at concealing his talents." With that, she retracted her mind's eye, feeling pleased. This boy seemed rather promising and appeared to be of the same generation as Tsunade. Yet, she decided to let the young ones handle their own affairs. After all, a forced hand often yields bitter fruit. Kyo exhaled in relief and continued to explore the functionalities of the system. Chapter 3. Astonishing. This is my home. Uchiha Shao gazed at the system panel displaying the shop, the roulette, and the task system. With his current points at 0, he refrained from exploring the shop and the roulette, opting instead to open the task panel. To his surprise, the tasks included daily tasks, weekly tasks, achievements, adventures, and affinity quests, truly a comprehensive array. A gentle reminder indicated there are no endless tasks, only those unwilling to undertake them. This left Uchiha Shao feeling overwhelmed. What was this? It felt like manipulation. What was this? The machinations of capitalism. Such nonsense. What does it mean that there are no unfinished tasks, only the unwilling? This was akin to saying that as long as one could endure hardship, there would be an unending supply of it. Sighing, Uchiha Shao suddenly realized that he had completed some tasks. Achievement task, Awakening, congratulations, you are now a somewhat capable waste. Please continue to strive. Reward, 500 points affinity task, Uzumaki Mido, acquaintance, reward, 50 points affinity task, Tsunade, chance meeting, reward, 10 points exhaling with relief. Uchiha Shao considered himself somewhat wealthy now. However, upon opening the shop, his face paled. What were these prices? Shanren tea, 999, 999 points, 99, 999 points, 999. 999 points, Adrian-su. 20,000 points, Beekern-su. 5,000 points, Sijuren-su. 500 points, Digern-su. 50 points, quickly closing the shop. He realized that his wealth would barely afford a C-level jutsu. What use was a C-level jutsu? Not to mention those Shinrin tea and when wanting a shilling yang. It appeared he was still a pauper. Wait, wasn't there also a roulette? Uchiha Shao opened the roulette and glanced at the rewards. There were 8 slots in total, with 5 shining in red, gold, purple, blue, and green. The remaining 3 slots were thank you for your patronage, January's military rations, and January's water. Nodding thoughtfully, Uchiha Shao noted that the rewards appeared decent. However, each spin cost 168 points. Hesitant, he realized that a 5-spin option would only cost 800 points, yet he currently possessed only 560 points. Thus, he decided to save a bit more. After closing the system panel, he spoke earnestly. System, you know everything, do you not? Ding. The system responded, the system knows all. Please feel free to inquire, host. What is Danzo currently up to? Uchiha Shao suddenly asked. Ding. Accessing information will cost 10 points. Would the host like to proceed? Proceed. Uchiha Shao was curious, recalling that during that battle, Danzo had been rather straightforward. With Sarutobi Hiruzen newly appointed, he had just become an elder advisor of Konoha. Even for his own interests, he would fight diligently in that battle. Ding. Preparing to play video for the host. Suddenly, an image materialized in Uchiha Zhao's mind. The third Hokage had just concluded a meeting and assigned teams when the dashing Danzo entered. Sarutobi, a young Uchiha, has made contact with Tsunade and Mido. I suspect the Uchiha clan is planning a rebellion. I recommend we interrogate this boy. Danzo slammed his hand on the third Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, crossing his arms before his mouth. Danzo, I am already aware of this matter. For now, it is best to leave it be. The Uchiha are part of Konoha. If they were to rebel, they would have followed Madara when he left. Moreover, do not forget that Kakashi is one of us, a Uchiha recognized by the teacher. We are about to go into battle, and the Uchiha are a strength of the village. Danzo scoffed. True, Kakashi is recognized by the teacher. But do not overlook the Uchiha clan's innate talent. Once they awaken the Sharingan, they can attain Chunin status. Are you not concerned? A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Keep your schemes to yourself. For now, the Uchiha must not be touched. The third Hokage slammed the table, causing the nearby Tsunade and Mido to shudder. Sarutobi, in his prime, radiated authority after becoming Hokage. A glimmer of dominance evident in his demeanor. Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting his close friend to use his position as Hokage against him for a group of inherently troublesome Uchiha youths. Fine, Sarutobi, you will regret this. Saying this, Danzo stormed out of the Hokage's office, slamming the door with a resounding bang, not bothering to conceal his fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo's departing figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Mido urged Sarutobi not to be angry, suggesting that Danzo was merely acting impulsively. The Sarutobi of this time was not the aged figure he would later become. He was decisive, willing to take action against any who dared challenge him, and he would not easily heed Danzo's manipulations. Sarutobi picked up his pipe and lit it, filling the meeting room with a haze of smoke, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Though Tsunade disliked the smell of smoke, she remained silent, waiting for Sarutobi's instructions. Mido, on the other hand, tried to comfort him. The video concluded, and Uchiha Shao nodded, realizing that Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time was still a formidable leader rather than a mere figurehead. Just then, the door swung open, and Tsunade entered. Her long ponytail complementing her presently curvaceous figure, radiating charm at every moment. Uchiha Shao could not help but glance her way, while Tsunade paused. Suddenly recalling that Uchiha Shao was still at home, a smile graced her face as she said, Shaokun, you're awake. How are you feeling? Is your health improving? Tsunade inquired naturally, shedding her ninja armor to reveal a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her physique. Unbeknownst to her, this habitual motion had a profound effect on Uchiha Shao, who quickly turned his head away, a flush rising to his cheeks. Observing this, Tsunade glanced at her attire and felt her face grow warm. However, witnessing Uchiha Zhao's reaction, she found herself unexpectedly at ease and mischievous. Shaokun, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Tsunade teased. Uchiha Shao, feeling increasingly flustered, stammered, Tsunade. Would you consider changing your clothes first? Tsunade tilted her head, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. But this is my home. Uchiha Shao felt as if his head might explode, hastily lowering his gaze as he stammered. Why yes, I'm sorry, I'll step outside. With that, he bolted for the door, escaping as if from a fire. Outside in the courtyard of the Senju ancestral home, a chill breeze swept through, refreshing Uchiha Zhao's senses. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the moon above, his heart racing. Tsunade, peering through the window at Uchiha Shao in the courtyard, couldn't help but laugh heartily in her room. How had she never noticed this quiet youth's charming side before? Looking at Uchiha Shao illuminated by the moonlight, she suddenly found him somewhat handsome. Shaking her head, she drew the curtains and changed into a more relaxed yet respectful outfit. Chapter 4. Night Talk. Uchiha Shao stood in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the moon above. The moonlight cascaded down, enveloping him in a gentle glow. And in that moment, he found himself entranced. The present cannot witness the moon of ancient times. This moon once shone upon those of yore. The ancient verse slipped from his lips, adding an air of melancholy to his demeanor. Tsunade, with her keen hearing, was struck by the beauty of the recitation. And upon looking at Uchiha Shao beneath the moonlight, she felt a blush creeping upon her cheeks. Shaokun, you possess remarkable literary talent. The present cannot witness the moon of ancient times. This moon once shone upon those of yore. With such words, I wonder how many maidens would be enamored by you, Tsunade remarked with a smile. Uchiha Shao turned his head to face her. Noticing that Tsunade was clad in a loose kimono, her flawless arms stood in stark contrast to his own as they shared the moment, both gazing at the luminous moon above. Lady Tsunade, I apologize for any amusement I may have caused you, Uchiha Shursui said with a smile and a respectful bow. Although he was a genin and she a jonin, their shared history as classmates rendered their hierarchical relationship somewhat moot. Tsunade shook her head gently. You may simply call me Tsunade, Shursui. There is no need for excessive formality. We are not only colleagues, but also classmates. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shursui raised his gaze. Tsunade, turning her eyes toward the moon, was the subject of his close observation. Her oval face framed by a high ponytail, large glimmering eyes, an emerging figure, and slender legs complemented by a smile that was utterly enchanting. In that moment, the moon reflected in her eyes, appearing as if it had transformed into exquisite contact lenses. Suddenly, Tsunade realized something, glancing up at the tall figure of Shursui with a playful smile. Congratulations, Shursui. After 18 years, your eyes have finally opened. Her laughter was pure and sincere, devoid of mockery, embodying genuine well wishes. Shursui's lips curled into a smile. You are the first to sincerely wish me well. Did no one care for you in your clan? Tsunade asked, momentarily taken aback as she faced Uchiha Shursui. He responded with a soft smile. There were once. But for various reasons, that is no longer the case. Shursui spoke of his parents and friends. He had once been cherished by his parents. But during the First Great Ninja War, his father was lost on the battlefield, and his mother succumbed to illness the following year. Friends, too, had distanced themselves under the influence of certain clan members, leaving him isolated, a mere shadow within the Uchiha clan. Observing Shursui's ability to smile despite his hardships, Tsunade felt a sense of maturity in him that distinguished him from his peers. She refrained from probing further, offering a gentle smile. You should rest, Shursui. We depart tomorrow, and if you do not take the time to rest, you may struggle to rise in the morning. She gestured toward the guest room, and, after stretching, made her way back to her own quarters. Shursui chuckled and followed her direction, finding the village silent at midnight, save for the patrolling guards. With the impending war, nighttime outings were prohibited. To be caught outside could lead to suspicions of espionage or nefarious intentions. Thus, Shursui had no choice but to remain at the Senju compound. Entering the guest room, he noted its immaculate condition, undoubtedly tidied by Lady Mito. A sense of gratitude for her kindness washed over him. If memory served correctly, the land of whirlpools would soon face invasion by the four great nations, seeking to claim the Uzumaki lineage. He resolved to find a way to prevent such a calamity. His determination was as steadfast as stone. Lying upon the bed and pulling the covers over himself, he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Mito Uzumaki awoke. Rising to knock on Tsunade's door, knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Tsunade asked, having just removed her clothing, her fair thighs exposed. Being her home, she felt no need for modesty. At that moment, Senju Rope Tree had been summoned by Orochimaru for wartime advice and was not present. As for Uchiha Shursui, Tsunade had discerned his character during their earlier conversation and felt assured he was not one to engage in underhanded deeds, yet she wondered who was at the door. It is I, Mito's voice resonated. Tsunade's spirits lifted, for she held deep affection and respect for her grandmother, who had raised her and Rope Tree after their grandfather's passing. The door creaked open. Grandmother, Tsunade called out, her voice brightening the room. Mito's face lit up with a smile upon hearing her granddaughter's voice. However, upon seeing Tsunade's state of undress, her expression faltered, brows knitting together as she admonished, "How many times must I remind you? Young ladies ought to sleep in their attire. Yet you disregard my words. It's one thing when at home, but with guests present, what if someone were to see you?" Tsunade shrank back, aware of her grandmother's displeasure. Her mind scrambled for ways to appease her, but nothing came to her. This scene, however, brought a chuckle from Mito as she entered. "All right, enough of that. Your tongue is as clumsy as your grandfather's." Feeling embarrassed, Tsunade scratched her head, offering an awkward smile. After all, Mito was the head of the household, and her admonitions carried weight. She could not refute them. "Grandmother, please have a seat." She gestured toward the tatami mat, and, donning a silk robe, obediently knelt on the other side, awaiting her grandmother's words. As she settled, her form exuded an alluring grace, prompting Mito to shake her head in bemusement. With poise, Mito sat across from Tsunade, her elegance starkly contrasting with her granddaughter's demeanor. "What did the monkey say during the meeting?" she inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Tsunade, who met her gaze with calmness. "Grandmother, the teacher instructed that Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and I each lead 1,000 troops to the land of rain to eliminate the enemy forces." Tsunade hesitated. "If necessary, speak," Mito urged. With a sigh, Tsunade continued, "If necessary, we must intercept Hanzo of the Salamander to buy time for the remaining troops." Mito's eyes narrowed as she remained silent for a long moment. Chapter 5. Bring that boy along. Mito squinted, causing Tsunade to feel a surge of anxiety, her hands instinctively clenching. Hanzo of the Salamander is renowned as a demigod. His formidable prowess is not something you three can withstand. Remember, a reputation is often built on truth, Mito stated coolly. Tsunade gritted her teeth. "Grandmother, this is the first mission our teacher has entrusted to us, and I do not wish to abandon it. I understand Hanzo is a powerhouse among the shadows, yet how can we know our limits without trying?" Determination gleamed in her eyes, and seeing this resolve did not bring joy to Mito, but rather a heavy sigh. "In that case, I shall not dissuade you. But return safely," she said, shutting her eyes. "I cannot bear to lose you, my granddaughter." Mito's words resonated deeply, causing Tsunade to momentarily drift into reflection about her grandmother's life. From leaving her hometown to marry in Konoha, distancing from her kin, losing her husband in middle age, and her son in old age, now only Tsunade and Rope Tree remained of her bloodline. The thought of both grandchildren heading to war weighed heavily on her. While Tsunade aimed to prove her strength as the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she overlooked her grandmother's simple desire for their safety and happiness. "I will, grandmother. I promise to return safely," Tsunade replied, her eyes glistening as her voice trembled. Mito suddenly recalled, "Ah, Tsunade, I believe the captain can bring a trusted confidant, correct? Have you chosen someone?" Grandmother, I have yet to decide, but someone has recommended a young man from the Kato clan, claiming his transformation technique is rather unusual." Tsunade wiped her tears. "Transformation technique? Ultimately, it is but a minor skill." Mito shook her head. "I think that Uchiha boy might be a good choice." "Shursui? But his strength is merely that of a genin," Tsunade exclaimed in surprise. As Uzumaki Mizuho rose and approached the door, he suddenly turned to glance at Tsunade. The Sharingan of that little rascal, though merely a single tomoe, emanated an aura more potent than that of most dual tomoe Sharingan, rivaling even the power of a triple tomoe. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. A triple tomoe? Does that imply that Shokuin possesses the combat prowess of a jonin? Nevertheless, it seemed that the individual from the Kato family was also a jonin, endowed with the peculiar talent of spirit transformation. In comparison, Shokuin appeared to fall short. While Tsunade pondered this perplexity, Uzumaki Mizuho continued, "That boy also has magnetic release." This revelation caused Tsunade's eyes to widen. Magnetic release. A bloodline limit formed by the combination of wind and earth chakra, unique to the neighboring Tsunade. How could it manifest in a member of the Uchiha clan? If Uchiha Sho possesses magnetic release, then why has he not utilized it before? Tsunade was filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend why Uchiha Sho would conceal such a talent instead of showcasing it. That is precisely where he surpasses you. The brilliance of a tree invites the wind's fury. Within his clan, he receives little recognition, even facing discrimination. Within the village, he is merely one of the Uchiha. Who can he trust? Uzumaki Mizuho remarked with a smile. Even I only discerned that subtle difference through the perception of Kagura's hard eye. Therefore, little Tsunade, find a way to bring Uchiha Sho along tomorrow. I have a strong feeling that boy is extraordinary, he added earnestly before departing Tsunade's room without a backward glance. Returning to his own quarters to rest, Tsunade, meanwhile, removed her clothing and contemplated deeply. Although spirit transformation was indeed remarkable, it bore significant drawbacks. One's body must be safeguarded. For if struck, the soul could not return, leading to certain death. Moreover, for shadow-level warriors, the technique was child's play. It had a high lower limit and a low upper limit. In contrast, magnetic release was different. Before the establishment of Tsunade, there were already masters of magnetic release. Every one of them invariably ascended to shadow level. The current third Kazekage is a master of magnetic release, utilizing a unique form of iron sand. Additionally, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could elevate Sho to shadow level. Thus, in comparison, the position of a trusted confidant would be more fitting for Sho. Resolving to inquire about Sho's thoughts on the matter the following day, Tsunade fell into a deep slumber, pondering the complexities of her thoughts. The night passed swiftly, and as the stars shifted, a new day dawned. Around 5 o'clock in the morning, Uchiha Sho awoke, guided by the biological clock of this body. The first task upon rising was to fold the bedding neatly and place it in its designated spot. He then proceeded to wash his face. The cool water flowing from the tap filling his palms, sending a refreshing chill through him. Uchiha Sho could not resist a shiver as he splashed the water onto his face, feeling invigorated. Initially uncomfortable, he soon adapted, finding it quite pleasant. After washing up, he wiped his face and made his way to the training grounds of the Senju clan, understanding the importance of maintaining his daily training regimen. Retrieving 8 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, Uchiha Sho executed the Uchiha-style shuriken throwing technique with unparalleled proficiency. The 8 shuriken collided with one another before hurtling towards the wooden training dummy's head. Thud, 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 thud. The tips of the shuriken embedded themselves into the wooden dummy's temples and other vital areas, showcasing Uchiha Sho's fierce skill. Next, Uchiha Sho drew forth a sword that was as ordinary as could be, technically Itachi, though referred to as a sword in Japan. Upon unsheathing the blade, his eyes sparkled with excitement. With the grace of muscle memory, he executed a swift diagonal slash, followed by a kick aimed at the target. A deep gash appeared on the wooden dummy's carotid artery, and after delivering a powerful kick, he performed a perfect 360-degree somersault in the air, landing flawlessly. How to describe it? This was quintessentially Uchiha, highly damaging, yet also adorned with a sense of elegance. Had this strike connected with a living being, they would undoubtedly have clutched their throat, succumbing to their demise. Uchiha Sho's lips twitched. The Uchiha swordsmanship was indeed formidable and intricate. Yet as a youth of the 21st century, he couldn't shake the feeling of pretense. Pushing aside his thoughts, he continued to practice swordsmanship for another 40 minutes. Sheathing his sword with measured restraint, he ensured he did not obliterate the wooden dummy. After all, this was not his own training ground. However, due to the Senju clan's sparse population, he was relishing the rare opportunity to enjoy the solitude of an exclusive training session, filling him with a sense of joy. At that moment, Uzumaki Mizuho was in her room, utilizing Kagura's hard eye. She had awoken upon hearing Uchiha Sho throw the shuriken. Yet she wished to observe the extent of his training capabilities, so she merely released her hard eye from her room to watch. To her surprise, Uchiha Sho not only displayed a solid foundation, but also exhibited remarkable diligence, far from the exaggerated rumors circulating outside. Chapter 6. Become my confidant. It was now 6 in the morning. Sho estimated that Tsunade and Uzumaki Mizuho should be awake by now, prompting him to conclude his training. Sitting on the ground, he began to perform the chakra extraction technique of the Uchiha clan. This technique was no secret among the Uchiha. Nearly everyone practiced it. Yet it was not to be disclosed to outsiders, as was the tradition of the clan. With his legs crossed, Uchiha Sho circulated his chakra to achieve a state of utmost comfort before commencing the extraction of chakra from his surroundings. This was Uchiha Sho's first attempt at self-cultivation since his reincarnation, and he discovered that chakra seemed akin to the inner energy depicted in martial arts novels, generated from the air and absorbed into the body through breathing techniques. Opening his eyes and recalling the memories of the original host, he found chakra extraction to be quite challenging, usually taking an entire day to extract a small amount. Yet, he felt it was not as difficult as he had anticipated, and the chakra he was extracting this time was even purer and denser. Unable to ascertain the reason for this anomaly, he decided to cease his contemplation and closed his eyes once more, continuing to breathe and refine the chakra within him. Uzumaki Mizuho, meanwhile, was astonished. "Kyubi, do you see? Uchiha Sho is extracting chakra." However, the concentration and quality seemed far beyond what should be possible for a mere genin. The Kyubi, observing Uchiha Sho through Mizuho's perception, furrowed its brow. This guy is indeed extracting chakra, yet it shouldn't be of such quality for someone of his rank. "Oh, what do you mean?" Uzumaki Mizuho inquired, intrigued by the Kyubi's words. "The little rascal is extracting natural chakra, what you humans refer to as sage chakra. This can only be absorbed by tailed beasts or those who have trained in the 3 great sage arts. I have not heard of any member of the Uchiha clan or the Ninkat clan achieving sage status." The Kyubi pondered, perplexed. A glimmer of realization shone in Uzumaki Mizuho's eyes. Although she had never possessed sage chakra herself, she was aware that her husband did. Furthermore, to her knowledge, aside from Jiraiya, no one in Konoha was currently extracting sage chakra. The fact that this young man could do so was enough to indicate that he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Her earlier concerns about potential threats to Tsunade and Shinsuke after her departure now seemed unfounded. She would have to devise a way for Tsunade to build a rapport with him. After approximately an hour of chakra extraction, Uchiha Sho replaced the last trace of ordinary chakra within him with the superior quality chakra. Upon opening his eyes, he clenched his fists, feeling a significant enhancement in his physical condition. A smile crept onto his lips. Amidst this relentless war machine, he had gained a greater chance of survival. Just then, Uzumaki Mizuho pushed open the door, a smile gracing her face. "Little Sho, come quickly. Breakfast is ready." She beckoned him with a wave of her hand. Uchiha Sho quickly rose, tidying his clothes, and bowed respectfully. "Lady Mizuho, is it not too much trouble?" He lowered his head, adhering to formalities, while the dark part of the tree recorded the movements of Lord Mito's lips. First, Uzumaki Mito glanced at the Umbu, then turned her attention to Uchiha Sho, smiling as she approached and straightened him up, taking his hand. "Grandma Mito knows that you and Tsunade are heading to the battlefield today, so I prepared the ingredients last night and made breakfast for you this morning. Be sure to eat well." "Lady Mito, this is too much." Sho hurriedly attempted to refuse, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Uzumaki Mito's grip. "Little Sho, there's no need to be so formal. From now on, you can call me Grandma, just like Tsunade." Upon hearing this, not only was Uchiha Sho taken aback, but Tsunade, who had just finished dressing, was equally astonished. She looked at her grandmother with wide eyes, then at Uchiha Sho, bewildered by the rapid progression of events. "Tsunade." Uchiha Sho seemed to see a savior as he grasped Tsunade's arm, his eyes pleading. Just as she was about to speak, she caught a cold glance from Uzumaki Mito and promptly fell silent, reluctantly removing Sho's hand and sitting down to eat. Uchiha Sho was drenched in cold sweat, swallowing hard. He finally sat across from Tsunade at Mito's insistence, positioning himself next to her. Observing Sho's cautious demeanor, Mito couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if she truly appeared so intimidating to frighten this child. Seeing that he could not resist, Uchiha Sho began to eat, at which point a system notification chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement. Senju Clan Breakfast. Reward, 1,000 points. Current balance, 1,550 points. Ding! System has issued a task. Due to the perilous nature of the Second Ninja World War, please join the Sanin's team. Reward, 5,000 points. Optional, at the same time. Mito gave Tsunade a knowing look, signaling her to speak up. Under her grandmother's watchful gaze, Tsunade set down her utensils and suddenly said, Shokun, I have an unusual request, and I hope you will agree. With that, Tsunade fixed her serious gaze on Uchiha Sho, who, upon hearing her, set down his utensils and sat upright. Please, Lady Tsunade, instruct me. If it is within my capability, I will not refuse. His eyes were earnest and grave as they locked onto hers. Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing his words. She spoke warmly. The Hokage has tasked me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to each lead 1,000 ninja as vanguards to the Land of Rain. We can select a trusted confidant from the village. Uchiha Sho's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly rose, declaring, if that is your need, I, Uchiha Sho, am willing to brave fire and water, without hesitation. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. Although Uchiha Sho's current strength was not formidable, his words were eloquent and compelling. What determination lay behind such a declaration? Even Mito, overhearing his proclamation, narrowed her eyes, contemplating the potential of choosing a confidant. Tsunade smiled as she replied, then I look forward to your guidance in this operation, Shokun. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Sho's heart brimmed with joy. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. Ding. System detected that the host has completed a task. Reward, 5,000 points. Current balance, 6,550 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving a small accomplishment. Cumulative points, 5,000. Reward, B rank, ninjutsu. Magnetic release, true vision, similar to the technique used by Gaara during the exam. Uchiha Sho's expression brightened at this reward. With such a detection skill, he could undoubtedly avoid many risks. He turned to glance at Mito, who was leisurely eating, suddenly recalling something yet hesitating to speak. Oh, how could I forget to remind Lady Mito about the matters concerning the Uzumaki clan? Chapter 7. Does Lady Mito care for her clan? Noticing Uchiha Sho's expression, Mito furrowed her brow, then relaxed. Little Sho, have you eaten enough? How about this? You report to the monkey first, and I will send this little one to meet you shortly. Tsunade paused, realizing that her grandmother wanted to inquire something from Uchiha Sho. Thus she glanced at him before nodding and departing. All right, Grandma, I will head out. After finishing the last bite of her meal, she placed her bowl down gently and left without hesitation. Once Tsunade had walked away, Mito took Uchiha Sho's hand, smiling warmly. Little Sho, let us discuss this indoors. Uchiha Sho nodded, understanding that Mito had noticed he had something to say, which was why she had sent Tsunade away. Upon entering the room, Mito performed a sealing technique, enclosing the space so that only the two of them could hear their conversation. Speak, Little Sho, is there something you wish to discuss? As she spoke, Mito slowly sat down and personally brewed a pot of tea. Uchiha Sho felt a surge of resolve. He knew that if he did not speak now, he would carry the weight of regret for a lifetime. Mito, sensing his emotional shift, couldn't help but frown. Finally, Uchiha Sho spoke up, Grandma, I would like to inquire about the combat capabilities of the Uzumaki clan. He looked directly into Mito's eyes, seriousness etched on his face. Mito was taken aback and shook her head. Our clan excels in sealing techniques and healing arts. We are a peace-loving people, and with these skills, we can easily protect ourselves. She did not understand why Uchiha Sho was asking this. However, seeing his earnest demeanor, she felt compelled to answer truthfully. Grandma, no, Lady Mito. I wish to know, if someone were to take advantage of the chaos of war to attack the Land of Whirlpool while Konoha is engaged in battle in the Land of Rain, would they receive assistance from Konoha? Upon finishing his statement, he felt a powerful force surge towards him. Diamond sealing. It was Mito's diamond sealing technique, and her eyes were filled with coldness. Little Sho, who put these words in your mouth? Uchiha Sho found himself bound by several thick chains, rendering him nearly immobile. The 9 tails within Mito trembled. It had thought that 4 chains would suffice, yet this boy had managed to provoke the old woman. Mito exclaimed, Our Uzumaki clan loves peace and has never invaded any nation. How could we be attacked? What benefit would there be in attacking the Land of Whirlpool? Her anger was palpable. As the former princess of the Land of Whirlpool, Uchiha Sho's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve. Moreover, she believed that attacking her homeland was a futile endeavor, especially considering that the Land of Whirlpool was an ally of Konoha. Please, Lady Mito, hear me out. The Uzumaki clan excels in sealing techniques, correct? Back in the day, Lord Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts. The sealing techniques of other nations are grossly inferior compared to those of our clan. They often go awry, leading to chaos. Would they be content to let this continue? Uchiha urged. Mito's eyes flickered. Although her anger was still present, she was not foolish. Hearing his words, her heart began to stir. She sensed he was about to utter something shocking, yet she felt no malice from him. Thus, Mito released the diamond sealing. Looking at Uchiha, "Little Sho, please say everything you wish to convey." She had regained her composure, recognizing that Uchiha's words made considerable sense. The Uzumaki clan and Konoha were allies, and with Mito's presence, Konoha would not suffer the consequences of the tailed beast's unsealing. Furthermore, the Uzumaki clan would never assist the other four nations. If they were to send ninjas to attack the Land of Whirlpool, seizing their sealing techniques while Konoha and the Land of Rain were at war, would the Land of Whirlpool be able to withstand such an assault? Uchiha's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. The whirlpool of emotions within Uzumaki Mito could not be stifled by mere sighs. After all, the Land of Waves and Konohagakure were allies. It was inconceivable that Konoha would remain indifferent. The third Hokage had just ascended to his position, and his footing was precarious. As the Hokage, his priorities lay with the interests of Konoha, and to solidify his authority, a victory was imperative. Did one truly believe he would, out of respect for Lord Hashirama, abandon the front lines to assist the Land of Waves? Uchiha Shirsue's words pierced Mito's heart like a sharp thorn. The Ninetail spoke. "Well, Mito, I find this lad's reasoning rather sound. Not everyone possesses the same naivety as that fellow." The Ninetail's voice resonated within Mito, who had never mistreated it and had maintained a peaceful coexistence. Thus it bore no ill will towards her. Upon hearing Shirsue's assertions, Mito felt a growing sense of dread. Perhaps she had underestimated the complexities between Konoha and the Land of Waves, and overly idealized Sarutobi Hiruzen. If such a scenario were to unfold, the sealing techniques would be trivial matters. Do you truly believe that after plundering the sealing techniques, they would simply depart? They would not. You understand the Uzumaki clan's constitution better than I do. Often, it is the unvarnished truth that serves as the last straw. Mito's mind was now in disarray, and in her panic, she implored Shirsue, "What do you suggest I do?" Her gaze was a mix of anxiety and hope, since the question was posed by Uchiha Shirsue. He surely had a solution. Shirsue, unfazed by Mito's previous actions, understood that had he been in her position, he would have found it hard to believe accusations of instigating clan annihilation and sowing discord among the villages. Moreover, he had come prepared, seeking to repay a debt of gratitude. Thus he bore no grudges. After a moment's contemplation, Shirsue inquired, "Mito, does your voice still carry weight in the Land of Waves?" Mito nodded. Although she had married Senju Hashirama and become a part of Konoha, her talent remained unparalleled within the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan revered strength, and thus her words would command respect. Shirsue then posed, "Do you wish to reach out to your kin?" Mito's eyes brightened with realization. "Are you suggesting?" Shirsue continued, "As the village's Jinchuriki, you cannot roam freely. Thus, we shall send word to the Uzumaki clan. Time is of the essence, Mito. If you wish to see your family, many of your kin will likely come to offer their support." Before Shirsue could finish, Mito's eyes sparkled with a newfound determination. "We could use sealing techniques to restrain them, or use the war as a pretext to prevent them from leaving Konoha." Shirsue nodded with a smile. "Indeed. But such a strategy may lead the Uzumaki clan to misconstrue your intentions as an attempt to consume them, thus dressing Konoha in their garb." He highlighted the inherent pitfalls of their plan. Were the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly rejoice. However, as for the Land of Waves, they were allies, yet not bound to assist unconditionally. This was the nature of political maneuvering, a far cry from simple reciprocal favors. Mito acknowledged, "That is acceptable. As long as we can preserve their lives, I can endure their scorn." Then, glancing at Shirsue, she remarked, "Your intellect is quite sharp, and I am grateful." Shirsue humbly replied, "You flatter me, Mito. Without your aid and kind words, I doubt I would have caught Lady Tsunade's attention and earned her trust. Your grace has been paramount. Is there any harm in sealing techniques? Moreover, do you truly believe being a trusted aide is perilous? Being close to the commander, where could the danger possibly lie?" He held no illusions that Tsunade had sought him out unprompted. It was clear that Mito had played a significant role. Mito chuckled. "Your wisdom reminds me of two old friends. both of whom were similarly astute in their calculations. Shursui raised an eyebrow, intrigued about their identities. They are Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna, Mito continued. Shursui shook his head vehemently. Surely not. As a mere junior, how could I possibly compare to such legendary warriors? Mito smiled, not boasting but rather acknowledging that she had placed her bets on Hashirama due to his character and talent, and indeed, she had made the right choice. Shursui chose not to elaborate further. At this juncture, any words would be futile, and it was wiser to listen. Observing his demeanor, Mito couldn't help but chuckle. Very well. Young one, I shall heed your advice. Come with me to meet Tsunade. With that, she dispelled the barriers and took Shursui's hand, leading him towards the exit, swiftly departing from the Senju clan grounds. The Umbu, witnessing this, promptly utilized body flicker technique to report to the Hokage. Chapter 8. Uzumaki Mito's endorsement. The Umbu moved with remarkable speed, arriving at the Hokage building in under 10 seconds. They knocked on the door of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Come in. Hiruzen, having just donned his battle attire, was preparing to announce the impending expedition when he was interrupted by the sudden knock. Report, Hokage-sama. Lady Mito is approaching the troops, hand in hand with Uchiha Shursui. The Umbu's voice was loud, momentarily leaving Hiruzen bewildered. What? What did you say? Hiruzen's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Senju clan grounds, where indeed, two figures were seen walking towards the troops, hands clasped. He hastily ordered the Umbu to summon Shimura Danzo and the elders to hurry over. Uzumaki Mito was the wife of the first Hokage and a legendary figure. Though she now lived a quiet life, her presence was not to be disregarded. In fact, should any matters arise in the future, Hiruzen would undoubtedly require her support. This was a notion he could not overlook. Subsequently, he opened the door and rushed downstairs. The 3,000 vanguard shinobi gaped in astonishment at the hurried descent of Hiruzen, while the leaders of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans frowned. Although Hiruzen had recently assumed office, his meticulous handling of affairs left little room for criticism. So why was he in such a hurry now? Following Hiruzen's gaze, they saw a woman leading a young boy towards them. As recognition dawned upon them, the vanguard shinobi immediately knelt in reverence. This was none other than the wife of the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Uzumaki Mito, a figure of legendary status and the most esteemed woman in Konoha. Greetings, Lady Mito. The others knelt, and Hiruzen too, bowed in respect. As Hokage, such a gesture was the highest form of respect he could offer. As Mito approached, her demeanor was warm and inviting. She first acknowledged Hiruzen with a smile, then turned to the elders and the troops, stating, Third Hokage, do not be anxious. I am merely escorting a junior to the military. This lad is Uchiha Shursui, a trusted aide of Tsunade. Hiruzen's heart stirred at the mention of Uchiha and Senju. What was the implication of this alliance? He regarded Shursui with newfound curiosity. I am unworthy, Lady Mito. You may call me Monkey as you please. I implore you to issue the orders for the troops' expedition, Hiruzen respectfully replied. This was a clash of authority. Hiruzen, now Hokage, and Mito, the esteemed wife of the first Hokage, stood at a delicate juncture. Mito's consent would imply a slight to Hiruzen's authority. Mito regarded Hiruzen with a penetrating gaze. The man before her was no longer the boy she once knew. He had embraced the intricacies of power and strategy, yet to her, he still appeared somewhat naive. However, she bore no desire to contest him. With a gentle smile, she declared, Then I shall be bold and refer to you as Monkey. You are now Hokage. It is your duty to announce the commencement of war. I have no right to intervene, but I ask that you take care of young Shursui as he embarks on his first battle. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes flickered with a hint of peculiarity, yet he reacted swiftly. He raised his head to gaze at Uchiha Kyo, nodding in reassurance. Lord Mito, this child is clearly a pillar of strength. I will take him. After saying this, Sarutobi Hizashi stepped forward and patted Uchiha Kyo on the shoulder, signifying his regard. He then waved his hand and called out, Tsunade, coming. Tsunade jogged over to Sarutobi Hizashi's side. Kyo is your trusted aide. Take him back to the squad. Following this, Sarutobi Hizashi bowed to Uzumaki Mito and positioned himself at the forefront of the gathering. Esteemed comrades, you are the heroes of our Leaf Village. This battle is unavoidable. Hanzo of the Salamander has issued a challenge to us. Can we remain indifferent? Sarutobi Hizashi's voice resonated with righteous fervor and indignation towards the enemy. Instantly, the 3,000 vanguard troops ignited with passion, shouting in unison, "No! Then must we not strike fear into our foes to ensure our loved ones can live in peace?" Sarutobi Hizashi roared once more. It cannot be denied that Uchiha Kyo regarded Sarutobi Hizashi as a talented leader. His words struck a chord. It is no wonder that he would be dubbed the hero of the shinobi after this battle. Yes, the entire army echoed in a renewed uproar. "All troops, heed my command. Depart for the land of rain." Sarutobi Hizashi waved his hand, and the ninjas responded, setting off. Destination, the land of rain. As Sarutobi Hizashi observed the departing ninjas, he fell into contemplation. As the leader of the village, the Elder Council advised him against directly participating in the battle. However, this conflict would determine the stability of his position as Hokage. Thus, he could not remain absent from the battlefield. Therefore, they compromised, allowing him to accompany the main army to the land of rain. But he could only engage if Hanzo made a move. In the end, Sarutobi Hizashi had no choice but to agree, knowing that his brothers had his best interests at heart, and he did not wish to disappoint them. "Oh, and Lord Mito is still here." Sarutobi Hizashi turned to Uzumaki Mito, kneeling before her. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness, as the army was present. It is quite all right. Monkey, you acted for the village, and your actions are commendable," Uzumaki Mito replied with a smile. "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Mito." Sarutobi Hizashi bowed his head, his tone devoid of emotion. Yet Uzumaki Mito could sense the joy within him, as if he had already tasted victory. Uzumaki Mito looked at him and helped him to his feet. "Monkey, I have a favor to ask of you." Sarutobi Hizashi quickly replied, "Lord Mito, if you have a request, I shall comply without hesitation." He bowed again, recognizing her status as the wife of the first Hokage and a legendary figure. He still needed her support within the village. Uzumaki Mito was pleased with his attitude. "Monkey, I find myself longing for my family, so I would like you to send envoys to bring them to Konoha for a visit." Sarutobi Hizashi frowned slightly, but ultimately agreed. "It is only right. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Lord Mito has ensured the safety of Konoha. If you wish for a family visit, I will gladly oblige. Then I shall have Kakashi Hatake and Akimichi Takufu lead a contingent of 500 ninjas to escort them. How does that sound?" Sarutobi Hizashi proposed. "That is perfectly acceptable. Monkey, thank you. I knew I could count on you as Hokage to handle matters efficiently. Do visit the Senju clan often. Keep this old woman company." Uzumaki Mito smiled gently. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes lit up. This was a gesture of goodwill from Lord Mito. And the implications were clear. She would fully support him as Hokage from now on. This was fortuitous for him, as having such a figure backing him would solidify his position. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Mito." Uzumaki Mito shook her head. "No, Monkey, it is I who should thank you. I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to at home." "Lord Mito, please take care and watch your step," Sarutobi Hizashi said, filled with utmost respect for her. After all, her esteemed position warranted such reverence, and he could do nothing but honor her support. Chapter 9. This Uchiha is quite Senju. As the group marched onward, Tsunade's 1,000-strong force was primarily composed of her Senju clan members, and the presence of Uchiha Kyo trailing behind Tsunade did not sit well with the Senju. Upon reaching the border, one of the young men from the Senju stepped forward, addressing Tsunade. "Leave the reconnaissance to me, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade turned to the young man. "Ryuichi, formerly known as Senju Ryuichi, skilled in reconnaissance and a talented jonin. Your words intrigue me." Uchiha Kyo had initially refrained from speaking, but upon noticing Ryuichi's disdainful glance, he felt compelled to respond. "Lady Tsunade, I am capable of conducting reconnaissance without a single injury to our troops," Uchiha Kyo stated calmly, feeling the need to showcase his abilities lest the Senju clan speculate unfavorably about him. He was indifferent to their opinions, but he could not allow Lady Tsunade's reputation to suffer. Tsunade turned her gaze toward Uchiha Kyo, curious about how he could make such a claim. Unscathed reconnaissance was something even seasoned scouts struggled to achieve. Ryuichi scoffed. "You little Uchiha, it's not that I distrust you, but have you ever been on a battlefield? Do you understand what reconnaissance entails? A careless scout could easily be captured and face dire consequences. To claim you can do so without injury is mere folly." Little did they know, this Uchiha was quite the braggart. It was puzzling why Lord Mito had taken a liking to him. Uchiha Kyo merely shook his head, then covered his left eye with his hand while extending his right. Sand gathered from his palm, eventually coalescing into a singular eye. "Magnet release, eye of true sight," Uchiha Kyo proclaimed, as the eye began to hover before him, circling Ryuichi. Ryuichi was taken aback. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Wait, magnet release. The members of the Senju clan turned their attention to Uchiha Kyo, realizing he possessed a bloodline limit akin to Hashirama's would release. Their expressions softened significantly, as the prospect of having such a dual bloodline ally was a tremendous boon for Lady Tsunade. Ah, Kyo-kun, pray tell, what is the purpose of this Eye of True Sight? Tsunade inquired, already aware of Uchiha Kyo's dual bloodline, and thus not overly surprised. She was keen to understand the utility of this magnet release technique. Uchiha Kyo, not one to keep secrets, responded with a smile. This technique is called the Eye of True Sight, also known as the Eye of Detection. As he spoke, Uchiha Kyo opened his left hand, causing the eye in his eye socket to vanish, prompting a collective gasp from the onlookers. The Eye of True Sight shares what it sees with my left eye, and even if the Eye of True Sight is discovered and destroyed by the enemy, it will not inflict significant harm upon me. I would simply be unable to use it again for a period, Uchiha Kyo explained with a slight smile. And the range? Tsunade pondered, resting her chin in thought. Uchiha Kyo glanced back at Tsunade's earnest expression and replied earnestly, a radius of 10 kilometers. Tsunade's mouth fell agape, and even Ryuichi's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 kilometers may not sound extensive, but for ninjas, being able to detect and relay information in real time over such a distance would render their forces virtually invincible. Senju Ryuichi gasped, then offered a deep bow. I apologize, Lord Kyo, for my ignorance. Please forgive me. It must be noted that while the Senju clan could be proud, they were also quick to acknowledge their mistakes and extend apologies. The Uchiha clan, on the other hand, might have opted to eliminate those who displeased them. Uchiha Kyo quickly assisted Ryuichi to his feet. Ryuichi, your concern was for the safety of our team. Moreover, ignorance is no fault. In battle, I may very well find myself relying on your protection. Uchiha Kyo's demeanor was devoid of the Uchiha arrogance. Instead, he seemed more akin to the Senju. This incident fostered a sense of goodwill among the Senju troops towards this young Uchiha. Lady Tsunade, may I request someone to carry me for observation? My physical condition does not permit me to walk. Uchiha Kyo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Just moments ago, Long E burst into laughter. Leave this to me. After all, Brother Q is here for the safety of our entire unit. With that, he hoisted Uchiha Kyo onto his back and proceeded steadily. Tsunade observed this scene with a smile. Clearly, Q is a capable individual. Very well, Long E, I entrust this to you. Q, if you notice anything unusual, report immediately. Tsunade said with a grin. No problem. Both Uchiha Kyo and Long E replied in unison. They then crossed the border and entered the battlefield. As for the land of rain, it is perpetually drenched in rain. The further they ventured, the heavier the downpour became, unlike the land of fire, which is blessed with sunshine and picturesque landscapes. After approximately an hour of travel, Uchiha Kyo suddenly exclaimed, "Stop!" Instantly, all the ninjas halted, drawing their kunai and shuriken. Assuming a combat stance, their expressions resolute. Tsunade mirrored their demeanor, not turning around but instead gazing at Uchiha Kyo. What is it? Uchiha Kyo replied coldly, 10 kilometers ahead. There are 200 elite rain ninjas, 20 jonin, 50 chunin, and over 100 jinin advancing towards us. Long E smirked. It's merely a small unit. What is there to fear? Tsunade nodded in agreement. But at that moment, Uchiha Kyo interjected, Lady Tsunade, I recommend we veer left and avoid them for now. They are equipped with gas canisters, likely the poison of Hanzo the salamander, and they are all wearing gas masks. Tsunade's expression shifted as she commanded everyone to move left, quickly retreating while minimizing noise and erasing their tracks. In merely 10 minutes, Tsunade and her team ascended the hill, glancing back towards the direction from whence they came. They observed the rain ninjas arriving at their previous position, their faces painted with confusion. Didn't they say a unit was coming? Where is everyone? Tsunade sighed in relief upon seeing the gas canisters in their hands. While she was unafraid, she could not guarantee the same for her subordinates. Q, why not proceed to the right where visibility is clearer? Climbing the hill, how will we descend? Tsunade frowned. Uchiha Kyo chuckled, because to the right, there is a plump yellow bird. No sooner had he spoken than they observed a ninja force suddenly emerging from the prior location. Earth release, decapitation technique. Earth release, hell swamp. Earth release, earth burial. In an instant, a group of rock ninjas appeared, launching a surprise attack on the rain ninja village. swiftly annihilating half of their forces with a barrage of earth-release techniques. One cannot deny that Inoki has a knack for training soldiers. Chapter 10. Rooting out the weeds. As the earth-release techniques unfolded, the Rain Ninja forces were slaughtered as if they were mere vegetables. The Jonin of the Rain Ninja village gritted his teeth and ordered, "Break the canisters." Instantly, a purple gas enveloped the battlefield. In no time, the Rock Ninja forces succumbed to the toxic fumes, caught off guard by the Rain Ninja's hidden tactic. Some of the stronger Jonin, though still standing, began to feel their limbs weaken. At this juncture, the surviving Rain Ninjas launched their counterattack, their eyes bloodshot with fury as they slaughtered the major nation ninjas. Their rage fueled by the deaths of loved ones at the hands of these larger nations. Observing this scene, the Senju forces felt a moment of relief. Had they engaged head-on, they doubted they would have fared any better than the Rock Ninja forces. Soon, the toxic gas dissipated, leaving the Rock Ninja's 100-man unit entirely wiped out, while the Rain Ninjas had merely 20 left, gasping for air, their hands trembling from exhaustion. Long Yi remarked, "Lady Tsunade, this is the perfect opportunity to annihilate the Rain Ninjas." Tsunade nodded, preparing to charge forward, while Uchiha Q agreed, sensing no nearby threats. In this manner, the fatigued Rain Ninja forces encountered the poised Senju unit, and the outcome was all too evident. At that moment, a Rain Ninja knelt before Tsunade, bowing his head, "Please, Lady of the Land of Fire, spare us. We are merely acting under duress." Tsunade felt a pang of empathy, and just as she was about to respond, she caught a glimmer of hatred in the Rain Ninja's eyes as he drew his long blade and lunged at her. Magnet release, sand binding. Uchiha Q extended his right hand in a sword-like gesture, aiming at the Rain Ninja. A torrent of sand swiftly converged, ensnaring the ninja, disarming him as his blade fell to the ground, his body immobilized by the grains. His eyes burned with malice, the previous desperation and plea erased, as he cursed. "You major nation ninjas are soaked in blood and will surely face retribution." As his words echoed, Uchiha Q's expression hardened. With a swift gesture, he crushed the sand around the Rain Ninja, turning the grains a crimson hue as they soaked with blood. With a flick of his wrist, he launched the sandball far away, ensuring that the demise of this individual would not taint Lady Tsunade's perception. The other Senju members approved of Uchiha Q's actions, recognizing that swiftly subduing the Rain Ninja and executing him was the proper course of action for a ninja. "Lady Tsunade, are you all right?" Long Yi inquired. Observing her dazed expression, Tsunade regained her composure, sighing, "Are we truly perceived as blood-soaked hands in the eyes of small nations?" The others remained silent. While Uchiha Q spoke up, "The fault lies not with us, but with this brutal ninja world. Indeed, our hands are stained with blood, yet we fight to protect our homeland from invasion." Tsunade nodded, her understanding still vague. This was her first encounter with the blood of enemy nations, and hearing the accusations from a foe stirred confusion within her. To root out the weeds, especially on the battlefield, Uchiha Q continued, "Look, our unit has suffered no casualties and has successfully completed a battle. You should feel proud, shouldn't you?" He gestured to the assembled ninjas. The others nodded in agreement, affirming Uchiha Q's words, while some middle-aged Senju ninjas regarded him with newfound respect, recognizing his wisdom despite his youth, likely comparable to Tsunade's age. Encouraged by Uchiha Q's persuasion, Tsunade re-energized herself. Indeed, even though her hands were stained with blood, she was protecting her family. As long as she understood this, all would be well. Taking a deep breath, she addressed her team. "I apologize, everyone. I have been immature." The Senju clan members quickly reassured her. "Princess Tsunade, this is not your fault." "Yes, it was my first time on the battlefield. I even wet my pants." "Indeed, Princess, do not blame yourself. We shall grow alongside you." Observing the camaraderie among her peers, Uchiha Q felt a pang of envy. The unity within the Senju clan was palpable. Tsunade approached Uchiha Q, saying, "Q, from your previous display, it is evident that you possess remarkable military talent. How about you serve as our squad strategist from now on? During battles, I will heed your strategies. What say you?" Uchiha Q pondered. "That is agreeable, but I hope that upon returning to Konoha, everyone will keep this a secret," publicly attributing the results to Lady Tsunade's command. He surveyed the group, and the older ninjas quickly grasped his intent to bolster the reputation of their Senju princess, leading to warmer gazes directed at Uchiha Q. "Q, this seems inappropriate." Tsunade blushed, realizing it might appear as though she was usurping credit from him. The expressions among the Senju ninjas shifted. While they wished for Tsunade to receive accolades, they felt it might be unfair to Uchiha Q. Uchiha Q was acutely aware that as a member of the Uchiha clan, should he achieve this merit, it would serve as a death warrant for him. Danzo would closely monitor him, perceiving him as a thorn in his side. Conversely, if Tsunade were to secure this achievement, it would become a valuable political asset for her in the future. However, he could not voice these concerns outright, for he was uncertain whether there were individuals within the Senju clan who genuinely aspired to the position of Hokage, which could inadvertently expose his intelligence. By transferring the credit to Tsunade, the ninja forces of the Senju clan would collectively keep the secret, revealing not a whisper. Resolute in his decision, Uchiha Q knelt earnestly, stating, "If Lady Tsunade wishes for my involvement in the command, I implore you to accept my condition." In a moment of confusion, Tsunade was at a loss. While a middle-aged member of the Senju clan stepped forward, saying, "Lady Tsunade, look how sincere Kikuin is. It would be overly harsh to refuse him. Perhaps it would be wise to agree for the time being." His gaze, gentle as water, conveyed goodwill towards Uchiha Q. A slight smile graced Q's lips. It seemed the Senju clan was not devoid of wisdom. Under the requests of both the Senju clan members and Uchiha Q himself, Tsunade ultimately acquiesced. Although the team was nominally led by Tsunade, the true commander had transformed into Uchiha Q. He continued to rest upon Longi's back, utilizing his true sight to survey the circumstances 10 miles ahead as their group advanced steadily. Chapter 11. The Villagers of the Land of Rain through Uchiha Q's true sight. Tsunade's team effectively evaded the bulk of the Rain Ninja forces. Although they occasionally encountered smaller squads, their numerical superiority led to overwhelming victories each time. The Rain Ninja teams were unable to utter a word or signal for help before being swiftly dispatched by the Senju squad. As of now, this 1,000-strong force remained unscathed, and under the cover of the enemy's ignorance, they arrived at a village in the Land of Rain. Dismounting from Longi's back, Uchiha Q addressed his comrades. "You have all journeyed for a day. Ahead lies a village where you may rest. However, I must stress this. We are ninjas of Konohagakure, the village founded on love by the god of ninja, Senju Hashirama. Given this, once we enter the village to rest, we must not recklessly disturb the ordinary citizens of the Rain-hidden village." A glimmer of determination shone in Uchiha Q's eyes. "Thus, I lay down these rules. 1. Death to those who intrude upon private homes. 2. Death to those who rob of resources. 3. Death to those who exploit the innocent. 4. Death to those who bully the weak. 5. Death to those who engage in coercive dealings." These 5 edicts are paramount. I hope each of you remembers them. I do not wish for us to be comrades in the morning and enemies by night. Furthermore, our unit must uphold discipline. We shall not take even a single thread from the populace. Do you all understand? Uchiha Q's voice resonated with authority, and after exchanging glances, the Senju clan members responded. "We understand." Tsunade was the first to affirm, followed by the others echoing her agreement. Uchiha Q, unfazed, discerned that some of the ninjas were not entirely in accord with these regulations, but had merely agreed under Tsunade's influence as the Senju princess. However, they were unaware that this was the wisdom of another realm. "Now, everyone, follow me into the village. Move lightly and slowly." Uchiha Q took the lead, embodying the role of battlefield commander. Yet Tsunade, not fully trusting, lingered by his side. Upon entering the village, Uchiha Q observed citizens peering through windows and door cracks. Too fearful to speak, he thus proclaimed, "Dear villagers of the Land of Rain, we are ninjas from Konohagakure. I understand that in your eyes, the ninjas of great nations are often ruthless killers, and I do not deny this. However, I assure you that our unit strictly adheres to discipline and will not harm a single hair on the common people. We merely wish to rest for one night. Rest assured, we will occupy the streets on either side and leave a passage for you to walk through. Please do not be afraid. Should any ninja commit wrongdoing, inform me, and I will see to their punishment." Following this, Uchiha Q commanded his troops to erect makeshift shelters along the roadside. The ninjas leaned against the walls of the villagers' homes or simply lay on the ground. Having marched tirelessly throughout the day and engaged in skirmishes, they were utterly exhausted. He then selected 20 ninjas for patrol, as the safety of the unit needed to be ensured. Witnessing the disciplined conduct of the Konohagakure ninjas, the villagers of the Land of Rain felt a stirring in their hearts. In the past, ninjas had been synonymous with destruction and looting. Why was this unit behaving so differently? Some were skeptical, yet that night, the Senju unit slept soundly, while the citizens felt a strange sense of unease or perhaps disbelief. They had experienced conflict before, but this was their first encounter with such a disciplined unit and commander, leading them to feel as though they were in a dream. As night deepened, 2 injured ninjas from Kanehagakure arrived at the village, seeking refuge in a random home. Just as they were about to enter, a patrolling Senju Jonin called out, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Which unit are you from?" Instantly, the voice startled over 200 nearby ninjas awake, who drew their weapons and turned to face the 2 wounded Kanehagakure ninjas. "We are from Jiraiya's unit. After a fierce battle, we got separated from our forces and hoped to find food in this village." One of the injured ninjas chuckled lightly. "Yes, brother, we're just looking for a meal. There's no need to be so serious." Another added with a laugh. "Seize them," commanded the patrolling Jonin, Longi, who held immense admiration for the commander. Without Q, their unit would have suffered unimaginable losses. Now, with other ninjas attempting to disrupt Q's rules, he would not care which unit they belonged to. He would take them down and leave their fates to Q. "What do you intend to do?" "We are comrades from the same village," exclaimed one of the injured as he activated his Sharingan, revealing a 2 tomoe design, while brandishing a kunai at the Senju ninjas. "Could it be that your Senju clan still harbors resentment towards us Uchiha?" Another Uchiha activated his Sharingan, displaying a 1 tomoe design. "Humph, you dare to trespass into private homes and still resist?" With that, Longi unleashed the Senju clan's martial art, the painful heavenly kick, knocking the 2 tomoe Uchiha unconscious. Following this, he executed a mountain collapse technique, sending the 1 tomoe Uchiha crashing to the ground. As other ninjas moved in to bind the 2, a red-haired child inside one of the homes watched in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did the ninjas of Kanehagakure protect us? Nearby villagers peered through windows and door cracks, and upon witnessing this, an indescribable joy blossomed within them. Meanwhile, Uchiha Q stood beneath an eave, contemplating how to confront Hanzo of the Salamander, a shadow-level powerhouse known as a demigod, an epithet not to be taken lightly. While he could not match the legendary Senju Hashirama or Tobirama, the true gods of the ninja world, Hanzo's prowess could indeed be deemed godlike in this era. The recent declaration of war by the Land of Rain against the Wind, Fire, and Earth countries was driven by 3 primary motives. Firstly, the internal chaos within the Land of Rain, with various factions vying for influence, led Hanzo to declare war against the 3 great nations to assert his position as the true leader of the Rain Ninja Village, regardless of the outcome. Secondly, the battlegrounds of large-scale conflicts often fell upon smaller ninja villages, causing suffering and starvation among the populace. This war was necessary, even if he could not secure victory. He aimed to demonstrate that the Land of Rain would not be bullied. Lastly, the scarcity of resources meant that war was the most effective means to redirect internal shortages, allowing the Land of Rain to grow stronger and more affluent through plunder. However, he did not anticipate that less than a week after declaring war, the forces of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunade would invade their territory from the borders. At this moment, he came to the realization that the strength of a single individual is not sufficient to determine the might of a nation. To put it differently, he was not strong enough to emulate the legendary sage of the 6 paths, who could instill fear in all 5 great nations single-handedly. Chapter 12, Public Punishment Commander. A member of the Senju clan shouted urgently, kneeling on the ground. Uchiha Q, who had been deep in thought, lifted his head upon hearing the call and turned to face the newcomer. "Ryuji, what's the matter? What has you so flustered?" Uchiha Q inquired with a slight smile as he approached. "Report, Commander. We have captured 2 companions from Jiraiya's team who attempted to trespass into private residences. They were subdued and apprehended by the patrolling Ryuchi." Ryuji relayed quickly, ensuring that all critical information reached Uchiha Q's ears. "Oh, where are they? Take me to see them." Uchiha Q responded, a smile gracing his face as he followed Ryuji. Tsunade, having overheard Ryuji's report, stood up and followed closely behind, eager to observe how Uchiha Q would handle the situation. Before long, the trio arrived at the location where Ryuchi was stationed. Upon seeing Uchiha Q and his entourage, Ryuchi exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, Lord Q, you've arrived." Exchanging glances with Tsunade, Uchiha Q stepped back slightly to stand behind her. Tsunade understood his intent and commanded, "Splash some water on them to wake them up." One of the subordinates, grinning, picked up a wooden bucket filled with rainwater. as the land of rain was known for its abundance of precipitation. He splashed the water onto the unconscious duo, jolting them awake. As they were about to vociferously protest, they were met with the sight of Tsunade's golden locks. Quickly, they begged for mercy, pleading, "Lady Tsunade, we truly had no idea what we did wrong. This is the land of rain, not the land of fire. Why can't we borrow some food?" The one with the two tomoe Sharingan lamented. With a chilling glare, Tsunade retorted, "Is this how Jiraiya has taught you? Bring forth punishment, 30 strikes for each." Yes. Ryuichi and Ryuji exchanged glances of excitement. After all, this involved the Uchiha clan. All Uchiha, except for Q, deserved this punishment. Before the eyes of numerous shinobi and onlookers, the two were publicly humiliated, the immense disgrace causing their Sharingan to evolve. The two tomoe Sharingan transformed into 3, while the one tomoe advanced to 15. Sensing the passage of time, Uchiha Q exchanged a knowing glance with Tsunade, who nodded, allowing him to step forward while she observed. "Oi, Yamazaki, Ryui, do you still remember me?" Uchiha Q smiled, addressing the two individuals, Yamazaki and Ryui, who were notorious talents within the clan and had been particularly cruel to him. "You filthy wretch, useless fool. I knew the Senju troops would come to attack us without hesitation. It must have been you who incited them. Just wait, when we return to the village, I will have the elder administer the clan's punishment for you. The disgrace of the Uchiha." Yamazaki boasted arrogantly. Ryui remained silent, glancing between Tsunade and Uchiha Q, his brow furrowed, seemingly troubled by the situation. Before Yamazaki could utter another word, Uchiha Q's expression darkened. He ordered others to step aside, then raised his right foot and forcefully pressed Yamazaki's head into the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth crumbled beneath the tremendous force, submerging Yamazaki's head within the soil. Ryui turned pale, realizing that Uchiha Q's expression remained unchanged, even as a smirk played at the corners of his mouth, regarding Yamazaki as one would an insect. Afterward, Uchiha Q crouched down, grasped Yamazaki by the collar, and pulled him upright, brushing dirt from his clothing. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." "Speak again," he said with a smile. Uchiha Q had deliberately restrained his strength. Otherwise, even a jonin like Yamazaki would have succumbed to that blow. Yamazaki, now devoid of arrogance, gazed into Uchiha Q's calm smile, tears cascading down his cheeks. How could this person be so cruel? After all, they were of the same clan, sharing the Uchiha name. Uchiha Q seemed to anticipate his thoughts. "Are you wondering why I am so merciless toward a fellow clansman?" He turned to Ryui. "You tell him why." With that, he tossed Yamazaki at Ryui's feet, as if discarding refuse. Ryui inhaled sharply. "Yamazaki, do you not remember how you tormented Uchiha Q? Everyone merely followed you out of fear of your talent and your connection to the elder, joining in the mockery of him." Yamazaki's anger flared. What did Ryui mean? He had distanced himself from the truth, recalling that he had not known Uchiha Q until Ryui and others had pointed out the weakling who would not fight back, thus making him one of Q's tormentors. Uchiha Q chuckled, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Ryui, had I not known your true nature, I might have believed you. Today, you trespassed into private property, and our forces apprehended you. Even if you report this to the Hokage, you have no justification. Are you shinobi or bandits? Furthermore, this is a battlefield, not Uchiha territory. Mind your words. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the range shinobi won't ambush you, leading to your demise at their hands." Uchiha Q said with a smile. Ryui's face turned pale as he observed the excited expressions on the faces of the Senju troops, all intrigued by Uchiha Q's words. He was astonished at how well Uchiha Q related to the Senju clan. Could it be because he was Tsunade's trusted aide? No, that couldn't be right. Ryui scrutinized the Senju shinobi. Despite not all being present, he noted that nearly all of them appeared unscathed, in stark contrast to their own condition. Was Tsunade truly that adept at leading troops? No, that couldn't be. Among Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, only Orochimaru possessed the strategic acumen to produce such results. Even he could not achieve this level of invulnerability. Tsunade was unlikely to have done so, unless he raised his gaze and locked eyes with Uchiha Q, whose crimson eyes bore the mark of the double tomoe Sharingan. Ryui's pupils constricted. The double tomoe Sharingan. Uchiha Q has awakened the double tomoe Sharingan. A wave of oppressive bloodline powers surged through him, rendering his breaths labored. In truth, just as Uchiha Q had pressed Yamazaki into the soil, the remnants of the original consciousness began to dissipate, causing his Sharingan to evolve into the double tomoe. At this moment, Uchiha Q himself was unaware of this transformation. Tsunade, momentarily taken aback, then remarked, "Q, your eyes." Only then did Uchiha Q snap out of the euphoria of revenge, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. He stifled the discomfort and inhaled sharply. "Ryui, you are a clever individual. I do not know what you have surmised, but should you dare to speak recklessly, you had better pray that your family never leaves the village." It was a blatant threat, and yet Ryui broke into a cold sweat, hastily assuring, "I will definitely not speak out of turn," as he bowed his head multiple times. Uchiha Q snorted coldly and, with Tsunade's support, departed from the scene. Ryui's eyes flickered with complexity. This individual possessed remarkable talent. Chapter 13. Little Nagato. As Uchiha Q left the site of the punishment, he inhaled the damp air. Did he truly not wish to kill them? No, he did, but why had he refrained? Firstly, it is due to his surname, Uchiha. Secondly, his every action and word represents Lady Tsunade. He cannot tarnish her reputation. Thirdly, in the eyes of the public, if Uchiha Kyo is willing to sacrifice his own kin, how will the Senju clan perceive him? With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Kyo took a deep breath and glanced at the previous attempts of Uchiha Ryuichi and Uchiha Yamasaki to enter the residence. He then slowly approached the door and knocked. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" came the voice of a middle-aged man from within. "It is I, Commander Uchiha Kyo of this detachment. I apologize on behalf of my fellow ninjas for the disturbance caused by their recklessness. The two ninjas have been dealt with severely," Uchiha Kyo stated earnestly. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with red hair, who looked at Uchiha Kyo with a sincere expression and a slightly stooped posture. He quickly helped Uchiha Kyo to his feet, exclaiming, "Ninja-sama, what are you saying? In my 30-plus years of life, this is the first time I've encountered such a noble ninja and detachment. No, my good sir, I cannot speak for other detachments, but in ours, wherever we go, we treat the common folk with utmost respect and ensure their safety," Uchiha Kyo replied. At that moment, a woman holding a 5-year-old child approached the entrance. Perhaps under different circumstances she would not have done so, but upon hearing of the actions of these Konoha ninjas, she felt compelled to see who commanded this army. Seeing the woman with the red-haired child, Uchiha Kyo smiled and said, "Good sir, is this your wife and child? She appears gentle and wise." The red-haired man did not respond verbally, but exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, smiling with affection. "Indeed, it is my honor to have such a wife and son," he said, embracing his wife and gently touching the red-haired child. The child, with wide eyes, looked at Uchiha Kyo, sensing the difference in intentions. He felt the kindness emanating from this ninja, unlike others he had encountered. Uchiha Kyo focused intently, his pupils narrowing. "Is that the Rinnegan?" The couple exchanged glances, and the woman asked, "Ninja-sama, has Nagato's eyes always been like this? Do you know why?" Indeed, this was Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, and Uchiha Kyo could hardly contain his excitement. He was destined to become a significant figure in the future, and he looked so innocent now. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Kyo nodded. "I possess some knowledge on the subject. Have you heard of the Sage of Six Paths?" The red-haired man nodded. "I have heard of him. There are records of the sage's legend in our clan, albeit briefly. The eyes of young Nagato are of the same origin as the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths," Uchiha Kyo stated calmly. Initially, the red-haired man and his wife appeared excited, but suddenly, their expressions turned pale as they exchanged concerned glances. "Ninja-sama, may I request a favor?" the red-haired man said, kneeling down, with his wife following suit. Young Nagato, puzzled as to why his parents were kneeling, joined them, though he remained curious and looked up at Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Kyo quickly supported them, saying, "Good sir, madam, please rise. What are you doing?" However, the couple remained on their knees, unwilling to stand. "Good sir, please speak. What is it that you wish?" Uchiha Kyo asked, his suspicion growing, but without confirmation. "Ninja-sama, I implore you to take our child to Konoha. The land of rain is too perilous. We understand that innocence can be a curse when one bears precious treasures. Only Konoha can provide the safety our child requires to thrive. Thus, I, Uzumaki Mutai, earnestly beseech you, great ninja, to take my child." Tears streamed down Uzumaki Mutai's face. Uchiha Kyo pondered for a moment before responding, "I cannot make a decision immediately. Allow me to consult our captain. Please return indoors and await my news." With that, Uchiha Kyo turned towards Tsunade, while the family gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought. Tsunade had just finished addressing the issues regarding the two Uchiha when Uchiha Kyo approached her. Her eyes brightened as she asked, "Kyo-kun, have you finished your business?" Uchiha Kyo remained silent but grasped Tsunade's arm, saying, "Lady Tsunade, come with me. There are many eyes here." Tsunade's face flushed slightly. It was the first time a man had touched her arm. However, seeing the serious expression on Uchiha Kyo's face, she did not take offense and followed him to a quieter area, sensing the importance of the matter at hand. Upon reaching the family's residence, Uchiha Kyo knocked again. This time, the door opened promptly, and the family recognized that the commander was accompanied by a female ninja. Realization dawned upon them, and they knelt once more, repeating their request. Uchiha Kyo sighed, "Lady Tsunade, this family is of the Uzumaki clan, who have come to the land of rain due to the war. They wish to spare their child, Nagato, from the suffering of conflict." Upon hearing the name Uzumaki, Tsunade recalled her grandmother and nodded, "Kyokan, I will send 20 ninjas to escort them to Konoha." Uchiha Kyo smiled. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade, for your compassion." Uzumaki Mutai, coming to his senses, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." He even bowed 3 times. Tsunade smiled, saying, "My grandmother was Uzumaki Mito. She has no family in Konoha, so your arrival will surely bring her joy." At that moment, Tsunade was unaware that Konoha had already welcomed many members of the Uzumaki clan, with only a small portion remaining behind in the land of whirlpools. Mito-sama. She was the princess of the Uzumaki during the Warring States period. Uzumaki Mutai exclaimed, embracing his wife. "Mito-sama is renowned for her wisdom. We can rest easy now." Tsunade smiled gently. "Good sir, madam, please wait here. In about 5 minutes, I will send someone to escort you." Uzumaki Mutai bowed again. "Thank you, Lady Tsunade." "Thank you, Kyodano." Uchiha Kyo quickly gestured that the praise was due to Lady Tsunade, and the two began walking back towards the camp. Chapter 14. The Eye of the Sage. As they walked back to the military camp, Tsunade suddenly asked, "Kyokuin, why are you so concerned about this family of Uzumaki blood? There are many like them." Uchiha Kyo chuckled. "You did not observe closely earlier, did you? That child's eyes are the Rinnegan, as described in Legends of the Sage of 6 Paths." "The Rinnegan? What is that?" Tsunade inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Madara's Rinnegan was an unexpected result of consuming a part of Hashirama's flesh. Apart from Madara and Kagaya, no one knew the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan. During the long years of the Warring States period, the Rinnegan had become nearly non-existent, and thus, most clans had no records of it. Uchiha Kyo explained, "I have perused ancient Uchiha texts and various myths, where I encountered references to the Rinnegan." Tsunade nodded, not doubting him significantly, but she still asked, "Is the Sage of 6 Paths Eye really that formidable?" Uchiha Kyo smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. "That child, when grown, could destroy Konoha with but a single thought, and in a crushing manner. Do you believe it?" Tsunade's pupils constricted in an instant. She halted and gazed at Uchiha Kyo. Noticing his unchanged expression, she realized he was not jesting. "Kyokuin, I believe sending 20 ninjas to escort their family back to Konoha is too dangerous. I plan to send 50, no, 100 of our elite Senju ninjas to protect them," Tsunade declared resolutely. Uchiha Kyo's lips twitched slightly. 100 elite shinobi, all jounin. One must be wary that this power draws attention, for we are not the only ones present within the land of rain. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then inquired of Kyo, "What do you deem an appropriate number?" Uchiha Kyo crossed 2 fingers, and Tsunade discerned, 10 individuals? "Precisely, 10, he affirmed. "This smaller target is manageable, and 10 jounin can adequately counter a squad of 40. Until they engage, who would suspect we dispatch jounin?" Kyo smiled. Tsunade nodded, placing her trust in Kyo's judgment. Thus, 10 elite Senju jounin were dispatched to retrieve Nagato and his family. Before leaving, Nagato bestowed a kiss upon Uchiha Kyo and waved goodbye. After a 3-day respite, a message arrived. Tsunade opened the letter, recognizing the handwriting of Uzumaki Mito. "Dear Tsunade, I thank you for your thoughts of your grandmother. The mission was completed successfully. Nagato is a bright child, gifted and quite charming. The clan reports that you suffered almost no losses. Well done. Always observe, inquire, and heed the advice of your commander." Upon reading this, Tsunade's cheeks flushed. It seemed the returning clan members had already informed her grandmother. "Lastly, my dear, the battlefield is no child's play. Exercise caution and engage in discussions, especially regarding Kyo's insights. Your grandmother awaits your safe return, ready to prepare a feast. With Mito's words concluding, a knowing smile graced Tsunade's face. Just then, Uchiha Q entered, momentarily taken aback by Tsunade's smile. Lady Tsunade, what brings such joy? He glanced at the letter in her hand and suddenly realized, ah, a letter from Lady Mito? He settled into a chair. After 3 days of recuperation, the local populace had begun to trust their army's integrity. Consequently, the village chief had offered them an office and ample space for tents. Thus, Q and Tsunade could discuss military matters. As Q approached, Tsunade smiled and handed him the letter, saying, Behold, your grandmother praises you and urges me to heed your counsel. Furthermore, Nagato and the others have safely arrived in Konoha and are residing at home. You can rest easy now. Tsunade felt buoyed. Though they had only been in combat for 3 days, time seemed to stretch endlessly, and she remained tense. This letter brought her restless emotions some solace. Q took the letter, reading intently, a smile tugging at his lips, unable to conceal his delight. Lady Mito also recognizes your discerning eye, Lady Tsunade. Without your resolve, I would not have had the opportunity to showcase my talents, Q remarked. Grandmother mentioned you should call her grandmother directly. Why do you still refer to her as Lady Mito? Tsunade huffed. Q stood and gently pressed her back into the chair, explaining, Lady Mito is a predecessor, the most esteemed individual in Konoha. Besides, we are not at home. It is more appropriate to address her as Lady Mito here. Tsunade considered this, acknowledging the logic. They were indeed in the command center, with guards stationed at the entrance. Yet, she couldn't shake the memory of Q's hands holding her arms. How dare he? However, observing Q's unchanged expression, it seemed unintentional. Very well, I shall forgive him. Though his hands are rather warm, Tsunade mused, her mind racing with thoughts. Unbeknownst to Q, he approached Tsunade's desk, studying the map. He reflected on the previous day's report from Orochimaru and Jiraiya's scouts, who indicated that the armies would converge today at their location. As he contemplated this, the guards at the door opened it, addressing Tsunade and Q. Lord Q, Lady Tsunade, the armies of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya await at the village entrance. With that, he knelt, awaiting a response. Tsunade stood, eager to step outside, but Q quickly interjected, Lady Tsunade, we are at full strength. This meeting will surely appoint a commander. The most likely outcome is that you will be chosen as the commander. If you step out to greet them now, it may diminish your presence. I understand your regard for our comrades, but in this battle, you must assert yourself as the commander. For both your political capital and the safety of the Senju troops, you must maintain your position. Q's words left Tsunade momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated such implications from a simple greeting. What should I do, Q? Tsunade asked, aware that Q's intentions were for her benefit. Q replied calmly, simply remain seated here. He gestured to the main seat in the office, then added, I shall greet Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru. You need only await here. After much deliberation, Tsunade shook her head. We are all comrades. I should not remain behind while you greet them. Q opened his mouth to argue, but reconsidered their relationship, ultimately sighing. Perhaps this is the bond shared among the 3 Sannin. Q ceased to persuade her, instead following Tsunade to the village entrance to welcome Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Chapter 15. Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The weather in the land of rain is perpetually overcast, yet today the rain has ceased, though the sky remains gloomy. For this land, such a respite is a rarity. Tsunade walked ahead, with Q trailing behind. Tsunade's mind was filled with the joy of reuniting with her comrades, while Q contemplated how to secure the greatest advantage for Tsunade. Soon, as they approached the village entrance, they were met by the gazes of villagers and soldiers. And Q spotted Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Both men donned battle attire similar to Tsunade's, each leading a contingent of soldiers. Orochimaru with approximately 700 troops and Jiraiya with about 600. This was to be expected. In warfare, sacrifices are inevitable. And reaching this point in 4 days with less than half their forces lost attests to their capabilities. Upon seeing the two, Tsunade exclaimed, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you have finally arrived. She stepped forward to greet them, a smile illuminating her face. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled upon seeing Tsunade. Ah, Tsunade, you look well, he boomed, his hearty laughter drawing a disdainful glance from Orochimaru. Orochimaru shook his head, observing Tsunade's lack of fatigue or sorrow, wondering about her current state, especially since he himself had just regained his composure. As he pondered, Q interjected, Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Jiraiya, the area outside the village is crowded. We should swiftly enter the village to discuss military affairs. Tsunade smiled and agreed. Q is correct. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, please join me in the village. As for your troops, they may enter as well, but they must adhere to the rules. Rules? Orochimaru's interest piqued, intrigued by the notion that the ninjas of this village upheld regulations. He wondered what those rules might entail. Tsunade elaborated on the 5 rules, and Orochimaru's enthusiasm became unmistakable. Tsunade, who proposed these 5 rules? Might you introduce me to this individual? They are a true talent. Orochimaru exclaimed with a grin. With a subtle smile, Tsunade pointed to Q, who had just spoken. That would be Q, also known as Uchiha Q. Uchiha? Jiraiya's brow furrowed. Shouldn't an Uchiha be in my ranks? Why has he been assigned to you? Having realized that the Senju clan, despite its democratization and the abolishment of the Senju surname, still maintained a formidable force under Tsunade, it seemed implausible that a Uchiha would dare to assert dominance in their presence. Tsunade, lacking cunning, candidly articulated all of Uchiha Sho's actions, including the magnet release and the eye of true vision. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a loyal confidant would be immensely valuable to him. He cautiously broached the topic with Tsunade, expressing that his army could also benefit from a talent like that. Jiraiya, however, felt indifferent, while Tsunade frowned. As this was a confidant chosen by her grandmother, and the implication was clear, Orochimaru smirked, thinking it rather amusing that he merely requested a person. Yet Tsunade invoked Lord Mito's name. With a sigh, he lamented his apparent lack of fate with Sho. As the 3 entered the office, none took the main seat. Instead, they collectively deliberated on the forthcoming actions. At the village entrance, Uchiha Sho assessed the 2 armies, flanked by numerous elite Senju shinobi. Orochimaru's forces were relatively respectable, comprising members from the Hitaki, Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, who were generally understanding and reasonable. In contrast, Jiraiya's army included Uchiha, Aburame, Kurama, and Tsukikage clans, which seemed intentionally inferior compared to Orochimaru's army. Under such pressure, Jiraiya managed to keep his numbers at 600, earning Sho's genuine admiration. The other clans were polite in their greetings, but the Uchiha clan was a different story. Some recognized Sho and sneered, while others laughed disdainfully. The elite Senju ninjas behind Uchiha Sho smirked, thinking, laugh all you want. Your arrogance will lead to your downfall. Uchiha Sho, well aware of the Uchiha clan's reputation, remained unfazed and stepped forward to welcome everyone, acknowledging their arduous journey and battles. Upon hearing this, the crowd had no objections, but Sho's next words stirred some unrest, particularly among the Uchiha. Lady Tsunade has established these rules. 1. Kill anyone who trespasses into private homes. 2. Kill those who rob supplies. 3. Kill anyone who abuses the common people. 4. Kill those who bully the weak. 5. Kill those who extort. Uchiha Sho reiterated the 5 rules, cautioning against any potential disruptions. A Uchiha Jonin coldly interjected, we are already aware of these rules. May we enter the village to rest? Everyone here is quite fatigued. Apart from the Uchiha clan, others remained silent, merely observing the unfolding scene, while the Senju Jonin frowned, finding the Uchiha clan particularly irksome. Uchiha Sho turned to see a middle-aged man, Uchiha Kiyoshi, a highly respected elder from the clan, tasked with leading the Uchiha in this endeavor. Do you have a problem? Uchiha Sho asked, narrowing his eyes. Uchiha Kiyoshi was taken aback. This young man did not seem as cowardly as the tale suggested. But I am not easy to intimidate. What if I do have an issue? And what if I don't? Uchiha Kiyoshi retorted. Several elite Senju behind Uchiha Sho were ready to intervene, but Sho commanded them to step back. The Senju ninjas complied, astonished that the words of a supposed weakling held such weight among the Senju. I believe this esteemed elder is Uchiha Kiyoshi, am I correct? Uchiha Sho said, stepping closer with a narrowed gaze. Representing Lady Tsunade, he understood that his actions reflected on her, and he could not ignore Kiyoshi's provocation. It would not only bring shame upon himself, but also upon his unit and Lady Tsunade. Indeed, I am Uchiha Kiyoshi. Uchiha Sho, do you have any objections? Kiyoshi emphasized the Uchiha name, a reminder of Sho's heritage. Uchiha Sho smiled slightly, feeling a tingle of excitement, and requested guidance from the elder, forming the opposing sign. The Uchiha clan members, including Kiyoshi, stared in disbelief. This 18-year-old was audaciously challenging him. Chapter 16, Uchiha Sho vs. Uchiha Kiyoshi regarded Uchiha Sho with a serious expression, aware of Sho's potential, yet never anticipated that he would dare to confront a Jonin in public. The other prominent clans, suddenly uninterested in entering the village, cleared the space for the duel, eager to witness the spectacle. Ding! The system detected that the host was about to engage in battle with a Uchiha Jonin, calculating previous rewards in advance. Ding! The host led the Senju forces unscathed, earning a reward of Jonin chakra capacity and 500 points. Ding! The host altered the narrative of the Land of Whirlpools, earning 2,000 points in Jonin combat skills. Ding! The host modified the plot involving Nagato of the Whirlpool, rewarding mastery of fire-style ninjutsu, doubling its potency without hand seals, and 5,000 points. With a total of 14,050 points, the host's accomplishments were noteworthy, and he received the A-rank ninjutsu Sandstorm Funeral, now mastered. As the system's notifications faded, the rewards fused with Uchiha Sho, and he regained his focus. His lips curled into a smile. Initially contemplating a clever victory, he now felt confident in his abilities. Uchiha Kiyoshi, seeing Sho form the opposing sign, quickly mirrored the gesture. Despite the Uchiha clan's pride, they respected any challenger, regardless of the outcome. Uchiha Sho, you are the younger generation. I shall allow you to strike first, Kiyoshi said, adopting a defensive stance with his kunai. As is well known, shinobi are characterized by high offense and low defense. Uchiha Sho smiled faintly before forming the seals for the fire-style, fireball technique. Uchiha Kiyoshi smirked, preparing to teach Sho a lesson with the same technique. However, his expression shifted suddenly. How could Sho release ninjutsu after only forming 3 seals? He had only completed 2. In a hurry, Kiyoshi executed the body replacement technique to evade the attack, his gaze fixed on Sho. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been the first ninja to fall victim to the fireball technique. This young man, Uchiha Kiyoshi thought, his heart racing. Uchiha Sho smiled subtly. Indeed, the fireball technique was not lethal, and even with the feigned seals, it did not incinerate Kiyoshi. Unbeknownst to Kiyoshi, he now perceived Sho as a formidable adversary. He could not ascertain whether Sho had improved the technique or if he possessed the ability to perform ninjutsu without seals. Kiyoshi preferred the former, for the latter was a feat only achieved by the legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the entirety of the Warring States period. If Sho had accomplished such a feat, before he could ponder further, Uchiha Sho leaped, spinning in midair as 3 enormous phoenix fireballs surged toward Uchiha Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi's eyes widened. What was happening? In a flash, he utilized the body flicker technique to evade the onslaught, though part of his clothing was singed. Through his experience with Sho's 2 ninjutsu attacks, Kiyoshi realized he could not compete with Sho in terms of ninjutsu prowess. He swiftly drew a shuriken and hurled it at Uchiha Sho, who unsheathed his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken were deflected. And just as Sho turned to the spot where Kiyoshi had been, he discovered that Kiyoshi had vanished. Just as Uchiha Sho was momentarily stunned, his body instinctively moved, raising his sword in defense. Clang. The skills acquired through years of combat experience had transformed into muscle memory, enabling him to raise his sword and block instinctively. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and Uchiha Kiyoshi's face revealed a look of incredulity. This opponent's combat techniques and awareness were now on par with his own. As Uchiha Q regained his composure, he opted not to perform hand seals this time, unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Kiyoshi hastily retreated. Yet the searing heat still scorched his skin. He realized that Uchiha Q had executed the technique without hand seals. What a prodigy! However, the Uchiha clan possessed abilities beyond mere swordsmanship and fire techniques. Uchiha Kiyoshi's eyes turned crimson, the 3 tomoe Sharingan manifesting. The other Uchiha clan members gasped. Kiyoshi was serious now. Q, stand down. I acknowledge your strength. If we continue this fight, we may not be able to control the consequences. Uchiha Kiyoshi spoke with sincere gravity, having conceded to Uchiha Q's prowess. Yet Uchiha Q sought more than mere acknowledgement. Please, bring it on, Kiyoshi-senpai. With that, he summoned his in-release chakra, his eyes transforming into the 2 tomoe Sharingan. The faces of the other Uchiha clan members shifted dramatically. The combination of Jonin-level skills, fire release, and the 2 tomoe Sharingan did not indicate Uchiha Q's weakness, but rather highlighted his extraordinary talent. It was well known that Uchiha possessing the 3 tomoe Sharingan could wield Jonin-level strength solely through their eyes. If Uchiha Q, with his 2 tomoe, already displayed Jonin-level power, it implied that upon awakening his 3 tomoe, he could potentially surpass Jonin and even contend with those at the level of Kage. Uchiha Kiyoshi felt a surge of admiration. No matter how much Uchiha Q harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan, he was still one of their own. Thus, he resolved to conclude the battle with Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Utilizing the Jinjutsu innate to the Sharingan, the 3 tomoe against the 2 tomoe seemed an effortless advantage. Just as he believed he had Uchiha Q under control, Uchiha Q swiftly evaded, delivering a powerful kick that sent Uchiha Kiyoshi sprawling. Kiyoshi's eyes widened in disbelief. His Sharingan had reverted to its normal state. How is this possible? Wasn't I supposed to be ensnared in a Jinjutsu? Kiyoshi struggled to rise, convinced of his imminent victory, only to have Uchiha Q abruptly interrupt his technique with a decisive kick. Oh, wasn't I supposed to be trapped in a Jinjutsu? Isn't it supposed to depend on one's mental state? Uchiha Q mused. Thanks to the care provided by my clan over the years, my mind remains remarkably calm. A faint smile graced his lips. Uchiha Kiyoshi fell silent, realizing the truth in Uchiha Q's words. As Uchiha Q extended a hand towards him, Kiyoshi looked up, and there stood Uchiha Q. He opened his mouth to speak, but Uchiha Q merely shook his head. Let us settle this with a reconciliation seal. With that, he ceased his words, gazing at Uchiha Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi nodded, and after performing the reconciliation seal, Uchiha Q helped him to his feet. After muttering a thank you, Kiyoshi returned to the ranks, no longer brimming with arrogance, but instead gazing at Uchiha Q with newfound admiration. As he scrutinized Q's features, a frown creased his brow, as though he had seen them before. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he seemed to glimpse the clan leader from the Warring States period, wielding a scythe and bearing a fan. A jolt of realization struck him. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Madara Uchiha. Chapter 17. Entering the meeting following Uchiha Q's victory over Uchiha Kiyoshi, the gazes of the Uchiha clan members shifted towards him, no longer filled with derision or contempt, but instead ablaze with admiration and respect. Uchiha Kiyoshi's prowess was acknowledged as that of an elite jonin, and the fact that Uchiha Q, at merely 18 years of age, had defeated him spoke volumes about his exceptional talent. The Uchiha clan revered strength. Even with Madara's departure from Konoha, their intrinsic pride remained unwavering, honoring those who were powerful. Have you all heard? The 5-kill ban is in effect. Regardless of who you are or which clan you belong to, it must be strictly enforced. If anyone dares to challenge Tsunade-sama's authority, you won't even need to step onto the battlefield. I'll send you straight to your demise. Uchiha Q's words resonated not only with the Uchiha clan, but with all ninjas present. The assembly of ninjas responded in unison, yes, especially the Uchiha, who were particularly committed to adhering to the order. Uchiha Q nodded at this display, then called out, Senju Narashu, step forward. Here, a child, appearing around 10 years old, stepped forward, his face brimming with admiration as he gazed at Uchiha Q. He had witnessed the entire confrontation between Uchiha Q and Uchiha Kiyoshi. He performed ninjutsu without hand seals. Only my grandfather and his opponents could do that. If this man can do it, it means he is a ninja capable of matching my grandfather. The boy, Narashu, was overwhelmed with excitement, yet he maintained his composure, aware that all eyes were upon him. And he couldn't afford to bring shame to his grandfather or the Senju clan. Uchiha Q glanced at him and smiled. Come with me. He beckoned to Senju Narashu and addressed the assembled forces, dismissed. Go rest and prepare yourselves. We have a challenging battle ahead. With that, he led Senju Narashu to the office. Inside, the future legendary Sannin were strategizing their military approach. Jiraiya advocated for a direct assault, suggesting they confront Hanzo the Salamander head-on. Orochimaru, however, appeared exasperated. How can you suggest that? Hanzo is a ninja even my master would struggle against. Aside from his masterful swordsmanship, he possesses a lethal body and summoning creatures. His summoned creatures could rival tailed beasts. Even if the 3 of us might stand a chance, what about the vanguard? Would you have them march to their deaths? They are all elite ninjas from their clans. If we allow them to perish, won't Danzo accuse us of poor command when we return to the village? Such an accusation would sever any hopes of becoming Hokage. Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Q and Narashu seek to join the meeting. Uchiha Q's voice was steady and serious. Orochimaru's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Uchiha Q had been mentioned by Tsunade earlier, It seemed this young man possessed the ability to forecast danger for the army. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, and Jiraiya followed suit, as they were technically guests, while Tsunade held the position of host. Tsunade nodded and called out, "Come in." "Yes," following the guards opening the door. Uchiha Q entered with Narashu. "Narashu, you little rascal, are you unhurt?" Tsunade approached, her face etched with concern as she inspected him for any injuries. "Big sister, I'm fine. In fact, during this mission, I managed to take down 3 or 4 rain ninjas." Senju Narashu scratched his head with a grin. Tsunade shot him an incredulous look before turning to Orochimaru. "Thank you, Orochimaru. Knowing Narashu is in your care gives me great peace of mind." Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. Narashu is bright and responsible. His achievements are a result of his own efforts. He glanced at Senju Narashu, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Narashu was his student, and it was only natural he would look after him. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, you needn't flatter him. I know my brother all too well." This prompted a hearty laugh from Orochimaru. At this moment, he hadn't yet adopted the darker demeanor he would later display, nor was he fixated on immortality, like most others. His ambition was to become Hokage. Jiraiya, with a warm smile, pulled Senju Narashu aside and asked, "Have you finished reading those books I gave you? When we return to the village, I'll give you a few more." Senju Narashu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei." Uchiha Q observed this scene, a smile creeping onto his lips. The bonds shared among the Sannin and the joy radiating from Senju Narashu, once only seen in animated form, now unfolded before him, filling his heart with delight. At that moment, Tsunade approached Uchiha Q, gently waving a hand in front of his face. "Kyukuin? Kyukuin? What are you thinking about?" Tsunade inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Uchiha Kyo suddenly came to his senses, gazing at Tsunade before him. His face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "My apologies, Lady Tsunade." Tsunade, taken aback, touched her forehead and helped Uchiha Kyo to his feet, saying, "I merely inquired what thoughts occupied your mind, as I noticed you were lost in admiration of everyone's laughter." Uchiha Kyo shyly replied, seeing Shinsui, along with Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, and Lord Jiraiya, interact so harmoniously evokes a sense of envy. At that moment, Orochimaru approached, addressing Uchiha Kyo, "Kyokun, I have heard from Tsunade that you possess a ninjutsu that can foresee danger. Might I have the honor of witnessing it?" Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. What kind of ninjutsu could enable the Senju forces to sustain almost 0 casualties? As he spoke, even Jiraiya and Shinsui ceased their playful banter, turning their attention to the unfolding scene. Uchiha Kyo first sought Tsunade's approval with a glance, to which she responded with a nod, indicating that all present were allies. Uchiha Kyo then nodded in agreement. Although his inquiry to Tsunade seemed unnecessary, it subtly reflected the nuances of human relationships. Subsequently, Uchiha Kyo covered his left eye, and the dust in the air began to coalesce, forming an orb that floated, circling around the individuals in the office. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest. "Kyokun. This must be a detection-type magnetic ninjutsu. It allows for shared vision, facilitating intelligence gathering while minimizing casualties. However, I wonder about its range and the potential repercussions for the user if the technique is disrupted." True to his reputation, Orochimaru's keen observational skills were unmatched. Even before any experimentation had commenced, the range is 10 kilometers. Even if this eye were to be destroyed, I would be unable to use this ninjutsu again for 3 hours, and the impact on the user is merely a slight stimulus, Uchiha Kyo explained. Orochimaru nodded, realizing why Tsunade's team had suffered no losses. With such a remarkable detection ability, as long as one adeptly navigated danger, calamity could be averted. He glanced at Tsunade, marveling at how astutely Mito had chosen such a genius as her confidant. Chapter 18. Fortifying the stronghold. Surrounding the enemy, Orochimaru's gaze towards Uchiha Kyo was fervent. He desired this technique for himself. Regrettably, he lacked the bloodline limit of magnetic release. Otherwise, this skill would be nothing short of divine. Tsunade, noticing Orochimaru's intense focus on Uchiha Kyo, could not suppress a cold snort as she positioned herself protectively in front of him, declaring, "What's this, Orochimaru? Are you attempting to poach my subordinate?" Orochimaru widened his eyes in surprise, a wry smile creeping across his face. He then cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, who scratched his head in oblivion. Orochimaru, exasperated, thought to himself that Jiraiya was indeed quite naive. Never mind that. I am merely intrigued by Kyokuin's detection ninjutsu. Moreover, this is Mito's chosen confidant. How could I possibly steal him? Humph, you'd better not. Tsunade retorted. In her eyes, Uchiha Kyo was a prized asset, dual bloodlines. Skilled in combat, unready for glory, and always considering her interests, he was the perfect support bestowed upon her by fate. Uchiha Kyo, scratching his head, found himself uncertain of how to respond. Tsunade then took him by the arm and guided him to the main seat in the office, pushing him into it. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. Shinsui. Uchiha Kyo. Was he truly worthy of such a position? This was the commander's seat, a role where the majority of the credit for victory would naturally fall upon the commander. Uchiha Kyo hastily attempted to rise, only to find himself immobilized by Tsunade's overwhelming strength, his face reddening with embarrassment. Lady Tsunade, we agreed that I would merely assist you this time. I seek no accolades. Uchiha Kyo implored earnestly. What was decided then is not the same as now. Just moments ago, Jiraiya proposed that the three of us engage in a decisive battle with Hanzo of the Salamander, and I concur that it is a sound strategy. However, this raises the issue of military command. Tsunade replied with a smile. Orochimaru, having grasped the crux of the matter, chimed in. Indeed, Kyokun. We require a capable commander to lead the troops to vanquish the other shinobi of the Land of Rain. Precisely, Kyo. Tsunade has mentioned your strategic brilliance. Thus, who better to command the forces than you? Jiraiya added with a hearty laugh. Uchiha Kyo was taken aback, furrowing his brow. Who suggested a duel with Hanzo? He had almost forgotten to resist, turning his gaze towards Jiraiya, his expression revealing his bewilderment. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with realization. Perhaps this young man Jiraiya, puzzled, questioned. Isn't this plan sound? We three are bearing tremendous pressure. Tsunade blinked her beautiful eyes, glancing between Jiraiya and Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Kyo gently tapped Tsunade's arm, prompting her to withdraw her restraining hand. He then propped his chin on his hands and inquired, why must we duel him? Jiraiya scratched his head. Because the intelligence suggests that aside from Hanzo, the Land of Rain consists primarily of disorganized rabble. So, your plan is to have the three of you hold off the main force while the army deals with the other shinobi to achieve a significant blow? Uchiha Kyo remarked coldly. Orochimaru fell silent, pondering. He had sensed something amiss earlier, but could not pinpoint the issue. However, Kyo's demeanor suggested a more effective strategy. Tsunade listened intently to Uchiha Kyo's discourse, observing him in silence. Lord Jiraiya, what does Hanzo desire? Uchiha Kyo questioned. He seeks territorial expansion and aims to showcase his strength and prowess to other nations. Engaging him in battle risks humiliation if we lose, and even if victorious. He defeats three opponents at once, thereby enhancing his reputation. So why engage him? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Then how do we resolve this conflict without fighting? He believed his approach was the best. Uchiha Kyo suddenly fixed his gaze on Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, if we follow your plan and achieve victory, we must not forget that within the borders of the Land of Rain, we are not alone. Iwagakure and Tsunade are watching us. If we strike and emerge victorious, those two could seize the opportunity to inflict significant damage on our remaining forces. Would we truly consider that a victory? Uchiha Kyo articulated, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Jiraiya fell silent, while Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yes, they were not the only players in the Land of Rain, and there was a real risk of being outmaneuvered. Indeed, according to the information on Inoki, he would undoubtedly intervene. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Kyo with newfound admiration. At this moment, Tsunade timely interjected, Kyokun, what then shall be our strategy for this battle? Uchiha Kyo surveyed the map. The west and south of the Land of Rain bordered the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, respectively, while the east bordered the Land of Fire. Thus, he proposed, tomorrow, we shall mobilize forces to attack the capital of the Land of Rain, Amigakure. Lady Tsunade will lead the Senju forces to surround the eastern gate, while Lord Jiraiya will lead the team to encircle the southern gate. Lord Orochimaru will command the northern gate. We shall fortify our defenses daily, cutting off their supply lines. Whenever they advance, we will retreat, and once they withdraw, we will encircle them. Uchiha Kyo's eyes sparkled with determination. And what of the western gate? Jiraiya inquired. Orochimaru cast a peculiar glance at Jiraiya, as if seeing him for the first time. What concern is the western gate to us? That territory belongs to the Land of Earth. surrounding these 3 gates is sufficient. When the land of rain feels cornered and attempts to break through the western gate, it is Inoki who will suffer the consequences. Orochimaru chuckled. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Moreover, this strategy will maximize the preservation of our forces while achieving our objectives. Uchiha Kyo affirmed, in warfare, it is not solely about the prowess of the shinobi or the strength of the troops. It also encompasses resources, national power, weapons, and supplies. As long as their food supplies are cut off for 2 months, they will either surrender or make a desperate bid for escape through the western gate. At that point, it will be a fight for survival. Dealing with a group of famished individuals is not a trivial matter. After articulating this strategy, Uchiha Kyo leaned back, closed his eyes, and entered a state of contemplation. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all turned their gazes toward Uchiha Kyo, causing him a slight shiver. He opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Why are you all staring at me? Is this strategy viable? Speak up." Orochimaru chuckled, "Of course it is. I am merely curious, Kyokuin. From which esteemed lineage did you acquire such remarkable military acumen?" Tsunade nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kyokuin's military strategy is impressive. He has transformed a population conflict into a resource war advantageous to us. Jiraiya, too, expressed his admiration for Kyokuin, acknowledging his brilliance. Uchiha Kyo was taken aback. Realizing he had overstepped, this tactic seemed unprecedented in the world of shinobi. How unfortunate that he failed to conceal his talents. Chapter 19. The Enemy Advances. We retreat. Uchiha Kyo had clearly articulated the strategy, and even Jiraiya grasped the specifics of its implementation. Consequently, Tsunade led the Senju clan to secure the eastern gate, preventing the enemy from launching an assault on the Hidden Leaf village. Jiraiya, accompanied by the Uchiha clan, guarded the southern gate to thwart any potential alliances with the Sand Shinobi. Meanwhile, Orochimaru commanded the elite forces of various clans to secure the northern gate, safeguarding against any flanking maneuvers by the enemy. The 3 leaders stationed themselves conspicuously within the enemy's line of sight, but beyond the reach of shuriken. Any supply units attempting to deliver provisions to the nearby towns were intercepted by elite shinobi teams dispatched by the trio, with every effort proving successful. Hanzo of the Salamander sensed something amiss and led his troops out of the city gates, charging directly towards Tsunade. Upon seeing the gates open, Tsunade promptly commanded a retreat and signaled the Senju forces to withdraw in an orderly fashion. The Rain Shinobi pursued relentlessly, only to fall victim to the traps set by the leaf ninjas within the dense forest, encountering explosive tags and numerous spikes. The sounds of their anguished cries caused Hanzo's brow to twitch in irritation. He cursed the leaf ninjas, vowing that if he caught them, he would flay them alive. He glared at Tsunade from a distance, but she remained steadfast, refusing to advance. In Kyo's words, this was guerrilla warfare. As the enemy advances, we retreat. As the enemy camps, we disrupt. When the enemy tires, we strike. And when the enemy retreats, we pursue. A direct confrontation was out of the question. This 16-character strategy was conceived by a great leader, and its effectiveness is beyond doubt. Observing the continuous fall of Rain Shinobi, Hanzo's frustration mounted. He began to channel all his chakra into enhancing his speed, determined to rend Tsunade into pieces. In the next moment, Jiraiya and Orochimaru at the southern and northern gates respectively initiated their assault on the city, and the clamor of battle erupted. An urgent signal arrow was swiftly loosed toward the rain forces. The piercing sound of the arrow slicing through the air halted the frenzied Hanzo, who glanced back at the rain city, his heart sinking. This was merely a ruse to draw him away. Their true objective was the Rain City, his stronghold. If he continued his pursuit of Tsunade, even if he succeeded in killing her, his own base would fall, leading to inevitable defeat. Grinding his teeth, Hanzo shouted to his men, "We'll settle the score another day." Back to the city. The Rain Shinobi seethed with frustration. Being deprived of supplies was one thing, but the enemy's refusal to engage in battle while laying traps was a display of the great power's audacity. If Uchiha Kyo were aware of their thoughts, he would likely scoff at their lack of strategy, mere brutes devoid of wit, struggling to comprehend the essence of ancient military tactics. Seeing Hanzo's forces retreat, Tsunade signaled again with a red flare, prompting Orochimaru and Jiraiya to lead their troops back to their previous positions. Upon Hanzo's return to the city, he encountered only devastation. The remnants of explosive tags littered the ground, and the nearly shattered city gates stood as a testament to the chaos. Gazing up at the battlements, He beheld the lifeless bodies of his own defenders, leaving even the so-called demigod Hanzo powerless in the face of this scene. Uchiha Kyo commanded from the command center, where a sand table lay before him, adorned with 3 flags representing Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Based on reconnaissance reports, he maneuvered the flags, observing the situation, strategizing from the comfort of his command post while determining victory from afar. Outside the command center stood Uchiha Kyo and several members of the Uchiha clan, resolutely determined to protect Uchiha Kyo. Witnessing their unwavering commitment, Tsunade reluctantly acquiesced. At present, the command center was sealed to all but Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Not even the Hokage could enter. Another report arrived, and Uchiha Kyo brought it into the command center. Uchiha Kyo sat in his chair, eyes closed, and remarked, "Has Hanzo retreated back to the city? Is there no further activity?" The report knelt before him, exclaiming, "My lord, you are indeed wise. According to your strategy, our casualties did not exceed 200, while the enemy's death toll stands at no less than 800. The report's eyes sparkled with excitement. A 1-to-4 casualty ratio was an extraordinary display of strategy and planning. To witness such an event and serve as a messenger was an immense honor. Uchiha Kyo opened his mouth, intending to speak, but upon witnessing Uchiha Kyo's presence, he found himself at a loss for words, as if his throat were constricted. His exhilaration was understandable. Throughout the Warring States period, the highest casualty ratios among various clans were merely 1-to-2, yet now it was doubled. Observing Uchiha Kyo's maneuvers, Uchiha Kyo felt a tumult of emotions. He looked upon Kyo with admiration, while a simmering anger brewed within him. He wished to confront those who had once belittled Uchiha Kyo, questioning how they dared to insult such a talent. Were they worthy? Setting aside Uchiha Kyo's formidable combat prowess, his strategic mind was far beyond the comprehension of those simple-minded individuals. This was simply, Kyo, Uchiha Kyo, are you listening to me? Uchiha Kyo waved a hand dismissively, frowning at Uchiha Kyo, who seemed reliable yet had lost focus. Uchiha Kyo quickly regained his composure, kneeling on one knee, and said earnestly, "My apologies, Commander. I momentarily lost my focus. Please, punish me as you see fit." Uchiha Kyo waved his hand. "It's nothing. Kyo, no need to be so tense. It's not a grave matter." He leaned closer to Uchiha Kyo's ear and whispered, This isn't appropriate." Uchiha Kyo's lips curled. He regretted his earlier praise, realizing Uchiha Kyo was an unrestrained rogue. Uchiha Kyo shot him a glance. "What do you understand? In warfare, the foremost strategy is to outmaneuver the enemy. Next is to undermine their alliances, and lastly, to lay siege. Is it not better to resolve this conflict without sacrificing a single soldier? Hurry, go. Don't delay." Uchiha Kyo glared at Uchiha Kyo, then reclined casually, humming a tune. Uchiha Kyo took a deep breath, bowed, and set off toward the front line to join Tsunade's forces. Tsunade was still surveying the distant Rain City when suddenly a subordinate rushed in to report, "Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Kyo requests an audience." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the mention of Uchiha Kyo's name, then her expression softened. He must have been sent by Kyo for some urgent matter. "Bring him in," she commanded. Chapter 20. The Song of Rain. From all directions Uchiha Kyo sprinted forth, his feet barely touching the ground, as if pursued by demons, daring not to pause for even a moment. At this moment, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, his clothes torn by branches, and his hair in disarray, presenting an exceedingly disheveled appearance, even more so than the soldiers engaged in fierce combat at the front lines. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade furrowed her brow slightly, pondering the circumstances that had led to such a state. She gently waved her hand, signaling her subordinate to bring over a pot of clean water, and spoke softly, "Drink slowly, lest you choke." Observing Uchiha Kyo's frantic demeanor only deepened Tsunade's curiosity. Could it be that there was an urgent order to relay? Yet, why would it be Uchiha Kyo himself delivering the message instead of the usual scouts? Given his disheveled state, the message he bore must be of great significance. However, seeing Uchiha Kyo in such a state of distress, Tsunade found it difficult to directly inquire about the specifics. After receiving the water jug, Uchiha Kyo gulped it down thirstily, the sound of his swallowing echoing in the air as he took several deep swigs of the refreshing liquid. Once he had somewhat alleviated his thirst, he finally lifted his head to meet Tsunade's gaze, breathing heavily as he stammered, "Uchiha Kyo, Kyoshi-sama. I. Yet, the words seemed to falter on his lips, unable to be fully articulated. "What is it? Speak quickly," Tsunade urged, her expression one of urgency, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It was not only Tsunade who felt this way. The other ninjas present, including Ryuichi and Ryuji, along with the other members of the Uchiha clan, were equally anxious. However, seeing Uchiha Kiyoshi's grave expression and hesitance, they refrained from pressing him too hard. Finally, Uchiha Kiyoshi took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "To conquer a city is one thing, but to conquer the heart is paramount. The enemy's supplies have run dry, and their morale is bound to wane. At this juncture, we need only dispatch ninjas to learn the local folk songs from the townsfolk, and then have these ninjas sing them loudly in front of the enemy. This way, we will surely disrupt the minds of Hanzo of the Salamander and his subordinates, thereby shattering their psychological defenses and ultimately achieving victory without bloodshed." It turned out that on his way to this place, Uchiha Kiyoshi had meticulously contemplated and organized this strategy in his mind. Upon hearing this, Tsunade initially displayed a hint of skepticism. After all, could mere songs compel a formidable adversary like Hanzo of the Salamander to surrender? She found herself lost in deep thought, murmuring to herself, "If Hanzo of the Salamander does not choose to surrender, how shall we respond?" She then lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Uchiha Kiyoshi, awaiting a convincing answer from him. At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly resonated. "If the enemy is unwilling to surrender, then we must continue to besiege them. Once the supplies within the city are exhausted and they can no longer sustain themselves, chaos will naturally ensue." As the words fell, the imposing figure of Uchiha Kiyoshi emerged slowly. The onlookers turned to see him clad in a black battle robe, standing resolutely against the wind, akin to an unyielding mountain. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's, exuding an aura that instilled fear. Upon witnessing Uchiha Kiyoshi's arrival, the previously weary ninjas of the Senju clan instantly regained their spirits, their faces lighting up with joy. This was largely due to the brilliance he had displayed in strategy and military tactics in recent times, which had left everyone in awe. His appearance was like a powerful stimulant, igniting a stir among the crowd. However, after the initial elation, Tsunade's expression swiftly turned serious. She strode purposefully toward Uchiha Kiyoshi, her brows furrowed, and admonished, "Kiyoshi-kun, how could you come to the front lines in person? As the commander of our forces, do you not understand the simple principle that a gentleman should not stand beneath a dangerous wall?" In response to Tsunade's reproach, the smile that had lingered on Uchiha Kiyoshi's lips faded slightly, and he sheepishly scratched his head, explaining, "Ah, Lady Tsunade, please do not be angry. I have grown weary in the command post, watching everyone fight valiantly while I sit idly in the tent. I could not help but come to join the fray." Uchiha Kiyoshi's gaze flitted about, as if he hesitated to meet anyone's eyes. His clandestine arrival was driven entirely by concern for Tsunade's safety. Just a short while ago, he had executed a carefully devised psychological strategy, yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him, as if something ominous were about to transpire. Under the weight of this foreboding, Uchiha Kiyoshi wrestled with his thoughts before ultimately deciding to rush to the front lines. After all, should an unexpected situation arise, being present would enable him to respond swiftly and avert more severe consequences. Tsunade continued to gaze intently at Uchiha Kiyoshi, who appeared slightly flustered. After a moment, she sighed in resignation, "Very well. I shall not dwell on these troubling matters, for I cannot arrive at a conclusion." Tsunade had never been inclined toward pondering complex issues, as it was too mentally taxing. She then regarded Uchiha Kiyoshi with a serious expression and stated earnestly, "However, Kiyoshi-kun, I must lay down the law. Since you have come to the front lines and joined my forces, you must obey my commands and arrangements without taking independent action." Although her words sounded like a stern warning, Tsunade's intention was ultimately to safeguard Uchiha Kiyoshi's well-being. Being a man of great wisdom, Uchiha Kiyoshi certainly understood the deeper meaning behind Tsunade's words. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, affirming, "I shall certainly heed Lady Tsunade's orders. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, I shall charge forward without hesitation, never retreating an inch." Upon finishing, he raised his head abruptly, a confident and composed smile blossoming on his face. Tsunade, upon witnessing this, could not help but raise an eyebrow, nodding in approval within her heart. She then began to methodically outline the forthcoming actions, first instructing her subordinates to diligently learn the local folk songs, and then dispatching scouts to swiftly inform Jiraiya and Orochimaru of the relevant matters. Chapter 21. Truly the shadow of a village in the aftermath of the rain. A rain ninja reported to Hanzo of the Salamander, Lord Hanzo. The supplies within the city are insufficient for both the citizens and the army. They will run out by tomorrow at the latest. Hanzo sat in the leader's position, silent and contemplative. He had been somewhat subdued since declaring war on the three great nations of fire, wind, and earth 4 months prior. In the initial 2 months, he caught them off guard and invaded their territory, yet the three great nations paid him little mind. They organized their ninjas in just 1 day, annihilating his forces and turning their attention toward his rain country. At this point, Hanzo realized that the three great nations were not weak. Rather, they were waiting for an opportunity to counterattack or seize greater benefits. Although Hanzo himself possessed strength at the level of a shadow, he was significantly outmatched compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Inoki, and the third Kazekage. He knew all too well the limitations of the elite ninjas in the rain country, and he simply wished to demonstrate that his rain country was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed by others. Yet now, he had come to understand the vast chasm between small and large nations and the humiliation experienced by the citizens of a weaker country. Once brimming with ambition, he now found visible strands of white in his hair. Hanzo sighed and waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to withdraw. He slowly stepped out of his territory. Gazing at the sky, the rain had ceased. The original meaning of this phrase was that after the rain comes the sunshine. He established the capital here to enable the land of rain to bid farewell to the days of humiliation and welcome its own sunny days. However, the light drizzle continued to fall, weighing heavily on his heart. At that moment, the troops surrounding the 3 city gates began to sing the ballads of the land of rain. Hanzo of the Salamander's expression changed dramatically, and fury surged within him. What did Konoha mean by this? He ascended the eastern gate and looked towards Tsunade's forces, discovering that they remained just beyond the range of their attack, using chakra to amplify their voices, allowing the sound to carry into their city. Yet, 2 or 3 minutes later, Hanzo understood Konoha's intent. He watched as the rain ninja laid down their weapons, their eyes filled with tears, losing their fighting spirit, and even began to weep. Hanzo gasped, realizing the prowess of Konoha's commander. Just a simple ballad of their homeland had made his troops yearn for home, diminishing their combat effectiveness significantly, especially as they were now also facing a shortage of supplies, leading to an extreme dip in morale. At that moment, he noticed 2 scouts approaching Tsunade. Observing the state of his own army, who were on the verge of surrender, he couldn't shake the feeling that there might still be a turning point. In Tsunade's camp, a report came in. Report. Lady Tsunade, Commander. A Uchiha scout sent by Jiraiya has arrived, heavily injured and bearing a grim countenance. Uchiha Shursui remained silent, his complexion paling as if recalling something. We had successfully surrounded the city gates when we were unexpectedly ambushed by Chiyo, a formidable figure of Tsunade, leading 500 sand ninja. Our losses are severe, and we are now retreating towards you, Lady Tsunade. The scout collapsed after delivering the message. Shursue's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched, eyes ablaze with fury. Damn the hidden sand village. Tsunade sighed, realizing that this could not be blamed on Shursui. His tactics against the land of rain were sound. The ambush from other nations was simply an unforeseen circumstance. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort to Shursui, another scout arrived. This one was a member of the Yamanaka clan, appearing relatively unharmed. Report, Lady Tsunade. Lord Shursui, Lord Inoki is personally leading 1,000 ninja in an ambush against our rear. Lord Orochimaru has made arrangements, but we have suffered 200 casualties. Currently, Lord Orochimaru is bringing 600 men to rendezvous with you. His eyes blazed with anger, his voice trembling. He was not directing his ire at Shursui, but rather at Inoki and the Rock Ninja, who were nowhere to be found until they sought to strike at the heart of the land of rain. Shursui's expression darkened. These wretches. Tsunade took a deep breath and nodded, signaling for the scout to rest. Shursui inhaled deeply, kneeling before Tsunade, seeking her punishment for his command errors. Long One and Long Two exchanged glances, about to speak, but were silenced by a middle-aged member of the Senju clan. Everyone understood that this situation could not be blamed on Shursui, yet they could not voice this truth. Tsunade approached Shursui, helping him to his feet. Your strategy is formidable. Shursui, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and I are fully aware of your capabilities. You had us almost breach the rain, limiting Hanzo's movements. This is an unparalleled scheme. Our goal is to intimidate the land of rain and establish Konoha's reputation, which we have achieved. Even my teacher could not devise such a plan. Therefore, do not blame yourself. We all recognize your exceptional strategies and skills. She urged him to lift his head, reminding him that their next step was to unite with Jiraiya and Orochimaru to devise their next moves. Tsunade smiled at Shisui. Shisui slowly rose, acknowledging that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. He had forgotten that one should always leave room for retreat. He had only considered breaking the rain and restoring peace, without contemplating that the objectives of the other two nations went beyond mere peace. They aimed to weaken them. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shisui bowed respectfully, stepping aside with his eyes closed, contemplating strategies. Not long after, Jiraiya returned with 300 ninja, while Orochimaru led 500. Upon their reunion, they immediately inquired about the commander's whereabouts. Shisui sighed, expecting to be reprimanded, but upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to see both Jiraiya and Orochimaru kneeling. "What is this?" Shisui exclaimed, bewildered. "Shouldn't they be here to chastise him?" He hurriedly assisted them to their feet. Orochimaru and Jiraiya proclaimed in unison, "Our failure to lead was the cause of our predicament. We were on the verge of capturing the rain when we became complacent and neglected to guard against the ninja from other nations. We ask for your punishment, Commander." Their powerful voices resonated, stirring Shisui's emotions. Indeed, in normal warfare, the commander sets the overarching strategy, while the execution falls to the leaders of the troops. However, Shisui, bearing an excessive sense of responsibility, had taken all the blame upon himself. Shisui was momentarily stunned, quickly helping the two to their feet. "What are you saying? It was my oversight that led to this situation." Orochimaru shook his head, asserting, "The command is your responsibility, while leading the troops is ours. A general must anticipate various scenarios, rather than blame the commander, hence this is our fault." Jiraiya nodded in agreement, saying, "Commander, we noticed the city gates about to open. Yet we forgot to guard our rear, leading to our defeat. Therefore, please do not blame yourself. Continue to command and secure the greatest advantage for us." Shisui's gaze flickered. Indeed, the current unity of Konoha was commendable. They would not blame one another but instead seek to improve themselves. This was the Konoha he cherished. Tsunade smiled and stepped forward, standing beside the two, urging the commander to make swift decisions to secure their maximum benefit. Shisui took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming as he replied, "I shall do so." Chapter 22. The standoff of three clans. Shisui assisted the three to their feet and pondered. "Our current strength stands at approximately 1,600. On the northern gate, Inoki commands 1,000, while Chiyo leads 500 at the southern gate. Given our present strength, we cannot effectively deal with this situation. Inoki and Chiyo are genuine Kaga-level powers, and any confrontation with either side would be disadvantageous for us. Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, and Lord Jiraiya, the combined strength of the three of you can contend with one Kaga-level combatant, but the other two Kaga-level fighters are not fools. They will certainly seize the opportunity to strike as we become embroiled in conflict." As Shisui analyzed the current situation, the other three nodded in agreement. Although Tsunade and the others were nearing Kaga-level strength, they were still classified as elite jonin. The elderly Chiyo and the young Inoki were formidable opponents. And Shisui's assertion that three of them could handle one Kaga-level being referred to not to outright defeat, but merely to stall. Thus, the crux of this war lay in the southern gate. Shisui's eyes lit up as the three nodded in understanding. "So, are you suggesting we attack the southern gate?" Jiraiya interjected, unable to contain his disdain for the elderly Chiyo. They were so close to capturing the rain, only to have her ambush thwart their efforts, rekindling hope for the rain. Orochimaru chuckled, finding it amusing that his dear friend was suffering in vain. Tsunade, maintaining a facade of gravity, refrained from commenting, knowing that such a stance would not reveal any foolishness on her part. Shisui shook his head. "If you were Hanzo at this moment, would you choose to attack Chiyo's 500 or Inoki's 1,000, or us with 1,600? "Naturally, it would be Chiyo," Jiraiya replied without hesitation, displaying a modicum of common sense. This was not merely a matter of strength. It was also because, at this moment, we were at odds with the Rock Ninja. No one dared to act recklessly. Hence, Hanzo was likely to attack the southern gate. Shisui concluded, "But how do we deal with the Rock Ninja? If we engage them, we will suffer heavy losses in the process." Tsunade inquired as Orochimaru observed Uchiha Shisui, eager to hear his proposed solution. Uchiha Shursui stretched lazily and smiled. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, while Orochimaru's eyes lit up as if he had grasped something profound. He remarked, "Is it possible that Lord Shursui refers to the Cloud Village?" Uchiha Shursui nodded affirmatively, confirming that it was indeed the Cloud Village. With the Tsuchikage now present in the Land of Rain, it indicated that the IWA ninja village was currently devoid of formidable defenders. Given the character of the third Raikage, he would certainly not remain indifferent upon learning this news. Uchiha Shursui chuckled, pondering whether the Cloud and IWA villages were fated to be adversaries, as they always clashed during major conflicts. Thus, upon discovering that IWA village lacked an influential leader, the raiders from the Cloud village would undoubtedly launch an assault. Orochimaru chuckled. What an ingenious strategy. It seems that the commander is truly unparalleled in tactics. I am in awe. He was already contemplating fostering a closer relationship with Uchiha Shursui once the battle concluded. Tsunade exchanged glances with Jiraiya, seemingly questioning whether they were the only ones who understood. However, Tsunade quickly redirected her attention to Uchiha Shursui, who appeared quite charismatic when devising strategies. Uchiha Shursui, oblivious to this, turned to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, I presume your intelligence network is quite robust? According to the original narrative, Jiraiya was indeed the source of intelligence for Konoha beyond the village, promptly aware of many occurrences. Jiraiya nodded. I do have many subordinates gathering information, so it wouldn't be inaccurate to refer to it as an intelligence network. To him, these individuals were akin to companions in pursuit of knowledge, rather than mere informants. Uchiha Shursui smiled. If you were to mobilize your subordinates, how long would it take to relay this information to the Cloud Village? At most half a day. Jiraiya confidently thumped his chest, assured of his friend's capabilities. Very well, Lord Jiraiya, please relay the message immediately that Tsuchikage, Inoki, has appeared in the Land of Rain. Do not elaborate further, Uchiha Shursui instructed with a slight smile. Understood. Jiraiya promptly set about this task. Uchiha Shursui smiled subtly, knowing that if this plan succeeded, victory in the Land of Rain would be assured. Orochimaru also smiled. Congratulations, Commander, on securing the Land of Rain. This is thanks to Lady Tsunade. I am merely a loyal aide. Uchiha Shursui shook his head. Orochimaru paused, then recalled his name, sighing, realizing that those old-timers were still overly cautious of Uchiha. Tsunade furrowed her brow, yet she understood the reason. The pre-battle meeting concluded amidst the trio's silence, and they each busied themselves with their respective tasks. The following day, in the Cloud Village, wielded a kunai, his eyes sparkling with determination. He laughed heartily before summoning the higher-ups, ultimately deciding to mobilize 3,000 troops to march on IWA. On the battlefield in the Land of Rain, at the South Gate, Chiyo and Hanzo had already engaged in combat. Chiyo unleashed her puppet technique, showcasing an unrelenting assault and impenetrable defense with her 10 puppets. Hanzo, enraged, summoned his signature salamander, which swiftly dispatched 30 to 40 sand ninja towards Chiyo, simultaneously releasing a cloud of purple poison that enveloped the battlefield. Everyone, take antidotes, Chiyo commanded. As a master of poisons, her antidotes could temporarily grant immunity to Hanzo's toxins. Hanzo drew 2 katanas, charging toward Chiyo, while her puppets swiftly intervened to obstruct him. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. Meanwhile, at the east and north gates, both sides remained still, observing each other's movements. At that moment, a Konoha scout reported that someone was heading directly from the north, towards Inoki's camp. This news was relayed to Uchiha Shursui, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, causing a smile to spread across Uchiha Shursui's face. Further reconnaissance, he mused, acknowledging the Cloud Village's swiftness. Was indeed a forthright individual. At the north gate, within Inoki's military camp, the Tsuchikage trembled with fury, cursing those ruffians. Damn it. This is a grave matter. His guard, Akatsuchi, stepped forward. Lord, what should we do now? Inoki, his expression dark, replied, What should we do? We must immediately regroup. The third Raikage is said to be capable of confronting tailed beasts. With no Jinchuriki mobilized from any nation, his strength is akin to that of an indomitable force. If I do not return, IWA village will surely suffer catastrophic losses. Damn it, how did the news spread so swiftly? Was it Konoha or the Rain Ninjas? Inoki shook his head. Now is not the time to ponder these matters. Relay my orders. Rear troops to the front and retreat at full speed. The command was issued, and he activated his lightweight rock technique, racing back to the village. He cast a lingering glance back at the land of rain, sighing deeply. Chapter 23. Chiyo's 10 Puppets versus Hanzo the Salamander at the South Gate. Chiyo, now a middle-aged woman, bore a cold gaze. The finances of the Sand Village were already in dire straits, and Hanzo's declaration of war had successfully diverted their internal conflicts. To repay the Rain Ninja Village's kindness, she resolved to exert herself and drive back this rabble. With this thought, Chiyo extended her hands, sending 10 chakra strings from her fingers to connect with the 10 puppets. Raising her hands, she commanded them to spring into action, moving with uncanny agility toward the charging Hanzo. Hanzo roared, pivoting past the first puppet, then swung down with his right hand, swiftly dispatching the second. As he withdrew his sword, the third puppet thrust its stinger toward him. However, the previously defeated puppet seized Hanzo's katana, forcing him to loosen his grip and evade the third puppet's attack. In a swift motion, he severed the third puppet's head, but before he could pause, the first puppet launched a volley of poisoned sunban towards him. Hanzo instinctively performed a substitution jutsu, and the sound of impact echoed as the original location transformed into a wooden stake, with the poisoned sunban striking it. The toxin swiftly darkened the stake from brown to a deep purple. Hanzo's eyes narrowed. You old hag, your attacks are truly vicious. Old hag. Chiyo had intended to merely stall him, but his words provoked her. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from her, causing her hair to stand on end. The 10 puppets surged forward with double the speed toward Hanzo. As he retreated, Hanzo formed hand seals, a smirk appearing on his face as he unleashed a fire release, exploding flame technique. Chiyo furrowed her brow, retracting 4 of the puppets while leaving 6 at the explosion's position. In an instant, numerous explosive tags buried underground shot forth and adhered to the 6 puppets, detonating at Hanzo's furious command. Boom! The 6 puppets were blasted away, mangled and immobile, and Chiyo attempted to regain control, only to find that they could no longer move. She retracted her chakra strings, her expression grave. She was unaware of when Hanzo the Salamander had buried the explosive tags, nor could she fathom why Jiraiya's assault on the southern gate had proven futile. It was not unreasonable for Chiyo to harbor doubts. The explosive flame array was an A-rank ninjutsu, meaning it could only be activated by a genuine jonin, one with a substantial chakra reserve. In the Rain Village, apart from Hanzo, who else possessed such qualifications? Consequently, Jiraiya and his troop had been unharmed by the explosive array. Hanzo the Salamander scoffed, finding the old woman's alarm to be rather excessive. He then swung the scythe in his hand toward Chiyo, but at that moment, one of the bull-headed puppets from the 10 Guardians intervened, blocking Hanzo's assault. Puppet technique, defense. With a clang, the scythe was deflected, causing Hanzo's eyes to gleam with excitement. Utilizing the recoil, he swung again. Side strike, second phase. The sharp tip of the scythe pierced the bull-headed puppet's back, impaling it. Hanzo then gripped the base of the scythe and yanked with force. The metallic torso of the bull-headed puppet was torn away, resulting in another loss for the 10 Guardians. Hanzo the Salamander licked his lips, a mocking expression on his face as he regarded Chiyo. With 7 of the 10 puppets destroyed, only 3 unimpressive ones remained, and he had no doubt of his victory. Chiyo, however, wore a grave expression. She had initially thought the Rain Village merely a minor ninja village, and Hanzo's prowess exaggerated. Little did she know, Hanzo was indeed formidable. Hanzo the Salamander prepared to deliver a final blow to the old woman, shouting for the salamander. The salamander instantly responded, transforming into a plume of white smoke before reappearing beside Hanzo, demonstrating their seamless coordination. The salamander promptly exhaled a cloud of violet poison mist, potent and widespread, enveloping Chiyo in an instant. Hanzo the Salamander sneered, ninjutsu, scythe mist technique. His figure vanished within the toxic haze, stealthily approaching Chiyo in search of an opportunity to strike. Chiyo let out a cold snort, manipulating the remaining 10 guardians with her right hand. They formed a triangular formation and, with a tug from Chiyo, opened their mouths wide to absorb the toxic mist. A vast quantity of poison was consumed by the 3 puppets, even forcing Hanzo to struggle against Chiyo's ninjutsu. Damn it, this technique counters him perfectly. He was thoroughly exasperated. Once the mist was cleared, Chiyo smiled and commanded everyone to gather around her. The Sand Ninja immediately ceased combat, and took refuge behind Chiyo, while Hanzo the salamander sensed impending danger. He was about to hurl his scythe at the 10 guardians when an iron sand shield materialized, blocking his attack. Clang! The scythe was deflected, and this time Hanzo's expression shifted. Magnet release, iron sand. Could it be? He then saw a man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle and blue hair appear, arms crossed, looking down at him. The third Kazekage. He has arrived. The strongest Kazekage in history. Hanzo the salamander felt the weight of the battle. He could not confidently face 2 shadow-level powerhouses. The third Kazekage raised an eyebrow, tilted his head, and pointed toward the rain ninja forces. Chiyo's lips curled into a smile as she complied with the Kazekage's command. The 3 puppets opened their mouths wide and unleashed the salamander's potent poison mist upon the rain ninja. Hanzo roared, "Run!" and darted toward the rain. But the rain ninja were doomed. Just as they attempted to flee, an iron wall rose from the ground, blocking their escape. As the toxic mist engulfed them, their bodies lost strength, covered in purple blotches, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the third Kazekage signaled for Chiyo to halt. Chiyo obediently complied, utilizing the 10 guardians to absorb the salamander's poison mist, intending to study it thoroughly, hoping it would prove useful in the future. Chapter 24. Terms of defeat. Chiyo held great respect for the third Kazekage. Although she was the wife of the first Kazekage and had extensive experience, the Kazekage had always been a position for the capable. The strength of the third Kazekage, when compared to the previous 2, was undoubtedly the greatest. And he held Chiyo in high regard. "Elder Chiyo, are you uninjured?" The third Kazekage inquired as he landed, recalling the care Chiyo had once shown him. Chiyo smiled and shook her head, expressing gratitude for the Kazekage's timely arrival. Otherwise, she might have sustained serious injuries. This was no exaggeration. Hanzo the salamander was indeed formidable. Had he been allowed to continue battling Chiyo, she would undoubtedly have been defeated. Given Hanzo's temperament, it was even possible that Chiyo could have perished on the battlefield. This was something the third Kazekage could not accept. Chiyo was a genuine shadow-level combatant, and the Kazekage village had too few of such powerful individuals. Only he and Chiyo remained. Though there were 2 talented apprentices below them, their strength barely reached the level of Jonin. Thus, the third Kazekage could not permit Chiyo to be left to Hanzo's onslaught. As long as you are well, it is good. Elder Chiyo, you have lost 7 of your 10 guardians. We must demand compensation from the land of rain. The Kazekage's brow lifted, finally providing some relief for the finances of Tsunade. Afterward, Chiyo and the third Kazekage engaged in light conversation while allowing the ninja to recuperate. They were to compel Hanzo the salamander to sign a treaty at the southern gate that afternoon. At the southern gate, Hanzo the salamander coldly exclaimed from the castle tower, "Who is on duty? Open the gates. Your leader has returned." Just then, Tsunade's figure unexpectedly appeared atop the castle tower, wearing a smile as she gazed down at Hanzo. "Who is that below? State your name. This city has been occupied by Konoha. Please take a detour." Tsunade was well aware of who was below. It was none other than Hanzo the salamander. He looked rather shabby after a few days. Hanzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tsunade atop the castle tower. What was going on? Would the Tsuchikage truly remain indifferent? Were they allowing them to seize the rain? No. Could it be that the 2 villages had formed an alliance? That was impossible. From what he knew, Inoki was a highly ambitious individual. How could he possibly collaborate with Konoha? What could this mean? Damn it. What should he do? With the rain seized and the sand village hot on his heels, Hanzo the salamander's expression darkened. Was the so-called principle of the god of shinobi that Konoha never encroaches on the territories of other nations a mere fabrication? Tsunade shook her head, stating that it was certainly not the case. She had been informed by Uchiha Itachi of the potential circumstances before the siege, allowing her to respond smoothly to Hanzo. "What do you mean, sir? You are violating the rules set by Senju Hashirama." Hanzo the salamander was sweating profusely, thinking that dead rules were of no concern to anyone. But deep down, he held on to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the Konoha ninjas would return it to him? Konoha would indeed return it. But the conditions under which it would be returned were a different matter. "Lord Hanzo, you previously declared war on Konoha. Do you remember?" Uchiha Itachi stepped onto the castle tower with a smile, eager to witness Hanzo the salamander in such a disheveled state. A rare sight, indeed. Hanzo frowned. This person was not mentioned in his intel. "Who are you, sir?" "I certainly remember declaring war, but at this moment, you have occupied the rain. You have won. If you withdraw from the rain now, I will not pursue any consequences." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but chuckle. Are you jesting, Lord Hanzo? How is it you were so arrogant when declaring war, yet now, in defeat, you maintain such lofty airs? Do you think war is a child's game? Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Hanzo the salamander felt a heaviness in his heart. However, the other party had not outright refused to return the rain, indicating that there were indeed conditions. Indeed, you speak the truth. Then, please state your conditions. Hanzo the salamander closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There was no choice, he had lost. First, the Land of Rain must sign a surrender agreement. Second, the Land of Rain must compensate us with 300 million Ryo as reparations. Third, the Land of Rain must allocate 10 of ninja missions to us, Konoha. After the war, Uchiha Sho revealed the compensation amount he had discussed with Orochimaru, a figure well within the capabilities of the Land of Rain to bear. Under the circumstances of being defeated by the Sand Shinobi, Hanzo of the Salamander had no choice but to acquiesce. A shiver coursed through Hanzo's body. He had anticipated the compensation claim from Konoha, yet the actual figure sent a chill down his spine. Did he possess the right to refuse? No. Resigned, he uttered. Very well, I consent. Allow me to enter. To his surprise, Uchiha Sho scoffed, asserting that outside the city stood their esteemed Orochimaru and an army of 800, who would sign a contract with him. Upon the signing, they would withdraw their troops, allowing his ranged shinobi to open the gates. Hanzo clenched his fists, initially contemplating storming in upon the gates opening, perhaps altering the outcome. Yet, that wretched boy and that insufferable girl had anticipated everything. Fine, send forth an envoy. As his words faded, Orochimaru dispatched 3 ninjas bearing 3 copies of the contract, one for Konoha, one for the Land of Rain, and one for Hanzo himself, ensuring the agreement's fairness. Gritting his teeth, Hanzo signed the contract. After exchanging glances with Uchiha Sho, the envoy nodded, and he declared, Indeed, Lord Hanzo is a man of his word. We shall release your men now, but please, Lord Hanzo, be patient. He then gestured to Tsunade, who nodded and departed with the soldiers to rendezvous with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Approximately 10 minutes later, Uchiha Sho remarked, Until we meet again, Lord Hanzo. With that, Uchiha Sho transformed into a cloud of smoke, revealing it to be a mere shadow clone. Subsequently, the ranged shinobi opened the city gates, allowing Hanzo to enter. Fueled by rage, Hanzo swiftly dispatched a ranged shinobi and cursed, a bunch of worthless fools. With a disdainful snort, he surveyed the timid ninjas surrounding him, recalling the contract just signed. Sighing, he muttered, Let us give him a grand burial. He then trudged home, taking a seat, with no one daring to disturb him. As he gazed at the walls of his home, tears welled up in his eyes. Humiliation, sheer and unadulterated humiliation. He had now surrendered to Konoha. This battle was a defeat. Meanwhile, the Konoha forces had reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Upon entering, they encountered Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was en route to the battlefield with the main army. Hiruzen was taken aback, exclaiming, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, why have you returned? Have you suffered defeat? The 3 exchanged knowing glances and laughed in unison. Tsunade then presented the contract to Hiruzen, whose eyes gleamed with excitement as he gasped, You won, and made Hanzo of the Salamander sign the terms of defeat. Chapter 25. Was it in vain? At the Konoha border, Hiruzen beamed at Tsunade, patting her shoulder. Tsunade, please tell me how you managed to defeat the ranged shinobi. Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Sho, noticing the slight smile on his lips. Nodding, she turned back to Hiruzen. Hiruzen observed this exchange, tilting his head to regard Uchiha Sho, deep in thought. Tsunade then recounted the events, and the more Hiruzen listened, the more he recognized Tsunade's strategic acumen, reminiscent of his own. Tsunade consistently referred to their efforts as we, rather than I. Despite Uchiha Sho having instructed her to take all the credit, she found it difficult to accept all the accolades alone. Orochimaru and Jiraiya's side, it seemed Uchiha Sho, due to his political stance, had chosen to remain in the shadows, likely jeopardizing his own recognition. Hiruzen, having heard the word we numerous times, narrowed his eyes at Uchiha Sho, a smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, Tsunade displays both courage and wisdom. Orochimaru is level-headed in negotiations, and Jiraiya conveys messages across great distances. You are all the pride of Konoha. As Hiruzen spoke, his gaze was fixed on Uchiha Sho, who appeared oblivious, staring Jiraiya, and the army back toward Konoha. With the war concluded and reparations secured, there seemed little reason to venture into the land of rain. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the feat of ending the war in the land of rain. Score S rank. Utilizing strategy, you effortlessly infiltrated the city and subsequently signed the contract. Reward: 3 tomoe Sharingan, pending activation, Jonin level chakra, magnet release, iron sand, magnet release, sand iron rain. In an instant, chakra surged within Uchiha Sho, causing his magnet release to undergo unique transformations, appearing harder and sharper. As for the Sharingan, he opted not to activate it immediately, for each evolution consumed vast amounts of mental energy and chakra, leaving the body weakened. Moreover, he did not wish to draw attention as they returned to the village. At the southern gate of the Land of Rain, the third Kazekage stood with Chiyo, Ebizo, and 2,000 sand shinobi beneath the city gates. Upon receiving permission from the third Kazekage, Ebizo stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Hanzo of the Salamander, you have been defeated. I urge you to sign the contract. Otherwise, my sand shinobi army shall lay siege." Though Ebizo lacked combat prowess, his political savvy was commendable, making him the ideal speaker. Hanzo, atop the southern gate, retorted, "You have arrived too late. We have already signed the terms of defeat with Konoha. There are no further funds for negotiation, so I ask you to depart." Ebizo was taken aback, glancing at the third Kazekage, who furrowed his brow. He immediately questioned Hanzo. "Are you mocking my sand shinobi's understanding of the situation? The rock shinobi and Konoha maintain a balance. You signed a contract with Konoha?" Hanzo sneered. The rock village was ambushed by the cloud village, and Inoki returned to defend. While I fought you, Konoha seized the opportunity to occupy the Land of Rain. What say you? The third Kazekage paused, gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He seemed ready to pounce, enraged by Konoha's underhanded tactics. Chiyo's expression darkened as she bit her lip, recalling the 7 elite bodyguards lost in repelling Hanzo, only to see Konoha reap the benefits. "Do you truly have no reparations?" The third Kazekage growled, unwilling to accept defeat. Hanzo nonchalantly replied, "I can provide you with the account of the Land of Rain. See for yourself if there remains any silver in the city." The third Kazekage trembled, and Ebizo stepped forward to steady him. "Kazekage-sama." The third Kazekage coldly commanded, "Withdraw. Return to the village, and declare war on Konoha. We shall denounce them for seizing the fruits of others' labor and demand substantial reparations." He understood that the Land of Rain, being a small nation, had likely exhausted its resources in reparations. At this moment, the city likely held no surplus grain, rendering the battle a fruitless endeavor. As these thoughts coursed through him, the third Kazekage spat blood in fury. Chiyo quickly urged, "Kazekage-sama, please do not lose your temper." He waved her off, taking a deep breath before leading the troops back to the Sand Shinobi village. A declaration of war was necessary, yet first, they needed to recuperate. Thus, the group set out toward the Sand Shinobi village. Hanzo watched their retreating figures, unable to suppress a sneer. "What does it matter if you defeated me? In the end, it was all for naught. However, that boy is quite clever." Meanwhile, at the entrance to Konoha, Uchiha Sho suddenly sneezed, drawing the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and others. "Who the hell is gossiping about me?" Uchiha Sho rubbed his nose. Hiruzen chuckled. That sneeze was like a clap of thunder. He then turned to Uchiha Sho. Danzo remained silent, keeping his eyes closed, trailing behind Hiruzen without acknowledging Uchiha Sho. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Uchiha Sho scratched his head. "Hokage-sama, I caught a bit of a chill last night." Hiruzen nodded, stepping closer to pat Uchiha Sho's shoulder and adjust his collar. "You've worked hard. Do take care of your health." Uchiha Kyo was taken aback for a moment, then bowed and remarked, "It is the duty of every ninja to serve the nation. Lord Hokage, this is what we, as villagers, ought to do." He did not mention the Uchiha clan, but instead referred to the Hidden Leaf village. Signaling his allegiance to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, finding this young one intriguing, quite unlike the other Uchiha. The rest of the Uchiha clan members were often consumed by a fervor for their family's honor, sometimes to the point of arrogance, which had stirred discontent among many villagers. In contrast, Uchiha Kyo exhibited humility, wisdom, and an ability to conceal his strengths. Nodding in approval, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward. Addressing the assembled heroes of Konoha, "Heroes of Konoha, it is time to return home." He smiled at the ninjas. Cheers erupted, "Hooray! We are finally home." Long live Lord Hokage. Observing this scene, Hiruzen felt a swell of joy. This victory would surely solidify his position, a resounding triumph indeed. Following a post-battle speech, the crowd began to disperse toward their homes, while Uchiha Kyo headed to the Senju clan's residence to report his safety to Mito. Uchiha Kiyoshi, who had initially followed Kyo with the intention of bringing him back to their clan, hesitated upon seeing Kyo walk alongside Tsunade, engaged in cheerful conversation as they made their way to the Senju territory. He opened his mouth to speak, but chose silence instead, heading back to the Uchiha compound. His mind set solely on ensuring that the Uchiha clan recognized Kyo's prodigious talent. Chapter 26. A visit to Mito. Tsunade gently raised her hand and tapped the ancient, heavy door of the Senju clan residence with her knuckles. After a brief moment, a voice called from within the courtyard. "Who is it?" The voice sounded somewhat deep and weary, yet carried an undertone of warmth. Tsunade paused, contemplating whether they had unexpected guests, sensing that the voice belonged to a middle-aged woman. Just then, another familiar voice chimed in. "Is that little Tsunade and little Kyo?" Hearing this, Tsunade's face lit up with surprise, and she quickly responded, "Grandma, it's us." As her words faded, the courtyard door slowly swung open, revealing the gentle visage of Uzumaki Mito. Upon seeing Tsunade and Uchiha Kyo standing unharmed at the entrance, her earlier worries dissipated, and a joyful smile spread across her face. "This morning, I heard magpies chirping incessantly in the branches, and I wondered what good news was afoot. I never imagined it was my little Tsunade and little Kyo returning safely from battle." As Mito spoke, her gaze filled with affection and concern, akin to that of a grandmother looking at her beloved grandchildren. Uchiha Kyo, sensing the warmth, respectfully greeted Mito, "Lady Mito." However, she feigned irritation, furrowing her brow slightly. "Didn't I tell you to call me Grandma?" Kyo, taken aback, coughed lightly before responding, "Grandma." Though his voice was soft, it brimmed with both reverence and endearment. Mito, noticing this, chuckled gently, taking Kyo's hand with her left and grasping Tsunade's with her right, leading them slowly into the clan residence. Once inside, Kyo and Tsunade looked around with curiosity. The courtyard was bustling with activity, with hundreds of Uzumaki clan members engaged in various tasks. Their hair was a striking shade of red, reminiscent of a blazing flame. Kyo couldn't help but gasp, marveling at the immense chakra contained within these Uzumaki. He scanned the crowd, noting that even the youngest girl there possessed chakra only slightly inferior to his own. He couldn't help but acknowledge that the Uzumaki clan indeed lived up to their reputation. As they observed, a small figure darted toward Kyo like an arrow. Leaping into his embrace and gripping his leg tightly, Kyo looked down and smiled, recognizing it was little Nagato. "Ah, it's little Nagato," he said softly, reaching down to gently pat the top of Nagato's head. Nagato beamed up at Kyo, his eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. Since arriving in Konoha, he had come to realize that the sky was not always shrouded in rain, and that there were many delightful foods in the world. Thinking of this made Nagato swallow hard. Watching this heartwarming scene, Mito's smile grew even brighter, her fondness for this young man, Kyo, deepening. Just as everyone reveled in this joyful atmosphere, a sudden, hurried knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a loud call. "Grandma, Grandma, I'm back. Your beloved grandson has returned." Mito's lips curved into a gentle smile. She had intended to rise and open the door for Nagashi, but before she could, Kyo, cradling little Nagato, walked briskly toward the entrance. With a soft creak, the door opened slowly. Standing outside was Senju Rope Tree, his face lighting up with a broad, innocent grin. Without even seeing who it was, he threw his arms wide and lunged forward, exclaiming, "Grandma. Hee, I missed you so much." However, the next moment, upon hearing a familiar cough, he looked up and froze, realizing that the person before him was not his longed-for grandmother, but the amused Uchiha Kyo. Realizing his mistake, Rope Tree quickly released his embrace, straightened up, and respectfully said, "Commander." Kyo chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying softly, "The war is over now. You can just call me Kyo. This is your home, no need for such formality." He couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling as though it was Rope Tree who had come as a guest. Just as Kyo was about to close the door, he noticed two figures approaching briskly from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Jiraiya, the white-haired sage carrying a gift, and the slightly gaunt Orochimaru. They had come to visit Lady Mito but had not anticipated encountering Uchiha Kyo here. Exchanging glances, Jiraiya and Orochimaru hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately, they slowly pushed open the wooden door and stepped into the courtyard. As Jiraiya's gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping child in Kyo's arms, his heart jolted. And the mysterious prophecy bestowed upon him by the Sage of Toads surfaced in his mind. He would have a disciple with the potential to shake the very foundations of the ninja world. At that moment, Jiraiya stared intently at the child, particularly captivated by his deep and bright eyes, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. For reasons unknown, Jiraiya felt a special connection with this child, compelling him to extend his right hand and gently stroke Nagato's little head. Nagato looked up in surprise at the kind-faced stranger with white hair, yet in an instant, he felt the warmth and kindness emanating from the man's touch, a sense of trust that made him abandon any resistance, allowing Jiraiya to tenderly caress his head. It must be said that being caressed so gently on the head, Nagato felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and security. Standing nearby, Uchiha Shiro couldn't help but smile subtly, a trace of a barely perceptible grin gracing his lips. He thought to himself, as expected, even amidst this entirely different timeline, the bond between master and disciple remained profound and unbreakable. With this in mind, Uchiha Shiro carefully placed Nagato into Jiraiya's arms and smiled as he introduced, "Lord Jiraiya, please hold him. This child is named Nagato Uzumaki." As his words fell, Uchiha Shiro turned and stepped deeper into the room, leaving Jiraiya to stand quietly with Nagato, enveloped in a wondrous and warm atmosphere. Chapter 27. Uchiha Hiroshi. In contrast to the Senju clan compound, Uchiha Hiroshi, the clan leader, sat cross-legged on the ground, listening to Uchiha Kyo's report. Upon hearing that the apparent commander of this battle was Tsunade, while in reality, it was Uchiha Shiro of their own clan, his eyes brightened. He glanced at his 6-year-old son, who sat upright beside him. Sighing, he lamented that while his son Fugaku had many admirable qualities, his stern demeanor was indeed a cause for concern. Uchiha Hiroshi did not allow Uchiha Kyo to leave, but addressed his son Fugaku directly. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Uchiha Fugaku performed a respectful bow and replied, "I believe Uchiha Shiro acted wisely. Currently, our Uchiha clan is under scrutiny. We should conceal our strengths and recuperate." Uchiha Hiroshi's expression darkened as he gave Fugaku a sharp glance. Confused, Fugaku looked at his father, his eyes questioning if he had spoken incorrectly. Uchiha Hiroshi scoffed, "Then let me ask you, why did Uchiha Shiro relinquish the credit?" Being the most astute and powerful member of the Uchiha clan, he posed this question to test his son's character. Uchiha Fugaku pondered. Could it be because he wished to avoid drawing attention? This time, Fugaku was only half uncertain. Uchiha Hiroshi nodded slightly. Uchiha Hiroshi continued. Whom did he wish to avoid attracting attention from? Closing his eyes, he knew his son, no matter how clever, would struggle to find the answer. It was likely that only the clan leaders of the various families could deduce it. If Fugaku could uncover the answer, it would indicate he possessed the mindset of a clan leader. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku concluded, he did not wish to attract our attention, after all. He hesitated, and Uchiha Hiroshi interjected, because no one in the Uchiha clan supports him, treats him well, or even respects him. Uchiha Hiroshi opened his eyes, his pupils transforming into the 3 tomoe Sharingan, a wave of pressure and cold radiating from him. "Father." Uchiha Fugaku was pushed back, gripping the tatami mat tightly to prevent being blown away, while Uchiha Kyo broke into a cold sweat. Uchiha Hiroshi closed his eyes again, his imposing presence dissipating as if nothing had occurred. "Fugaku, your answer was incomplete. Besides what you stated, there is one more crucial point." Fugaku raised his head to look at his father, knowing he would elaborate. Sure enough, after a mere 2 seconds, Uchiha Hiroshi smiled. On the other hand, he does not wish to attract the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. Sometimes, a large tree attracts the wind, especially given his Uchiha surname. Fugaku was taken aback. The Uchiha surname? He had heard of Uchiha Shiro having beaten the elder Uchiha Yamazaki, during which he certainly did not consider the Uchiha name. He did not believe Uchiha Shiro would care about his surname, oblivious to the fact that if Uchiha Shiro were present, he would undoubtedly be drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, Uchiha Hiroshi, the leader of the Uchiha clan, was a perceptive man, accurately guessing much of what was on his mind. However, seeing his son's puzzled expression, he couldn't help but sigh. He then turned to Uchiha Kyo. "Thank you for your hard work. This evening, please bring Uchiha Shiro back to the clan grounds. Tell him I wish to speak with him." Uchiha Kyo acknowledged the command and departed from the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Hiroshi stepped outside, gazing at the sky, contemplating whether the fate of the Uchiha clan could indeed be altered. Subsequently, unseen by anyone, his 3 tomoe slowly faded into 3 plum blossom petal-shaped pupils. Had Uchiha Shiro witnessed this scene, he would have likely hesitated to return, for the kaleidoscope Sharingan would intimidate anyone. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. The Sharingan reverted to black, devoid of any further disturbance. He retreated into his room to rest, for he would need to engage in conversation with Uchiha Shiro later. At this moment, it was crucial to conserve energy and maintain clarity. On the other side, Uchiha Shiro, at the Senju clan grounds, not only received the care of Mito, but was also embraced openly by Tsunade, who led him around the courtyard. His arms were enveloped by her warmth, the sensation causing a slight blush to rise on his cheeks. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was discussing matters concerning the ninja world and the savior with Nagato, teaching him some C-rank ninjutsu for self-defense. Nagato, being astute, grasped the techniques quickly, much to Jiraiya's delight. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was consulting Mito-sama about sealing techniques. And Mito, observing Tsunade and Uchiha Shiro from a distance, felt a deep sense of trust, imparting a wealth of knowledge to Orochimaru. This occasion proved fruitful for all, with hosts and guests alike enjoying their time together. However, Uchiha Shiro felt it was time to return to the clan grounds, as being an Uchiha within the Senju compound might pose complications for Tsunade. After all, they were neither married nor romantically involved. As Uchiha Shiro prepared to depart, Tsunade called out to him. He paused, turning back, only to be unexpectedly embraced from behind by her, the softness causing his eyes to widen. Lord Tsunade. Before Uchiha Shiro could finish his sentence, Tsunade interjected, "Shiro-kun, thank you. Without you, our Senju clan would have suffered immeasurable losses." Despite the Senju clan's efforts to democratize, the elite among them remained vital. Losing even one could bring Tsunade immense sorrow. Under Uchiha Shiro's leadership, the Senju forces experienced nearly 0 casualties. Although over 100 were severely injured, they could all be healed. Thus, Tsunade felt immense gratitude towards Uchiha Shiro, perhaps unaware of the impact her current actions had on an adult male. Uchiha Shiro, taken aback momentarily, smiled and replied, "Lord Tsunade, it was my duty." Tsunade then released him, puffing her cheeks in mock annoyance. "From now on, just call me Tsunade, or like my grandmother, call me Little Tsunade. Referring to me as Lord Tsunade makes me feel old." Uchiha Shiro paused, a smirk forming. "Very well, Little Tsunade." Tsunade was momentarily stunned by the new address, but shook her head. "Shiro-kun, the day is getting late. We should leave. The guard will soon begin their rounds." Uchiha Shiro nodded, waving goodbye as he departed the Senju compound. Tsunade watched him until his figure vanished, turning away with a hint of melancholy, only to find Mito smiling warmly at her. Tsunade's face flushed, and Mito said nothing further, instead wrapping her arm around Tsunade as they made their way back indoors. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Kyo suddenly appeared, bowing to Uchiha Shiro and respectfully stating, "Lord Shiro, the clan leader requests your presence." Chapter 28, Fire Release. Great fire destruction. Uchiha Shiro regarded Uchiha Kyo, seemingly trying to read something from his expression, only to find Kyo's face stiffened, devoid of any emotional shifts. With a sigh, Uchiha Shiro led the way. "Very well." Uchiha Kyo replied, opening the gates of the clan grounds and guiding Uchiha Shiro inside. Although he had yet to explore the Uchiha compound, curiosity stirred within him. However, as he was summoned for a meeting with the clan leader, he maintained his composure. As Uchiha Kyo gazed ahead, he paid little heed to the curious glances and murmurs from those beside him. The Uchiha clan was largely intrigued by him, for whispers suggested he was the commander of the impending war in the Land of Rain. However, such rumors remained unverified. Otherwise, why would the clan leader and the Hokage remain silent? Sighing, Uchiha Kyo anticipated their expressions, yet he was no soft target for their scrutiny. With a disdainful huff, he gathered chakra in his hands, conjuring the Magnet Release, Great Wind Barrier, a self-created ninjutsu, to shield himself from the prying eyes of his clan. A swirling sandstorm obscured the view of Uchiha Kyo, rendering him invisible to the onlookers. The crowd's expressions shifted, realization dawning upon them. It was Magnet Release, a bloodline limit. Coupled with Uchiha Kyo's Sharingan, he was a double bloodline prodigy. Their curiosity transformed into awe and jubilation. Though they were a clan that revered strength, their pride transcended all. The emergence of a double bloodline genius signified that Uchiha Kyo was the clan's treasured jewel. Recognizing that the prodigy was not to be observed, they swiftly dispersed, content to simply know that he too bore the Uchiha name. In an instant, the ninjas departed. The Uchiha clan held a profound respect for genius and strength, and Uchiha Kyo raised an eyebrow, somewhat pleased with their reverence. Guided by Uchiha Kyo soon arrived at the residence of the clan leader, Uchiha Hiroshi. He knocked on the door, but received no response. Frowning, he knocked again, still met with silence. A cold smile crept across his face. Was he being tested? Very well. He would respond in kind. Kyo, step aside. Uchiha Kyo commanded. Kyo, taken aback, watched as Uchiha Kyo clapped his hands together, inhaled sharply, and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The fire release, great fire destruction. Uchiha Hiroshi could no longer remain composed. His eyes widened as he swiftly formed hand seals for water release, water barrier technique, followed by water prison technique. The water barrier held back the onslaught of flames for 2 seconds. Within that brief interval, the water prison enveloped the house, culminating in a clash between the two techniques, resulting in a dissipating mist of steam. Gradually, a figure emerged from the white vapor, drenched and slightly singed, a testament to the steam's potency. Uchiha Kyo's eyes widened, and a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Uchiha Kyo, silently thinking, goodness, he resorts to ninjutsu at the slightest provocation. Uchiha Hiroshi, exasperated, stepped out, thinking to himself that he merely wished to keep Uchiha Kyo waiting, but this was excessive. Uchiha Kyo, wearing a faint smile, greeted the clan leader. Uchiha Hiroshi's expression softened. Ah, you have arrived, please come in. He gestured towards his home. Uchiha Kyo remained still, his smile unwavering as he regarded the house. Uchiha Hiroshi scratched his head. Both remained motionless until he exchanged a glance with Kyo, who promptly understood and exited the yard, closing the door behind him while standing guard outside. Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Kyo settled themselves around the stone table in the yard. Neither spoke. Uchiha Kyo recognized they were engaged in a silent contest of who would speak first, knowing that the first to break silence would be at a disadvantage. As Uchiha Hiroshi scrutinized Uchiha Kyo's appearance and demeanor, he couldn't help but gasp. Uchiha Kyo bore a striking resemblance to a certain esteemed figure, while his aura echoed that of Uchiha Izuna, elegant and wise, as if every thought was meticulously calculated. He pondered why Uchiha Kyo's looks mirrored that notable individual while his character resembled that of Izuna. I must delve into the clan's genealogy. This young man is exceptional. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kyo observed Uchiha Hiroshi, noting his resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, with pronounced tear troughs and hair gracefully framing his face. Unlike Itachi, however, Hiroshi's eyes sparkled with life, devoid of the bleakness that often accompanied youth. After a prolonged silence, Uchiha Hiroshi sighed. Ah, the youth of heroes. Kyo, I wish to inquire if you have any intention of becoming an elder within the clan. Uchiha Kyo fell silent, contemplating whether this opportunity would serve him well. Uchiha Hiroshi did not rush him, believing Uchiha Kyo would agree. The Uchiha clan needed a clever mind, and with his time limited, he foresaw many eyes turning towards the clan upon his departure from this world. After much reflection, Uchiha Kyo concluded that accepting the elder position would entwine his fate with that of the Uchiha clan, bringing with it a heavy responsibility. Yet, as an elder, he would gain access to the clan's intelligence network. Intelligence, after all, equates to opportunity. The sooner he grasped the enemy's strategies, the quicker he could devise countermeasures. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan, while somewhat arrogant, was not treacherous. With formidable adversaries such as Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen looming, relying solely on himself would be folly. He needed to harness the clan's strength and seize real authority. As for Fugaku, he was content to maintain the status quo, lacking the ambition to advance. In the realm of Konoha's clans, those without the drive to progress would inevitably face absorption and subjugation. With this thought, Uchiha Kyo inhaled deeply. Very well. But I have one condition. Should the clan leader refuse, I shall withdraw and remain uninvolved in clan affairs. Uchiha Hiroshi felt a surge of joy. His aim was to bind Uchiha Kyo to the Uchiha clan, and thus the offer of elderhood was merely a test. Should it fail, he could sweeten the deal. Kyo, feel free to voice your demands. I assure you I will comply. Uchiha Hiroshi smiled gently. Uchiha Kyo nodded, I require control over the clan's intelligence system. Should any situation arise, I wish to be informed immediately. Uchiha Hiroshi nodded. That is no issue. You are, after all, an elder and entitled to that right to access information. Clan leader, I do not merely seek the right to access information. I wish to command the intelligence network. Uchiha Kyo's smile remained. Uchiha Hiroshi fell silent, realizing he could no longer divert the topic, for he understood the gravity of the matter at hand. Very well. This time, Uchiha Hiroshi did not attempt to change the subject, having witnessed the transformation of Uchiha Kyo's eyes into the 3 tomoe Sharingan. Ding! 3 tomoe Sharingan activated. To bolster his bargaining power, Uchiha Kyo chose to forcefully awaken the 3 tomoe Sharingan at the age of 18. With the combination of a 3 tomoe Sharingan and magnet release bloodline, as long as he survived, his future was destined to reach the pinnacle of power. What could Uchiha Hiroshi do but acquiesce? Chapter 29. The origins of Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Hiroshi acquiesced to Uchiha Kyo's demands. A genius with a 3 tomoe Sharingan at 18 and possessing the magnet release bloodline had accepted the position of elder. This deepened their bond. Hiroshi was inclined to meet Uchiha Kyo's requests, viewing the intelligence system as a trivial matter. However, he was unprepared for Uchiha Kyo's next words, which would send chills down his spine. Clan leader, there is one more thing. The head of the Konoha security department, place that in my hands. I will handle communications with the village's higher-ups. Uchiha Kyo's gaze bore into Uchiha Hiroshi, fully aware that the security department represented the Uchiha clan's sole authority. Uchiha Hiroshi hesitated, opening his mouth only to close it again, deep in thought. The security department was typically inherited by the clan leader, wielding power within the clan while also maintaining contact with the upper echelons. Now, Uchiha Kyo clearly sought to seize power from the clan leader. Even during clan meetings, the presence of the clan leader was mandatory. Yet the head of the security department commanded significant authority. Moreover, the security department was the primary source of the Uchiha clan structure, capable of combating crime and dispensing justice, a particularly esteemed position. Uchiha Kyo sighed. If the clan leader is unwilling, I will take my leave and henceforth disengage from clan matters. With that, he stood, preparing to depart. Implied, if you are unwilling to provide, then I shall no longer serve as this elder. Any subsequent misfortune that befalls the Uchiha clan shall no longer concern me. Hold on. Kyo, I wish to understand your motives for wanting to take over the security department. Is it to usurp the power of the clan leader? Uchiha Hiroshi fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Kyo, keen to discern any shift in his emotions. To his dismay, Uchiha Kyo remained unperturbed, sitting upright and responding with a nonchalant chuckle. May I inquire about the villagers' sentiments towards the Uchiha? Uchiha Hiroshi's expression darkened. Many clansmen had faced duplicity from the villagers due to the security department, who, while appearing obedient, secretly berated them as scoundrels. Even the members of the Uchiha security department had their zeal extinguished, no longer offering explanations but resorting to outright arrests, their faces grim. Furthermore, clan leader Hiroshi, do you not recognize that power can often be a double-edged sword? What do outsiders call the security department? The Uchiha security department. This has become synonymous with our clan. Have you considered the opinions from above? With that, Uchiha Kyo gestured towards the Hokage Tower. Uchiha Hiroshi's face grew even darker. Uchiha Kyo knew this was his final offensive. The clan leader had wielded power for so long that he was nearly enslaved by it, which hindered rational thought. Having said this, Uchiha Kyo fell silent, maintaining his composure. As Uchiha Hiroshi reflected on the past, it indeed seemed as Uchiha Kyo had stated. When he first assumed leadership of the clan and the Uchiha security department, he not only held dominion over the clan's authority, but also played a significant role in safeguarding the villagers. However, at some point, the security team began to be maliciously targeted, and the Uchiha were branded as villains who would apprehend anyone they deemed undesirable. He had reported this to the higher-ups, yet they merely assured him it would be addressed, a promise that remained unfulfilled. Still, he was reluctant to relinquish control of the security team, opting for silence and continued pursuit. Thus, the security team morphed into a department despised by many, and the Uchiha clan's reputation suffered, transforming from the foremost noble clan into one that abused its power. Only the clan's security team members understood the extent of their frustration. Originally intended to protect the safety and property of the people of Konoha, now reduced to being seen as oppressive bullies. Uchiha Hiroshi raised his head and asked Kyo, Do you have a way to change all of this? Uchiha Kyo leaned back with unwavering confidence. I am fully assured of success. But I require the cooperation of the clan leader. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Uchiha Hiroshi nodded, realizing that if Kyo was confident, he was willing to relinquish the position of security team leader and would meet with the Hokage the following day. Uchiha Kyo shook his head. Now is not the time. It has just turned night, making it the most opportune moment. Now, you are too impatient. At this hour, the Hokage has likely retired for the night. Uchiha Hiroshi was taken aback, then incredulously replied, Clan leader, what I mean is, when visiting the Hokage tonight. The primary point to convey is that the Uchiha clan fully supports the Hokage's governance. The transition of the security team is merely a side issue. You have forgotten the pride of the Uchiha. How can we bow our heads? Uchiha Hiroshi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the individual he had placed his trust in would be of such disposition. Uchiha Kyo smiled slightly. You must understand, at this moment, the Hokage has just assumed office and is on unstable ground. We are not bowing down, but rather placing our bets. There is a saying, it is better to provide assistance in times of need than to merely add embellishments. By being the first to visit the Hokage and express our support, do you believe that any negative comments about us will vanish? Uchiha Kyo asserted confidently. Even if they do not disappear, the Hokage will stand up for us and restore our honor, he added with a smile. Uchiha Hiroshi hesitated, prompting Uchiha Kyo to frown coldly. Clan leader, I hope you understand that I am doing this for the Uchiha. If you feel ashamed, then hand over the leadership to me. I guarantee that life within the clan and the village will be much more comfortable for the Uchiha, rather than being ostracized and harmed as it is now. At this, Uchiha Kyo's voice turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Hiroshi. Uchiha Hiroshi turned pale, as if he could see the disdain and mockery reminiscent of the great Madara from the Warring States period in Kyo's fleeting glance. I agree, Kyo. Let us set off immediately. After saying this, Uchiha Hiroshi grasped Uchiha Kyo's hand in preparation to leave, but Uchiha Kyo withdrew his hand. Clan leader, are you truly going empty-handed? Uchiha Hiroshi paused. I have already chosen my side. I cannot go empty-handed. Uchiha Kyo sighed. Clan leader, the Hokage has a son named Sarutobi Konohamaru, who is currently a student at the Konoha Academy. You should present him with a set of ninja tools, preferably crafted by the Nikko clan. Uchiha Hiroshi nodded, realizing that Uchiha Kyo's reasoning was indeed sound. His understanding of human nature was beyond his own. The Uchiha had always been a clan of reckless brutes, and it was the first time a sage had emerged among them. With that, Uchiha Hiroshi summoned the summoning beast of the Nikko clan, and, after conversing with it for no more than 10 minutes, a brand new set of ninja tools along with a tool pouch was delivered. Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Kyo pushed open the door and made their way towards the Sarutobi clan's residence. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing documents, specifically information gathered by the Umbu regarding Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Kyo, son of Uchiha Domu and grandson of Uchiha Azuna, with his grandfather being Uchiha Taijima. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Uchiha Azuna, now that was a legendary figure, renowned for his wisdom, on par with his teacher. This young man seems to have inherited quite a lot. Chapter 30. Visiting the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, smoking, looked over Uchiha Kyo's dossier and chuckled softly, just as he set it down when a clan disciple rushed in to report. Report. Hokage-sama, Uchiha clan leader has brought a young man to pay a visit. Once he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, then stood up. Did you say the Uchiha clan leader has come? He set down his cigarette, straightened himself, and frowned. What brings them here at this late hour? First, welcome them into the hall. I will be there shortly. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly changed into a more formal-looking kimono before heading towards the hall. Inside, Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Kyo sat in the guest seats, whether intentional or not. They had positioned themselves in the foremost seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, then laughed heartily. It is an honor to have the Uchiha clan leader as a guest in the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Hiroshi glanced at Uchiha Kyo, receiving a nod in return, then began to articulate the points they had previously discussed. Hokage-sama, you flatter me. I have long admired your leadership and wish to pay my respects. However, due to the urgency of the war, I was unable to visit sooner. Now that the situation has eased, I have brought my clansmen to pay a visit. Uchiha Hiroshi's statement was eloquently crafted and logically sound. Saratobi Hiruzen naturally noticed the silent exchange between Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Kyo, but chose not to expose it. Some matters are best left understood. Ah, what is this? Clan leader Hiroshi, I am also new to this role as Hokage and lack experience. I still require the support of the Uchiha clan. Saratobi Hiruzen attempted to probe. Uchiha Hiroshi hesitated, having not rehearsed this scenario, then looked towards Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Kyo stood, guiding Uchiha Hiroshi to bow before Saratobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, you are too humble. You are the Hokage, the highest leader of our village. We Uchiha should be the ones seeking your guidance, and we are willing to fully support all of your decisions. Uchiha Kyo deftly avoided being ensnared, directly declaring the Uchiha clan's allegiance to Saratobi Hiruzen. Saratobi Hiruzen was taken aback, his face flushing with excitement as he hurried to assist Uchiha Kyo and Uchiha Hiroshi to their feet. Oh, please, please rise. Clan leader Hiroshi, Kyo, what are you doing? Saratobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with delight. This was fortuitous news. With the Uchiha clan, the foremost noble clan, aligning with him, it was likely that other clans would follow suit without significant issues. Bring tea for the two esteemed guests. How lacking in perception one must be. With that, he helped Guoji and Xiao to their seats. The servants of the Saratobi clan hurried to brew tea, recognizing the significance of their visitors. Saratobi Hizashi, while returning Uchiha Xiao to his place, patted his shoulder with an enigmatic smile. Uchiha Xiao responded with a faint smile of his own. Just as Saratobi Hizashi was about to return to his seat, Uchiha Xiao summoned a ninja tool pouch with a scroll and presented it to him. Lord Hokage, this is a complete ninja tool pouch from our trade with the Nikko clan. I've heard your eldest son has entered the Ninja Academy, so we hope you will accept this small token of our appreciation. Uchiha Xiao extended the pouch. Saratobi Hizashi frowned. I cannot accept your gifts, as hosts. We must treat our guests well. Please take it back. Uchiha Xiao replied. Lord Hokage, you have fought valiantly for Konoha. We merely wish to express our gratitude. I hope you will accept it. Saratobi Hizashi firmly stated. Protecting the villagers is the Hokage's duty. What is this? Please take it back. Uchiha Xiao then unleashed his trump card. Ah, Lord Hokage, this is a gesture of goodwill from the Uchiha clan. We possess an abundance of high-quality ninja tools. Upon learning that your young master has entered school, we brought the latest and best batch for him to try. It is also our way of thanking him for his assistance. Saratobi Hizashi narrowed his eyes at Uchiha Xiao, recognizing the young man's talent. Although he was presenting a gift, it felt as if the young master was helping him instead. The implication of providing high-quality ninja tools piqued his interest. After a moment's contemplation, Saratobi Hizashi laughed heartily. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my son to you, Xiao, and to clan leader Guoji. Uchiha Xiao quickly responded, Lord Hokage, please do not say that. I believe young Shinsuke will be a pillar of Konoha in the future, becoming a formidable warrior. This flattery provoked hearty laughter from Saratobi Hizashi as he patted Uchiha Xiao's shoulder repeatedly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Guoji fell into deep thought, pondering that perhaps Uchiha Xiao was more suited to be the clan leader. Subsequently, the servants of the Saratobi clan served 3 bowls of tea to the Hokage, clan leader Uchiha, and Uchiha Xiao. Just as the 3 were savoring their tea, a figure rushed in, the same Saratobi who had previously delivered the message. Report to the Hokage. Outside, I saw clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families. He halted, glancing at the 2 members of the Uchiha clan. Saratobi Hizashi frowned. The Uchiha clan leader and Xiao are allies. Speak freely. Uchiha Xiao and Uchiha Guoji rose to bow, and Saratobi Hizashi smiled, gesturing for them to sit and listen. Yes, Lord Hokage, the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have come to pay their respects. He cast a glance at the 2 Uchiha members. Saratobi Hizashi chuckled. Previously, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans had remained neutral, neither supporting nor opposing him. Now, with all 3 families visiting together, surely his old comrade Akimichi Takufu had spoken on his behalf. Saratobi Hizashi rose and addressed Uchiha Guoji and Uchiha Xiao. Please wait here. I will go greet the clan leaders, and we can discuss matters together. Indeed. Uchiha Guoji smiled. Uchiha Xiao sat back, sipping tea, surmising that the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were likely here to align themselves with the Hokage. Regardless, the Uchiha clan was the first to pledge allegiance, and in terms of influence and strength, they were undeniably paramount. As anticipated by Uchiha Shao, shortly thereafter, the three clan leaders entered the hall, animatedly conversing with Sarutobi Hizashi. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Uchiha Gwaji inhaled sharply. Akimichi Takufu, a member of the second Hokage's guard, accompanied by Yanshiro Kokai and Nara Shikaku, represented the current generation of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. He then glanced at Uchiha Shao, realizing why this young man had urged him to pay a night visit. Uchiha Shao remained composed, continuing to savor his tea. Sarutobi Hizashi introduced the clans. I forgot to mention, tonight is indeed a fortuitous occasion, as the leader of the Uchiha clan and its distinguished youth have come to pay their respects. This statement was deliberately made by Sarutobi Hizashi to gauge the reactions of both parties. Nara Shikaku's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated that the Uchiha clan would also come to offer their allegiance at this moment. Currently, no other clan had done so, making this a prime opportunity. He had brought along the leaders of the Akimichi and Inuzuka clans to visit, but the Uchiha clan's choice took him by surprise. He could not help but glance at Uchiha Gwaji, but to his knowledge, Gwaji was clever yet unlikely to grasp the complexities at play. He then turned his gaze to Uchiha Shao, who set down his teacup and nodded with a smile, addressing Sarutobi Hizashi, Lord Hokage. Our clan leader expressed before coming that we shall follow your lead henceforth. Uchiha Gwaji nodded affirmatively. Sarutobi Hizashi smiled with satisfaction, replying, "What a generous sentiment. I am honored by the Uchiha clan's trust. I look forward to your continued support, clan leader Gwaji. It is we who require the Hokage's guidance." Uchiha Gwaji smiled gently. Nara Shikaku paused, then echoed a similar sentiment, bringing joy to Sarutobi Hizashi. The tea lasted for over 2 hours, filled with camaraderie, before the guests took their leave. As Uchiha Shao and Uchiha Gwaji stepped out of the Sarutobi clan's grounds, Nara Shikaku called out, "Please, wait." Uchiha Shao and Uchiha Gwaji paused, turning around to see Nara Shikaku. They exchanged glances, and Uchiha Gwaji inquired, "Clan leader Shikaku, is there something you need?" Nara Shikaku cast a penetrating gaze at Uchiha Shao, before smiling at Uchiha Gwaji. "Clan leader Gwaji, you are truly far-sighted." Uchiha Gwaji was taken aback, unsure of what Nara Shikaku meant. As he pondered his response, Uchiha Shao interjected, "Clan leader Nara is not lacking either. After all, in investments, timing is everything." Uchiha Zhao's tone bore a hint of chill, implying that everyone present was here to invest, and such candidness could be seen as impolite. To put it kindly, it was an investment. To put it bluntly, it was a gamble. They were all essentially aides to Sarutobi Hizashi, with no one being superior to another. Nara Shikaku realized the implication of Uchiha Zhao's words. Indeed, this individual was the mastermind behind the current maneuver. He had observed Uchiha Gwaji glancing toward Uchiha Shao multiple times during their tea. To confirm his suspicions, he had resorted to this tactic. But those less astute would not grasp the underlying meaning of his inquiry. "I apologize, Shao-kun, clan leader Gwaji. As compensation, I shall ensure that the medicinal trade between the Uchiha and Nara clans will be offered at a 30% discount." Nara Shikaku was a clever man. Even without this concession, it would not have been an issue. However, considering Uchiha Zhao's intellect and the Uchiha clan's heritage, combined with their shared association with Sarutobi Hizashi, he decided to extend the discount. Just as Uchiha Gwaji was about to agree, Uchiha Shao interjected, "As fellow clans of the warring states, the Uchiha and Akimichi clans can also offer a 30% discount on ninja tools." Nara Shikaku and the Akimichi clan leaders were momentarily stunned. Had they heard correctly? A 30% discount on ninja tools? Those were as good as currency. Uchiha Gwaji was taken aback, but refrained from directly contradicting Uchiha Shao in front of others, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Nara Shikaku regarded Uchiha Shao with renewed respect, smiling. "Thank you for your generosity, Uchiha clan. This is indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement." Uchiha Gwaji smiled, agreeing, just as Akimichi Takufu chimed in. "Furthermore, the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant will also offer a 30% discount to the Uchiha, and will provide job opportunities for Uchiha commoners." Uchiha Hiroshi was taken aback. The barbecue business of the Akimichi clan was no less significant than their weaponry trade. Not only did they offer discounts, but they also provided job opportunities for the common folk. While he pondered this, Yamashiro Kumo laughed, and shared that the Yamashiro clan was willing to share intelligence with the Uchiha clan in the future. Uchiha Hiroshi could hardly contain the smile creeping onto his lips. Who would have thought that such concessions could yield such substantial returns? He felt a surge of excitement. The other clan leaders merely smiled faintly, observing Uchiha Kyo. The latter's expression remained tranquil. Was he not pleased? No, he was indeed happy. It was just that he concealed his emotions, making him the most adept negotiator. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Akimichi clans had been prominent since the Warring States period and were well known. Now that they were all part of the Leaf Village, they hoped for mutual guidance and support for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kyo smiled gently. Nara Shikaka chuckled and remarked that the Uchiha clan was truly a great clan of the Warring States. The Uchiha had made significant contributions to the safety of Konoha, which the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans greatly respected, and he hoped for further collaboration. After exchanging courteous remarks, the two began to return to their respective clans. Uchiha Hiroshi inquired of Kyo, "Did you anticipate their reciprocation when you offered a 30% discount on the weaponry?" Uchiha Kyo paused for a moment before replying, "Dear leader, they were the ones who initially probed us. If we had agreed to the 30% discount on materials outright, we would indeed benefit without loss. However, we would sacrifice our collaborative relationship with the three clans. In their eyes, we would appear as short-sighted individuals, leading to inevitable non-cooperation. Those who only seek to take without giving are often the petty-minded. We are Uchiha, a prestigious clan. If our leaders are myopic, we will only be weakened further." Uchiha Hiroshi was taken aback, his face slightly flushed, realizing that during Nara Shikaku's initial probing, he had felt somewhat tempted. Compared to Kyo, his intelligence and emotional acumen were vastly overshadowed. "Do you not believe we have gained significant advantages today?" Uchiha Kyo continued. Uchiha Hiroshi nodded. Although they had conceded 30% of their weaponry benefits, their gains were far greater. Uchiha Kyo shook his head, asserting that the greatest advantage today was not monetary or informational, nor the job positions, but rather the friendship forged with the three clans. From now on, this would become the bond between the Uchiha and Inuzuka Akimichi clans, granting them allies. Meanwhile, Akimichi Toraifong chuckled, "Shikaku, you're quite generous. 30% off on herbs. Your mother must have had a word with you." Nara Shikaku waved his hand, retorting, "What about you? 30% off on barbecue plus job positions. Don't think I don't know your intentions." Compared to his two older brothers, my intelligence seems less significant. Yamashiro Kumo sighed, to which Nara Shikaku patted his shoulder. "Kumo, you are mistaken. Within our collaboration, your clan's contribution is paramount. Monetary matters are trivial. The real issues are those that money cannot resolve." A glimmer shone in Nara Shikaku's eyes. Akimichi Toraifong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Kumo, money is secondary. Your intelligence is far more precious." Yamashiro Kumo chuckled, and then embraced Shikaku and Toraifong, the three laughing heartily as they returned to their homes. Uchiha Kyo, an intriguing individual, would likely lead the Uchiha clan into the future, Nara Shikaku mused. Chapter 32. The meeting. Uchiha Hiroshi, weary yet resolute, slowly pushed open the door to his home, stepping inside as if entering a surreal dream. Everything that had transpired today felt almost unbelievable. Although establishing diplomatic ties with the Sarutobi clan was anticipated, it nonetheless held great significance. As Hokage, maintaining peace and stability in Konoha and promoting unity among the ninja clans was of utmost importance. However, what truly astonished Uchiha Hiroshi was the collaboration with the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans. Historically, these clans had always been inseparable, never forming formal alliances with any other ninja clan. Now, for the Uchiha to break this norm and engage in cooperation with the Inuzuka Akimichi was undoubtedly a groundbreaking endeavor. Reflecting on this, Uchiha Hiroshi lifted his gaze toward the direction of Uchiha Kyo's courtyard, silently sighing. One could not deny Uchiha Kyo's remarkable abilities and foresight. Compared to the elders within the clan who incessantly glorified the so-called Uchiha legacy, Kyo was exceptionally formidable. At that moment, Uchiha Kyo was alone in his room, intently calculating the generous rewards bestowed by the system. Suddenly, a melodious notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden achievement timely assistance. As the Uchiha clan became the first to invest in Sarutobi Hizashi, you are rewarded with the exquisite weapon flame fan of the heavens, folding fan. This fan's blades are imbued with blazing flames, serving not only as a close combat weapon, but also significantly enhancing the power of fire techniques with a mere flick. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Uchiha Kyo's face. Another notification rang out. Ding! His heart leaped with joy as he realized that his successful collaboration with the Inazukura Kimichi had triggered a hidden achievement: few enemies, many friends. Accompanied by this delightful sound, the system generously awarded him 6,000 points, bringing his total to an impressive 20,050 points. Uchiha Kyo's lips curled upward in satisfaction as he gently reached into his attire, carefully retrieving the flame fan of the heavens. The fan's blades glimmered with a cold light, unmatched in sharpness. The fan's body exhibited a translucent quality, akin to polished ruby, adorned with a vivid fire dragon pattern that seemed poised to soar from its surface. What a treasure! Uchiha Kyo could not help but inwardly marvel. With a thought, he returned the flame fan to the system space. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. To gain Uchiha Hiroshi's attention, he had forcefully activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, a feat that drained considerable mental energy. Nevertheless, he endured the exhaustion, mustering the strength to accompany Uchiha Hiroshi to the Sarutobi clan's territory to establish friendly relations, followed by mutual probing with Nara Shikaku. After this series of psychological duels, Uchiha Kyo was utterly fatigued. Finally, he trudged back to his residence within the clan's territory. Upon entering, he scarcely had the time to remove his clothing before collapsing onto his bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. However, unbeknownst to the sleeping Uchiha Kyo, the following morning, those who had once slandered the Uchiha clan mysteriously vanished without a trace, leaving no further news behind. Members of the Uchiha Guard, invigorated, stepped out of their homes to fulfill their duties. Along the way, they sensed an atmosphere markedly different from before. The villagers not only cast friendly and respectful glances, but also some eagerly approached, smiling as they offered each member a cool glass of water. This unprecedented warmth left the Uchiha Guard both astonished and elated. Such heartfelt scenes were quickly reported to Uchiha Hiroshi, who stood by the window, gazing at the bright sunshine outside, his lips involuntarily curving into a smile. He pondered silently. Indeed, the actions of Lord Kayakun were undeniably astute. Reflecting on his investment venture with Kyo in the Sarutobi clan's territory last night, combined with the report from the security team today, his mind was as clear as a polished mirror. This morning, an important post-war meeting was about to convene. To his surprise, Hokage Sarutobi Hizashi had personally dispatched members of his Umbu to summon Uchiha Hiroshi to attend this meeting. Notably, the Umbu member reminded him not to forget to bring Uchiha Kyo along. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Hiroshi wasted no time and hurried to Uchiha Kyo's residence. When he arrived at the door, he gently knocked several times, but there was no response from within. Thus, he knocked louder and called out, "Kyo, wake up." Yet, the only reply he received was a vague mumble. "Hey, what do you want? I haven't had enough sleep. Let me rest a bit longer." Clearly, Uchiha Kyo was in a lazy mood, lying in bed and refusing to get up. Observing this, Uchiha Hiroshi's eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. He formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Fire release, Phoenix fire technique." Instantly, two blazing fireballs streaked through the air like meteors, heading straight for Uchiha Kyo's blanket. Uchiha Kyo awakened instantly. Upon sensing the chakra, his drowsiness vanished, and he shifted into a battle-ready state. "Magnet release, Great Wind Curtain," he declared, leaping up and raising his hands, conjuring a curtain of sand and iron that extinguished the phoenix fire upon contact. Once he regained his composure, he retracted his chakra. After all, the Great Wind Curtain isolated everything, rendering any attempt to intrude futile. "I say, esteemed clan leader, what time is it? It's not even 8 o'clock, and you're calling me to get up. I do not wish to attend the early meeting." Uchiha Kyo protested lazily. Uchiha Hiroshi, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "The Hokage is convening a meeting and specifically called for you. Why don't you discuss it with him?" Chapter 33. Elderly disputes. Dressed in the traditional robes of an elder from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kyo looked strikingly dapper in his all-black attire. Adorned with the Uchiha fan emblem on his back, complementing his hairstyle perfectly, he presented himself as a handsome figure, evoking memories among the elder members who witnessed such a visage reminiscent of a past luminary during the Warring States period. The eldest elder found himself breathing more rapidly, only regaining his composure when the second elder patted his shoulder. Unbeknownst to him regarding his grandson's affairs, the sight of Uchiha Kyo in such garb stirred a longing to revere him. He resembles him so much. Lord Madara was equally proud and flamboyant. The elders harbored diverse thoughts, but Uchiha Hiroshi remained unfazed, stating, I believe you are all aware of today's events. Yes, this is thanks to our newly appointed elder beside me, Uchiha Kyo. The eldest elder's eyes lit up. He was somewhat influenced by appearances, as Kyo bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Hawk faction, and thus held a favorable view of him. The second elder, being neutral, neither sided with the Hawks nor the Doves, which made him unpopular among the Uchiha. The third elder and the fifth elder were the biological brothers of the eldest elder and naturally aligned with the Hawk faction, while the fourth elder chose to side with the village as part of the Dove faction, his son being the already fallen Uchiha Kage, esteemed clan leader. May I inquire what abilities the newly appointed elder possesses to warrant such a prestigious position at under 20 years of age? The fourth elder spoke up, furrowing his brow, sensing that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. The eldest elder, in disdain of the fourth elder, snorted, "Old four. Do you still doubt our clan leader's judgment? Since Uchiha Kyo has been chosen as a new elder, it is undoubtedly due to his capabilities." The third elder chuckled. Indeed, with a face like that, he can easily qualify as an elder of the Uchiha. Implicit in his words was the notion that Uchiha Kyo might be a blood relative of Lord Madara, whose talents and prowess spoke for themselves. The fifth elder nodded in agreement, while the fourth elder glanced at the second elder, who remained silent, seemingly ignoring the entire conversation. The fourth elder, exasperated, thought, "Do these people only judge by appearances? Yes, Uchiha Kyo resembles that esteemed figure, yet that figure ultimately betrayed the Uchiha." Uchiha Kyo crossed his arms, coldly observing the unfolding scene, then icily remarked, "Do any of you have objections? Perhaps we should settle this with a match." With that, he directed his gaze towards the elders, and his Sharingan manifested 3 tomoe, his garments fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind, locking onto the fourth elder. The other elders trembled. This gesture was strikingly similar. Even the force behind his words echoed with 7 parts of familiarity. The fourth elder frowned, then activated his Sharingan to 3 tomoe, producing a kunai in his hand. He cautioned, "Young man, do not be overly arrogant. It may lead to your downfall. Allow me to teach you a lesson." With that, the fourth elder executed a body flicker technique and appeared before Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Kyo snorted coldly, then leaped, clapping his hands together. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. His chakra was of the natural variety, causing the phoenix fire to expand from small fireballs to the size of basketballs, the intense heat making everyone present break into a sweat. The fourth elder frowned, forming hand seals, and with a loud bang, transformed into a wooden dummy, while his actual figure reappeared outside the attack range. The phoenix fire struck the ground, creating a significant crater still ablaze with scorching flames. "Hey, old man, are you ready to dance too?" Uchiha Kyo glared at the fourth elder, who chuckled in response. He once again utilized the body flicker technique. It was evident he was Kage's father, as his execution was nearly impossible to predict. Uchiha Kyo's Sharingan rotated rapidly, tracking the fourth elder's movements. And at that moment, the fourth elder seized the opportunity, appearing in Uchiha Kyo's blind spot, driving the kunai forcefully towards him. Should it land, Uchiha Kyo would certainly be gravely injured, if not killed. Uchiha Kyo's gaze turned icy. Did this old fool wish to take his life? With a snap of his left hand, chakra surged, and a steel shield materialized to block the fourth elder's kunai. The sound of clashing metal rang out as sparks flew upon impact. Its magnet release. The eldest, second, third, and fifth elders collectively gasped. The bloodline limit of magnet release. This child possesses remarkable talent. Such terror. He may one day rival Lord Madara, perhaps even that god of the ninja world. Their eyes shone with desire and ambition, unaware that to Uchiha Kyo, the position of Hokage held little allure, even appearing more as a burden. Magnet release. Or is it iron sand? You scoundrel. The fourth elder gritted his teeth, and before he could utter another word, Uchiha Kyo extended his right hand without turning around. Gradually, he clenched his fist, magnet release, sand iron binding. As the words left his lips, the steel shield transformed into a scattering of iron sand that encircled the fourth elder, gradually constricting around him. Uchiha Kyo resolved to teach him a lesson, and as the sand iron binding tightened, pressure was exerted upon the fourth elder. He coughed up blood, staring at Uchiha Kyo with a hint of panic. Could this new elder actually wish to kill him? Just as 3 of his bones began to crack under the pressure, Uchiha Kyo waved his hand, causing the iron sand to disperse. The fourth elder fell to the ground, and members of the Dove faction rushed to assist him. His complexion pale, the fourth elder fixed a furious gaze on Uchiha Kyo, feeling that his dignity was secondary. Now, the Uchiha had emerged with such a formidable figure. Could the relations between the village and the Uchiha ever improve? It was inherently challenging to integrate into this environment, and now with such a gifted individual emerging, would the higher-ups simply acquiesce? Otherwise, how could their own offspring feel so disheartened? While some rejoiced, others were engulfed in sorrow. At that moment of disappointment for the fourth elder, the hawks among them were already gleaming with anticipation. Whether it was Uchiha Kyo's prowess or his demeanor, he seemed perfectly suited to join their ranks. The Uchiha clan, known for their martial lineage, believed in resolving all matters through strength. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Hiroshi stood forth, leaving no room for doubt regarding Kyo's appointment as elder. The hawkish elders beamed with approval, as the Uchiha clan revered strength, leaving no room for dissent. The fourth elder, however, sighed deeply, having conceded defeat. Any further words would be futile. He regarded Uchiha Kyo with a complex expression. Kyo remained indifferent. To him, the Uchiha clan was currently advantageous, providing him with intelligence he needed, and thus securing the elder position was imperative. Chapter 34. First attendance at the meeting. The resolution of the elders' opinions transpired with the swiftness of lightning, and within mere minutes, everything was settled. At that juncture, Uchiha Hiroshi slowly spoke. Since there are no objections, I hereby formally announce Uchiha Kyo as the sixth elder of our Uchiha clan. As his words echoed, the assembly fell into silence, only to erupt into fervent applause and cheers shortly thereafter. Nevertheless, Uchiha Hiroshi remained unfazed by the exuberance, continuing, "Moreover, Lord Hokage has expressly entrusted me to escort Uchiha Kyo to an important meeting. Thus, I kindly ask you all to make way." With that, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Hiroshi's face. Upon hearing this, the assembly and the elders acted without hesitation, swiftly parting to create a wide path. Uchiha Kyo walked with a steady gait at the forefront, while Uchiha Hiroshi followed leisurely behind. The two figures gradually receded, until they vanished at the end of the clan's domain. Once they departed, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers and discussions. "Brother, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that Uchiha Kyo's visage looks familiar." The fifth elder furrowed his brow, turning to the first elder with a contemplative expression. The first elder smiled faintly, stroking his beard thoughtfully, and replied, "Ah, fifth, during the events of you were still quite young, so it is natural for you to have forgotten. In truth, Uchiha Kyo bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Madara Uchiha. Not only that, but his exceptional talent and the unique aura he exudes are reminiscent of Madara himself." At this point, the first elder could not help but burst into laughter. The fifth elder nodded slightly in agreement, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his weathered face. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood, when he was merely 5 or 6 years old and had fortuitously witnessed the legendary Uchiha Madara. Though much time had elapsed, the shock of that fleeting encounter remained indelibly etched in his young heart. Meanwhile, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. "Kyo, do you think your actions were perhaps too ruthless?" Uchiha Hiroshi furrowed his brow, sighing heavily as he glanced at the stern-faced Uchiha Kyo beside him. Kyo snorted coldly, his gaze betraying a hint of chill. Some individuals, having willingly served as pawns for so long, can even turn against their own kin. In dealing with such filth, I believe my methods have been rather merciful." Hearing this, Uchiha Hiroshi nodded helplessly, about to voice a concern regarding the fourth elder. However, before he could finish, Uchiha Kyo abruptly halted, a faint smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "What? Does the clan leader wish to take this opportunity to reprimand me?" Faced with Kyo's challenge, Uchiha Hiroshi quickly waved his hands, shaking his head in denial. No, let us proceed. Attending the meeting is far more pressing." In his heart, he deemed it unwise to offend such a rare talent within the clan over the misdeeds of a mere fourth elder. Receiving a nod in response, Uchiha Kyo continued onward, and together they made their way toward the Hokage building. Along the route, they passed numerous clan leaders and elites, exchanging nods and brief pleasantries, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Among them were two individuals with strikingly white pupils. Uchiha Kyo narrowed his eyes, thoughts racing through his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, the shorter man was most likely Hyuga Hisashi, given his status as the eldest son of the Hyuga clan. As for the tall elder beside him, It was undoubtedly his father, though the elder's name eluded him. Just then, Uchiha Hiroshi followed Kyo's gaze, and, upon seeing the Hyuga father and son, a gentle smile graced his face as he softly remarked, "Kyo, the elder you see is the current head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Akihiko. The handsome young man beside him is surely his son, Hyuga Hisashi." Kyo nodded in acknowledgement of Hiroshi's words, responding with a soft grunt. Subsequently, he turned to Hiroshi and expressed his gratitude. After this exchange, the two walked side by side toward the Hokage building, where an important meeting awaited their attendance. Initially uninterested in the early meeting, Tsunade's spirits lifted upon spotting Uchiha Kyo, her eyes sparkling with delight as she approached him. With a smile, she gently patted Kyo's broad and sturdy shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, Kyo, what a delightful surprise to see you here." Uchiha Kyo, previously absorbed in his thoughts, snapped back to reality upon hearing that familiar voice. A slight smile graced his lips, forming a subtle arc as he replied, "Indeed, quite a coincidence, Tsunade." Nearby, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head. He extended his long tongue in shock, his face a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. Internally, he muttered, "What did I just hear? Little Tsunade? What is happening?" He quickly turned to Tsunade, seeking an explanation. At that moment, Tsunade's lovely face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Surprisingly, she exhibited no signs of anger, instead appearing somewhat bashful and embarrassed. Just then, Jiraiya felt as if his heart had been pierced. A wave of pain coursing through him, as if a deep crack was slowly spreading across his heart. On the other side, Orochimaru narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, letting out a soft chuckle. He first patted Jiraiya on the shoulder in a teasing manner, saying, "Come now, stop daydreaming. The old man is still waiting for us." Afterward, he turned his gaze toward Uchiha Kyo, a playful smile gracing his face, leaving one to ponder the thoughts swirling within his mind. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hiroshi stood among the crowd, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene before him. He could never have imagined that the meticulous Uchiha Sasuke would share such an intimate relationship with the esteemed Princess Tsunade, to the extent that they could directly address each other by their nicknames. Tsunade, slightly blushing, quickly turned to Uchiha Sasuke and said, "Let us go. This is your first meeting, so remember to listen more and speak less. That is how meetings generally proceed." Uchiha Sasuke nodded with a smile, "All right." Thus, the two walked side by side into the Hokage's office, leaving Uchiha Hayashi alone in the corridor, pondering life. Chapter 35. On the construction of medical ninjas in the spacious and bright Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was seated in the chair, symbolizing supreme authority. With his eyes slightly closed, he appeared serene and contemplative, resting his chin on his hands as if pondering something of great importance. Beside him stood three advisory elders, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kazumi. While the group had been relaxed outside, upon entering the Hokage's office, an invisible pressure engulfed them, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension and seriousness. Faced with this situation, everyone chose to remain silent, daring not to disturb the tranquility. They quietly found suitable positions to stand, waiting in hushed stillness. This was, in fact, a common tactic employed by those in power. By cultivating such a tense ambience, they could effectively establish their authoritative image while carefully observing the subtle expressions and psychological states of each participant. As time ticked by, the clock's hands slowly approached 9 o'clock. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the office like a specter. It was a dark-clad Umbu ninja, masked and stealthy. The Umbu ninja quickly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and leaned in, whispering a few words. After hearing the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes. A faint, barely perceptible smile graced his lips as he scanned the room, softly asking, "Is everyone here?" The office was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, the atmosphere exceedingly grave. In the midst of this silence, a clear and resonant voice shattered the stillness. Representing the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Hayashi and Uchiha Sasuke have arrived. The voice, ringing like a bell, echoed throughout the office. The speaker was none other than Uchiha Sasuke himself. Upon hearing this, puzzled expressions appeared on the faces of those present. They thought to themselves, the Hokage is not blind. Surely he can see that someone has entered? Why bother stating the obvious? However, these thoughts quickly dissipated, as some began to realize the situation was more complex than it appeared. Nara Shikaku's eyes suddenly lit up, and his previously serious demeanor was replaced by a sly smile. He then slightly raised the corners of his mouth, mimicking Uchiha Sasuke's earlier tone, representing the Inuzuka, Nara Shikaku. Yamanaka and Oichi, and Akimichi Choji have also arrived. Immediately, a low chuckle rippled through the surrounding crowd, though many regarded Nara Shikaku with thoughtful expressions. Nara Shikaku inwardly chuckled, reflecting. As expected of Sasuke, this seemingly simple statement serves not only to inform everyone of their arrival, but also to convey a certain attitude. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been seated at his desk, smiled and nodded, addressing the newly arrived individuals. Come, Hayashi, Sasuke, and Shikaku. Please take a seat in the front. No need to stand so far away. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's words fell, Uchiha Hayashi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Nara Shikaku stepped forward to take their seats at the front of the office. All eyes were fixated on them, revealing a spectrum of complex emotions, some filled with curiosity, others tinged with doubt, and a few exhibiting wariness. A palpable tension filled the room, as if an intense confrontation was on the verge of unfolding. Tsunade then interjected, Teacher, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya have also arrived. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and gestured for them to join. Come, take a seat. With a grin, Tsunade approached Uchiha Sasuke and settled beside him. The gathered crowd quickly understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was inquiring which clan would align with him. Currently, the Uchiha and Inuzuka clans had formed a faction, one being an ancient noble family and the other known for their shrewd betting. Tsunade and her colleagues were former students of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and while many seats remained, the ones at the forefront were dwindling. As the clan heads hesitated, Hyuga Akira spoke up. Hyuga Akira, accompanied by my son Hyuga Hizashi, has arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. Please, take a seat, pointing to the remaining front positions. Hyuga Akira acknowledged him and took a seat. Observing the Uchiha and Hyuga clans' declarations, the remaining families began to voice their support one by one. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and exchanged a knowing glance with Uchiha Sasuke, who nodded in understanding. As each clan expressed their stance and settled in, Sarutobi Hiruzen began. Firstly, as Hokage, I wish to express my gratitude to each clan for dispatching their ninjas to aid in the battle in the Land of Rain. This victory belongs to all of us. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku was the first to applaud, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who, understanding the cue, joined in the applause. Other attendees followed suit, and the applause resonated for 3 minutes before Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully signaled for silence. As the applause gradually subsided, Sarutobi Hiruzen began. Initially, I intended to publicly reward each clan. However, I received urgent intelligence last night. His expression darkened as he continued. Tsunade has mobilized forces and is advancing toward Konoha. A great battle is imminent, and we must record our previous achievements for now, postponing any rewards until after this conflict. Do any of you have objections? Everyone shook their heads. Who would dare voice dissent with war looming? Addressing the imminent threat from Tsunade was of paramount importance. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in acknowledgement and said, Since no one has objections, I invite everyone to freely share their insights and perspectives on the current situation. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade rose abruptly. Her expression serious as she addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen earnestly. Teacher, based on my first-hand experience from the battlefield in the Land of Rain, I believe we should increase the number of medical ninjas in combat units. Each team of 3 should include at least 1 medical ninja. This would significantly reduce casualties. Upon hearing Tsunade's proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. It was well known that medical ninjas were a rare resource among the nations. Assigning these invaluable ninjas to various teams posed a grave risk. Should they encounter formidable foes, they might fall victim to enemy attacks. Such a course of action seemed highly imprudent. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently shook his head, dismissing Tsunade's suggestion, and candidly replied, Tsunade, while your intentions are commendable, given the current circumstances, this approach is unfeasible. Taken aback by his response, Tsunade fell silent, her expression shifting to one of disappointment and dejection. At this moment, Uchiha Q, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stood up and proclaimed, Lord Hokage, I believe that Lady Tsunade's suggestion is indeed quite commendable. Sarutobi Hiruzen was evidently taken aback by Uchiha Q's support for Tsunade's viewpoint, momentarily rendered speechless. Once he regained his composure, he slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, Q, do enlighten us on how this proposal is feasible. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also the clan leaders and future heirs from various clans turned their attention to Uchiha Q, curious about what he might articulate. Chapter 36. Battlefield Medic. Uchiha Q completely disregarded the unusual gazes directed at him and spoke with a grave and earnest demeanor. Lord Hokage, in my humble opinion, your rejection of Lady Tsunade's proposal likely stems from concerns regarding the number of medical ninjas and their actual performance in battle. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, pondering internally. Indeed, how had she overlooked this point? After all, not every medical ninja possesses the dual abilities of charging into battle while also performing miraculous healing. The vast majority of medical ninjas are solely skilled in healing and are utterly inept in combat. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated at the forefront, slowly nodded in agreement with Uchiha Q's perspective and responded, "What you say is indeed correct, Q. As you pointed out, the overall combat capabilities of our medical ninjas in Konohagakure are relatively weak. Rather than sending these non-combatant medical ninjas to the front lines to engage the enemy, it would be wiser to keep them in the rear, focusing on providing healing services to injured comrades. This way, we can maximize the safety of our personnel while allowing the medical ninjas to fully utilize their expertise." Uchiha Q nodded again and then shifted the conversation. "However, Lord Hokage, I wonder if you have considered the following two potential scenarios." "Oh, pray tell," Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with keen interest. He understood well that Uchiha Q was not merely a clever and socially adept young man, but possessed an extraordinary tactical mindset. Although Tsunade and the others had not disclosed specific details regarding Q's command capabilities, it is often said that there are no impenetrable walls, especially for someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had a robust intelligence network. Such information could hardly escape his notice. Nevertheless, one significant reason for his silence on the matter was that the beneficiary of this event was his beloved pupil, Tsunade. Furthermore, since Uchiha Q had already expressed tacit approval, he had no reason to obstruct the proposal. At this moment, as Uchiha Q began to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened intently, hanging on his every word. Uchiha Q's expression was as calm as still water as he began. "First, let us consider the first potential scenario. Those severely injured ninjas, due to delays in receiving timely medical attention, may find wounds that could have healed with a simple healing technique deteriorating to the point where extreme measures like amputation become necessary to save their lives. Moreover, some comrades who could have survived with prompt treatment may find themselves in untreatable conditions due to delays." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. For such situations were all too common on the battlefield, rife with smoke and the clash of life and death. Even a seasoned warrior like him often felt powerless against the harsh realities of war. Next, let us explore the second potential scenario. If the enemy, disregarding all boundaries, feigns a direct assault while merely creating a diversion, the aim being to draw away our main forces, they could then seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the positions of our medical ninjas. Imagine, who would be able to stand up against such a thunderous onslaught? A resounding crash echoed, as if a bolt of lightning had split the sky, causing a collective shudder among the listeners. While the first scenario, though challenging, was within the realm of expectation, the second had never truly occurred before. And if it were to materialize, the consequences would be dire. Our medical ninjas would likely face an untimely demise. It is crucial to recognize that medical ninjas are a vital component of the entire combat system. They bear the immense responsibility of healing the wounded and maintaining combat effectiveness. Without the protection and support of these white-clad angels, what tragic fate would await the ninjas fighting valiantly on the front lines? The answer is self-evident. Even a minor injury could prove fatal without timely and effective treatment. Consequently, the enemy need only engage in a prolonged war of attrition. And regardless of the strength and skill of our forces, we would ultimately find ourselves in a dire predicament, facing inevitable defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, gazing at Uchiha Q with a glimmer of realization in his eyes. "Q, are you suggesting that Tsunade's proposal could mitigate the risks presented by these two scenarios?" Uchiha Q smiled and nodded. "Indeed, the medical ninjas lack combat abilities, which is why they require the protection of combat ninjas. Integrating them into small teams is the most effective approach. With the protection of their teammates, should a comrade be injured, they can receive timely treatment, creating a beneficial cycle and extending the combat duration of the teams. Furthermore, if the medical ninjas are distributed across various teams, we need not worry about surprise attacks on our camp. Upon finishing his remarks, Uchiha Q glanced at Tsunade, winking and smiling slightly. Tsunade's lips curled into a smile, feeling elated that Q had stepped forward to speak on her behalf in front of so many people. Indeed, Q's intellect was remarkable. Every ninja understood Q's points, and they struck at the heart of the matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to ponder Uchiha Q's justifications carefully. Meanwhile, a white-haired man in the corner was momentarily taken aback, observing the exchanged smiles between Uchiha Q and Tsunade, feeling a tinge of regret for not having stood up sooner. This man was the brilliant ninja Kato Dan, who possessed the ability of intangibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze to Uchiha Q, but noted the peculiar expression on his face as he and Tsunade shared a smile. Q, are you sure that your assertion stems solely from the proposal's feasibility? These two youngsters aren't involved romantically, are they? TSK, the Senju and Uchiha clans? Would Lord Mito approve? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused internally. Uchiha Q, slightly taken aback, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am certain. In the original storyline, Tsunade's proposal is still in use in Boruto, thus it is entirely feasible. Chiyo from Tsunade is adept at surprise attacks. She may well attempt to raid our rear medical positions. Uchiha Q remarked casually. In fact, Chiyo had indeed executed such tactics during the Second Shinobi World War. And as a direct result, after the war's conclusion, the village adopted Tsunade's recommendation that each team must include a medical ninja. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated, very well, while the two scenarios Q presented have not occurred previously, we must remain vigilant. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Tsunade, regarding the establishment of medical ninjas. I expect to see a comprehensive set of regulations by tomorrow. Tsunade responded with a bright smile. Of course, sensei. I will be energized tonight to prepare it. She thought to herself that she could also consult Q then. Uchiha Q smiled faintly, sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had come to a realization and was preparing to implement this system. Chapter 37. Konoha's Chief Commander, Shimura Danzo. Now, let us discuss how to defend against the impending assault from Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice before directing his gaze towards his old friend, Danzo. After receiving a glance from his close friend, Shimura Danzo slowly stepped forward to address the assembly, declaring, I am willing to lead the troops to combat the invading enemies from Tsunade. Among those present, who would not respectfully address Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage-sama, only Danzo, the closest comrade of this Hokage, remained unyielding. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was in the prime of his youth, his appearance strikingly handsome with a resolute expression. His bangs were symmetrically arranged around his forehead, and his almost perfect visage bore a scar on his chin that, rather than detracting from his looks, imparted a cold, formidable aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, recognizing that among the Hokage's aides, he held his good friend Danzo in the highest regard, loyal to Konoha and capable in battle. The only flaw was Danzo's inherited bias against the Uchiha clan, often speaking disparagingly of the inherently evil Uchiha brats in private. However, with the Uchiha now having chosen their side, they were allies. Hiruzen felt the need to alter his old friend's perspective, but first, the matter of appointing a commander needed resolution, especially since Tsunade had already mobilized its forces and war loomed imminent. Hiruzen could not directly propose Danzo for the role, so he feigned contemplation while discreetly signaling Uchiha Gozai and Uchiha Kyo. I granted you face earlier. Now it's your turn to reciprocate. Uchiha Kyo smiled slightly. Hokage-sama, it is clear that the overall commander for this war must be Lord Danzo. You should remain at the rear to oversee the broader strategy. Lord Danzo, having been both your teammate and a direct disciple of the second Hokage, is undoubtedly the most suited for leading the resistance against Tsunade. Though Uchiha Kyo harbored some reservations about Danzo, he could not ignore the Hokage's directive. Uchiha Gozai nodded in agreement. Indeed, I concur with Kyo's assessment. Following them were the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, along with other ninja clans that had historically allied with the Uchiha and the Inazuka. The Karasuma, Yamanaka, Inazuka, and Tsukino clans also voiced their support, observing that more than half of the assembled clans endorsed Danzo's command. The remaining Hyuga clan and their allied ninja clans felt compelled to remain silent. Thus, nearly all significant clans present supported Danzo's leadership in this endeavor. Shimura Danzo cast a profound glance at Uchiha Kyo before turning his attention back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen pondered briefly before smiling. Danzo, since everyone has recommended you as the overall commander, I shall appoint you as such. However, do you have the confidence to lead? This was merely a formality. By allowing Danzo to affirm his capability, it would avoid the appearance of haste. I shall lead the Konoha forces to decisively strike down the arrogance of Tsunade, Danzo proclaimed, his lips curling into a confident smile, embodying the vigor of his youth. Seizing the opportune moment, Hiruzen's expression turned serious as he rose, declaring, I hereby announce that the overall commander for the battle against Tsunade shall be Danzo. I ask that everyone cooperate with his orders to ensure the success of this mission. I shall reward you all for your valor. Should anyone disobey commands or act recklessly, they shall face military justice. Without exception, Hiruzen's voice resonated with authority, sending a shiver through the assembled ninjas. Uchiha Kyo reflected on Hiruzen's transformation. The elderly Hokage, once indecisive, was now a formidable leader, ready for war. What had prompted such a drastic change in Hiruzen? Kyo pondered, ultimately concluding that it was power and age. Once one tastes the exquisite allure of authority, the desire to relinquish it diminishes, and as age progresses, the fear of death intensifies, stripping away the audacity of youth. This was not unlike the fate of Dong Zhuo from Shilyang, who, in his youth, had dominated the region, befriending countless heroes, only to become a victim of his own power as he aged. Kyo shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, for the most pressing concern was the impending clash with Tsunade. He recalled the numerous events that would soon unfold: Shoju's accidental detonation of explosive tags, Kato's assassination in the camp, and the nighttime raid on the medical tent. Momentarily lost in thought, as Hiruzen concluded his formalities and announced the adjournment of the meeting, Kyo prepared to leave when Tsunade grasped his arm. Kyokuin, why are you leaving so soon? The teacher just mentioned that you, I, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Lord Danzo should remain for further discussions. Tsunade, puzzled by Kyo's distraction, recognized his absent-mindedness. Snapping back to reality, Kyo responded with an "oh." He had indeed been lost in contemplation. Tsunade sighed, and Uchiha Gozai approached, addressing her, Tsunade-sama. I leave Kyo in your capable hands. I must take my leave. Of course, Uncle Gozai, rest assured. Tsunade, who had previously been indifferent to the Uchiha clan, found herself warmed by Kyo's status as an elder of the clan. Uchiha Gozai exchanged a knowing glance with Kyo, implying, I'll be waiting for you back in the clan. Best of luck. Kyo could only manage a wry smile in response. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, of similar age, approached Tsunade and Kyo, eager to engage in conversation. Having much to discuss among peers, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, while Orochimaru maintained his calm demeanor. As the meeting room emptied, the Umbu once again secured the doors. Hiruzen, placing an arm around Danzo's shoulders, smiled warmly at the four companions. These four are your assistants. Danzo furrowed his brow. What? Hiruzen, do you not trust me? Must you assign these inexperienced youths to supervise me? The trio, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, exchanged glances, visibly displeased, while Kyo remained unfazed, offering a faint smile. How could that be? My old friend, you know how much I value you. Hiruzen chuckled, patting Danzo's shoulder. Danzo scoffed lightly. He was indeed proud, well aware of Hiruzen's sentiments, yet irked by the presence of these younglings. Chapter 38. The Wisdom of Kyo, unmatched through the ages. With a congenial smile, Hiruzen remarked, Surely you are aware of how spectacular the war in the Land of Rain was. Without hesitation, Danzo nodded. Of course, I am well aware. I must say, your disciple Tsunade truly possesses the demeanor of a great leader. She understands the timing and weighs the pros and cons. Such a person is more than qualified for the role of an assistant. He boldly expressed this assessment before the gathered assembly. Continuing, Danzo added, I have also heard commendable reports of Jiraiya and Orochimaru's performances in this protracted conflict. I have no objections regarding either of them. However, as he spoke, his gaze sharpened, intensely scrutinizing Hiruzen. As for that young one from the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen, what exactly is your intention? At this point, Danzo lacked the intelligence network of the Root organization, and thus his understanding was far less comprehensive than Hiruzen's. He firmly believed that the victory had been secured solely through the efforts of Hiruzen's three beloved disciples. The three young ones beside him bristled with indignation at Danzo's aggressive inquiry. Especially the straightforward and fiery Tsunade could hardly contain her anger. Just as she was about to retort, she was suddenly met with a stern gaze from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Despite her reluctance, Tsunade ultimately swallowed her words. At that moment, Uchiha Shiro was gently stroking Tsunade's long, flowing hair with tender precision, as if soothing a frightened kitten. His fingers glided through her tresses with a reassuring strength, signaling her to remain calm and composed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shiro maintained an unperturbed demeanor, observing the unfolding events with an air of tranquility, as though the surrounding chaos held no relevance to him. His demeanor exuded a calm detachment, akin to a spectator quietly watching the developments of the situation. Sitting nearby, Sarutobi took in the scene with a slight nod, feeling a surge of admiration for Uchiha Shiro. Faced with such a complex situation, his composure and methodical approach were indeed remarkable. With a beaming smile, Sarutobi beckoned his companion, Danzo, to join him. Turning to Uchiha Shiro, he warmly called, "Come here." Uchiha Shiro. Upon hearing the Hokage's summons, Uchiha Shiro nodded without hesitation and approached with steady steps. As he neared, Sarutobi's smile widened, and he turned to Danzo, saying, "Danzo, did you know that the brilliant strategies employed during the war in the Rain Country, such as the protracted warfare tactics, severing the enemy's supply lines, and the surprise attacks, all originated from Uchiha Shiro?" Danzo, who had been somewhat indifferent, suddenly straightened in surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Uchiha Shiro, filled with confusion and shock. However, knowing that such praise came from Sarutobi, he could not dismiss it. Contemplating this revelation, Danzo reassessed the seemingly ordinary yet deeply concealed talents of the young man before him. Yet, he could not grasp why Uchiha Shiro would not claim the credit for these accomplishments, instead deflecting it towards Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Did he harbor ulterior motives? As this thought crossed his mind, Danzo's gaze hardened, and he shot a piercing look at Uchiha Shiro. Noticing this, Uchiha Shiro offered a subtle smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Further irritating Danzo, Sarutobi, intrigued, prompted, "Shiro, why do you hesitate to take credit?" Danzo's eyes scrutinized Uchiha Shiro, capable of discerning the truth with a mere glance. Thus, if the inherently cunning Uchiha dared to deceive, he would ensure Shiro faced dire consequences. His gaze turned cold, and a smirk curled at his lips, as if confronting a criminal rather than a comrade. "Danzo, please temper your gaze," Sarutobi exclaimed, perplexed at his old friend's inability to contain his thoughts in the presence of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shiro smiled faintly, recognizing Danzo's character. "To be fair, it was Tsunade who saved me during the pre-battle speech, and Lady Mito was quite kind to me. At the time, I had some conflicts with the Uchiha clan and preferred to avoid the spotlight, thus attributing most of the credit to Tsunade, as she needed it more than I did. As for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they effectively executed my strategies in battle, so their contributions are valid. I merely provided a few suggestions," Uchiha Shiro explained calmly. Sarutobi nodded appreciatively. What a good child. A true pillar of Konoha, prioritizing contribution over superficial fame. Danzo was taken aback, realizing that Uchiha Shiro's words resonated with sincerity, his expression and tone reflecting a nonchalance, as if discussing trivial matters. He confirmed that Uchiha Shiro was indeed truthful and indifferent to the accolades, leaving him perplexed. If he were in Shiro's position, he would never relinquish credit but would rather boast loudly. Laughing heartily, Sarutobi praised, "Shiro, your cleverness is unparalleled throughout history. There is no one better than you in the entire shinobi world." Uchiha Shiro humbly replied, "I am but a loyal supporter of Konoha and will always remain so." This declaration delighted Sarutobi further. Danzo turned away, conceding that this Uchiha youth possessed some skill. Sarutobi then teased Danzo, "My old friend, what do you think about having Shiro as your deputy?" Danzo hesitated. "Well, he might be adequate." Sarutobi nodded, turning back to Uchiha Shiro, "Shiro, during the upcoming conflict with Tsunade, I hope you can provide insightful strategies for my old friend." Sarutobi's expression remained composed, having made his intentions clear. He desired Uchiha Shiro to assist in boosting Danzo's achievements. Danzo, aware of Uchiha Shiro's abilities and understanding that Sarutobi was aiding him, felt a touch of gratitude. Uchiha Shiro contemplated the current situation before nodding. "I will do my utmost to support you, Danzo." At this moment, Danzo was still the youthful version of himself, untainted by the future's ruthlessness and political machinations, a character assisting him, hoping for a collective effort without excessive agitation, as every narrative holds its unique perspective. Chapter 39. The Forces of Tsunade. Commander Chio, what is our mission? A female shinobi inquired. Her hair was a deep green, styled in a high ponytail, with two strands framing her face like pendants. She possessed a flawless figure and radiant complexion, making her identity apparent. Yasakura, a prodigy of Tsunade, a genius born from the fusion of wind and fire bloodlines into the rare Scorch release, was barely 20, yet already possessed chakra levels equivalent to that of a jonin. Chiyo had initially intended to disregard her, as their task involved laying an ambush along Konoha's route, setting explosive tags. The fewer who knew, the better. She furrowed her brow and turned her head slightly, recognizing the speaker as Yasakura, her expression softening. Ah, Yasakura, I'm taking you all to set traps. Traps? Isn't it a bit late to set traps now? After all, Konoha isn't foolish, Yasakura questioned, puzzled. Chiyo chuckled. Konoha has just achieved a great victory, and their mind is likely unsettled. If an inattentive commander is present, it may yield unexpected results. Yasakura's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, the adage, arrogant soldiers are destined for defeat, is well known, yet it remains a recurring theme. This sentiment echoed the notion that past events are destined to repeat themselves. There is nothing new under the sun. Nodding in agreement, Yasakura followed Chiyo closely, ready to execute their mission diligently. Chiyo observed Yasakura with a kind gaze. The current Kazekage was robust, and his two apprentices were Yasakura and the magnet release user, Rashi. Yasakura was closer to the elders, while Rashi resonated more with the common folk. As an elder, Chiyo naturally favored Yasakura. Rashi, on the other hand, often came off as a hypocrite, always speaking of the people while undermining the contributions of the previous generation. Shaking her head at this thought, Chiyo urged the troops to continue moving swiftly, aiming to reach their position early and set the explosive traps more discreetly. Konoha, as everyone exited the conference room, Uchiha Shiro called out to Tsunade, Tsunade. Tsunade glanced back at Uchiha Q, her face alight with joy, not solely because he had spoken in her favor when she proposed a suggestion, but also because her mentor acknowledged his abilities. Q had earned the respect and admiration of the higher-ups through his own talents, a feat that is indeed rare and commendable. This signified that Q had now entered the inner circle of Konoha. In every battle, Uchiha Q would be remembered, significantly elevating his status. Q, do you have any concerns? Tsunade inquired, her eyes narrowing into a charming smile. Uchiha Q chuckled softly. Yes, there are a few matters of great importance. Is it convenient to discuss them privately? Tsunade hesitated, then smiled, of course. She then turned to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Will you both be joining us? Jiraiya hesitated, ultimately forcing a smile as he scratched his head. I think I'll pass. The great sage has suddenly instructed me to visit Maiboka Mountain. Orochimaru clicked his tongue, shaking his head. I have some research to attend to, so I won't be joining either. With that, Jiraiya vanished in a flash, while Orochimaru used a body flicker technique to leave the scene. Seeing that no one else was around, Tsunade stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Uchiha Q's, her soft forms drawing closer as she smiled gently. Let us go. Uchiha Q was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a grin, sure. Following Tsunade's lead, they began their journey towards the Senju clan's territory. Within the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he observed Uchiha Q and Tsunade walking closely together, their demeanor intimate. With a sigh, he mused, Jiraiya, it seems you have missed your chance. Shaking his head, he returned to his seat to continue reviewing documents. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Q inquired of the system, are there any anti-explosion devices available? Ding. Your request has been noted. Searching the marketplace. Ding. 2090 anti-explosion suit, capable of withstanding all damage from explosions. With maximum defensive capabilities, able to endure 3 attacks from shadow-level opponents. Cost, 10,000 points. Would you like to purchase? Upon seeing the price, Uchiha Q felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't anticipated such an option. However, the cost made him reflect, glancing at Tsunade's radiant smile and alluring figure. He made up his mind. He had to make this purchase. The battlefield was fraught with peril, and merely warning his little uncle might not suffice. So he thought, purchase. The system responded cheerfully, ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 2090 anti-bullet suit, which can be tailored to fit the specific dimensions of the individual. Remaining points, 10,050. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending over 10,000 points and achieving the milestone, spending lavishly. Reward, a random talent. Ding. Talent extraction in progress. Extraction complete. Awarded the talent of time and space, undeveloped. Upon receiving a talent as a reward, Uchiha Q felt that the expenditure was worthwhile. He thought to himself, little uncle, this time I've secured your safety. His mood elevated, and with a smile, he soon returned with Tsunade to the Senju clan's territory. The guards at the Senju clan noticed the young lady's return, accompanied by Uchiha Q, and deemed everything to be in order. One opened the door, while the other announced their arrival. Before long, Uzumaki Mito appeared at the entrance as the two approached. Spotting Mito, Tsunade quickened her pace, calling out, "Grandma." Yet her grip on Uchiha Q's arm remained firm. Mito nodded, her gaze teasing. "Uchiha Q." She coughed discreetly. Tsunade then turned to Q. "What's the matter?" Uchiha Q awkwardly gestured to his hand. Tsunade glanced at her hands still wrapped around Q's arm, hastily releasing her hold as she looked toward her grandmother. "Grandma, it's not what it seems. Q just spoke up for me." Before Tsunade could finish, Mito interrupted. "Little Tsunade, you go on in first. I have something to discuss with Q." Mito smiled. As Tsunade wished to say more, Mito narrowed her eyes, and a pressure from her bloodline surged forth. Tsunade cast a worried glance at Q, then, gritting her teeth, stepped inside. Uchiha Q smiled gently. "Mito-sama." Mito nodded. "Follow me." With that, she led Q to a pavilion in the courtyard. Raising her right hand, Mito conjured a sealing barrier, transforming the surroundings. The flowers and trees vanished, leaving a golden expanse. Mito and Uchiha Q sat on stone benches, neither speaking for a while. Eventually, Mito sighed. "Q, tell me honestly, what are your feelings for Tsunade?" Uchiha Q felt a jolt in his heart. Although he had anticipated Mito's inquiry and had contemplated various eloquent responses, upon facing the reality, the words became lodged in his throat, refusing to come forth. The reason was simple. He found those phrases insincere and exaggerated, entirely misaligned with his genuine sentiments at the moment. At that instant, "Mito-sama." Uchiha Q hurriedly stood, respectfully bowing, then inhaled deeply to steady himself before speaking. "Tsunade-sama possesses not only breathtaking beauty, but also a courageous and kind heart. I believe no one in this world could dislike such a wonderful woman, and certainly, I am no exception." However, he was not addressing an ordinary individual, but rather Uzumaki Mito, who possessed the Byakugan. Under her extraordinary perception, even the slightest hint of deceit or the most minute change in expression would not escape her keen gaze. Thus, facing such a formidable presence, Uchiha Q understood that the only viable strategy was to remain forthright. Upon hearing his words, Mito smiled faintly, gently stating, "I did not inquire whether others liked her. I merely wished to know your feelings, Uchiha Q. Is it not a bit impolite to dance around the subject?" At her words, Uchiha Q felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, a hint of awkwardness coloring his features, and he chuckled nervously. "You're right, Mito-sama. I do indeed harbor strong feelings for Tsunade-sama. When do you intend to propose?" Mito's lips parted, a slight smile gracing her face as she delivered her words like a thunderclap, shattering the air with unexpected intensity. Uchiha Q's eyes widened in shock. Frozen in place as if time had halted, he questioned whether his ears were deceiving him. How could such a question arise so suddenly? Proposal? He shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear his mind, yet Mito's words echoed incessantly in his thoughts. "No, Mito-sama, I sent this a bit too soon." After regaining his composure, Uchiha Q stammered, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. He felt certain he must have misheard, or perhaps Mito was jesting with him. After all, he and Tsunade were not at a stage where marriage was even a consideration. Yet, Mito regarded him with utmost seriousness, her eyes gleaming with resolve. "It's not too soon. When Hashirama and I wed, we were merely in our early 20s. Moreover, as Tsunade's elder, if you two share a genuine connection, I can certainly take it upon myself to arrange for her hand in marriage." Her tone was so matter-of-fact, as if everything had already been decided. Uchiha Q furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting his plight. As a man from the 21st century, profoundly influenced by modern ideals, he found it difficult to accept such an arranged marriage devoid of emotional foundation. While this might be the quickest path to marrying Tsunade, it was far from the love and relationship he envisioned. "Mito-sama, if I may speak candidly, while I indeed harbor affection for Tsunade, I truly cannot accept such a method. I sincerely hope that Tsunade chose to be with me out of genuine affection, rather than external factors. If the union is merely for the sake of marriage, devoid of profound feelings, then even stepping into the sacred realm of matrimony would be an immense unfairness to Tsunade. Uchiha Sho inhaled deeply, summoning the courage to express his true sentiments. As he spoke, he held his head high, gazing at Uzumaki Mido with unwavering resolve, devoid of timidity or guilt. This earnestness stirred something deep within Mido, catching her by surprise with the boy's unique perspective. Even she, who had weathered countless storms, felt a ripple of emotion. With her powerful sensory abilities, Mido discerned that every word from Uchiha Sho was a heartfelt truth. Consequently, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, and a look of satisfaction sparkled in her eyes. She snapped her fingers lightly and said, "Little Sho, I must admit, you truly delight me." As her words fell, the mysterious barrier enveloping them dissipated, and their figures returned to their original positions. Mido then narrowed her eyes slightly, chuckling softly, "Regarding your relationship with Tsunade, I shall not interfere excessively. However, I do hope you treat her with sincerity. That girl, though sometimes a bit slow and stubborn, possesses a kind heart. Thus, if any friction or conflict arises in your future interactions, I hope you can embrace more understanding and tolerance." Mido laughed lightly as she spoke. Hearing her words, Uchiha Sho nodded solemnly, raising his right arm to press his clenched fist against his chest, responding earnestly, "Rest assured, Lady Mido, I shall take good care of Miss Tsunade, staking the supreme honor of our Uchiha clan upon it." His gaze was resolute, as if he had made an unalterable vow. Observing Uchiha Sho's solemn demeanor and unwavering attitude, Mido's smile deepened. She nodded slowly, acknowledging his commitment. After all, for a prestigious clan like the Uchiha, their vows often carried immense weight and binding power. "Now, come inside quickly, otherwise Tsunade will become anxious." That child. Mido began to recount amusing anecdotes from Tsunade's childhood, causing Uchiha Sho to tremble with laughter. Inside the house, Tsunade worried whether she had caused trouble for Sho. Would her grandmother misunderstand? Regardless, if her grandmother became angry, she would claim it was her own choice. Resolving herself, Tsunade clenched her fists, preparing to seek out her grandmother and Uchiha Sho. Just then, the two entered the room, laughing together, surprising Tsunade. Why was her grandmother in such high spirits today? Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it, as long as Sho was fine. She turned her gaze to the handsome Uchiha Sho, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 41. Uchiha Madara. As the door was gently pushed open, the two stepped slowly into the room. Tsunade's previously restless heart settled like a stone cast into a lake, gradually regaining its tranquility. She chose not to inquire about the events that had transpired, instead dutifully walking to the table to prepare tea with practiced ease. At that moment, Mido and Uchiha Sho were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Uchiha Sho wore a smile, responding effortlessly, each remark seamlessly connecting, ensuring the dialogue flowed without interruption. Moreover, his humorous remarks often elicited hearty laughter from Mido, filling the room with a joyful and harmonious atmosphere. Tsunade stood quietly to the side, focused on brewing the tea, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her gentle gaze fixed on Mido and Uchiha Sho, completely immersed in this warmth. However, this tranquil harmony was abruptly shattered by a sudden shout. With a loud bang, the door was thrust open, and a figure burst in, exclaiming, "Grandma, sister, this time, Master finally agreed to let me fight on the front lines." At this announcement, the expressions of those present instantly varied. Uchiha Sho raised an intrigued eyebrow. A faint smile on his lips, Tsunade furrowed her brow. A clear look of concern etched on her face, while Mido's countenance darkened, clearly displeased by the news. Simultaneously, Uchiha Sho cast his gaze toward the child, Senju Narutoshi. Previously, he had met Narutoshi briefly at the Rain Country camp, but had not taken a close look. Now scrutinizing him, he couldn't help but commend inwardly. Indeed, he is a spirited and vibrant youth. Tsunade's brow tightened with worry. Although her brother Narutoshi was already 12 years old and had become a genin, in her eyes, he remained merely a child. Even now, as Narutoshi had become a disciple of Orochimaru, Tsunade harbored deep concerns about his survival on the brutal battlefield. Meanwhile, Mido's expression was as dark as a storm cloud. It must be noted that their clan's younger generation consisted solely of Tsunade and Narutoshi. Now, with Tsunade heading to battle, she bore the responsibility as the disciple of the Hokage, and Mido would not voice further objection to that. However, her beloved grandson, the direct descendant of the first Hokage, was only 12. To send such a young child to the tumultuous front lines was unfathomable. Should anything happen to him, who would bear the responsibility? Would it be Orochimaru? The answer was clearly no. Orochimaru understood Naritoshi's unique status and would never recklessly send him into the dangers of war. Yet this time, he had unexpectedly agreed to the request. Mito could not believe that there were no ulterior motives at play. Uchiha Sho recognized Mito's concerns and said with a smile, "Naritoshi, do you remember me?" Naritoshi turned to Uchiha Sho, his eyes lighting up. "You, Lord God of War. Our last meeting was brief. We didn't have the chance to exchange pleasantries. What brings you to my home today?" Uchiha Sho was well known among the ninja who participated in the Second Great Ninja War, even earning the nickname God of War in Konoha. Uchiha Sho was momentarily taken aback. God of War? What is this about? However, he shook his head and smiled. "Naritoshi, I came to your home to discuss important matters with your sister and grandmother." "Oh," Naritoshi nodded. "Naritoshi, I would like to ask, did you request Orochimaru to allow you to go to the front lines?" Uchiha Sho inquired, puzzled by the unfair fate of the grandson of the first Hokage. He had perished under explosive tags, with his insides hollowed out, and when he died, there was hardly a complete corpse left, which was perplexing. Naritoshi nodded eagerly yes. "Because I am the grandson of the first Hokage, and I aspire to become Hokage in the future, I must undergo the trials of battle to grow." Uchiha Sho was taken aback, then coldly asked, "Who told you that?" He finally understood. Someone must be luring Naritoshi to the battlefield. Because previously, although he possessed the desire to grow stronger and dreamed of becoming Hokage, he lacked such awareness. Thus, the truth is singular. Someone has instigated Senju Rope Tree. Rope Tree was taken aback, gazing at the stern visage of Uchiha Kyo, unable to suppress a shiver. It was an old man. He then strained to recall and turned his gaze back to Uchiha Kyo, his pupils narrowing as he recognized a face reminiscent of the war god, albeit aged. Uchiha Kyo was momentarily stunned, then abruptly sat down in his chair, startling both Vortex Mito and Tsunade. Particularly Tsunade, who hurriedly inquired, "Kyo, are you all right?" Uchiha Kyo shook his head, assuring her he was fine. He had merely lost focus for a fleeting moment. He had seen his reflection, which bore an 80% resemblance to Uchiha Madara, and Rope Tree's assertion that this person resembled him more like an older version of himself was compelling. The identity of that individual was becoming increasingly evident. The Rose of the Warring States, the Azura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Kyo could hardly fathom that Madara's shadow still loomed after all these years. It seemed Madara's actions were not of his own volition, but rather influenced by that black Zetsu. Otherwise, given his relationship with Hashirama, how could he possibly incite Rope Tree to battle? Vortex Mito discerned the implications and asked, "Little Kyo, have you figured something out?" She had a premonition that Kyo had uncovered some significant secrets. Otherwise, given Kyo's usual composure, he would not have momentarily lost his focus. Uchiha Kyo raised his head, poised to speak, but suddenly swallowed his words, unsure how to explain to Vortex Mito. Yet, Vortex Mito seemed to read Kyo's thoughts and smiled, saying, "It's all right, Kyo. If you have conjectures, feel free to express them." Uchiha Kyo nodded. "If I am not mistaken, the person Rope Tree encountered must be Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara? That is impossible. He was not supposed to," Tsunade exclaimed, unable to believe that a ninja who had died over a decade ago could suddenly reappear in Konoha. Vortex Mito's gaze sharpened. "Kyo, what evidence do you have to say that person is Madara?" She began to frown, having previously felt that Madara could not have easily perished. It was only after witnessing Madara's corpse on the day of his burial that she had accepted his death. "I wonder if you have heard of Izanagi," Uchiha Kyo said gravely. Vortex Mito's pupils constricted. As a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, she had indeed heard of Izanagi. Chapter 42. Izanagi. Uchiha Kyo could tell from Vortex Mito's expression that she was familiar with it, while Tsunade and Rope Tree appeared bewildered. He shook his head. Izanagi from the Uchiha clan was a forbidden technique that once caused chaos within the clan. Uchiha Kyo murmured, "Izanagi, also known as the technique of distorting reality, allows one to alter the reality of death and bring a person back to life." At this, Uchiha Kyo sighed. Tsunade and Rope Tree's eyes widened. Distorting reality? Reversing death? Is that not a bit far-fetched? If the Uchiha possessed such capabilities, they would have long since claimed the title of the strongest ninja clan. Do you not believe it? Vortex Mito turned to her grandson and granddaughter. "It is true, but our Vortex clan has scant records on this. However, I believe invoking this technique comes at a great cost. Uchiha Kyo nodded. Lady Mito is correct. The cost is indeed significant. After he spoke, his eyes instantaneously transformed from black to blood red, with 3 tomoe swirling within. Upon activating his 3 tomoe Sharingan, Tsunade and Rope Tree were initially taken aback, followed by an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, within Konoha, there was only one Mangekyo Sharingan, that of Uchiha Hiroshi, who preferred to conceal his prowess, presenting only his 3 tomoe to the public. In the eyes of Konoha's citizens, the 3 tomoe Sharingan of the Uchiha was regarded as the pinnacle of strength. Tsunade, having encountered many 3 tomoe Sharingan in her experiences, had never felt such a formidable pressure as she did from Uchiha Kyo. While others' 3 tomoe Sharingan may have appeared similar, she sensed an unparalleled intensity from Kyo. This was not surprising, as Uchiha Kyo currently possessed Jonin-level chakra, which was also natural chakra. Natural chakra was continuously enhancing Uchiha Kyo's physique, and, being an organ, the Sharingan naturally benefited from this amplification. In terms of ocular power, his current 3 tomoe were equivalent to an ordinary Mangekyo, representative of shadow-level ocular strength. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Tsunade to feel a sense of suppression. Returning to the subject at hand, the cost of Izanagi is the loss of 1 Sharingan. Uchiha Kyo stated nonchalantly, once Izanagi is activated, it can distort reality, allowing one to revert from a state of death to their original peak condition, while simultaneously losing 1 Sharingan, leaving only a useless eye. Tsunade and Rope Tree gasped. So, does that mean he essentially gained 2 lives? Are you suggesting that Uchiha Madara was truly dead at that time? He had calculated the timing and prepared to invoke Izanagi? Vortex Mito inquired gravely. Indeed, Uchiha Madara must have been gambling, betting that Hashirama would not allow anyone to disturb his corpse or take his eyes. Fortunately, he won that gamble. Uchiha Kyo chuckled. Uchiha Madara is still alive. What should we do? Tsunade expressed her concern. Uchiha Kyo replied with a smile, what of it? The outside world claims he is dead, and he has not emerged to clarify, which suggests that although he is alive, his strength has significantly diminished. We shall proceed with our plans. He will not intervene. Vortex Mito slightly nodded, acknowledging Uchiha Kyo's words. It is worth noting that Uchiha Madara, as the Azura of the ninja world, had a reputation that was not merely for show. In contrast to the kind-hearted and somewhat naive Hashirama, Uchiha Madara acted decisively and without hesitation, truly a person of ruthless determination. Recalling the first 5 Kage summit, Uchiha Madara had not yet departed the village at that time. Hashirama had intended to distribute the tailed beasts among the nations to maintain so-called peace. However, upon hearing this proposal, Uchiha Madara had immediately and bluntly retorted, distribute them? Hashirama, are you jesting? Surprisingly, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who often opposed Madara, also sided with him on this matter. Unfortunately, Hashirama, being obstinate, ignored the opposition and insisted on pushing his plan forward, ultimately performing the astonishing act of bowing to the other 4 nations to solicit their consideration. Had the hot-tempered Uchiha Madara dealt with the situation, he would have undoubtedly bellowed, bow to me, and this matter shall be resolved, instead of swallowing his pride like Hashirama. Returning to the main point, Vortex Mito sighed softly, shaking her head helplessly. It seems Madara knows Hashirama's temperament all too well. Uchiha Kyo nodded thoughtfully, further speculating. Madara's manipulation of Rope Tree to engage in battle on the front lines must stem from Rope Tree possessing something he covets. Tsunade shook her head vigorously. Disbelief etched across her face. Rope Tree is merely a lowly genin. How could he possibly attract the attention of someone like Madara? Evidently, Tsunade could not accept this notion. However, Uchiha Kyo merely responded calmly. Do not forget, he possesses the bloodline of Hashirama. In other words, he carries Hashirama's cells. Upon hearing this, Vortex Mito's complexion turned pale. Indeed, although Rope Tree had yet to awaken the wood release technique, it was undeniable that the blood flowing within him was the closest to that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Even Tsunade, being his elder sister, could not compare in this regard. As the crowd fell into silence, Uchiha Kyo spoke again. If that time truly arrives, and Shunshu encounters unforeseen circumstances while Madara's subordinates lurk in the shadows, then I believe the fate that awaits him is all too clear. His words struck like a thunderclap in Tsunade's heart. An alarming image of Shunshu being brutally slain by the enemy flashed before her mind. In that instant, Tsunade felt the world spin around her, darkness clouding her vision as she began to sway precariously. Stumbling backwards, her steps felt unusually unsteady. In her panic, she reached out to steady herself against a nearby table, but her arms, gripped by overwhelming fear and anxiety, betrayed her. After a considerable struggle, she managed to keep herself from collapsing to the ground. With reddened eyes, she turned to Shinshu and implored, "You insufferable brat, this time, please do not go to the battlefield. Tell Orochimaru that you will not participate this time, will you?" Her voice trembled with earnestness. Chapter 43. Explosive protective gear. Gazing at his elder sister, Tsunade, Shinshu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of hesitation swelling within him. The sudden emergence of Uchiha Madara had indeed left him astonished and bewildered, yet the words he spoke struck like lightning, searing into his very soul. Indeed, only through the trials and tribulations of war can one truly grow and mature. For Shinshu, who aspired to become the esteemed Hokage of Konohagakure, this opportunity to fight on the front lines was undeniably a rare chance that he could not easily forsake. Therefore, he fixed his gaze firmly upon Tsunade's concerned and anxious face and resolutely declared, "Sister, even if the enemy is clearly targeting me this time, I am determined to head to the front lines to fight." He paused for a moment, his eyes growing ever more resolute, as if ablaze with an inner fire, before he continued with unwavering conviction, setting aside whether Uchiha Madara is good or evil. His assertion that one must endure the trials of the battlefield to grow has solidified my resolve to go. In that moment, Shinshu's eyes brimmed with determination and steadfastness, showing no sign of retreat. Faced with such resolute determination from her younger brother, Tsunade found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Uchiha Q gently placed a hand on Tsunade's shoulder, attempting to soothe her evident agitation. Uzumaki Mido, slightly dazed, gazed at Shinshu, and for a fleeting moment, she saw the spirit of Hashirama within him, undeterred by formidable foes. Although Shinshu's strength paled in comparison to Hashirama's, his fervor was something she felt reluctant to dampen. With a deep sigh and a resigned expression, she shook her head. As her grandchildren grew into adulthood, becoming increasingly independent, Mido could not help but reflect, each generation has its own fortunes. Yet, at this moment, her greatest concern remained Shinshu, sincerely hoping for his safe return. Mido returned to her room, and witnessing this scene, Uchiha Q sighed before preparing to present the explosive protective gear he had acquired for his brother-in-law. Focusing intently, Uchiha Q conveyed Shinshu's height, age, and other details accurately to a mysterious system. Upon receiving this information, the system swiftly adjusted the 2090 explosive protective gear to perfectly match Shinshu's dimensions. Next, Uchiha Q skillfully retrieved a delicate storage scroll from his attire. Under the curious gazes of Tsunade and Shinshu, he began to channel his chakra. In an instant, with a sharp crack, a dense cloud of white smoke erupted. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the sudden smoke, the system seamlessly collaborated with Uchiha Q, quietly delivering the modified protective gear into the shroud of smoke. The entire operation flowed with such grace, as if the gear had been plucked directly from the storage scroll. Caught off guard by the thick white smoke, Tsunade and Shinshu began to cough repeatedly, particularly Tsunade, whose ample bosom swayed violently with each fit of coughing, nearly causing Uchiha Q's Sharingan to widen in surprise. Realizing his lapse in composure, Uchiha Q quickly regained his focus and averted his gaze. He hastily rubbed his eyes, silently relieved that both Tsunade and Shinshu were too affected by the smoke to open their eyes. Otherwise, he would have been left mortified in that awkward moment. Once the curling white smoke and the mysterious scroll had completely dissipated, Uchiha Q finally opened his eyes slowly. A subtle smile graced his lips, radiating warmth akin to the gentle spring breeze, a sight that Tsunade, gradually recovering from her shock, could not help but notice. As Tsunade beheld the charming smile of the man before her, a blush crept across her cheeks, and her heart raced as if skipping a beat. She instinctively attempted to look away, only to find her gaze inexplicably captivated, unable to shift even a fraction. Meanwhile, Shinshu, unlike his sister, focused all his attention on Uchiha Q's hands, where a seemingly ordinary piece of clothing lay. "Brother Q, what kind of garment is that you hold?" Shinshu inquired curiously, pointing at the attire. Hearing her brother's question snapped Tsunade back to reality, shifting her gaze to Uchiha Q's hands. She then noticed that a black, jacket-like piece of clothing had appeared there unbeknownst to her. Noticing the attention drawn to the garment, Uchiha Q felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing he had successfully piqued their interest. He quickly explained with a smile, "Tsunade, do not underestimate this piece of clothing. It is not an ordinary garment, but a special ninja tool crafted specifically for Shinshu. While it may appear mundane and indistinguishable from regular attire, it possesses formidable defensive capabilities. It is entirely immune to the damage caused by explosions and boasts impressive defensive strength. Even against the full force of a shadow-level expert, it can withstand 3 strikes." Upon hearing this, surprise flickered across Tsunade's face, only to be followed by a furrowed brow of skepticism as she replied, "Q, are you truly certain that such a simple leather jacket can endure the fierce assault of a shadow-level powerhouse?" It was understandable for Tsunade to harbor doubts, as the garment appeared utterly unremarkable at first glance, lacking any striking features. Its color was dull, its design plain, devoid of any eye-catching embellishments. Tsunade even thought that a mere swipe of a blade would easily rend the fabric to shreds. However, in response to Tsunade's skepticism, Uchiha Q offered no further explanation, merely smiling and beckoning Shinshu to come closer. Despite a twinge of uncertainty, Shinshu, trusting Uchiha Q, stepped forward without hesitation. Chapter 44. I am fine. Uchiha Q observed Rope Tree approaching, a subtle smile forming on his lips as he affectionately ruffled Rope Tree's hair. He then turned his gaze towards Tsunade, who appeared somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Uchiha Q elucidated the rationale behind their actions. Experiments are the sole criterion for verifying truth. If little Tsunade does not believe, then let her test it herself. His confident smile, coupled with his striking features, seemed persuasive indeed. Tsunade pondered for a moment before nodding. It was indeed worth a trial. If the method proved effective, it would ensure Rope Tree's safety on the battlefield. Test. How do we test? Should I let my sister hit me while wearing this outfit? Rope Tree scratched his head, and just then, a serious expression overtook Uchiha Q's face. "Rope Tree, I must ask you, do you wish to battle on the front line for experience?" Seeing Q's expression, Rope Tree also became solemn. "Yes, Brother Q, I want to go." Observing Rope Tree's earnest demeanor, Uchiha Q felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving the naive boy. However, he quickly continued, "Then, Rope Tree, put on the gear. Shortly, we shall test its defensive capabilities with your sister's assistance. Only with sufficient defense will she permit you to join the fray." After saying this, Uchiha Q patted Rope Tree's shoulder. "All right." Just as Rope Tree was about to don the attire, he suddenly realized, "Wait, test the defense? Let my sister hit me?" Memories of past encounters with his sister flooded his mind, leaving his face pale. Uchiha Q, noticing this, thought it prudent to stoke the flames of motivation. "You know your sister's nature. If she cannot ensure your safety, she will never allow you to go to the front line." He smiled and glanced at Tsunade. "Right, little Tsunade?" Tsunade nodded. "Indeed, Rope Tree, nothing is more important than your safety. If I cannot guarantee your protection, I will not consent to your deployment." Hearing their words, Rope Tree exhaled deeply, looking at Tsunade. "I understand, sister." He then took the bomb-proof suit from Uchiha Q and put it on, while Uchiha Q nodded at Tsunade and leapt back, distancing himself from Rope Tree. Tsunade, having inherited the might of the Senju clan, could unleash power akin to that of a Kage, even at the level of a Jonin. If he were nearby and caught a punch, it would surely be painful. Uchiha Q shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such thoughts, lest he lose sleep over it. Rope Tree watched as Uchiha Q moved away, then turned to his serious sister, involuntarily swallowing hard. "Here I go. Get ready, you little rascal." With that, Tsunade stepped forward, causing the ground of the Senju clan to crack beneath her feet, and then she transformed into a streak of light, charging at Rope Tree. Though Rope Tree possessed immense strength, being 6 years younger than his sister rendered his abilities negligible in comparison. Super Strength, Mountain Shatter. Tsunade appeared before Rope Tree. Her right hand retracted as she coiled her body, then unleashed a punch. Boom. Her fist struck Rope Tree's bomb-proof suit with a resounding crack, sending him flying until he crashed against the wall. He embedded himself 3 inches into the wall, a testament to Tsunade's controlled power at the pinnacle of Chunin. "Rope Tree," Tsunade called out, and he quickly replied, "Sister, I'm fine. Not a scratch on me." Hearing his robust response, Tsunade sighed in relief, as Rope Tree struggled to free himself from the wall. Earlier, before she even made contact, a translucent barrier had appeared, absorbing the impact of her punch. Thus, he had felt no harm within the protective layer of the suit. He smiled, grateful for the bomb-proof garment. Sister. Before he could express his revelation, Tsunade swiftly appeared before him, her expression icy, heavenly foot. It was her most domineering technique. Although she was merely a jonin, her combination of super strength and taijutsu could rival that of a Kaguya. While Rope Tree recognized the formidable defense of the suit, the oppressive aura emanating from his sister felt even more daunting. With a thunderous impact, Tsunade's foot pinned Rope Tree to the ground. She discerned that what she had struck was not flesh but a soft membrane, which dissipated her force before vanishing, leaving her foot resting on Rope Tree's chest. This strike approached the power level of a Kaguya, yet the membrane showed no signs of yielding. Tsunade felt a surge of excitement. With this ninja tool, as long as Rope Tree did not encounter a village leader on the battlefield, he would likely remain unharmed. She turned to Uchiha Q, then lunged toward him. Unaware, Uchiha Q was suddenly tackled to the ground by Tsunade. Thank you, Q. With this ninja tool, Rope Tree can remain safe. Tsunade was filled with gratitude. Uchiha Q momentarily froze, feeling the softness against his chest, and inhaled sharply. If Tsunade did not rise soon, his younger brother would surely emerge. Thus, Uchiha Q gently patted Tsunade's head. Please get up. Rope Tree is watching. At his words, Tsunade quickly stood, glancing at Rope Tree, who trembled at her gaze and looked up at the sky. What a beautiful day. He was at a loss for words, but was certain that Uchiha Q would one day become his brother-in-law. Tsunade huffed, turning her head shyly to Uchiha Q. It's my fault. I didn't pay attention to my strength and pushed you too hard. Realizing her words lacked decorum, she hastily fell silent, her cheeks flushed. Uchiha Q, intrigued, smirked and leaned closer. No worries, it felt quite soft. Very comfortable. After speaking, he dashed away without looking back. Tsunade was momentarily stunned, then chuckled exasperatedly, turning to Rope Tree. Now I can rest assured for you to go to the front line. However, remember to heed your master Orochimaru's words. That guy possesses the strongest abilities among the three of us, and his escape techniques surpass even Jiraiya's. You must learn from him. With that, Tsunade headed inside, eager to share the news with her grandmother. Chapter 45. Ichiraku Ramen. Hatake Tsukumo. After leaving the Senju clan, Uchiha Q visited the famed Ichiraku Ramen, a place not yet established with a permanent storefront, but rather a small cart where noodles were made and boiled fresh. Despite its humble appearance, the cart was surrounded by villagers and ninjas, creating a lively atmosphere. Handmade. One serving of your signature tonkatsu ramen, please. I've missed this flavor during my recent mission. A young man in a white flat cap exclaimed, full of enthusiasm. Oh, there are many ramen shops, but yours is the best. I'll take 2 bowls of miso chashu ramen. My grandson insisted I buy it. Handmade. Your culinary skills are remarkable. How did you come up with these flavors? Give me a bowl of your signature tonkatsu ramen too. The voices were a delightful cacophony. And it was this very scene that made Uchiha Q realize how popular Ichiraku Ramen truly was. A young man, donning a white flat cap and exuding energy, declared, All right, esteemed guests, I present to you the most delicious Ichiraku Ramen. He then proceeded to pull out pre-prepared dough in front of the crowd. The dough was clean, neatly shaped, and uniform, causing a smile to spread across Q's face. Subsequently, he harmoniously melded with his craft before the gathered audience, continually stretching the dough until it transformed into uniformly thick strands of pulled noodles. Upon completing this task, the man immersed the noodles into a pre-prepared bone broth and commenced slicing the accompaniments. Perfectly crafted narutomaki rolls and boiled eggs, each cut with precision. Approximately 4 minutes later, he retrieved the noodles, drenching them in the rich broth, and arranged the narutomaki and eggs into a paper bowl. Handing it to the earlier tasked ninja, the man smiled warmly, saying, Thank you for your hard work. I've added an extra egg for you. Please take care during your missions. His smile was genuine and benevolent, leaving the ninja momentarily stunned, tears brimming in his eyes as he bowed deeply, exclaiming, I will. I shall return. He then began to eat, tears streaming down his face. The man nodded with a smile and continued his craft of noodle making. It is no surprise to those familiar that this is the man who weaves through the entire Naruto series, the hand-pulling uncle. No, rather, it should be the hand-pulling brother. He appears youthful, yet his kindness begins to shine through at this moment. Though he is merely a street vendor and not particularly affluent, he willingly offers an extra egg to the weary ninja, reflecting his love for the village and respect for those ninjas who tirelessly strive for its safety. This scene captured the attention of all patrons at the stall, their lips curving upward in unison. What a good-hearted proprietor. Next, your miso chashu ramen. Considering the appetite of your child, I've added a bit more noodles for you. His voice rang clear and passionate. Observing this scene, Uchiha Itachi nodded, acknowledging his deserved success. Such a remarkable proprietor is rare in this world. Uchiha Itachi glanced upward at the sky, the setting sun ablaze, casting a warm orange glow over the entire Hidden Leaf village. Witnessing the smiles exchanged between the hand-pulling brother and the villagers, a smile began to form on his lips as well. Peace is truly beautiful, Uchiha Itachi mused within. Ah, peace is indeed wonderful. A voice chimed in. Following the sound, Uchiha Itachi spotted a ninja with rare white hair, whose expression, illuminated by the setting sun, radiated softness. Clad in a green Jonin combat uniform, he approached Uchiha Itachi. You are Lord Tsukumo. Upon seeing the man's hair and visage, Uchiha Itachi's first thought was of Kakashi. However, given the timeline, Kakashi was likely still a child. Thus, this man must be Hitaki Tsukumo. Though a Jonin, Hitaki Tsukumo possessed veritable strength on par with the Hokage, mastering the Hitaki sword techniques to an extraordinary degree. Even the third Hokage would struggle to subdue him in a moment's time. His fame burgeoned during the Second Great Ninja War against Tsunade, where, for the sake of intelligence, he single-handedly eliminated Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, only to discover they were protecting their child, Sasori, rather than guarding any information. This earned him the title of Konoha's White Fang, a recognition of his prowess. Consequently, Sasori's character shifted from innocent and kind to shadowed and ruthless, while Chiyo's hair turned white overnight, harboring a profound hatred for Konoha's White Fang. Oh, you have heard my name? Hitaki Tsukumo scratched his head, bemused, despite his formidable abilities. He could not recall having met this young man. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Lord Tsukumo, your swordsmanship has reached an unparalleled realm. Your mastery of the Hitaki techniques instills fear in your foes. Ha ha, those are merely rumors, hardly to be taken literally. Hitaki Tsukumo had just returned from the Hokage's office, and, upon passing Ichiraku Ramen and spotting Uchiha Itachi, felt compelled to engage in conversation with this junior. Lord Tsukumo, Uchiha Itachi was about to speak when a rumble emanated from his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Uchiha Itachi's face flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating to encounter a legendary ninja in such a manner. Curse this insatiable belly, he thought, somewhat vexed. Hitaki Tsukumo chuckled. All right, young one, fate has brought us together. Allow me to treat you to some ramen. He then turned to the Ichiraku ramen stall. Hand-pulled, 1 serving of miso ramen and 1 serving of tonkatsu ramen. Hitaki Tsukumo's voice rang out, garnering the attention of all. Recognizing him, the ninjas bowed in respect, while the villagers curiously regarded Hitaki Tsukumo and Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing him, the hand-pulling brother's eyes brightened. Coming right up, please wait a moment. With that, he busied himself. Hitaki Tsukumo waved his hand, signaling everyone to resume their activities. Then turned to Uchiha Itachi. I'm unsure of your preferred flavors. Thus, I ordered both types of ramen. Choose the one you desire, and I shall take the other. I'm not picky. With a smile, Hitaki Tsukumo's lips curled upward. Observing his demeanor, Uchiha Itachi felt a stirring in his heart. Tsukumo was so cheerful and amiable. Should an opportunity arise, he would lend a hand. He must not meet the tragic fate as portrayed in the original storyline. The hand-pulling brother worked swiftly, and within 10 minutes, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were ready. Hitaki Tsukumo received them and inquired, which one will you have? Uchiha Itachi first glanced at the tonkatsu ramen, swallowing as he noted the generous portions of meat, then turned to the miso ramen, which had considerably less. Thus, he pointed to the miso ramen, and Hitaki Tsukumo, understanding the unspoken exchange, replied, I had grilled meat for lunch, so I'm feeling a bit satiated. I'll have the miso ramen. He then handed the tonkatsu ramen to Uchiha Itachi, who was taken aback. He was no longer a child. Fully aware that Hitaki Tsukumo was being considerate, a warmth spread through his heart as he looked at Hitaki Tsukumo, who continued to smile gently, saying, Come, let us enjoy our meal while we converse. He gestured toward a nearby table and chairs. Uchiha Itachi accepted the tonkatsu ramen, feeling a sense of warmth envelop him. Thank you, Lord Tsukumo. Uchiha Itachi expressed earnestly. Hitaki Tsukumo winked. No need for thanks. His voice was gentle, evoking a refreshing sense of spring. Chapter 46. False Intelligence. Using a blade to kill Hatake Tsukumo and Uchiha Itachi took their seats, placing the ramen on the table. Hatake Tsukumo clasped his hands together and declared, "I shall begin." Uchiha Itachi, having only seen such formality in anime, mimicked Hatake Tsukumo's gesture for the first time. Then, the two began to slurp their noodles. Uchiha Itachi took his first bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. This flavor was exquisite, and the texture of the noodles. His eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Hatake Tsukumo observed this with a slight smile. "Young one, what is your name? I see you are adorned in Uchiha attire. You must belong to the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Itachi paused, swallowing his noodles before replying, "Lord Tsukumo, I am Uchiha Itachi." Hatake Tsukumo's eyes lit up. "Uchiha Itachi, I have heard esteemed tales of you from the Hokage and those who participated in the War of the Rain Country. Your reputation is remarkable, strategic genius, adept at leveraging the odds, a prodigy. There are even whispers of a title, God of War." "Oh, Uchiha Itachi, God of War?" Hatake Tsukumo chuckled. Uchiha Itachi scratched his head. "Those are merely fanciful tales. They should not be taken seriously." However, Hatake Tsukumo shook his head. "No, this is what the Hokage mentioned when I visited him earlier today. Could it be that you claim the Hokage is fabricating stories?" Uchiha Itachi gasped. He had not anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen holding him in such high regard. Yet, reflecting on the first night he returned, aligning with Uchiha to support Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt it was not entirely surprising. After all, they were allies in the same struggle. Bolstering Uchiha Itachi's standing would also aid Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance. "Isn't the God of War impressive? Indeed, he is one of my own." Uchiha Itachi remained humble before Hatake Tsukumo, saying, "Lord Tsukumo, it's merely luck. It primarily relies on Lady Tsunade. Had they not afforded me this opportunity to try, success would not have been guaranteed." Listening to Uchiha Q's words, Hatake Tsukumo nodded subtly. At such a young age, having achieved so much yet remaining so humble, it appeared that Uchiha Q was indeed a person worth befriending. "May I address you as Q-sama?" Hatake Tsukumo inquired with a smile. Uchiha Q nodded in agreement. "I have received a mission and would like your insights on it." Hatake Tsukumo's expression suddenly turned grave. Uchiha Q was taken aback, glancing around at the nearby crowd before stating that this was not the appropriate place for such discussions. They resumed their meal. Understanding Uchiha Q's implication that he would assist him in analyzing the matter, Hatake Tsukumo hastened his eating. After they finished, Uchiha Q asked, "Tsukumo-dano, is your home convenient?" Hatake Tsukumo nodded affirmatively and led Uchiha Q to his residence. In just 20 minutes, they arrived at a modest two-story loft. Uchiha Q marveled at the understated nature of a person of such strength. Reflecting on the Uchiha clan's residences, he shook his head. Although their homes were large, only Uchiha Gyuji stood out. The rest were hardly worth mentioning. Hatake Tsukumo knocked on the door, and a woman's voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" "It's me. Miko. I've brought a guest." Hatake Tsukumo's eyes softened at the mention of Miko's name. With a click, the door opened, revealing a beautiful woman who first beamed at her husband before noticing Uchiha Q, her demeanor becoming more reserved. "Please come in," she said, removing her slippers and placing them at the entrance, welcoming both her husband and Uchiha Q inside. Uchiha Q thought to himself how fortunate Tsukumo was to have such a virtuous wife. However, in the anime, Kakashi seemed to have no mother and relied solely on his father, suggesting that Miko must have met with some misfortune. "Please, come in," Hatake Tsukumo urged, gesturing towards the study with a smile. Uchiha Q nodded and stepped into the study after changing into slippers. Miko prepared a pot of tea before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. She understood that the ensuing conversation was not meant for her ears, and even locked the door to prevent any interruptions. Uchiha Q signaled for Hatake Tsukumo to disclose the mission. Tsukumo, not holding anything back, explained, "According to intelligence from our spies in Tsunade, there is a household within the village that possesses knowledge of the army's deployment and strategies. Hokage-sama has instructed me to capture that household tonight and extract information. If they refuse to divulge, we may have to eliminate them." Upon finishing, he handed over the map and confidential letter received from the spy. As Uchiha Q belonged to Hokage's faction, he found no issue with this course of action. As long as they kept silent, no one would be the wiser. Uchiha Q examined the letter, frowning slightly. The handwriting bore signs of imitation, with certain parts appearing less than satisfactory. Upon inspecting the map, he was perplexed. Was there truly only one house in Tsunade? Why were there no other residences depicted? Are you jesting with me? What do you think, Kusama? Did you discover something? Hatake Tsukumo asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. He had reviewed the documents and sensed something was amiss, but since this came from Hokage, he could only rationalize it in his mind. For instance, was it not normal for a map to depict solely the target? The handwriting's lack of fluency might be attributed to a lack of ink, perhaps? Uchiha Q set aside the letter and map, gazing at Hatake Tsukumo with a slight smile. The intelligence is both false and true. Hatake Tsukumo appeared bewildered. What do you mean by that? How can it be both? Uchiha Q, noticing the perplexity on Tsukumo's face, decided to clarify. The intelligence is false, for the handwriting clearly imitates that of our spies, hence its clumsiness. However, it is true that the house depicted on the map exists and is inhabited. As for whether military intelligence is present, Tsukumo Dano, if you were a commander, would you conceal military orders within your home? Uchiha Q remarked with a grin. Hatake Tsukumo paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, how could military intelligence be stored at home? Such information would be committed to memory by commanders and senior officers or kept close at hand. The notion of hiding it in a residence was frivolous. Thanks to Uchiha Q's insight, Hatake Tsukumo finally grasped the dual nature of the intelligence conveyed. What, then, could be the objective of the other party? Tsukumo queried, perplexed. Uchiha Q, employing a broader perspective along with the letter and map, deduced that this was a premeditated transmission of information. The true informant might already be dead, and the message received was merely a byproduct of power struggles within Tsunade. They aimed to utilize Konohagakure to eliminate the inhabitants of that house. Uchiha Q conveyed his conjecture to Hatake Tsukumo, who fell silent in contemplation. Chapter 47. What should I do? After a moment of silence, Hatake Tsukumo suddenly spoke. Kusama, what should I do? Should I inform Hokage-sama? Uchiha Q shook his head. That is unnecessary. The orders were given by Hokage-sama. While having your own opinions is commendable, informing Hokage-sama now would only lead to indecisiveness. Even if your intentions are pure, it may engender some discontent in Hokage-sama's heart. It would be wiser to turn the tables. Depart tonight for the location indicated on the map. He whispered the last few sentences close to Hatake Tsukumo's ear. Tsukumo nodded, I understand. Kusama. Uchiha Q glanced outside at the evening sky, where the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, a chill breeze sweeping in that sent a shiver through him. He sighed, tonight. Consider that I never came. Oh, and one more thing, Tsukumo Dano. A tree that stands out in a forest is bound to be uprooted by the wind. Remember to be discreet. Konohagakure is not as simple as you might think. With that, Uchiha Q rose and exited the study, reaching the front door. He grasped the doorknob and pressed down, the door swinging open. To his surprise, he found Miko standing at the entrance, her expression focused. Upon seeing Uchiha Q emerge, she offered him a polite smile and opened the door wider for him. Uchiha Q nodded and departed from the Hatake household. Suspecting who was behind this, but deeming it unsuitable to divulge to Hatake Tsukumo, the more one knew, the heavier the burden. Hatake Tsukumo was akin to a finely honed blade, one so sharp that even its wielder exercised caution. Any task entrusted to him would be executed flawlessly. Yet, it was this remarkable talent, coupled with an inability to temper his character, that incited the third Hokage's wariness and the jealousy of Shimura Danzo, eventually leading to his internal struggles and tragic demise. Although the elderly third Hokage recognized Tsukumo as a loyal and exceptional shinobi, he dared not take the risk. If one day those who supported Tsukumo incited him to vie for the position of Hokage, would his own seat remain secure? It is worth noting that Sarutobi Hiruzen became engrossed in power, holding on until his last breath. What? You inquire about the fourth Hokage? Indeed, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, hailed from a commoner background. He was a disciple of Jiraiya and a grand disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After assuming the role of Hokage, he refrained from establishing his own faction. Respecting his mentor's legacy, he frequently consulted with the third Hokage, greatly satisfying Hiruzen's desire for control over power. Thus, the fourth Hokage became a puppet of the third. At that time, Uchiha Fugaku sought out Minato Namikaze, subtly hinting at various matters. Yet Minato only spoke of trivialities, leaving Fugaku increasingly anxious. Other clans were also observing, for they preferred the amiable Minato over Sarutobi Hiruzen. The setbacks faced by the Uchiha clan led other families to abandon their ambitions, ceasing to visit Minato. Digressing further, let us return to the main topic. Uchiha Q had orchestrated for Hatake Tsukumo to intentionally fail the mission, providing him with various justifications. Now, the outcome would hinge on Hatake Tsukumo himself. What needs to be said has already been articulated. Whether it is heeded or not depends on him. The perennial victor. The one who triumphs in every battle is indeed a pleasing notion, yet it can easily incite the monarch's suspicion. The phrase merit breeds envy is not merely a saying. Upon Uchiha Sho's departure from the Kiki clan's territory, he was met by 5 Uchiha ninjas. They collectively knelt before him, stating, "The 6th elder and the clan leader have instructed us to escort you to the meeting." Uchiha Sho was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "All right, rise. We are all of the same clan. There is no need to kneel at every turn. A man's knee is worth gold. Henceforth, you need not bow when you meet me. Lead the way." His remark about a man's knee being worth gold startled the Uchiha ninjas, stirring something within them. Such words had not been uttered by other elders. Even the pacifist 4th elder merely exhibited a gentle demeanor while still radiating an air of superiority. However, Uchiha Sho did not possess such an attitude. They could sense his sincerity. The other ninjas glanced at the leader among them, who pondered for a moment before saying, "Everyone, heed the 6th elder, stand up." The leading ninja then introduced himself. "6th elder, I am Uchiha Do, and I kindly request that you follow me." Uchiha Sho nodded. "Very well, I shall remember you, Do." "Yes." Uchiha Do nodded eagerly and led the remaining 4 ninjas ahead. Uchiha Sho smiled slightly and followed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for bestowing a bomb-proof suit upon Shimoku, with rewards to be distributed after the battle with Tsunade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slightly altering Kiki Tsukumo's thoughts, rewarding 5,000 points, and the ninjutsu body flicker technique. The chakra flow path of the body flicker technique instantly imprinted itself in Uchiha Sho's mind, and he smiled as he observed the ninjas ahead, circulating chakra without hand seals. In an instant, Uchiha Sho leaped several positions to stand shoulder to shoulder with the leading ninja, declaring, "Do, I will wait for you at the clan's entrance." Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Sho executed the body flicker technique repeatedly. This left the 5 Uchiha ninjas in awe. They had witnessed the body flicker technique before, but never with such seamlessness. Moreover, the technique consumed a significant amount of chakra, yet Uchiha Sho seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply. The 5 ninjas exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and began forming hand seals to utilize the body flicker technique, but they still could not catch up to Uchiha Sho, who was continuously flickering. After a brief moment, Uchiha Sho appeared at the clan's entrance. The Uchiha guard stationed there greeted him promptly, saying, "6th elder, please enter. The clan leader is organizing a meeting." Uchiha Sho shook his head. "Wait, there are still people who have not arrived." His tone carried a hint of amusement. "Not yet arrived?" The guard looked puzzled but dared not inquire further, returning to his post to stand guard at the clan's entrance. Approximately 3 minutes later, Uchiha Sho glanced towards the direction from which he came, a smile gracing his lips, for the 5 little ones had arrived. He waved, exclaiming, "At last, you are here." Uchiha Do and the others opted to run the final stretch rather than use the body flicker technique. Goodness, the body flicker technique consumes far too much chakra. If we were to use it once more, we might deplete our reserves. Enduring the immense expenditure of chakra, the group rushed to Uchiha Sho's side, only to find him unruffled, smiling at them. Truly, he is the 6th elder, the youngest among the elders, deserving of his reputation. Uchiha Sho chuckled, "Young ones, you lack training," as he patted Uchiha Do on the shoulder. Uchiha Do's face turned crimson, stammering, "6th elder, you are far too strong. We are no match for you." Uchiha Sho shook his head. "Need a break?" Observing Uchiha Do's state, he felt a twinge of guilt for having enjoyed himself without considering the others. Uchiha Do shook his head, took a deep breath, and forced himself to rally his spirits, saying, "Elder, please follow me." He then trembled as he led the way. Chapter 48. Mobilizing the clan's strength to protect the village and nation. Uchiha Do, suppressing his discomfort, escorted Uchiha Sho to the meeting room. Given the current harmonious relationship between the Uchiha and the village, they did not convene at the South-He Shrine. "Here we are, 6th elder," he said, pointing to the meeting room, then exited, yearning for a moment of rest on his bed. Uchiha Sho sighed as he followed the direction Uchiha Do had taken. "Young lad, Still much to practice. He then gazed at the grand conference room. Ah, quite impressive, spacious enough to rival a floor of an office building. He knocked on the door, which promptly opened with a voice from within asking, "Who is it?" "It is I, clan leader Hiroshi." As soon as the words left his mouth, the door swung open, revealing Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku bowed and greeted, "Elder Sho, please follow me." Uchiha Sho nodded. Uchiha Fugaku, though young, always wore a stern expression, which made him unapproachable. However, as a meeting was in session, he had to allow him to lead. Soon, guided by the young Fugaku, Uchiha Sho entered the meeting room. Uchiha Hiroshi rose immediately, his face alight with joy. "Ah, the sixth elder has arrived. Come in, come in." Upon witnessing this scene, the assembly of Uchiha, their eyes gleaming with fervor and delight, had heard of Tsunade's declaration of war. Konoha was dispatching ninjas to respond the following day. The Uchiha clan were warriors at heart. They were not particularly eloquent, Uchiha Sho being a notable exception. Their lack of words did not equate to a lack of love for their village. Rather than speak, they preferred to demonstrate their devotion through action, proving their allegiance to the village was unwavering. As for Uchiha Sho, their sixth elder, his prowess and military acumen positioned him among the elite of Konoha. The outcome of the Rain Country battle was an unspoken understanding, yet everyone recognized Uchiha Sho's strength. Everyone is looking at me. I feel a bit nervous." Uchiha Sho scratched his head, realizing that nearly 200 pairs of Sharingan were fixated on him. "Wait, am I not also of the Sharingan? I possess the 3 tomoe." With this thought, Uchiha Sho's eyes turned crimson as he released the pressure of his 3 tomoe Sharingan. Following Uchiha Hiroshi to the front, surveying all present, Uchiha Hiroshi, satisfied with this display, smiled inwardly, recognizing Uchiha Sho's resilience in the face of over 200 Sharingan gazes. His psychological fortitude surpassed that of his own when he first faced such a scenario. After acclimating to the scrutiny, Uchiha Sho seated himself in the designated position prepared by Uchiha Hiroshi. It was the 3rd seat to the right of the main position. After all, as the 6th elder, his youth was significant, and in the Uchiha clan, seniority was highly regarded. The other 5 elders, with the hawkish faction extending goodwill towards Uchiha Sho, while the Dove faction's 4th elder merely scoffed, grumbling about the youth's lack of martial ethics, accusing him of ambushing an elder. Uchiha Sho smiled in response to the hawkish elder, while to the 4th elder, he simply replied, "My apologies, I did not notice." The 4th elder's face turned a shade of iron as Uchiha Sho disregarded him, but the other elders secretly reveled in the moment, while the 2nd elder remained neutral, still observing Uchiha Sho. He had a feeling that following Uchiha Sho would be a wise choice. One must admit, the 2nd elder was astute, possessing an uncanny ability to read people, though he required further observation. Uchiha Hiroshi cleared his throat twice and settled into the clan leader's seat, his expression turning solemn, contrasting sharply with his earlier warmth. "Gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the purpose of this meeting. Tsunade has invaded our Konoha village. The Hokage has appointed Elder Danzo as the chief commander to oversee the situation. Our Uchiha clan must actively cooperate. Therefore, I have decided that we will dispatch 200 Jonin, 300 Shunin, and 500 Genin, all to be commanded by the 6th elder, the god of war." Uchiha Sho. As soon as this declaration was made, the 200 Jonin present paled. They yearned to achieve merit and safeguard their village. Yet the prospect of deploying 1,000 Uchiha ninjas meant nearly the entire clan would be involved. If anything were to go awry this time, they would be risking their entire fighting force. Such a decision was utterly untenable for the clan. The hawkish elders wore pale expressions, gazing at Uchiha Guangji with disbelief, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind?" To rally the entire clan's strength for the sake of the village. Uchiha Guangji, however, remained composed. He believed that by aligning themselves with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the foremost clan of Konoha, and contributing their resources for the protection of the village, the Uchiha clan would forever be remembered following the conclusion of this battle. Uchiha Q glanced at Uchiha Guangji, astonished. He had anticipated that Uchiha Guangji would deploy considerable military might, but he had not expected such a grand gamble. Uchiha Guangji turned to Elder Q, inquiring if there were any dissenting opinions. He held a high level of trust in him, believing that no one of great renown could be lacking in merit. Returning to reality, Uchiha Q felt a profound sense of trust, an unconditional trust. He opened his mouth slightly, then clenched his fists, resolutely pledging to uphold the clan leader's directives, vowing to ensure that the Uchiha clan's reputation would shine through and to minimize casualties among their ranks. At that moment, Uchiha Q's heart burned with fervor. It was the first time he had been entrusted so completely, and with such a formidable force at his disposal, he could well believe they could annihilate the Wind Country. Uchiha Q was determined to lead this contingent effectively. Uchiha Guangji nodded and spoke. I understand you may have doubts regarding Q. But are you aware that during the last battle in the Rain Country, he commanded the Senju army with minimal loss, fewer than 30 deaths? Elite shinobi suffered no severe injuries, and there were almost no fatalities among the Chunin, with only a handful of genin caught off guard. With Guangji's words, the 200 elite shinobi present were taken aback. They had only heard of Uchiha Q's title as the god of shinobi, but were unaware of the actual statistics. Upon learning this, their expressions shifted from anxiety and fear to excitement, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Uchiha Q realized he could no longer remain silent and vowed in the name of the Uchiha, I, Uchiha Q, will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. The 200 Uchiha shinobi unitedly declared, Uchiha shinobi, we shall adhere to the clan leader's commands and follow Elder Q's orders. We protect our village and our nation, striking down our foes. The elders exchanged glances, none daring to speak against this unified resolve, for the clan's morale rested with the leader and Elder Q. This expedition represented not only the clan, but also the village. To intervene now would only serve to undermine the troop spirit, so they turned their eyes towards Uchiha Q, praying for his capable leadership to minimize casualties among their kin. The following day, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Tsunade Koharu arrived early at the village entrance. As the previous day's meeting had determined the course of action, under Danzo's command, each clan was required to deploy no fewer than 30 elite shinobi, 50 chunin, and 100 genin, summing to at least 180 personnel from each clan. With the various clans combined, Konoha's military force would comprise roughly 6,000 shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood calmly, while Danzo appeared somewhat apprehensive. Hiruzen, do you believe we can muster these 6,000? Danzo's eyes were clouded with doubt. He was skeptical that the clans would commit their resources to the battlefield. We will, Hiruzen replied steadily. Perhaps the elite shinobi will be fewer, but chunin and genin are never in short supply. Even if there are gaps, many civilian shinobi will step forward to fill them. Danzo nodded, acknowledging that the prominent clans were protective of their strengths, making it unrealistic to expect them to contribute many elite shinobi. He sighed, reflecting on the close ties between the Sarutobi and Shimura clans dating back to the Warring States period. As leaders of their respective clans, they were acutely aware of the sentiments among the shinobi clans. Unlike the higher-ups, both were also part of the village elite, tasked with considering the village's and the war's interests. Upon deeper contemplation, it was evident that no complete reconciliation existed among the great clans. Animosities lingered beneath the surface. As Hashirama Senju envisioned a community where past grievances could be forgotten, his ideals were overly optimistic. While he was alive, his unparalleled might lent weight to his words as the will of the shinobi world. However, shortly after his passing, the First Shinobi World War erupted, underscoring that, despite his belief in peace, the shinobi were governed by the principle of strength. Look, Hiruzen, it appears a clan is arriving. Tsunade Koharu nudged Sarutobi Hiruzen. He snapped back to attention, gazing into the distance. Dressed in simple garments, the members of the Hyuga clan, led by Hyuga Akihiko with a warm smile, approached the village entrance. We have assembled 30 elite shinobi, 50 chunin, and 100 genin from the Hyuga clan. Please inspect our readiness, Hokage-sama, he proclaimed confidently, a hint of pride on his face. The Hyuga clan, renowned alongside the Senju and Uchiha, had efficiently gathered their forces without hesitation. Hiruzen nodded, smiling at Akihiko. The Hyuga clan truly lives up to its reputation as a great clan, assembling such numbers in just a day. There is no need for inspection. I trust in the Hyuga clan and in you, Akihiko. Akihiko acknowledged with a nod and stepped aside, hands clasped behind his back. Subsequently, other clan leaders and their shinobi arrived, and Hiruzen noted that, as anticipated, many were short of elite shinobi and had resorted to sending genin, lamenting their lack of strength and numbers. Understanding the situation, Hiruzen continued to smile reassuringly. It is all right. I know you all are doing your best. Meanwhile, Danzo's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he seethed with frustration at the apparent hoarding of resources. as Hiruzen surveyed the gathered shinobi. He couldn't help but frown at the conspicuous absence of the Uchiha clan. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the ground began to tremble slightly, and over 1,000 Uchiha shinobi marched in unison towards the village entrance. The leaders of the other clans felt a tightening in their chests, and upon seeing the number of Uchiha shinobi, their expressions shifted dramatically. Had the entire Uchiha clan mobilized? Hiruzen was initially taken aback, but then elation surged within him. Even Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the Uchiha clan truly so audacious? Hokage-sama. Uchiha Q waved, having come with the Uchiha clan's forces. While the other elders and clan leaders remained absent. Q, you've arrived. What is the meaning of this? Hiruzen asked, a mixture of joy and concern crossing his features as he pointed at the Uchiha shinobi. Realizing the need for formality, Uchiha Q stepped back and bowed. I, Uchiha Q. Present 200 elite shinobi, 300 chunin, and 500 genin from the Uchiha clan, rallying our entire clan's strength for the protection of our village and nation. To combat the Sand and Hound. Q's voice resonated powerfully, captivating the attention of all present. The surrounding clans were astonished. Was this truly the Uchiha they remembered? Committing their entire clan to battle for the village? Hiruzen sensed Q's sincerity and scanned the ranks of Uchiha shinobi before finally turning to Q. I express my heartfelt gratitude for the Uchiha clan's unwavering support. As he prepared to bow in appreciation, Q quickly stepped forward, but Hiruzen waved him off. Instead bowing to the Uchiha clan members. You are Konoha's Uchiha, both in the past and in the future. Your contributions are seen and cherished by me and all the villagers. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, thank you for your sacrifices. The Uchiha clan members were deeply moved, kneeling on one knee for the village and its people, their commitment unwavering. Even Shimura Danzo felt a surge of passion, and he began to reassess the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, the previously proud Hyuga clan leader found himself in an awkward position. Setting aside the past actions of the Uchihas, this time, they were committing the full strength of their clan to fight for the village, a determination unmatched by any other family. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Uchiha clan would emerge as a benchmark family in Konoha. Nara Shikaku's eyes lit up at this scene. He admired Uchiha Shu, recognizing that even he would not dare to make such a bold commitment. Tsunade, not present at this moment, would have been equally excited. Due to the proposal concerning medical ninjas, she had been assigned to manage the village's medical forces and would serve as the medical commander during the war, refraining from direct combat. Meanwhile, the Senju forces stood by, observing Uchiha Shu and the Uchiha clan, reflecting on how different leadership could inspire a distinct spirit within a clan. The current Uchiha exuded a sense of unity and responsibility. The third Hokage looked on with satisfaction and patted Uchiha Shu's shoulder with a slight smile, signaling to Danzo, who understood the message. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen's way of indicating that he should consult Uchiha Shu more often, as he was there to assist. Danzo, aware of this, glanced at Uchiha Shu and managed a smile he considered bright and sunny, to which Uchiha Shu responded with a similar smile. Chapter 50. The Open Battle at Hakushu. The secret maneuver at Ishida. Once all the ninja clans had gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen delivered a stirring pre-battle speech that ignited the spirits of all present. After his address, he invited Danzo to speak. Danzo, not particularly eloquent, uttered a few conventional phrases before concluding. Everyone was familiar with Danzo's character and offered their support with applause. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen announced, "Everyone, we now have nearly 8,000 ninjas, a substantial force indeed. Therefore, I have decided to appoint 2 vice commanders, Uchiha Shu and Nara Shikaku." Uchiha Shu was momentarily taken aback. Had they not previously agreed that he would assist Danzo in achieving military accomplishments? Why was he being placed in the spotlight now? Danzo fell silent, but had no objections. With the entire Uchiha clan mobilizing, how could he possibly disagree? Moreover, as the overall commander, he stood to gain the most from any outcome. Uchiha Shu, Nara Shikaku, at your service. The 2 promptly knelt, accepting the command. Other clans displayed various expressions. The Hyuga clan frowned, pondering why the Uchiha, also a clan of eye techniques, had a vice commander while they did not. They were skeptical that Uchiha Shu had commanded the last mission in the Land of Rain. The Senju forces, however, breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances with smiles, feeling that this battle would be easier to win. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans were also somewhat excited, as Nara Shikaku was one of their own. indicating that they too would benefit from this alliance. Now, brave warriors of Konoha, let us vanquish the ambitions of Tsunade, Danzo proclaimed with a sweeping gesture. The troops then departed the village in an orderly manner, marching southwest towards the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, which Tsunade had likely already occupied. After all, Tsunade was one of the 5 great nations, while the Land of Rivers was merely a small nation. Regardless of Tsunade's ranking, their strength surpassed that of a small nation. The pressing concern was whether they had already infiltrated Konoha and, if so, where they might be laying traps. That night, Danzo was deep in thought when Uchiha Shu spoke up. Danzo-sama. Danzo looked up, surprised to see Uchiha Shu, and nodded. Shu, feel free to speak candidly. No need for formalities. Such words were merely for show. Believing them would be foolish. Danzo-sama. I believe the enemy has already crossed into our borders. He pointed to the map, indicating Kikyo Mountain, Domio Mountain, and the areas of Hinoki and Nagaha. Oh, what makes you say that? Danzo inquired, intrigued. Uchiha Shu wasted no time, pointing to Kikyo and Domio Mountains. These peaks provide an opportunity for ambush. As our forces pass, we could unleash falling rocks and shuriken from above. This is one location. Hinoki and Nagaha are still within our borders. They have premeditated their attack, and we are lagging by 2 to 3 days. During this interval, they could easily traverse from the Land of Wind into our territory. The messenger who notified us came from the capital of the Land of Fire, not from Hinoki or Nagaha, indicating that these areas have been occupied, or that the communication routes from Hinoki and Nagaha have been seized by Tsunade, preventing information from getting out. Thus, it can be concluded that Tsunade has infiltrated our borders and set traps in Hinoki and Nagaha. Uchiha Shu's analysis was clear and logical, prompting Danzo to feel a sense of admiration for him. Continue. What is your proposed battle strategy? Danzo, aware of Uchiha Shu's capabilities, was willing to heed his counsel. We shall openly engage at Hinoki and Nagaha, led by you, Danzo-sama, solely on the defense. Considering our abundant resources and advantageous terrain, our supplies will be endless. While their mountain routes are treacherous and lengthy, before long, they will exhaust their provisions, leading to our victory. In secrecy, I will lead the Uchiha clan to circumvent and scale Daiju Mountain via Ishida, cutting off their supplies. Once accomplished, I will signal with flares, and we will launch a surprise attack on the Tsunade forces stationed at Kikyo and Domio Mountains. At that moment, Danzo-sama, you must lead our entire army to engage simultaneously at both mountain locations, ensuring the total annihilation of the Tsunade forces. This strategy would minimize casualties, with Danzo's led ninjas sustaining nearly 0 losses, while the Uchiha's fate would depend on Danzo's swiftness. Uchiha Shu smiled. Danzo regarded Uchiha Shu with a deep gaze, realizing that this young man was entrusting him with a significant achievement, placing his life in his hands. Uchiha Shu's trust was unexpected. Perhaps the Uchiha clan was not as his teacher had described? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he spoke. Rest assured, Shukuin, we shall proceed as you suggest. Once the signal flares are ignited, our forces will charge forth within 10 minutes. Danzo stated earnestly. At that moment, he too needed this success, and Uchiha Shu's proposed strategy promised minimal casualties with maximal gains. What reason did he have to refuse? Had it been the elderly Danzo, Uchiha Shu would not have trusted him. But now, having just taken command of Konoha from Senju Tobarama, Danzo was a spirited youth, though somewhat radical. He was an ambitious young man. Oh, by the way, Danzo-sama, there may be explosive tags at the entrances of Hinoki and Nagaha. It would be safer for the army to use shadow clones to scout ahead, Uchiha Shu suggested, signaling to the Uchiha ninjas to follow him. Nara Shikaku wished to accompany them, but Uchiha Shu shook his head, indicating that a wise individual was needed to stay behind. Shikaku, do you understand? With that, Uchiha Shu and the Uchiha ninjas slipped into the night, making their way towards Ishida. Danzo oversaw the army's encampment, preparing for a dawn advance while casting his gaze towards Ishida, thinking to himself, Shu, if this plan succeeds, upon our return to the village, I will surely share a drink with you. Uchiha Shu yawned, prompting a ninja to quickly remind him, Sixth Elder, please keep warm. The night temperatures are low, and we cannot afford to fall ill. No worries, it's likely someone is simply thinking of me. Uchiha Shu chuckled. He suddenly turned to the Uchiha ninjas. Our mission is fraught with danger, but once successful, the village will remember our contributions. From this day forth, the Uchiha will become a clan of honor. I shall strive to ensure your safety, Yet it is impossible to guarantee absolute security. If one fears death, it would be prudent to return to Lord Danzo's forces, where danger is minimal. These words of Uchiha Sasuke resonated within the ears of all Uchiha ninjas. With their Sharingan activated, the 6 elders declared, "We do not fear death. What we fear is a death without value. Now that we understand the significance of our mission, what is there to fear in death?" Nods of agreement echoed beneath the moonlight as Uchiha Sasuke gazed at the 1,000 Uchiha ninjas, smiling gently. "Rest assured, my comrades, I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall charge ahead. If death is to be our fate, I shall meet it before any of you." With that, the group ventured into Ishita. Chapter 51. Majestic Dayu Mountain. Under the cover of night, Uchiha Sasuke led the Uchiha clan's ninjas through Ishita. As he anticipated, there were no sand-hidden soldiers present. They arrived at the foot of Dayu Mountain with remarkable ease, only to be taken aback by its towering height, nearly 1,000 meters. For comparison, Mount Tai stands at just 1,545 meters. The path was rugged, devoid of trails, requiring them to climb. Despite their chakra, the height posed a significant challenge even for ninjas. "Please wait here for a moment," Uchiha Sasuke instructed, taking a deep breath. "Once I reach the summit, I will lower nearly 20 ropes. It will be easier for you to ascend using them." One of the superior ninjas frowned with genuine concern. "Elder, this is far too dangerous. Allow me to take the lead." Uchiha Sasuke firmly pushed him aside. "You have entrusted your lives to me. I must take responsibility. It is merely a small mountain," he said, casting a glance at Dayu Mountain. Clearly, he did not consider it small, yet he understood the principle of a leader being at the forefront. Moved by his words, the Uchiha ninjas nodded in agreement. Uchiha Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, turning away with a smile. "It is but a slight challenge." He then activated his body flicker technique, ascending 100 meters before gripping the protruding rocks of Dayu Mountain to begin his climb. Chakra enveloped his hands, enhancing their adhesion to the stone as he climbed slowly. Below, the ninjas watched with worried expressions. Uchiha Sasuke's ascent never faltered. He bore the weight of 1,000 Uchiha ninjas' lives, the honor of the Uchiha clan, and the pivotal nature of this battle. Therefore, failure was not an option. He could not hesitate or succumb to fear. The path before him was singular, relentless climbing until he reached the summit. At first, climbing was manageable. But at around 400 meters, he felt the air grow thin, commonly known as hypoxia. His complexion shifted from ruddy to pale. Even ninjas found themselves powerless against the forces of nature. Drawing 2 kunai, he infused them with chakra and forcefully embedded them into the rock, then leaped upward, resting his feet upon them. After 2 minutes of deep breathing, he felt rejuvenated enough to continue. As he ascended, the temperature dropped, with traces of frost appearing on some rocks. He exhaled visible clouds of breath, his Uchiha clan attire providing little warmth. He had to increase the volume and speed of his chakra circulation to maintain his body heat and grip on the stone. Time slipped away as he climbed. Just when he thought he had reached the edge of the cliff, his foot slipped, and he fell about 10 meters. In a panic, Uchiha Sasuke quickly drew a kunai and stabbed it into the rock face. Sparks flew as his kunai met the stone, and with his other hand, he drove another kunai into the rock. The intense friction jolted his hand, yet he dared not let go. He could not. Victory was within reach, just a few more meters to the peak. How could he falter? How could he allow himself to fall? His comrades awaited him, entrusting him with their lives and honor. He could not, must not let them down. He had to ascend. Uchiha Sasuke's heart roared with determination, his muscles trembling. Even as natural chakra coursed through him, he was still human, capable of fatigue and limits. What he faced was the challenge of surpassing his own boundaries, forcing his body to move despite the pain, climbing step by step. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, his hand brushed the cliff's edge. He secured 2 kunai at his feet to prevent a fall from exhaustion. Then, gripping the edge of the cliff with both hands, his muscles, already fatigued, began to falter. In desperation, he roared, "Ah!" Inch by inch, his feet slipped from the kunai, his arms straining like solid rock. Even his head leaned forward with effort. Veins bulged on his neck, his face contorted in a grimace, every fiber of his being exerting itself as he trembled with effort. As his body crossed halfway over the cliff, he leaned forward, and due to inertia, collapsed onto the summit. With his knees dangling above the abyss and his upper body resting on a shallow layer of snow, he gasped for breath, utterly exhausted, longing for sleep. A wave of drowsiness washed over him when suddenly the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host cannot sleep. Doing so might lead to death by freezing. Awakened, Uchiha Sasuke circulated his chakra to restore his strength, crawling forward until he was entirely atop the mountain. Rising, he retrieved 2 food pills and consumed them. Though portable, the pills contained a hint of chakra to aid in recovery. He closed his eyes, meditating as chakra flowed into his body, nourishing his muscles and alleviating his pain. About an hour later, Uchiha Sasuke opened his eyes, enduring fatigue and pain as he extracted rope from a ceiling scroll. He bound them together into 21-kilometer-long ropes. Securing one end to a tree or rock, he fastened a small stone to the other end to facilitate its descent to the foot of the mountain. Once finished, he sighed in relief and sat down, surveying the surrounding landscape. Dayu Mountain, what a magnificent sight. This must be one of the highest peaks in the ninja world. Uchiha Sasuke chuckled, shaking his head. Mere minutes later, ninjas began to ascend from below, and upon hearing the commotion, he saw Uchiha Don coming up, waving him over. Uchiha Sasuke cautioned, "Don, be careful with your footing." Uchiha Don, taken aback by Sasuke's precarious state, rushed to his side. "Elder," he stammered, his eyes reddening as he took in Sasuke's pale complexion and weary demeanor. Those who ascended with ropes had it comparatively easy, their legs infused with chakra, allowing them to run up the ropes effortlessly. Uchiha Sasuke waved dismissively, "It's nothing, just a bit tired. Let me rest. Call for me when everyone is gathered." Uchiha Don nodded, fighting back tears. At merely 18 years of age, the elder bore the immense responsibility of leading and climbing to the summit, earning both admiration and sympathy. Uchiha Sasuke collapsed into Uchiha Don's embrace, drifting into slumber, had it not been for the rise and fall of his abdomen and the soft sounds of snoring. Everyone would have panicked. As other ninjas reached the summit, intending to report, they fell silent upon witnessing Uchiha Sasuke asleep. Even the superior ninjas organized the others, warning them to keep quiet as the elder rested. The ninjas nodded, moving carefully. Who could say that the Uchiha clan was inherently evil? Just look at this. Was this evil? Chapter 52. The Battle of Baiwu and the Battle of Changha. Shinobu Tozo led his formidable troops to the border of Baiwu, where he gestured to halt the advance. His commanding voice resounded, instructing all to release their shadow clones and scout ahead, cautioning against recklessness. The ninja army complied, forming seals to unleash the shadow clone technique. A freshly minted Konoha legion crossed the border into Baiwu, with the Hyuga clan dispatched to observe the shadow clone army's movements. Their Byakugan allowed them to see far, making them adept at reconnaissance. However, just as the shadow clone army had traversed approximately 500 meters, a sudden explosion echoed through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The initial blast triggered a chain reaction, igniting all explosive tags laid in traps, resulting in anguished cries emanating from the Konoha shadow clone army. This was part of Tozo's strategy, instilling a consciousness within the clones to shout out when ambushed, thereby attracting hidden foes. After the explosion ceased, 500 sand ninjas appeared, manipulating countless puppets infused with wind release, assaulting the shadow clone army. Observing the disarray among the Konoha shadow clones, they wore cruel smiles. Believing the clones to be the main force due to the obscured vision from the explosions and the cries of the clones, they were determined to fight to the death, hoping to claim many lives and contribute to Tsunade. Yet, as one wind release ninja unleashed a vacuum bullet at a clone, the clone suddenly let out a scream, transforming into a puff of white smoke. His expression shifted, and just as he was about to speak, Tozo's shadow clone appeared behind him, silencing him with a hand over his mouth while swiftly severing his throat with a kunai. "Engage the enemy," he commanded, and indeed, Tozo's prowess in his youth was formidable, as the shadow clones could eliminate real opponents. Mastering the art of assassination, Tozo had proven capable of dispatching sand ninjas. With Tozo's command, the other shadow clones commenced battle, and the sand ninjas sneered, questioning if the Konoha ninjas could truly resist. They fought fiercely, and whenever the sand ninjas sensed something amiss, a shadow clone would deliver a precise backstab, preventing them from conveying any messages. However, the shadow clones were not without limitations. Some dissipated due to chakra depletion during combat, while others transformed into smoke upon defeat. Realizing they had been outmaneuvered, the sand ninjas recognized Chiyo's plan had been exposed. Just then, the Konoha Legion arrived, their eyes gleaming with intrigue as they surveyed the sand ninjas, casting appreciative glances at Tozo, who appeared formidable. Ninjas excelled in stealth and ambush, once revealed. Their effectiveness diminished significantly, with exceptions to certain declarations. Tozo coldly regarded the remaining sand ninjas and with a wave of his hand, unleashed a torrent of various elemental ninjutsu upon them. The sand ninjas initially managed to withstand the assault, but ultimately succumbed, falling victim to the relentless barrage of long-range techniques. Tozo achieved the remarkable feat of decapitating 500 sand ninjas without losing a single soldier, garnering the attention of all present. "Lord Tozo's brilliant shines," they exclaimed, marveling at the unprecedented tactics of the Shadow Clone Army's deceptive strategy, which had never been witnessed throughout history. Most importantly, they had obliterated an elite unit of Tsunade without incurring any losses. The ninjas praised Tozo's strategic acumen, to which he humbly attributed their success to the valor of his comrades, expressing gratitude for their performance. Indeed, Tozo's reputation soared following this victory. However, Nara Shikaku pondered quietly. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he smiled subtly, suspecting that such a cunning strategy was likely orchestrated by a certain individual, though he chose not to voice his thoughts. After calming the exhilaration among his troops, Tozo instructed them to proceed to the nearest village to establish a military encampment, with strict orders that no one was to engage the enemy without his command. Yes, the troops responded, having complete faith in Tozo's leadership. Nodding in approval, Tozo summoned Orochimaru, instructing him to lead 1,000 Senju clansmen to battle against Tsunade in Changha, preventing any surprise attacks on their forces. Orochimaru bowed in acknowledgement and departed with the Senju towards Changha. On the battlefield in Changha, Orochimaru employed a tactic similar to Tozo's earlier strategy, successfully avoiding the explosive tag traps. However, this time, the forces were led by Chiyo and Yakumo. Orochimaru felt a sense of unease, aware from village intelligence that Chiyo possessed strength on par with the Kage, and although Yakumo was a Jonin, her unique Scorch release was exceedingly rare and comparably devastating, making direct confrontation inadvisable. Consequently, Orochimaru dispatched a wave of shadow clones to the sand forces, trading dozens of lives before swiftly retreating to the nearest town to establish a military encampment, opting for a strategy of defense rather than offense. Within the sand forces, Chiyo expressed concern. "Our previous arrangements have failed." Yakumo lamented, surprised that the enemy would resort to such tactics. Indeed, outcomes depend on both human endeavor and fate. It seems Konoha possesses talent as well. The Shadow Clone Army is quite intriguing, Chiyo mused, shaking her head. She understood that from this moment forth, they had already failed. They couldn't even surpass the first hurdle, let alone triumph over Konoha. At that moment, a ninja suddenly appeared, kneeling with a frightened expression. Chiyo-sama. Last night an assassin attempted to kill your son Lin," the Sand Scout reported. Chiyo's pupils constricted. "What? You scoundrel! And how is Lin?" No longer calm after the earlier setbacks, her only son was her heart's treasure, and hearing this news ignited her agitation. She seized the scout's collar, her visage twisted with rage. The scout gulped nervously. "Lord Lin is unharmed. He instructed me to deliver this to you." He produced a letter. Chiyo exhaled in relief, taking the letter and unfolding it. "Mother, I am safe. During battle, I acquired a map and some critical intelligence. Please review it," the letter conveyed. Upon examining the map, Chiyo's expression darkened. The handwriting bore a distinctive style that could not be mistaken. It was Yashimaru's habit of writing with a flourish. Who was Yashimaru? The brother-in-law of Raza, also a strategist for Raza. With a grim countenance, Chiyo instructed the scout to leave, providing him with some silver notes to maintain silence. The scout nodded and hastily departed. In the military camp, only Yakumo and Chiyo remained. Seeing Chiyo's fury, Yakumo inquired, "What transpired, elder?" Chiyo scoffed. "It is your esteemed elder brother who seeks to use a knife to slay me, aiming to eliminate my son and leave me without an heir, hoping to drive me away from the power struggle to pave his own way. At such a critical moment, he dares to betray us and collude with the enemy village. What a cunning Raza, what a favored disciple of the third Kazekage," Chiyo sneered. She was no pushover, yet having owed a favor to Konoha, she had no intention of attacking Orochimaru. As long as he refrained from offense, she too would remain passive, for it was a significant debt of gratitude. "What? You speak of the village? They would even dare to kill my son and expect me to fight for the village? Nonsense." Chiyo turned to Yakumo, declaring, "Yakumo, No offensive actions without my command. I shall confront the third Kazekage and inquire how he trains his disciples. Yakumo nodded in understanding. Elder, please take care on your journey. Chiyo acknowledged, taking the map and intelligence with her as she headed towards the central military camp. She intended to question the third Kazekage about how he intended to address this matter. Chapter 53. The Kazekage is troubled in the Sand's central command, a guard reported. Lord Kazekage, Elder Chiyo requests an audience. While examining the current situation on the sand table, the Kazekage furrowed his brow at the news. But Elder Chiyo is currently leading a ninja army in Changha, planning to ambush Konoha's medical camp, is she not? In these tumultuous times, how does one extricate themselves from the battlefield? He has arrived here. Could it be that Chiyo has encountered unforeseen circumstances? Surely not. After all, Chiyo is a venerable elder of Tsunade, a woman who has commanded troops in battle. Even in defeat, it is inconceivable that the situation could have deteriorated to this extent. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the puzzling thoughts. The truth would soon reveal itself. The third Kazekage, with a warm demeanor, inquired, "Where is Elder Chiyo? I shall personally go to greet her." The third Kazekage and the Council of Elders had collaborated for many years, their relationship akin to that of family. All their endeavors aimed at the prosperity of Tsunade. Thus, their camaraderie was harmonious. Elder Chiyo is still at the camp entrance, a guard promptly reported. The third Kazekage furrowed his brow once more. "Did you not invite the elder inside? Is this not what I have instructed you to do?" His frustration grew. How could his subordinates be so inconsiderate? Recalling the words of the Kazekage, the guard responded, "We did extend the invitation." But Elder Chiyo insisted that due to her advanced age and diminished status, she would not overstep her bounds, and thus chose to wait at the entrance. The guard bore a perplexed expression. How could she be so obstinate? The crux of the matter was that Elder Chiyo refused to enter. The third Kazekage inhaled sharply. It seemed the matter was grave. Elder Chiyo was evidently displeased, choosing to wait at the gate rather than step inside. "Lead the way. I shall personally extend the invitation." Without hesitation, the Kazekage declared, recognizing that he must have erred in some manner to provoke Elder Chiyo's ire. Otherwise, she would not have acted thus. Alas, it appears there will be consequences. Tsunade cannot withstand any turmoil. Let us hope to mitigate the repercussions. The guard swiftly flung open the tent and dashed toward the camp entrance, while the Kazekage harnessed his chakra, creating a steel plate beneath his feet to hover closely behind the guard. Upon reaching the entrance, the Kazekage descended and approached the gate with outstretched arms, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, Elder Chiyo, what brings you here? How fares the situation at the front lines?" Elder Chiyo stepped back slightly before bowing respectfully. "Kazekage, all is well at the front. However, I have come to personally report a matter concerning my student, Raza, who has conspired with Konoha and harmed our own villagers." Her tone was frigid, her expression stern, her gaze fixed firmly on the ground, refusing to meet the Kazekage's eyes. A chill ran down the Kazekage's spine. What was happening? Why was Elder Chiyo now so averse to him? This could escalate into a significant issue. "Elder Chiyo, your affairs are my affairs. They concern Tsunade as well. There is no need for blame." The Kazekage's expression reflected concern, though his tone remained supportive toward Chiyo. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's demeanor softened slightly. "Thank you for your understanding, Kazekage. However, I must insist that this matter be addressed, as Raza's actions are unacceptable." The gravity of her accusation struck the Kazekage, causing his complexion to pale. The guards and those within the camp overheard her declaration, the weight of her words resounding ominously. "Elder Chiyo, you cannot make such claims without evidence." The Kazekage regained his composure, hastily responding, for he held a favorable view of his student, Raza, who was dedicated to the villagers and demonstrated remarkable military acumen. Despite some disagreements with the elders, as Elder Chiyo produced a map and letters, the Kazekage's eyes widened in disbelief. This map bore only the address of the Chiyo household, and the handwriting was unmistakably that of Yakumo. The realization hit him. This incident was undoubtedly connected to Raza. Yakumo, Raza's brother-in-law, typically acted under Raza's command. This was unmistakably Raza's doing. His expression darkened. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Elder Chiyo, I assure you that I will provide you with an explanation following the conclusion of this conflict." Recognizing the sincerity in the Kazekage's demeanor, Elder Chiyo nodded, deeming his credibility trustworthy. "Very well, I shall leave the matter in your capable hands, Kazekage. I must return to the battlefield." With that, Chiyo and her entourage departed towards the direction of Choga. As the Kazekage watched Chiyo's retreating figure, he turned with a darkened countenance, commanding, "Summon Raza to me at once." Yes, the guard acknowledged the order and hurried towards Tsunade, where Raza had been entrusted with the responsibility of guarding the village, remaining behind rather than accompanying the troops. The Kazekage muttered to himself, "Raza, how could you commit such acts, harming your own people and colluding with the enemy? Truly, you are an exceptional disciple." In his heart, he had already dismissed Raza as a candidate for succession. Despite his talents, he had fundamentally erred, a transgression that could not be overlooked. In Tsunade, Raza received the report with a furrowed brow, enraged by the news that the Konoha assassins had not killed Chiyo's son, but instead had left the map and letters in his possession. Furthermore, Chiyo had departed the front lines for the Central Command, his expression darkening with a hint of cruelty. "The plan has failed," he exclaimed coldly, slamming his fist onto the table, causing those around him to tremble in fear. To the outside world, Raza appeared gentle, but his servants understood the true nature of their master. "Summon Yakumo," Raza commanded, pointing to one of his servants. The servant nodded and hurried off, while Raza's eyes darkened. With a sigh, he murmured to the air, "I never desired this. Yet, someone must bear the consequences, and it cannot be me, can it, Yakumo?" Not long after, within the tent of the third Kazekage, a guard reported, "Kazekage, Raza is approaching the military camp clad in mourning attire. Who has died?" The Kazekage raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "It is Raza's brother-in-law, Yakumo. It is said that Yakumo took poison and left a letter beside the vial." The guard produced the letter and handed it to the Kazekage. "Forgive me, Lord Raza, for I had ulterior motives, seeking to utilize Konoha to eliminate our own people. Contemplating my actions, I have concluded that only death can atone for my sins. I implore you, Lord Raza, to spare my sister from any repercussions." This was the content of the letter. The esteemed Raza has acknowledged his lack of discipline, nearly leading to a grave error. His wife, the sister of the deceased, has been imprisoned by him, and he has come to offer his apologies to you, Kazekage, and to Elder Chiyo, the guard added. The Kazekage fell silent. Everyone was aware of the truth behind these events. He pondered Raza's ruthlessness, willing to forsake his own wife and brother-in-law. Suddenly, he perceived Raza as a person capable of achieving great things. Chapter 54, Cutting Off Supply Lines. Ambush at the Twin Mountains. The third Kazekage relayed the contents of the letter and the circumstances to Elder Chiyo. She remained silent, her heart trembling at the realization of Raza's cold-blooded nature, willing to betray even his own kin. Her only recourse was to strategize for the upcoming selection of the fourth Kazekage, ensuring that they elected the capable Yakura instead of Raza, lest their family. As she contemplated this, Chiyo glanced at Yakura, who, noticing her gaze, responded with a puzzled, The weight of her thoughts led Chiyo to sigh. The road ahead was fraught with challenges. That night, atop Dayu Mountain, beneath a sparse moon, a chilling wind swept through as Uchiha Kyo stirred, slowly opening his eyes. "He has awakened. The sixth elder has awakened," Uchiha Jiro exclaimed. The 1,000 Uchiha nearby, who had been resting, quickly rose to inquire about Kyo's well-being. Kyo shook his head. "I am well. What time is it? How long have I been asleep?" "The sun has only just set for 2 hours. You have been asleep for approximately 4 hours," Jiro informed him. Uchiha Q rose to his feet, capturing the attention of 1,000 ninjas, the atmosphere thick with silence. He nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude to those who had stood guard over him, allowing him to rest. "Now, it's time for everyone to rest as well. Sleep for 6 hours. In 6 hours, we will depart together for our mission." When is a person most fatigued? It is in the early hours of 2 or 3 in the morning, when most are deep in slumber and those on night patrol begin to doze off. To act at this moment is indeed a strategic choice. The Uchiha clan members did not inquire about the reasons, but sought out open spaces, some leaning against trees, others lying on the ground. Uchiha Q employed his magnetic release to observe the surroundings. He noted the military camps on Jeking Mountain and Dami Mountain, deducing that these must be the enemy's ambush sites. A path leading into the land of wind intersected between the two mountains, likely serving as their supply route. Below this path lay numerous granaries, guarded by approximately 100 ninjas. With this knowledge, Uchiha Q smirked, feeling confident. After dispelling his jutsu, he surveyed the sky and smiled, estimating that the time was right. Uchiha Q called out, "Everyone rise." Instantly, the Uchiha ninjas opened their eyes, their Sharingan activating on their own, glowing like rubies in the dark of night, exuding an aura of danger. I trust you all have rested well. Gather your spirits and follow me, but tread lightly. Uchiha Q commanded. The group nodded in response. Their Sharingan allowed them to clearly see the terrain and any potential foes in the darkness, ensuring they would not stumble blindly. Uchiha Q maneuvered along the rugged mountain path, with his fellow Uchiha trailing behind him in an orderly fashion. They soon reached the supply route, where Uchiha Q instructed everyone to stealthily infiltrate the granaries, utilizing their ninja blades and shurikens to swiftly and silently dispatch their enemies. The team swiftly sprang into action, with 1,000 members, including 200 jonin. This task was effortlessly accomplished. Within 10 minutes, the guards were eliminated. Uchiha Q nodded, signaling, burn the granaries. One by one, the Uchiha ninjas performed hand seals, unleashing great fireballs and dragon flame jutsu, igniting the granaries in an instant. Uchiha Q raised his hands, summoning a magnetic release barrier that formed an iron wall, sealing off the supply route between the land of wind and the granaries. He then produced a signal flare, which shot into the sky with a whoosh. Turning to his clan, he declared, "Now, we engage in direct combat. Charge with me." With that, he wielded the flame fan, hastening toward Jicking Mountain, followed closely by his comrades. The signal flare briefly illuminated the sky, though its sound was not loud. It stirred some ninjas from Jicking Mountain and Dami Mountain from their slumber. They scrambled to awaken one another, shouting, "Wake up! We are under attack." However, the sand ninjas were deeply entrenched in sleep, groggy and irritated by the ruckus. "What are you shouting about? We're on the mountain. Even if Konoha attacks, they must first breach Choha and Hinoki." One grumbled, "You're making a fuss over nothing." Another sand ninja rolled over to continue sleeping. Cursing inwardly, one muttered, "Damn it. The signal flare has been fired." Yet before he could utter another word, Uchiha Q used body flicker technique to appear at the Jicking Mountain camp, clapping his hands together and unleashing great fire release, great fire destruction. A massive column of flames surged toward the sand ninjas, the intense heat jolting them awake. But the inferno was already upon them, too late to defend against it. Uchiha Q deemed this insufficient. Thus, he unfurled the flame fan, fanning the flames, which doubled in size, engulfing the entire Jicking Mountain camp. In an instant, cries of despair erupted. An enemy attack. Spare us. The cacophony was overwhelming, but within moments, the sounds faded, as one by one, the ninjas were reduced to ashes, merging with the very mountain itself. The Uchiha clan, arriving later, stood in shock. Is this truly great fire destruction? Are we certain we are employing the same jutsu? They murmured in disbelief. One great fire destruction has decimated an entire encampment. The realization sent tremors through the 1,000 Uchiha ninjas. Uchiha Q, however, felt a pang of discomfort. He had overexerted himself, expending 4/5 of his chakra, with the great fire destruction consuming 1/5 and the flame fan a staggering 3/5. His body felt weak, nearly causing him to stumble upon landing. But Uchiha Do came forward to support him. "Elder, you," Uchiha Do began, but Uchiha Q waved him off. "I am fine. However, I may not be able to employ such jutsu in the upcoming battles. I shall rely on all of you." The Uchiha clan, stirred by his words, surged with excitement and promptly charged toward Dami Mountain. Due to Uchiha Q's earlier strike, the sand ninjas stationed there were now fully alert, realizing that the Jicking Mountain ninjas were likely in dire straits. One by one, they summoned their puppets and drew their kunai, preparing for combat. The Dami Mountain ninjas numbered around 800, double that of their counterparts on Jicking Mountain, and they were now wide awake, signaling that this battle would be challenging. Uchiha Q unsheathed his long sword, leading the charge as he leaped into the fray, bringing his blade down upon a sand jonin, cleaving him in two. Witnessing Uchiha Q's valor, the other Uchiha ninjas drew their weapons, employing jinjutsu, fire techniques, wind techniques, puppetry, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, shuriken, and kunai, all intertwining in a cacophony of battle. The sounds of roaring, screams, and clashing steel filled the air as the conflict raged for 3 hours, culminating in Uchiha Q slaying the last sand jonin. "Assess the casualties." Uchiha Q bellowed. Moments later, Uchiha Do approached him. "Elder, 10 of our jonin have fallen, 20 chunin, and 30 jinin, totaling 60 casualties, while we have eliminated nearly 1,500 of the enemy." His voice trembled. To him, this was a resounding victory. Yet Uchiha Q wore a grave expression, exhaling deeply as he began to collect the bodies of the fallen clan members into a scroll, intending to return them to their families for burial and to record their names for post-war compensation. Though he had anticipated the loss of life in war, and while 60 out of 1,000 was a relatively small toll, the grief weighed heavily on his heart. 60 Uchiha have perished. It pains me deeply. What? The Sand Ninja? I choose the Uchiha. Chapter 55. A Fierce Assault. Preparing for an ambush, Shimura Danzo had not closed his eyes for 2 days. Even with his confidant, Aburame Shirhai, monitoring the signal flares atop the distant peaks, he remained restless, often wandering outside to gaze intently at Jeking Mountain. Suddenly, a signal flare streaked across the sky, jolting Shimura Danzo to attention. It has begun. At this moment, regardless of whether Uchiha Q and his clan could seize Jeking and Dami Mountains, the ambushers stationed above would be unable to activate their traps from above. Fighting on the plains would rely on sheer strength. Their current forces were intact, fully prepared. And besides, who could deny Konoha's prowess in battle? Shimura Danzo swiftly assembled his troops, and within 3 minutes, they were gathered, eagerly looking to Danzo. Puzzled as to why they were summoned at this hour, with excitement in his demeanor, he proclaimed, "Ninjas, our moment to achieve greatness has arrived. Our Vice Commander Uchiha Q has led the Uchiha clan to assault Jeking and Dami Mountains, severing the sand supply line and incinerating their provisions. Now is the time to strike. The traps set to ensnare us will become our instruments of slaughter." Upon hearing this news, the ninja's adrenaline surged. What? The Vice Commander is executing a grand plan, and he has succeeded. Nara Shikamaru immediately urged, "We implore you, Commander, give the order to advance, eliminate the Sand Ninjas, and rendezvous with the Vice Commander." He understood that there was no time to delay. The longer they lingered, the more perilous the situation became for the Uchiha ninjas on the mountain. While he was indifferent to others, Uchiha Itachi's life was non-negotiable. The Uchiha clan was the most prestigious family in the ninja world, and their complete integration into Konoha would be a blessing for the village, with Uchiha Itachi being the linchpin of this union. Eliminate the sand dogs and rendezvous with the Vice Commander. The Konoha ninjas were filled with fervor, for the moment of decisive victory was at hand. How could they not be exhilarated? Shimura Danzo observed this scene with a smirk, raising his right hand to silence the crowd, awaiting his proclamation. "I declare, the entire army will advance, launch a fierce assault on Hakugi and penetrate their defenses. Moreover, Shirhai, inform Orochimaru that we do not seek his offensive, but rather a stabilization of Chiyo's forces to prevent any opportunistic strikes on our rear." With a commanding gesture, Shimura Danzo clenched his fist, savoring the sensation of having everything under control. Understood. The oil girl Shirhai promptly set off for the camp of Choga, while the gates of Hakugi swung open, signaling the full-scale assault. The Cho clan, alongside Akimichi's Torikase and his son Dingzwa, initiated their multiplication technique, stepping forward as human shields, with the remaining Akimichi ninjas following suit. The Yamanaka clan connected with the front line, while the Nara clan coordinated with them, hiding behind to unleash their shadow strangle jutsu at the opportune moment. The Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, serving as scouts, in their sight. The darkness of night was no obstacle, rather it rendered their vision clearer than in daylight. The Oil Girl clan unleashed their insects, forming a protective barrier before the Akimichi clan. Every Konoha ninja utilized their unique skills, be it reconnaissance, defense, or offense, with a singular thought in mind, to break through Hakugi and repel the sand dogs. In the sand hidden camp, the commander, a middle-aged man with a bandaged head and a somewhat aged appearance, was none other than Kaizo. He was Chiyo's brother, and, despite being at the prime of his life, he still commanded the troops. Suddenly, a guard burst into the tent, breathless. "Commander Kaizo, urgent news. The Konoha forces have launched a full-scale assault." The Sand Ninjas had never witnessed such a grand display. Konoha's army was advancing with at least 3,000 troops, while they only had 1,500, a 2-to-1 disadvantage, compounded by Konoha's acknowledged military superiority. How could he not be alarmed? Kaizo momentarily stunned, then glared at the guard, his eyes igniting with anger. "What are you panicking for? Isn't it expected for Konoha to attack? And what of 3,000 men? That's not our only advantage." He then stepped out of the command tent and released a sand-hidden signal flare into the sky, signaling the ambush on the mountain to prepare. Uchiha Itachi noticed this and furrowed his brow, ordering his men to search the bodies of the sand ninjas for the signal flare. Upon finding one, Itachi launched it into the sky. Kaizo, observing the response, grinned as he ascended the camp's high platform, raising his binoculars to survey the distant Konoha battalion, murmuring, "Since they are here, let them all stay." Subsequently, he ordered the rear gate to be opened, abandoning their defenses and luring the Konoha ninjas towards Kikyo Mountain. Watching this unfold, Kaizo shook his head, lamenting, "What a pity. Even if Konoha's forces do not perish, they will surely be gravely weakened." On the mountain, Elder Roku questioned, "Why did you launch a sand-hidden signal flare?" Uchiha Dan was puzzled, as were the others. Uchiha Itachi's eyes gleamed with insight. According to intelligence, the commander at Hakugi is Kaizo. He can be described as a wise strategist, but in less flattering terms, he is a cunning old fox. Consider this. Why would they signal? Is it merely to notify the mountain troops of Konoha's arrival? Unlikely. I suspect it serves as a coded message. If the mountain does not respond, it indicates trouble among the ambush. At that point, they would resort to alternative methods, either carving a bloody path or attempting to regroup with Chiyo. Either scenario would inflict significant losses on our forces. Thus, our response to the signal flare is to affirm their belief that the mountain remains under their control. Uchiha Itachi remarked coldly, at that time, "Oh, what a clever Kaizo." He chuckled, acknowledging Kaizo's acumen. Had he been even slightly slower to react, Kaizo would have sensed something amiss. Uchiha Dan and the other Uchiha ninjas were left astounded, thinking, "Isn't this how intelligent individuals operate? Such a devious mind." They silently vowed never to offend Uchiha Itachi, lest they find themselves ensnared in his intricate schemes. Unaware of their impending doom, Uchiha Itachi glanced at his clan, who now felt a chill run down their spines. Rolling his eyes, he commanded, "Everyone, prepare to disperse along the cliff's edge. The moment they reach the summit, we will unleash a rain of boulders upon them." Yes, the Uchiha ninjas swiftly complied. Uchiha Itachi surveyed the ambush materials on the mountain, boulders, poison, shurikens, explosive tags, and murmured, "In dire straits, one strikes precisely. In abundance, one envelopes with firepower. I have never fought such a well-equipped battle. Let the enemy come to us." Chapter 56, Kaizo's Crisis, Kuro's Failure on the Battlefield of Choga. Chiyo observed the signal flare towards Hakugi and felt an inexplicable sense of unease. "Leaf, I can't shake this feeling of instability." Yakura, taken aback, noticed the distant signal flare, indicating that Elder Kaizo had initiated his plans. Isn't that a good sign? Besides, the mountain has responded correctly. What is there to worry about? Perhaps you are overthinking. Chiyo, I am confident that with Elder Kaizo's wisdom and strategy, we will achieve a resounding victory on the battlefield of Hakugi. Yakura reassured her. At that moment, a report came in. Orochimaru has encircled our camp's two main gates with Konoha ninjas, just 300 meters outside. Chiyo frowned, recognizing the strategy of encirclement without immediate assault, reminiscent of the siege at the Land of Rain. What does Orochimaru intend? Suddenly, a chill ran through her. This is dire. Kaizo is in jeopardy. Orochimaru aims to prevent our rendezvous with the Hakugi forces. Yakura, puzzled, responded, but Elder Kaizo's plan has been proceeding smoothly. How could there be danger? Even in our absence, he could annihilate the Konoha forces. Chiyo gritted her teeth. No. You weren't involved in the war in the Land of Rain. You cannot comprehend how terrifying Konoha's strategies can be. If my instincts are correct, Kikyo Mountain has likely already fallen under Konoha's control. Yakura's face paled. But the mountain responded, didn't he it? Wait, the timing of the response. If one does not contemplate carefully, this detail is easily overlooked. The sand-hidden signal flares require a sequence. Although the second flare was launched, the timing was off, about 20 seconds too slow. According to Elder Kaizo's training, such an error should not occur, which suggests that the mountain has indeed been seized by Konoha. This implies that the traps and devices originally intended for Konoha are now to be used against our sand-hidden forces. In this moment of confusion for the involved parties, the onlookers gained clarity. Chiyo and Yakura, not present on the battlefield of Hakugi, were able to think critically, while Kaizo, pursued by enemies, might overlook certain details. Alas, one must not underestimate the world. If one assumes superiority due to their own experiences, thinking characters from anime are mere paper figures, believing they understand their thoughts, then one is not far from doom. Quickly, mobilize the troops. We must abandon this position and regroup with Elder Kaizo, or else it will be too late, and everything will be lost. Chiyo urgently commanded. Yes. In this moment, the blazing escape technique of Yakura was activated, enveloping her in an orange-red cloak formed by the fusion of wind and fire chakra, as she declared loudly for everyone to rush through the back door. They must break free and join forces with Lord Hozuki's army. Chiyo gritted her teeth in frustration, questioning whether the leader of Konoha's forces, Danzo, was truly that formidable. She slammed her hand on the table and then produced a scroll, summoning the entire elite guard of Jumanji to battle. From a distance, Orochimaru observed the scene with a cold chuckle, contemplating that although he may not be able to defeat them, he could certainly delay them. Using the summoning technique, Orochimaru slapped his right hand on the ground, causing a flurry of dark summoning runes to spread from his palm. Subsequently, a gigantic creature emerged, with Orochimaru standing atop its head. Orochimaru, summoning Lord Manda comes at a cost. Have you prepared the blood offerings? Manda laughed menacingly. Orochimaru responded with a sinister grin. The fodder from Tsunade is all yours to devour. Manda chuckled. Excellent. I shall feast on 100 of them. Eat to your heart's content. Orochimaru's smile was chilling as he gazed towards the Tsunade camp. Master, can I fight alongside you? Senju Rope Tree exclaimed, bouncing excitedly on the ground. Orochimaru, unable to suppress his laughter at the sight, replied, Rope Tree, you are still young. Prioritize your safety. When you grow up, we shall fight side by side. At this moment, facing the treachery of his enemies, Orochimaru maintained a confident and gentle demeanor towards his comrades, particularly towards Rope Tree. Rope Tree sighed. Aware of Orochimaru's current significance, yet he yearned to try his luck. What if his master allowed him to join the fray? Tsunade's medical unit followed closely behind Orochimaru's forces, and she felt a rising sense of anxiety as she observed the scene. With a determined heart, she began to channel her chakra for the front lines. Just then, a voice called out, Ah, Tsunade, so you are here. I've been searching for you. It was Jiraiya, scratching his head as he looked at Tsunade. Her eyes brightened, and she quickly instructed, Jiraiya, keep an eye on the medical unit. I have urgent matters to attend to. Before Jiraiya could respond, Tsunade dashed towards the front lines, leaving him bewildered yet resigned to oversee the medical team. As their focus remained on the battlefield, a dark figure stealthily emerged from the ground, surveying the situation. It cast a covetous glance at Senju Rope Tree, a smirk creeping across its face before it vanished underground. Tsunade's unease deepened as she swiftly made her way to the front lines. At that moment, the camp gates swung open, and the Sunin shinobi charged out, with Orochimaru, Manda, and the ninja forces putting up fierce resistance. Rope Tree, Tsunade shouted upon seeing her brother engaged in battle. After dispatching an enemy, Rope Tree instinctively turned at the sound of his sister's voice, flashing a grin. Suddenly, 5 explosive tags flew towards Rope Tree. Tsunade's face paled. The tags seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and their target was none other than Senju Rope Tree. Rope Tree. Tsunade's eyes widened in horror as a massive explosion erupted, centered around Rope Tree and radiating outward. Even Orochimaru, who was engaged with Chiyo, felt his pupils constrict as he yelled, Rope Tree. He quickly unleashed the serpent's formation, racing towards his apprentice. Seeing the opportunity, Chiyo signaled to Yakura, who nodded and unleashed a tremendous blaze of the blazing escape technique. The serpent's formation shattered, and Chiyo led 1,000 troops in retreat towards the base of the Kikyo mountain. A thick cloud of smoke obscured everyone's view, rendering Rope Tree invisible within its center. However, this did not hinder the dark figure's sight. It emerged from the smoke with a sinister smile, preparing to unleash its deadly technique. To its shock, a sound akin to shattering glass rang out, causing its pupils to narrow in disbelief. It attempted the technique again, only to be met with the same shattering sound, leaving it bewildered. Just then, Tsunade charged in, mistaking the shadow for an enemy, and delivered a powerful kick, sending the figure flying as it hastily burrowed underground, still reeling from the failure of its technique. Wind release, gentle breeze. Orochimaru formed hand seals, summoning a gust of wind that cleared the smoke surrounding Rope Tree. As the haze dissipated, he found both Rope Tree and Tsunade unharmed, standing firm. Orochimaru sighed in relief, though his expression darkened as he glared at Rope Tree, finding him exceedingly worrisome. Tsunade's anxiety lifted as she beheld her brother unscathed, tears welling in her eyes. She had heard the sounds of the protective barrier shattering not once, but twice, indicating that Rope Tree had endured 2 heavy attacks in that instant. Thank goodness for the explosive vest. Xiaojun, you saved my brother. How can I ever repay you? Tsunade silently lamented, embracing Senju Rope Tree as she wept. Chapter 57. Black Zetsu's Dilemma. The dark figure employed its unique technique to burrow underground, swiftly retreating 1,000 miles. Along the way, it pondered in confusion. What on earth just happened? Even the third Reikage would have struck with lethal precision. How could a mere genin like Senju Rope Tree withstand my attacks? Curse it. Moments later, it arrived at a concealed treehouse in the Land of Water. After a prolonged silence, it finally knocked on the door. Is the mission successful? I will incarnate. A grave and icy voice resonated from within. Black Zetsu clenched his teeth, adjusting his demeanor, and apologetically replied, I'm sorry, Lord Madara. The mission has failed. Senju Hashirama's grandson, Senju Rope Tree, seems to possess some protective abilities that hindered my attempt to extract his essence. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before a surge of violent chakra erupted, obliterating the wooden structure as a figure emerged. Clad in red samurai armor, wielding a fan on his back, and with the 3 tomoe Sharingan in his eyes, a formidable pressure bore down upon Black Zetsu. Useless. You can't even accomplish this simple task. Sometimes I truly wonder if you are my true incarnation. Uchiha Madara coldly regarded Black Zetsu. Internally, Black Zetsu cursed, wishing to retort. It's not like I need your Rinnegan and tailed beast collection. Yet, he wore a sheepish expression as he said, Lord Madara, please calm down. Although we failed to obtain that boy's cellular material, we can still proceed with your. Before he could finish, Madara hurled a scythe at Black Zetsu. His eyes filled with murderous intent. I refuse to allow Hashirama's death to go unavenged. His expression twisted into one of a demon rising from the depths of hell. Black Zetsu was taken aback, swiftly retreating underground as Madara's strike missed, embedding itself deep into the earth. Muttering under his breath, Black Zetsu resurfaced. However, without Hashirama's bloodline, we cannot create a substantial army to assist you with your plans. This statement left Madara momentarily silent. But regardless, I will not dig up Hashirama's grave. I can manage alone. Madara's declaration left Black Zetsu speechless. You? Do you even have the time? Your strength has diminished significantly. Once you perish, who will work for me? Glancing at Madara, Black Zetsu pondered. Actually, there is another way to create the White Zetsu army without disturbing the grave. He sighed, realizing that if he secretly excavated Hashirama's tomb, it could lead to a rift between him and Madara, an outcome he could not afford. As he was determined to save his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Oh, speak. Madara exhaled, relieved that as long as he didn't have to disturb his dear friend's grave, everything could be discussed. Lord Madara, if you could spare a piece of flesh from the face on your chest, I could cultivate it to produce the White Zetsu army. Black Zetsu suggested, albeit reluctantly, knowing that the White Zetsu army required Hashirama's cells for replication. In the present day, Uchiha Madara, unwilling to disturb the grave, could only extract a piece of flesh from the face of Hashirama that adorned him. However, this act would inflict significant damage upon Madara, further diminishing his physical capabilities. Should Lord Madara relinquish a portion of flesh from that visage, he could replicate Hashirama's cells, yet this would severely wound him, rendering him unable to act for at least 2 years. Kurizetsu remained speechless. He truly did not wish to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. For the next 2 years held immense potential for action. He had no desire to procrastinate. With a smile, Uchiha Madara declared the task to be trivial. He retracted his scythe, enveloped it in chakra, and severed a piece of flesh from the face, subsequently tossing it to Kurizetsu. The wounds on Madara's body bled but gradually healed. Although his complexion paled, he steadfastly endured the discomfort, remaining upright. Kurizetsu sighed and acknowledged, I understand, Lord Madara. As your will, I shall promptly produce a multitude of White Zetsu. He then vanished into the earth, leaving the scene, while Madara, somewhat unsteady, leaned on his scythe and made his way to his dwelling. The recent exertion had agitated his injuries, causing his chakra to become momentarily unbalanced. Upon entering the room and closing the door, he lay down with a smile, uttering, Hashirama, I shall prove to you that as long as there are ninjas, there will be war. Only through the infinite Tsukuyomi can true peace in the ninja world be achieved. With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At the base of Kikyo Mountain, the sand ninjas began to climb, grasping the ropes that had been previously set. Uchiha Kyo immediately received reports from his subordinates, a smirk forming on his lips. As their ninjas neared the top, he commanded, "Cut the ropes and let the rocks fall." Uchiha Kyo observed the taut ropes held by the sand ninjas and coldly ordered, "Yes." The Uchiha clan members swiftly drew their kunai and activated their Sharingan, focusing intently on the ground below, calculating the distance. Soon, a sand ninja entered Kyo's line of sight, and he waved dismissively, "Farewell." He then severed the rope, causing the sand ninja's face to whiten as he desperately scrambled to ascend. Knowing that falling meant death, it was better to fight than to perish. Alas, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Uchiha Kyo hurled a shuriken, striking the sand ninja between his legs. The sand ninja's eyes widened in agony. And as he attempted to curse Kyo, Uchiha Kyo casually kicked a nearby boulder, sending it tumbling down. The sand ninja was struck first by the boulder, while those below felt an ominous sense of danger. In mere moments, a rock plummeted from above, crushing a group of 20 who were caught unawares, while approximately 50 others were severely injured by the impact. What is happening? Hozo's face turned pale as he stood dazed for a moment. "Be careful," a sand ninja shouted, shoving Hozo aside. Hozo, thrown off balance, glanced at the prior ninja, his eyes wide with shock. "Takuri," Hozo called out, but Takuri merely smiled. "We must survive, Lord Hozo." Suddenly, a massive round stone struck Takuri on the head, crimson liquid seeping from beneath the boulder and spreading around. "No, Takuri," Hozo cursed. "Damn it, you Konoha wretches. How despicable to ambush us. I shall have you ground to dust." He prepared to charge up the mountain, yet a nearby sand ninja urgently restrained him. "My lord, calm your fury. The rocks above continue to fall, and they are laced with kunai and shuriken. We cannot ascend." Hozo gritted his teeth. He should have anticipated this. The slow response from the mountain indicated that something had gone awry. His overconfidence had led him to deceive himself into thinking Konoha would not launch an assault from behind, or that they could not seize control so swiftly. Once the rear was compromised, his forces could flank the defenders atop the mountain. However, he had not expected the ninjas above to be slaughtered without being able to send word, indicating that Konoha had dispatched formidable fighters to attack their rear. Hozo understood the gravity of the situation. He was in dire straits, facing Tadu and the elite ninjas of the Konoha clans, all of whom were rejuvenated and powerful, while his own troops had been roused before dawn, lethargic and ill-prepared. Moreover, the supply routes and ambush traps had been seized by Konoha, rendering him powerless, with neither heaven nor earth answering his calls. The rockfall persisted. Despite Hozo's attempts to lead his forces away from the mountain's base, it was too slow, and the rock trap had already reduced their numbers by around 300. Uchiha Kyo pointed to Uchiha Du, who promptly understood and handed him a pair of binoculars. Kyo took them and surveyed the scene below, a smile creeping across his face. "How does it feel to be ensnared in your own trap?" he remarked coldly. He then ordered everyone on the mountain to take up shuriken, kunai with explosive tags, and shuriken, hurling them downwards. The Uchiha clan ninjas smirked. This feeling, how can I describe it? It was exhilarating, the covering fire was overwhelming, and they could not afford to miss such a splendid opportunity. The Uchiha clan members, being on the mountain, could throw their projectiles far enough to reach Hozo's forces. The sand ninjas below began to scream in agony. Some struck in the forehead or eyes by shuriken, while others were injured by explosions from the falling explosive tags, and many succumbed to the toxins from the shuriken devised by Chiyo. Hozo gritted his teeth, glaring at Kikyo Mountain, cursing, "Wretches, should I discover your identity, I will spare no expense to have you slain by the black market ninjas." The sand ninja ranks dwindled by 400, leaving Hozo with only 700. Many of whom were injured or exhausted of chakra. He led his remaining forces forward. They could not ascend the mountain due to the ambush behind them. Although they faced the Konoha army ahead, they would not die without a fight. At least they could take a few ninjas with them into the afterlife. With this thought, Hozo, who usually commanded from the camp and seldom engaged in battle, suddenly felt an urge to take up arms and fight alongside Tadu. "Now, sand ninjas, we stand at the brink of life and death. I urge you to remain calm and listen to my words," Hozo proclaimed, instantly invigorating the spirits of the sand ninjas. Initially demoralized, the sand ninjas recognized their dire predicament. Their village was on the brink of defeat, and perhaps their lives would be lost here as well. Yet, the words of Hozo, the esteemed commander and elder of the sand village, carried weight. They turned their attention to him, listening intently to his instructions. Now, whether we advance or retreat, we face inevitable peril. Retreating means we shall be mercilessly reaped by the projectiles from above, dying without any worth. But if we advance, we may yet have a chance to slay a few Konoha scoundrels and not tread the path to the underworld alone. Therefore, brave warriors of the sand, prepare to charge forward with all your might. Let us slay 1 to break even and 2 to profit. With that, Hozo led the charge, brandishing his sword at the forefront, inspiring the remaining 700 sand ninjas to draw forth their puppets and begin weaving hand signs to launch an assault on the Konoha forces. Shimura Danzo observed this scene with a cold smile, aware that Kyo had undoubtedly succeeded. The sand ninjas had been driven to a desperate corner. However, if you are determined to fight, must I also engage with equal fervor? The ninjas of the Kazekage, Dingzwa, and the Akimichi clan, hold your ground. Danzo began to command. The remaining ninjas must not engage in close combat. Employ ranged ninjutsu to exhaust the enemy while maintaining a safe distance. After Shikamaru Danzo finished speaking, he swiftly formed hand seals. His body leapt high, right hand pointed like a sword, as he unleashed wind release, vacuum bullets. Subsequently, a cold expression adorned the youthful and handsome face of Shikamaru Danzo, as 5 vacuum bullets erupted from his mouth, crashing into the ranks of the enemy, instantly shattering the skulls of 10 ninjas. This scene invigorated all the ninjas of the Leaf Army, rallying them forward. Their commander led the charge, and they could not afford to lag behind. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Water release, water barrier. Wind release, wind blade. The ninjas of the Leaf unleashed various ninjutsu, instantly flooding the battlefield with an array of dazzling colors, the beauty of which was met with the lives of the sand ninjas. The sand ninjas gritted their teeth, desperately holding on, while the puppeteer's puppets were already missing limbs, and the chakra of the ordinary ninjas began to dwindle. Even the initially aggressive Karuzo, after prolonged combat, found his movements slowing, and unbeknownst to him, sweat soaked his back. Suddenly, he shook his head, discarding his weapon, gazing skyward, murmuring, "Sister, it seems I may have to depart first." He noticed several jonin surrounding him, and now merely wished to retain some semblance of dignity. He then drew a dagger, preparing to plunge it into his heart, when suddenly, a kunai flew past him, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Karuzo, you coward. Is a single defeat enough to crush you? Must it lead you to suicide?" It was none other than Granny Chiyo, who had caught up. She had finally arrived, or else she might have lost her brother forever. Granny Chiyo rushed to Karuzo's side, and the jonin surrounding him fell effortlessly to her tin shinbo. TSK, a shadow-level powerhouse, is indeed remarkable. "Sister." Karuzo was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes reddened as he embraced Granny Chiyo. She was initially taken aback, her eyes softening, but then she scolded, "What is this manly crying about? Release me." With that, she pushed Karuzo away. Karuzo understood that Granny Chiyo, though sharp-tongued, had a heart of tenderness, and despite her cold exterior, she was the one who cared the most for her family. Upon seeing Chiyo's arrival, Karuzo regained his confidence, picked up his ninja blade, and resumed the fight. Shikamaru Danzo frowned. Had he failed to stop Orochimaru? He then cast a cold glance at Chiyo, dismissing her as merely a shadow-level ninja. Danzo's current strength was nearly on par with a shadow. It would be no challenge to intercept Chiyo. Just then, a massive orange fireball hurtled towards Danzo. His pupils constricted. When had it come? So swift. There was no time for defense. In that moment, a figure appeared before Danzo. Magnet release, sand iron ring. The iron sand coalesced into countless tiny particles, exploding outward like buckshot, slicing the orange fireball into fragments. The fireball and iron sand vanished simultaneously, and Yakura furrowed his brow. Magnet release? Iron sand? The third Kazekage? No. He turned to see the man before Danzo. The man looked up, and Yakura recognized the 3 tomoe Sharingan in his eyes. A ninja from the Uchiha clan. An Uchiha ninja wielding magnet release. A transformation of sand and iron nature. The one who thwarted the fire release was none other than Uchiha Kyo. Realizing his ambush had failed, Yakura shot a deep glance at Uchiha Kyo before speeding towards Chiyo. She needed to utilize her fire release to carve a path for the remaining sand ninjas. Chapter 59. Great Victory. Sand ninjas retreat. Danzo, I have arrived just in time. Uchiha Kyo smiled slightly. Not late at all, just perfect. What of the Uchiha ninjas? How have they fared? Danzo inquired urgently. Uchiha Kyo gestured to the rear of Kiruzo, where Uchiha ninjas were ambushing the enemy's flank. Danzo followed Kyo's direction and widened his eyes in astonishment, witnessing an Uchiha Jonin opening his eyes, staring intently at 5 ninjas who seemed frozen in place. The Jonin then drew a kunai, elegantly dispatching the sand ninjas with a throat-cutting technique, even taking the time to blindfold them. After finishing this, he raised his chin, a smile gracing his lips. Furthermore, Uchiha ninjas unleashed a barrage of fire techniques: fire release, dragon fire technique, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, fire release, great fireball technique, combined with Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Danced like sprites in the night, leaving the sand ninjas entranced. It seems a certain technique that cannot kill has surfaced. So graceful, utterly exquisite. Danzo applauded this scene, commanding all ninjas to heed his orders. Advance. The Uchiha clan has begun their assault. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Kill. With that, Danzo drew a kunai, chakra swirling, charging forward to battle, greatly boosting the morale of the entire army, further constricting the sand ninjas' movements. Uchiha Kyo observed this scene, a smile creeping onto his lips. This was the spirit the leaf should embody, united as one against foreign foes. He then executed the body flicker technique, appearing in the sky, clapping his hands together. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Uchiha Kyo inhaled deeply, his hair swept by the wind as he donned the Uchiha clan's battle attire, his fan on his back leaving a strong impression. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Flames erupted from Uchiha Kyo's mouth, shooting forth like a pillar of fire towards the enemy. The temperature in the air skyrocketed, halting the actions of the sand ninjas, who stared in disbelief at the figure in the sky. Even the leaf ninjas turned to gaze at Uchiha Kyo. Astonished, how could a B-rank ninjutsu evoke the sensation of an S-rank forbidden technique? Naturally, his chakra was innately superior to that of ordinary chakra, which accounted for such overwhelming power. Just as Yakura joined forces with Granny Chiyo and the remaining sand troops, he too was captivated by the soaring temperature, glancing upward, his pupils narrowing. Wasn't that the magnet release user? How could his fire release be so domineering? Yakura was taken aback, preparing to act when Granny Chiyo intercepted her. Yakura, take the remaining troops and retreat. Granny, Yakura exclaimed, urgency creeping into her voice. But meeting Chiyo's solemn and grave gaze, there was no room for argument. Go. With that, she deftly maneuvered her 10 puppets into formation, and then with a fierce command, White's secret technique, 3 treasures absorb. Instantly, the 10 puppets opened their mouths, a tremendous suction emanating from them, drawing in the great fire extinguishing technique, consuming it whole. Uchiha Kyo, leveraging the recoil from the great fire extinguishing technique, remained airborne. Witnessing this scene, his pupils constricted. He had never seen 10 puppets simultaneously execute the great fire extinguishing technique. Granny Chiyo maintained an impassive facade, yet her hands trembled. This tremendous chakra absorbed by her puppets could lead to catastrophic explosions, engulfing everyone if uncontrolled. Hurry, Chiyo shouted, desperate to ensure no one was left behind. Yakura glanced at Chiyo, sorrow etched on her face, tears streaming, but she quickly wiped them away, commanding the remaining ninjas to the land of rain. Retreat to the sand village. Yes, the sand ninjas, too, became frantic, charging northward. Scorch release, oversteaming kill. Yakura intensified the chakra infusion into her scorch release technique. A massive orange fireball surged forward, prompting the leaf ninjas to gasp and hastily evade. This was no jest. Yakura's signature technique had dried out the moisture of numerous ninjas, resulting in their fiery demise. Seizing this opportunity, Yakura led the remaining sand ninjas towards the north. Observing this, Danzo gritted his teeth, ultimately sighing. Perhaps this was fate. The life of Yakura from the sand village was not meant to end here. He then cast a cold glance at Chiyo. Since Yakura has fled, you shall remain. Kyo, eliminate her. Shinura Danzo commanded, and as soon as the order was issued, Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow, sensing the violation of protocol. If Chiyo were to be killed, a bitter enmity would arise between Konoha and Tsunade. Chiyo was the wife of the first Kazekage, a ninja of equal caliber to Uzumaki Mido, the spouse of the founder of the village. How could one simply declare a death sentence? Uchiha Shursui also frowned. He was no fool. He began to feign weakness, pretending to be low on chakra. He understood Chiyo's status, and, Should he heed Danzo's command and eliminate her, he would inevitably be thrust into the line of fire due to his own sense of responsibility. Chiyo sensed the diminishing chakra within the great fire extinguishing technique and looked up, surprised, at Uchiha Shursui, who merely blinked back at her. Taken aback, Chiyo realized he was pretending to be spent, gradually descending to the ground while taking 2 steps back, his pallor revealing, "Lord Danzo, my chakra is exhausted. I can no longer fight." Danzo's face turned a shade of iron, for he was not naive. He recognized Shursui was not lacking chakra. Ultimately, he sighed, conceding that Shursui had indeed aided him, and given their victory, it would be unwise to hold a grudge. "Well done, Shursui," he said, patting Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder with a somber expression, then turned to the others, who were not oblivious to the situation and averted their gazes from him. At that moment, Chiyo seized the opportunity to retreat, detonating the 10-man guard of Konoha. A surge of violent chakra erupted, engulfing the surrounding area in a cloud of dust. Uchiha Shursui's expression changed as he realized Chiyo was a formidable opponent. He consumed an energy pill, feigning the extraction of chakra, maintaining the ruse of exhaustion. With a clap of his hands, he activated the magnetic release, Great Wind Barrier. Soon, iron sand formed walls to contain his flames and the explosive shockwave within. Boom, boom, boom. For resounding impacts echoed as the shockwaves collided with the iron sand walls, merely causing them to slightly deform. Under Shursui's meticulous control, the walls gradually restored themselves. Inching inward. I feel so dizzy," he murmured as he gracefully collapsed before the crowd. Nara Shikaku's lips twitched. "You, Uchiha Shursui, are not convincing at all." When the Great Wind Barrier extinguished the flames and the dust settled, Chiyo's figure had vanished. Danzo fell into a contemplative silence, though he felt a sense of relief. He had been caught up in the moment to issue such a command, and had Shursui followed through, it would have led to considerable complications. At that juncture, Tsunade and Orochimaru arrived to provide assistance. "Shursui." Tsunade immediately spotted the unconscious Uchiha Shursui, rushing to his side to cradle him in her arms. Shursui felt a wave of comfort, even letting out a soft due to the soothing sensation. Danzo and Nara's corners of their mouths twitched, but they refrained from exposing Shursui's facade, noting how he struggled to suppress a grin. Chapter 60. Conversations by night. Danzo instructed his subordinates to tally the numbers, ultimately revealing that Konoha had lost 600 ninja across all battlefields, with 1,000 injured, though they were minor wounds and would soon be treated by the medical unit and ready for battle again. In contrast, Tsunade had suffered the loss of at least 4,000, with 1,000 eliminated by the Uchiha clan, 800 by the Senju forces, and the remaining 2,200 by all the clans engaged in the battle. Observing the casualty rate of 1 to 7, Danzo's lips twitched like a tightly wound spring. He glanced at Shursui, who had awakened under Tsunade's careful attention, offering him an amicable smile. Shursui nodded in acknowledgement. Returning the smile, both were aware of their respective agendas. Of the 8,000-strong force, only 7,400 remained. Hearing Danzo's subordinates report, admiration gleamed in the eyes of the onlookers directed at Danzo, astonished by his exceptional military command. Danzo relished their admiration, while Shursui reflected on how, indeed, all humans enjoy flattery and the sound of praise. "Shursui, what are you looking at?" "Admiring Lord Danzo?" Tsunade asked, her expression adorably puzzled, knowing full well that Shursui was the true strategist. However, it was an order from the old man to bolster Danzo's achievements, and she found it rather amusing. "Humph." She pouted at the thought. Realizing she had been diverted, Shursui smiled. "Indeed, look how radiant Lord Danzo appears when he smiles. People are not born to hide in the shadows." Tsunade blinked in confusion, unable to grasp why Shursui would say such a thing. Shursui then realized he had inadvertently revealed his thoughts, as Tsunade had not seen Naruto and was unaware that Danzo would eventually become the shadow of the Hokage, buried deep in the undercurrents. "It's nothing. By the way, Tsunade, where's that kid, Rope Tree? Is he all right?" Shursui suddenly inquired, successfully shifting the topic. Tsunade, now focused on Rope Tree, replied, "He's doing well, currently learning ninjutsu from Orochimaru. Luckily, thanks to your explosive-proof gear." With a chuckle, she recounted the incident where Rope Tree had been attacked. "You mean he encountered a black hand?" Shursui raised an eyebrow, already suspecting the identity behind it, but needing confirmation. "Yes, that is what Rope Tree said." I even asked if the gloves were black, and he shook his head, insisting they were not, Tsunade affirmed. Shursui nodded, fully comprehending. It was none other than Kagaya Otsutsuki, who relentlessly sought to save her mother, leading Uchiha Madara down a path of no return. Just as he was on the brink of success, a heart-wrenching betrayal shattered Madara's dreams. It was also notable that Madara's vulnerability lay in his back. He had once confided to Hashirama, "I despise having anyone behind me." During the Valley of the End, Senju Hashirama struck down Uchiha Madara from behind. While Kurizetsu also exploited the same weakness, the signs indicated that perhaps Madara's fatal flaw lay in his rear. He would grow anxious and sensitive if someone approached from behind. Returning to the present, Shursui was uncertain how to convey this to Tsunade when Danzo suddenly called out, "Shursui, come to my tent." Shursui hesitated, glancing at Danzo with a furrowed brow, while Tsunade chimed in, "Shursui, go ahead, matters of significance await." Touched by Tsunade's understanding, Shursui, driven by an impulse, suddenly embraced her, cradling her head with one arm while the other encircled her waist. He inhaled deeply at her neck, the fragrance filling his lungs, stirring emotions within him. Under the night sky, the moonlight cascaded down, enveloping them in a silvery veil. The young woman's brows lifted in slight astonishment, her pupils dilating, before a blush crept across her cheeks, momentarily causing her to forget to breathe. In that hushed moment, Tsunade could distinctly hear the thumping of her heart, not solely her own, but also Shursui's. After a long while, Shursui released her, smiling, "Thank you, Tsunade, for treating me. It has hastened my recovery." Tsunade shot him an exasperated glance. She had been genuinely worried when he first collapsed, only to discover through her examination that he still had ample chakra, a mere act. However, she chose to remain silent, playing along with Shursui's ruse of awakening. "Is your way of expressing gratitude to embrace me?" Tsunade coldly snorted, her cheeks still flushed. As she glanced sideways, Uchiha Shiro scratched his head, at a loss for how to explain. Feelings had blossomed unexpectedly, and how could one articulate that? Tsunade, stealing a glance at Uchiha Shiro's awkward demeanor from the corner of her eye, couldn't help but let her lips curve upward. "Ahem, well, let us first discuss serious matters with Lord Danzo, shall we? This is not like you at all." With that, Tsunade turned her back. A smile graced her lips, her heart fluttering with joy. Yet as the princess of the Senju clan, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and burdened with countless reasons to maintain composure, she resolved to keep her poise. Uchiha Shiro, witnessing her reaction, laughed heartily, declaring that he would head off to find Lord Danzo to discuss matters. As he walked toward Danzo's tent, he felt a bit lightheaded, nearly stumbling. Tsunade turned to see Uchiha Shiro in such a state, and could not help but chuckle softly. The sound barely audible, only for her ears. "Tsunadeheim, congratulations. It seems you have found someone you cherish," a cold voice interjected. Tsunade turned to see Orochimaru approaching. Under the moonlight, Orochimaru's pale complexion appeared even more ghastly, while Tsunade, her eyes gleaming with mirth, replied, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be instructing Shoshiru instead of indulging in gossip?" Tsunade neither confirmed nor denied, instead attempting to shift the topic. Orochimaru, shaking his head in silence, was not so foolish as to pry further. He had gathered enough from Tsunade's response to comprehend her sentiments, and there was no need to delve deeper. Pity poor Jiraiya, who dared not even voice his affections, though Uchiha Shiro had taken action. Noting Orochimaru's lack of response, Tsunade frowned but chose not to comment further. Instead, she made her way to Danzo's tent, resolved to await Uchiha Shiro's return rather than share the moonlight with the slippery serpent. As Uchiha Shiro approached Danzo's tent, a ninja blocked his path. Lifting his gaze, he recognized it was Aburame Shirhai. "My friend, what is the meaning of this?" Uchiha Shiro furrowed his brow in inquiry. "Apologies. It is my duty," Aburame Shirhai replied, proceeding to search Uchiha Shiro. With resignation, Uchiha Shiro willingly relinquished his kunai and shuriken. After nodding in acknowledgement, Aburame Shirhai granted him passage, saying, "You may enter. Should you have any matters to address, feel free to command." Uchiha Shiro nodded, parting the tent's curtain. Danzo, engrossed in a scroll, did not look up as he inquired, "Who is it?" Uchiha Shiro knew Danzo had heard his previous exchange with Aburame Shirhai. Even if he hadn't caught every word, he would have recognized Shiro's voice. Therefore, Danzo's dismissive demeanor was a calculated display, a common tactic employed by those in power to assert dominance. The art of wielding both grace and authority is a skill many leaders possess. Projecting kindness while ensuring a firm hand is crucial. An unyielding demeanor fosters respect, while excessive benevolence may render one a mere pushover. The principle of offering a sweet date after a slap rings true in this context. Fully aware of Danzo's intentions, Uchiha Shiro chose not to confront him. Instead, he donned a smile, addressing the commander with humility. "It is I, your subordinate, Uchiha Shiro," and bowed gracefully. Shiro did not parade his achievements, nor did he leverage his contributions as a means of coercion. Rather, he exuded a demeanor of deference, showcasing his intellect. Danzo hastily set aside his scroll and rose to assist Uchiha Shiro, exclaiming, "Ah, Shiro-kun, you are the vice commander of my forces. Your modesty is truly humbling." Though Danzo spoke modestly, Uchiha Shiro caught the upward twitch of his lips, understanding that Danzo was pleased with his earlier conduct. "Lord Danzo, I speak the truth. Were it not for your astute leadership and strategic prowess, we would have suffered grievous losses this time." Uchiha Shiro continued to flatter. Danzo chuckled, "Shiro-kun, your counsel has proven invaluable." He patted Uchiha Shiro on the shoulder, further affirming their camaraderie. "Lord Danzo, what do you mean by that? I have never offered counsel. It is entirely your brilliance." Uchiha Shiro feigned confusion, emphasizing that the credit for their success belonged solely to Danzo. Danzo shook his head with a smile, observing Uchiha Shiro with a softened gaze. Intelligent individuals are universally appreciated, and those endowed with capabilities are especially cherished. "Please, take a seat." Danzo gestured to the chair opposite him. "Shiro-kun, your contributions have been monumental. Speak, what is it you desire?" This was a blatant test, yet Uchiha Shiro was no fool. "However, Lord Elder, this is my duty. I dare not covet rewards. As a member of Konoha, it is my honor to burn bright for our village and illuminate the path ahead." Uchiha Shiro rose, clasping his hands in respect. Danzo nodded, pondering how wonderful it would be if all Uchiha were as enlightened, strategic, and adept at gauging situations as Uchiha Shiro. However, if the Elder insisted on granting something, then I would request a piece of writing from you, Lord Elder, in honor of the Uchiha clan and the fallen ninjas. Danzo was taken aback. "A piece of writing? Is it truly that simple?" he questioned, though he soon realized the significance and difficulty of such a request. "What words do you wish to inscribe, Shiro-kun?" "House of Glory." Uchiha Shiro replied slowly, sincerity etched upon his face. The Uchiha clan mobilized fully, suffering nearly 50 elite shinobi losses, with countless more among the Chunin and Genin. "I wish for the commander to inscribe this phrase in honor of them, for the Uchiha clan has truly shed blood for Konoha. We long to be integrated into Konoha." At this juncture, Uchiha Shiro discreetly pinched his thigh, tears welling in his eyes. Danzo's mind reeled. He could scarcely believe that Uchiha Shiro's request was so straightforward. It was a mere trifle, a few words, yet he could not fathom that these very words would elevate the Uchiha clan's standing within Konoha. Thus, he promptly assisted Uchiha Shiro to his feet. Thumping the table, "I shall grant your request." Uchiha Shiro, having achieved his objective, smiled inwardly. However, Danzo added, "The village shall not neglect the Uchiha clan. I, Danzo, assure you of this." "Thank you, Lord Danzo." Uchiha Shiro expressed his gratitude, then allowed his emotions to settle. After a moment, Danzo smiled. "Shiro-kun, I will write the inscription. Surely, you must assist me in some manner in return? Please, speak, Lord Danzo. Should there be any task where I can be of service, I shall be wholly devoted." Uchiha Shiro declared, employing an idiom. Danzo paused, then erupted with joy. It was the first time he had encountered such a phrase. "Look at you, Shiro-kun, so well-versed." "Huh, it is not so grave. Tell me, are we advancing or defending?" Danzo pointed to the map illustrating the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, a grin on his face. Uchiha Shiro furrowed his brow. "Lord Danzo, what purpose do we have in attacking the land of wind? Is there anything we desire from them? Sand, or merely more sand?" Danzo blinked, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed. What does the land of wind possess? Only endless deserts and poverty. Why should we engage them? Moreover, Lord Danzo, should we choose to advance, the terrain of the land of wind would be severely disadvantageous to us while favoring the enemy. From the narrowest alleyways to the highest mountains and streams. How could we contend? Relying solely on the map, it is all too easy to lose one's way in the dust-laden land of wind." Uchiha Shirosue remarked on the strategic advantage of the terrain. Should an attack truly commence, the land would not favor Konoha. Danzo nodded in agreement with Shusue's words. Then, shall we focus on defense? Uchiha Shursui smiled. Your wisdom is commendable, my lord. Before Shursui could elaborate, Danzo waved his hand dismissively. Enough of the formalities. It is just the two of us here. Having addressed the most pressing matter at hand, Shimura Danzo suddenly inquired, Shursui, are you hungry? Would you care to share a meal? Understanding Danzo's underlying intent, Uchiha Shursui shook his head. No, my lord, I have had my fill. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Danzo nodded, personally escorting Shursui to the entrance of the tent. After watching him depart, he returned inside to prepare for his meal. Chapter 62. Shursui knows too much. After leaving the main tent, Uchiha Shursui had barely walked 100 meters when someone called out to him. Shursui, recognizing the familiar voice. He smiled. It was Tsunade, who was waving at him with one hand while the other was concealed behind her back. As Shursui approached her, Tsunade moved closer as well. Just as they were about to collide, she suddenly revealed a roasted rabbit and a roasted chicken from behind her. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I just cooked these. Here, enjoy. Tsunade giggled, her innocent smile causing Shursui to momentarily lose his focus. Why are you standing there? Take them, she insisted, handing the roasted rabbit and chicken to him. Thank you, Tsunade, he responded, regaining his composure. It's nothing, she replied cheerfully. Originally, she had planned to wait around Danzo's tent, but after 20 minutes of waiting for Shursui, she grew bored and decided to roast dinner for him instead. She had already eaten while Shursui was feigning unconsciousness. He was the only one who hadn't had a meal, and she remembered that. Some might wonder if Tsunade's cooking was any good. As a ninja, one often forages in the wild. It is understandable if one is not accustomed to cooking at home, but roasting meat is a skill every ninja possesses to some degree. Uchiha Shursui broke off a chicken leg and offered it to Tsunade, smiling. Let us eat together. Her eyes brightened. All right. Accepting the chicken leg, the two of them sat on a stone in the meadow, gazing at the starry sky and sharing amusing stories, reveling in their joy. In Tsunade's eyes, there was a vast universe of stars, while in Shursui's gaze, there was nothing but the smiling Tsunade. This scene radiated warmth and sweetness. Behind them, two men observed with forlorn expressions, Kato Dan and Jiraiya. Their feelings were complex, evolving from jealousy to eventual blessing. Perhaps love is such, at times. Letting go is a form of liberation. Hey, let us head back. Orochimaru suddenly appeared beside Jiraiya, draping an arm around his shoulder. Jiraiya, feeling downcast, nodded. Orochimaru was perplexed. This fellow had countless opportunities yet remained silent, thinking there was no hurry. Now, someone else had found a partner, and he was here shedding tears, truly exasperating. Yet, as a fellow disciple and brother, he felt compelled to help Jiraiya move on. Oh, by the way, have you finished that manuscript of yours? Not yet. Why do you suddenly ask? Jiraiya replied, scratching his head, distracted. I was just curious to see how it's coming along. I wanted to ask you about some plot points. Orochimaru feigned interest, unable to bear Jiraiya's current state. Oh, I see. Orochimaru, you're fond of it too. Aren't you? Jiraiya laughed, throwing an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru rolled his eyes, and the two of them headed to Jiraiya's private tent. Jiraiya pulled out a chair for Orochimaru and began to narrate the story page by page. One must admit, Jiraiya's writing and artistry were quite commendable. Suddenly, Orochimaru's face flushed as he spotted something inappropriate. Jiraiya, how did you come up with these illustrations? It's just research, you know, for inspiration. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Seeing Jiraiya's demeanor, Orochimaru sighed and smiled. Perhaps this would cheer Jiraiya up. Only Kato Dan observed the scene, a gust of wind sending a chill through him. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Uchiha Shursui were nestled together, enjoying their barbecue and sharing warmth, with Shursui even retrieving a jacket from his scroll to cover Tsunade. Kato Dan turned to leave, seemingly resolved, without a glance back. Tsunade, feeling content after a satisfying meal, soon fell asleep beside Shursui, her head resting on his shoulder. Shursui shivered at the touch. Glancing at Tsunade, his gaze instinctively drifting downward. He couldn't help but swallow hard. How alluring. Shaking his head, he thought, no, she is asleep. I mustn't. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled the distracting thoughts from his mind. Gently, he cradled Tsunade's shapely thigh with one hand and supported her back with the other, guiding her toward her tent. Once he laid her down on her bed, Shursui retrieved a small stool and a tiny wooden table from the tent, settling at the entrance. He propped his chin on his hand, gazing at the stars and the moon, lost in contemplation. The road ahead was long. Some matters need not be rushed. They both understood each other's feelings now. Yet propriety must be upheld. Only after marriage could they take that final step. How much time passed, he could not tell, but weariness soon enveloped him, and he drifted into slumber. The next day, Tsunade opened her eyes, puzzled at the absence of Shursui. She recalled sleeping beside him. Where could he be? After observing her surroundings and confirming she was in her tent, she got up to wash up, then lifted the tent flap, only to find Shursui resting with his chin propped in his hands, asleep. Her mood brightened, but considering Shursui's uncomfortable position, she planned to lift him when he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing someone approaching from behind. He turned to see Tsunade and promptly closed his eyes again. Shursui, you'll be uncomfortable sleeping like that, Tsunade said cheerfully. Shursui kept his eyes closed but murmured, "It's all right. Let me sleep a little longer." As he spoke, Shursui rested his arms on the table, appearing quite unrefined. Tsunade smiled softly, lifting him to the bed, then settled herself in the room, watching over him. One could not deny that Uchiha Shursui was indeed striking, with a tall stature, broad shoulders, and long, unkempt hair cascading to his waist. His fair skin made him a prime candidate for the most handsome in Konoha. For a moment, Tsunade found herself entranced, gazing at the sleeping Shursui, licking her lips. Rising, she approached his bedside, her heart racing, and leaned down to plant a kiss on his cheek. A blush crept across her face as she glanced at the sleeping Shursui. Relieved. At the entrance of the tent, Shursui's younger brother, Shoru, stood holding a bag of food, his eyes wide in disbelief. "This is my sister. How could she steal a kiss from brother Shursui?" Tsunade's expression quickly turned calm as she appeared before Shoru in an instant, covering his mouth and whisking him away. Shoru knew too much. Chapter 63. The fury of the third Kazekage Chiyo swiftly caught up with the retreating Yakura forces. When Kyozo saw his sister return, it was a relief, albeit not entirely, for the elite 10 Shin guards had perished. Yakura smiled, but before Chiyo could speak, a figure darted past her. Upon focusing, she realized it was none other than Kyozo. Seeing his sister was akin to witnessing a beacon of light. He embraced her tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. "I thought you were captured? Or worse." Chiyo shot him a glare, but despite her words, she gently patted his back. Turning her gaze towards Yakura, she nodded, forcing a smile. Yakura reciprocated the gesture. After all, they were both commanders of a defeated army, having lost a significant portion of Tsunade's strength in this battle. They understood that upon their return, the third Kazekage would undoubtedly be furious. Chiyo seized command, determined to shoulder the responsibility alone. Kyozo immediately opposed her. It was his overconfidence that had led to this outcome. Why should his sister bear the burden? Chiyo shot him a cold look. "Do you think I'm doing this for fun? I take on this responsibility because there are those in the village who wish to harm your nephew. I must retreat to protect our family. At our age, crying and whining is unbecoming. Besides, if one of us becomes an elder, we can remain informed of the higher-ups' movements. Do you truly believe it is advantageous for both of us to hold high positions?" Chiyo scoffed, considering her brother's occasional cleverness overshadowed by his lack of political acumen. It was evident that Raza had betrayed Chiyo, aiming to eliminate her lineage, a fact discernible to even the simplest observer. Yet, how did the third Kazekage respond? By allowing Raza to deflect the blame onto her brother, he tacitly accepted Raza's punishment of 1 year of house arrest for mismanagement. Was the third Kazekage foolish? No. His intentions were clear. He had not abandoned the idea of Raza succeeding him. The village's leadership comprised 4 individuals: the third Kazekage, Bunko, Chiyo, and Kyozo. Bunko was a neutral party, a Jinchuriki hosting Shikaku, with considerable influence in Tsunade. However, he neither aligned with the elders nor the commoners. The third Kazekage, emerging from humble beginnings, was ostensibly of the commoner faction, yet he cleverly refrained from declaring his allegiance, adept at speaking to both sides. He supported the elders and agreed with the commoners, but with only 4 positions of real power, Chiyo and Kyozo held 2, leaving the Kazekage in a somewhat subdued position. Given their bloodline limits, both Raza and Yakura possessed exceptional talents, with Yakura's prowess surpassing Raza's. Yet, the Kazekage had never chosen Yakura, solely because she belonged to the elder faction. Though the Kazekage publicly respected Chiyo, He supported the diminishment of the elder faction's influence. So be it, Chiyo declared. Kyozo, do not push me to strike you before my retirement. She glared at him, and he hesitated, retreating under her fierce gaze. In the central military tent, the third Kazekage slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the communication ninja. What did you just say? A devastating defeat at the front lines? Over 4,000 ninja lost, while the enemy suffered less than 2,000. He was unaware that the messenger had softened the report. Had the enemy's losses been below 1,000, he might have succumbed to a fit of rage. Yes, my lord, it is not our army's incompetence, but rather the enemy's cunning tactics, such as their night assault on our camp. The communication ninja was still attempting to plead for Chiyo and Kyozo. The Kazekage shot him a glance, silencing him instantly. He took a deep breath, placing a hand on the messenger's shoulder, smiling. All right, I understand the situation. You may leave. Yes. The messenger bowed and hurried away, oblivious to the murderous intent flashing in the Kazekage's eyes. Even a mere messenger sides with Chiyo and the others. The influence of the elder faction is too extensive. He snapped his fingers, summoning the Umbu into his chamber, where they knelt awaiting orders. Eliminate that messenger. Dispose of the body when Chiyo and the elders return. Presenting it before them. With that, the Kazekage resumed his calm demeanor. Yes. The Umbu vanished into the shadows with a glint of ruthlessness in their eyes. The Kazekage sat at his desk, rhythmically tapping his fingers, a faint smile gracing his lips. I hope you will appreciate this gift, esteemed elders, he murmured. Continuing to peruse military texts, reflecting on the messenger's reported strategies, a spark of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Such clever tactics. I once believed Konoha's strength lay solely in might, yet they harbor such cunning minds. The Kazekage narrowed his eyes, concealing his thoughts from all. Perhaps readers might assume that the third Kazekage's strength stemmed purely from power, but I contend that is only one facet. Without shrewd political maneuvering, ruthless tactics, and profound intellect, he would have long become a puppet of the elders. This is merely my humble opinion. Chiyo and her companions approached the military tent, feeling utterly exhausted. Particularly Kyozo and Yakura, while Chiyo maintained an air of calm. As the wife of the first Kazekage, she had witnessed various political stratagems. With her status, the third Kazekage could not touch her. The way the Kazekage handled Raza's situation made Chiyo acutely aware of his adeptness in the art of balance. Just as they reached the camp gate, a corpse was unceremoniously thrown out, the gruesome sight causing Yakura's expression to shift. She recognized the body. It belonged to one of Chiyo's subordinates. Kyozo's face turned ashen, while Chiyo sighed, instructing the ninjas behind her to retrieve the body, then declared, "Please inform the Kazekage that the defeated commander, Chiyo, has come to seek forgiveness." The gatekeeper's expression changed dramatically. "Allow me to report this at once." He hurried inside. "My lord, Chiyo elder has arrived." The gatekeeper, a trusted confidant of the third Kazekage, reported. The Kazekage raised an eyebrow. Did she say anything? He scrutinized his trusted aide's face, frowning. The elder's exact words. "Please inform the Kazekage that the defeated commander, Chiyo, has come to seek forgiveness." The guard relayed, and the Kazekage waved his hand, sinking into thought. Gradually, a smile crept onto his face, though he feigned urgency as he rushed towards the camp entrance. Chapter 64. What is politics? Chiyo lowered her head, remaining silent, adopting a posture of submission to punishment. Before long, the third Kazekage's voice echoed before his arrival. "What are you doing here? How dare you block the elder? Have you lost your senses?" The Kazekage scolded the gatekeepers, who remained mute, allowing his outburst to unfold. Once the gate swung open, he hurried to assist Chiyo. "What are you doing, elder? I am aware of the circumstances of this war. It is not your fault. The commander from Konoha was far too cunning." Subtext. "Elder, this war was lost due to your poor decisions, leading to our heavy losses." Chiyo shook her head. "Kazekage, I am old and foolish. This battle has resulted in grave errors. I request to resign from my position as elder." Her words stunned both the Kazekage and his loyal guards. The Kazekage frowned, visibly displeased. "Elder, what are you talking about? In war, there are victories and defeats. We will win next time. There is no need to dwell on it." "No, my lord. I am acutely aware of my grave sins and can no longer face the village as an elder." Chiyo reiterated. "Impossible. Tsunade can survive without me, but it cannot do without you." As the third Kazekage spoke, he gazed sincerely at Chiyo. To others, this appeared to be a display of magnanimity. but Chiyo perceived it as mere theatrics. Thus, she reiterated, Lord Kazekage, my advanced age compels me to seek a tranquil life with my family. I implore you to acquiesce. As she prepared to kneel, the third Kazekage could not permit such an act. He would be condemned for it. However, having been asked thrice, he sighed in resignation. Since you, dear elder, are disinclined to engage in political affairs, I shall grant your request. Yet, should you have any suggestions beneficial to Tsunade, I remain open to your counsel. I assure you, I shall consider them earnestly. Thank you, Lord Kazekage, Chiyo replied with an impassive expression. While the third Kazekage first offered comfort to the returning ninjas, then took Chiyo's hand and led her into the main tent. With his objectives achieved, a smile crept upon the third Kazekage's lips. From this day forth, there shall be but one elder in the council, granting me a measure of peace. However, he mused on the recklessness of Raza. Given Chiyo's timely wisdom, he felt compelled to reciprocate. In Tsunade, Raza sneezed, sensing an ominous premonition. He turned to Karura with a smile. Do not be disheartened, my wife. I am powerless. Yashimaru has taken it upon himself to act so foolishly for my sake. Karura's eyes clouded with uncertainty. She understood that her brother lacked guile and that Raza was the architect of this chaos. She regretted marrying him, having learned over the years that he possessed a dual nature, dutiful and fair before the villagers, yet at times wrathful and deranged towards her and his subordinates. By the time she realized this, she found herself pregnant with Raza's child, praying he would not harm her family or the unborn. As she gazed upon her daughter and felt her slightly rounded belly, a tear fell from Karura's eye. Raza noticed this, questioning whether it was a moment of conscience or madness, and grasped Karura's hand earnestly. Trust me, my dear, I would never harm you or our child. I swear. Should I do so, may I meet a wretched end. He vowed. Karura nodded softly, choosing to ignore him as a flicker of cruelty crossed his gaze. Little did he know, his oath would be fulfilled, as foretold in both the original narrative and this tale. After Raza exited the room, an AMBU member appeared by his side. Raza frowned and was about to utilize his magnetic release when the figure commanded, the third Kazekage has issued a decree. Raza, kneel and heed his orders. Raza promptly withdrew his chakra and knelt, recognizing the third Kazekage as his mentor, who could decisively determine the next Kazekage. Raza, once this battle concludes, you shall personally apologize to the former Elder Chiyo. You may refuse, but consider the consequences. With that, the Yimbiyu vanished. Initially furious, Raza soon calmed. Pondering the absurdity of apologizing to Chiyo, the former elder, and a glimmer of hope surfaced. He was of common birth. Though somewhat gifted, he paled in comparison to Yashimaru, who had two elders safeguarding him. With one elder now absent, Raza felt a renewed sense of opportunity. Perhaps this is a fortuitous turn of events, he mused. Smiling into the air, I accept your orders. The ANBU did not stray far, observing Raza's every move, as this was the third Kazekage's test, and he was clearly passing. To endure what others cannot, and to withstand what others cannot, is the essence of great wisdom. Upon receiving news, the third Kazekage's inclinations began to shift towards Raza. Although Raza's methods were ruthless in pursuit of the Kazekage title, such was the nature of a tumultuous era. A leader unable to embrace such ruthlessness could hardly claim to be competent. As for Yashimaru, her talents were undeniable. Should she ascend to power, she would merely serve as a puppet Kazekage, wholly subservient to the elders of Tsunade. To put it charitably, one might call it a humility in accepting advice. To put it less charitably, she would simply be the lackey of the elder faction. The third Kazekage did not deny Yashimaru an opportunity. It remained to be seen whether she could seize it. If she could break free from the elder's influence and align herself with him, she would be a far superior candidate than Raza. Possessing both strength and loyalty, alas, Yashimaru would remain tied to the elder faction until her demise, sealing her fate of never ascending to the Kazekage's seat. The third Kazekage chuckled softly, relieved that after so many years of subterfuge, he could finally breathe easy. Although angered by the loss of 4,000 ninjas, he deemed the outcome acceptable, as the gains outweighed the losses. He cast his gaze upon the map marking Konoha's stronghold, his eyes hardening with resolve. It is time to pay you a visit, Shimura Danzo. Allow me to demonstrate what it means for schemes to be futile in the face of absolute strength. With a cold snort, the third Kazekage contemplated the timing of his offensive. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, troubled and restless. How fared the front lines? Were they managing? If not, they should signal him, and he would rush to their aid. Yet, scarcely had this thought crossed his mind when the door swung open. Sarutobi frowned. What urgency brings you here? Report. The Hokage's messenger gasped for breath. Chapter 65. The Hokage decides to personally attend the front lines. Hokage-sama. We achieved a resounding victory on the front lines. Konoha's ninjas sustained 600 casualties, with 1,000 injured, while we annihilated over 4,000 of the enemy. A great triumph. The messenger exclaimed. Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy. Excellent. 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 His repeated exclamations conveyed his elation. Tsunade and Mito exchanged glances, quickly offering their congratulations. Hiruzen, under your leadership, Konoha grows ever stronger. Indeed, Danzo did not disappoint. This battle was executed flawlessly. Both wore expressions of delight. Sarutobi waved his hand. Let us not attribute this victory solely to my efforts. It is a collective triumph, the result of the hard work and valor of every villager. While he spoke humbly, Tsunade and Mito could clearly sense his elation. They exchanged knowing glances and engaged in mutual praise with Sarutobi. The messenger listened in silence, choosing to lower his presence, aware that he was unworthy of participating in such exaltation. Once the prominent figures finished their exchanges, the messenger spoke. Vice Commander Uchiha Kakashi has a message for you. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi paused, then replied seriously, what does Kakashi wish to convey? Speak quickly. The vice commander stated that the war is far from over. It has only just begun. Our forces will hold the line, but the enemy's Kazekage will surely rally troops for an offensive. He advises you to dispatch elite shinobi to the front lines. Otherwise, this victory may prove hollow. The messenger recounted Kakashi's words verbatim. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, then nodded, understood. Please convey to Kakashi that I will personally lead 3,000 troops to reinforce the front lines. He slammed his hand on the table, a glint of determination in his eyes. If the third Kazekage chooses to fight personally, what do I have to fear? Tsunade and Mito hesitated, but Sarutobi's hawk-like gaze pierced through them. My mind is made up. Do not attempt to dissuade me. Then he ordered, this afternoon, summon all clans to the office for a meeting to report on the battle achievements. We shall recruit more troops and march against Tsunade. Tsunade and Mito nodded. We understand. We shall proceed at once. With that, the two departed from the Hokage building, spreading the news from house to house. The messenger bowed respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen and prepared to leave the building. However, Sarutobi called him back and approached him, adjusting his clothing and patting his shoulder. The contributions of the Uchiha clan are deeply etched in the hearts of me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and all the villagers of Konoha. Please take care. His earnest words brought tears to the eyes of the Uchiha messenger. Subsequently, the messenger knelt on one knee to express gratitude to the Hokage for his concern. Sarutobi then handed a scroll to the messenger. This is a personal contribution of mine for the frontline soldiers, some meat rations. Please take it back and deliver it to Danzo and Q. After speaking, Sarutobi patted the messenger's shoulder, who promptly acknowledged and gradually walked away under Sarutobi's gaze. Sarutobi smiled, realizing that the Uchiha clan truly inherited the will of fire. He then sat in his office waiting. Within an hour, the heads of all clans had gathered, with the elders of those clans engaged at the front line attending the meeting. The clan leaders understood that with Konoha's strength, victory was assured. Even a ragtag group could win. The real question was how to win and by what margin. Today, Sarutobi would announce news from the front line, and as clan heads, the upper echelons were naturally concerned about the battle situation. Ahem, it seems everyone is here. Sarutobi cleared his throat, his lips curling into a smile. The clan leaders noticed his good mood, and it was likely the front line was performing well. Easing their own anxieties as smiles began to spread across their faces, eagerly awaiting Sarutobi's forthcoming words. Sarutobi sighed inwardly, lamenting the absence of Q, who could have provided some lighthearted banter. Nevertheless, the news he brought today was sufficiently uplifting. Today, we have received word of a significant victory. Our forces have decisively defeated the Sand-Hidden Village, eliminating over 4,000 enemies while sustaining 600 casualties, a loss ratio of 1-7, worthy of celebration. Sarutobi beamed. The leaders of the smaller clans exchanged joyous remarks, while the larger clan leaders maintained their composure, though they were profoundly shocked. Was Shimura Danzo truly that formidable? His command was exceptional. Only the prominent clans such as Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka, Sarutobi, and Shimura understood that the true strategist behind this success was Uchiha Q. Hyuga clan leader Hayashi fixed his gaze on Uchiha Hiroshi, who, upon noticing, was momentarily taken aback before returning a smile. Hayashi snorted softly, refraining from further commentary, instead focusing on the Hokage. If it were merely a report of victory, it would not necessitate the presence of all clan members, so there must be another purpose. Sarutobi then stated, "While we celebrate our great victory, it does not signify the end of the war. Rather, it marks the beginning." This proclamation sent a jolt through everyone, as they turned to Sarutobi, eager to understand the reasoning behind his statement. Sarutobi reiterated the words relayed by Uchiha Q through the messenger, and the admiration in the eyes of the assembly towards Sarutobi deepened. As the esteemed disciple of the second Hokage, his foresight was commendable, and with his youth coupled with the strength of a Hokage-level ninja, they firmly believed in their impending triumph. Enthusiastically, they began to propose sending reinforcements to accompany Sarutobi to the front line, and Sarutobi's smile widened, noting that even the Hyuga clan dispatched nearly 300 ninjas. Soon, the number swelled to 4,000, with some clans wishing to send more troops, but Sarutobi interjected, "Enough, enough. Please heed my words. While we support the front line, we must also guard against potential attacks from the land of lightning and the land of earth. So 4,000 ninjas is already sufficient." The clan heads exchanged glances before settling into silence, listening attentively to what followed. Sarutobi smiled and declared, "During my absence, the defense of Konoha will be entrusted to Hatake Kakashi." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Had he not just suffered a defeat? Why would Sarutobi still place trust in him? Sarutobi nodded at Kakashi, knowing well of his prowess as a distinguished jonin, and believed he would effectively protect Konoha. Following this, the clan leaders applauded in support of Sarutobi's decision. Kakashi rose and bowed to Hokage Sarutobi, expressing gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him. "I will ensure the safety of Konoha. Should the enemy wish to harm it, they must first step over my corpse." His eyes gleamed with determination, and Sarutobi nodded. Strangely, despite Kakashi's previous failure, Sarutobi felt a sense of relief. After all, who could claim a flawless record in battle? Even he, Sarutobi, could not. Though Kakashi had faltered, Sarutobi found him to be even more trustworthy. Chapter 66. The confidence of the third Kazekage. The third Kazekage studied the map, contemplating strategies for assault. Suddenly, his eyes lit up upon noticing the Great U Mountain. If the enemy could launch a surprise attack on our forces from there, why could he not employ their tactics against them? Let them experience the bitterness of being ambushed. With this thought, he smiled and commanded, "Gather 1,000 troops. We shall launch a surprise attack on the enemy." In no time, 1,000 elite sand shinobi assembled, their eyes filled with determination. The third Kazekage was renowned as the strongest Kazekage, wielding magnetic release with iron sand, compelling the sand-hidden village to comply. His magnetic prowess was indisputable, and more importantly, he was young, just over 30, making him an excellent choice both in strength and political acumen. Therefore, his reputation could stand alongside that of Chiyo, the first Hokage's wife. "I have gathered you here for one purpose, to follow me in launching a counteroffensive against Konoha." The third Kazekage's voice boomed with confidence. Currently, the enemy basked in the glow of their recent victory. Despite their defenses at the border, I suspect they do not anticipate our counterattack in the wake of their defeat. Thus, I ask you all, do you dare to accompany me to the Great U Mountain, to ambush Konoha and avenge our fallen brothers? The third Kazekage, as a leader of the village, spoke with such infectious fervor that it ignited the battle spirit among the sand shinobi. "We are willing. We vow to follow the third Kazekage and ambush Konoha, avenging our grievances." 1,000 sand shinobi knelt on one knee, pledging their loyalty. Seeing this, the third Kazekage smiled and waved his hand, signaling the departure. He then employed magnetic release, summoning an iron plate beneath him to soar into the air, with the sand shinobi trailing closely behind as they headed for the Great U Mountain. At Konoha's border, "Q, are you suggesting that the enemy will attempt to ambush our forces at this time?" Shimura Danzo stroked his chin, examining the map. Uchiha Q nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Commander. As I understand it, the third Kazekage is not only formidable in strength, but also possesses exceptional military and political acumen." "Then where do you believe they will strike?" Danzo inquired, having developed a deep trust in Q's strategic insight. Without Uchiha Q, this battle would not have unfolded so splendidly, and he placed great weight on Q's opinions. Uchiha Q scrutinized the map before extending his finger to point at the location of the Great U Mountain. The Great U Mountain? Danzo frowned. It was their territory, currently under their control. How could they be so foolish? No, Lord Danzo, they are not foolish. Rather, they are astute. We have just celebrated a victory, and our entire army is in a state of jubilation. As the saying goes, overconfident troops are destined to fail. Now, having just suffered a significant defeat, they are gathering their strength to strike us hard. If they were to ambush the Great U Mountain, led by the 3rd Kazekage or other elite shinobi, we would undoubtedly lose control of it, placing our main camp in jeopardy. Uchiha Q sighed. Upon hearing this, Danzo hastily asked, "Is there any way to counteract this?" Uchiha Kyo fell into deep contemplation, and eventually, a smile graced his lips as he devised a plan. Lord Danzo, he mused, with shadow clones guarding Mount Yuyama, we can secretly plant explosive tags within the mountain and the clones' attire. Even if we lose the Yuyama stronghold, the Sand Shinobi will suffer significant casualties, and we can retreat 100 miles, leaving them with nothing but futile efforts against us. Shimura Danzo nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I shall dispatch someone to execute the plan immediately. He stepped out of the tent, summoned a trusted aide, and instructed him to relay the orders. Time was of the essence. The 3rd Kazekage may already be en route. Uchiha Kyo gazed at the map with a sly grin. Kazekage, I hope you appreciate the grand gift I have prepared for you. Poor Kazekage, unwittingly manipulated by Uchiha Kyo. Soon, the 3rd Kazekage and his troops reached the foot of Mount Yuyama, where it bordered the Land of Wind. Just as he commanded his men to ascend the mountain, the shadow clones above began to shove massive boulders toward the precipice. A cacophony of despair erupted as the boulders tumbled down. The 3rd Kazekage, observing from below, was taken aback by Konoha's preparedness, but he remained unfazed. Channeling chakra, he unleashed the magnet release, Iron Sand World technique, launching iron spikes at the boulders, shattering them into harmless fragments. All units, charge, he bellowed, and the Sand Shinobi surged upward, quickly scaling the gentle slopes of Mount Yuyama. Upon reaching the summit, the Konoha ninjas gritted their teeth, outnumbered and lacking a strong leader among them, trembling in fear. Soon after, the 3rd Kazekage, stepping onto the iron plate, gracefully ascended Mount Yuyama, and upon seeing the Konoha ninjas, he could not suppress a cold laugh. Damn Konoha scum, for the slaughter of my Sand Village shinobi. Today marks your demise. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, kill. The Sand Shinobi, invigorated, charged forth, but just as they were about to engage the Konoha ninjas, a deafening explosion erupted. Several Sand Shinobi were gruesomely obliterated, and a chain reaction of blasts ensued, echoing through the valley. Screams of anguish filled the air, and the 3rd Kazekage's face turned pale as he beheld the devastation. The explosions had claimed at least 200 of his elite shinobi, lost in the traps of explosive tags. Cursed ambush. He seethed, I will make you pay. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he was caught off guard by the advance of Konoha ninjas. Are they truly this audacious? He wondered. At that moment, a seasoned sand ninja urgently warned, Kazekage-sama, be cautious. Before he could react, a Konoha ninja smiled faintly, revealing a jacket brimming with explosive tags. Even the 3rd Kazekage gasped at the sight, realizing the potential devastation. Retreat, he commanded, but the Konoha shadow clones charged into the ranks of Sand Shinobi, detonating with ferocity. The explosions decimated 300 Sand ninjas, leaving the remaining 500 gravely injured, bloodied, and dispirited. Konoha, I will not rest until you are obliterated. The 3rd Kazekage roared in fury. Chapter 67. The clingy girlfriend. That night, at the Konoha camp, as the shadow clones on the mountain were defeated, their memories and sensations swiftly returned to their original bodies, causing momentary dizziness and nausea. Once they adapted, they regained control over their physical forms and promptly reported to Danzo, everything is proceeding smoothly. We have eliminated 500 of the enemy's 1,000-strong force. The remaining 500 are heavily wounded and unable to continue fighting. A flicker of joy sparkled in Danzo's eyes as he turned to Kyo and proclaimed, excellent. With this, the 3rd Kazekage is rendered powerless. Uchiha Kyo first comforted the injured ninjas from the explosive tag incident before responding. Indeed, but Lord Danzo, the 3 mountains must be reclaimed by the Sand Village. Our previous advantage has now returned to square one. The only edge we possess is that our forces have suffered minimal losses. Even if they reinforce, We will not face substantial challenges. Danzo nodded, instructing Yamanaka Shirhai to escort the injured away. He then turned to Uchiha Kyo and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Uchiha Kyo simply replied, "Wait. Wait. Why wait? How does waiting help us defeat the Sand Shinobi or the third Kazekage?" Danzo questioned, perplexed. "Precisely," Kyo continued, his gaze fixed on Danzo. "The Hokage's forces should be arriving soon. We must avoid direct confrontation until then. Kyo, I believe we can be more aggressive." Danzo furrowed his brow, understanding that once Sarutobi Hiruzen took command, his chances for glory would diminish, with much of the credit landing on Hiruzen's shoulders. He longed to strike the Sand Shinobi once more before Hiruzen's arrival. However, Kyo's next words plunged Danzo into contemplation. "Lord Danzo, can you obstruct the third Kazekage's magnet release? If you can, I will agree. If not, it will only lead to further casualties, negating our previous accomplishments." Though Kyo's words were pragmatic, Danzo was swayed. After pondering, he looked up at Kyo. "You are right. We should wait for Sarutobi before proceeding." The thought of losing the hard-won victories gnawed at him. Though an extreme egoist, he was not foolish. Kyo's words, though blunt, resonated with truth. Throughout their interactions, Uchiha Kyo's strategic insight and military acumen earned Danzo's respect and consideration. Indeed, whatever Kyo proposed, Danzo viewed through a lens of reason. Uchiha Kyo nodded with a smile. "You are wise, Lord Danzo. It is late. I suggest you rest." Danzo's stern countenance softened into a smile. "Very well, you too should rest. The night air is cool. Take care of your health." "Yes," Kyo replied, gradually exiting the main tent and making his way to his own quarters. Along the way, Tsunade's eyes brightened upon seeing him. With a smile, she leaped into Kyo's embrace. Momentarily taken aback, he opened his arms to catch her as she clung to him like a koala, her cheerful expression radiating warmth. Sighing, Uchiha Kyo gazed at her affectionately. "What brings you here so late, Tsunade?" "Isn't Orochimaru on duty tonight?" "I couldn't sleep," she replied. "So, how did your explosive tag plan turn out?" While Kyo typically withheld military details from others, he felt no reservations sharing with Tsunade. A smile crept across Kyo's face. He had intended to feign nonchalance. But Tsunade's keen observation revealed his success. "Yay, you did it, Kyo?" she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him, her soft, fair cheek brushing against his face. And Kyo felt a delightful stirring within him. Not long ago, they had established an understanding of each other's feelings one evening. Not quite an establishment, but rather a mutual recognition. Hence, the two frequently shared tender moments of kisses and embraces when others were not paying attention. As a virgin of 2 lifetimes, Uchiha Kyo had no objections. Instead, he found joy in it, although he noted that his girlfriend could be a tad clingy. However, he relished the affection. After some time, Tsunade seemed to realize that Kyo had not yet taken a break that day. She gently tapped his shoulder, saying, "Let me down. It's late. And you need your rest. You're the brains of our team." Uchiha Kyo paused momentarily. Then, leaning closer to Tsunade's ear, he whispered, "Actually, I'm not tired. A little longer in your arms wouldn't hurt." Tsunade's face turned crimson. Despite the camp being relatively quiet at this hour, Kyo's boldness surprised her. Yet, it seemed she had initiated the intimacy, leaving her with no argument against it. So, she decided to enjoy the warmth of the moment. Tsunade nestled her head against Kyo's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, she felt her own heart racing in synchrony with his, escalating from a steady thump to a rapid flutter. Meanwhile, Kyo lowered his head, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, unable to resist taking a deep breath. Tsunade, puzzled, lifted her head, only to find Kyo's lips gently brushing against hers. Their gazes darted away momentarily before they looked back at each other. Tsunade closed her eyes. And if Kyo failed to grasp her intentions, he would indeed be a fool. He slowly leaned in closer, and just as their lips were about to meet, a voice interrupted, "Sister, there you are? I've been looking for you." Senju Ropes stumbled upon the scene, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld Tsunade entwined with Kyo, who was supporting her. The moment was disrupted, and Kyo's body jolted, while Tsunade's expression darkened. "You truly are my dear brother, always barging in and ruining my moments." Tsunade took a deep breath to suppress her anger. She gently patted Kyo's shoulder, her eyes pleading, and Kyo understood. He released her, allowing her feet to touch the ground. Blushing, she said, "Good night, Kyo." "Good night," he replied as they waved goodbye. Rope watched the scene, swallowing hard, a large red danger symbol appearing above his head. Just as he was about to flee, Tsunade appeared before him, pinching his ear between her thumb and forefinger. With a swift twist, she exclaimed, "Ouch, ouch, sister. I'm sorry. I was wrong." Senju Rope cried out, and only after seeing tears welling in his eyes did Tsunade release him with a cold huff. Chapter 68. Sarutobi observes the couple that night. Uchiha Kyo returned to his tent, his heart still racing. He spotted a water jug on the table and quickly grasped it, unscrewing the lid and gulping down the cool water. Soon, the jug was empty. After shaking it and finding no drops left, he set it aside, his mind replaying the earlier moments. Tsunade's clinginess, her playful demeanor, the shyness as she closed her eyes waiting for his kiss, only to be interrupted by an unexpected intrusion. Yet, Kyo was not disheartened. He believed opportunities would arise again, and he simply needed to avoid his little brother next time. After contemplating, Kyo shook his head with a wry smile and prepared for sleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully setting traps in Sand Ninja Village, severely damaging their morale at Dayu Mountain, and ambushing the Wind Shadow. 3 major strategies yielded a reward of 20,000 points. Current balance, 25,050. Ding! The host's strategy shocked Danzo, rewarding 5,000 points, and the technique of the spiral sphere without hand seals. Ding! The host's strategy instilled fear in Chiyo, awarding 10,000 points, and awakening the puppet master talent. Ding! The host's strategy enraged the third Wind Shadow, rewarding 20,000 points, and unlocking the magnetic release, Iron Sand techniques. With water attribute chakra now available. Ding! Detected that the host possesses water and earth chakra. Shall 50,000 points be consumed to synthesize the wood release Kekkei Genkai? Uchiha Kyo was taken aback. What is this? Such immense rewards from a single battle? Moreover, I can activate the wood release. Glancing at his balance of 60,050 points, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The system had intentionally set this price, fully aware of his desire for the wood release Kekkei Genkai. To put it into perspective, the price for the Mangekyo Sharingan was 100,000 points. He had planned to save, but the sudden opportunity to awaken the wood release made him reconsider. After an internal struggle, Uchiha Kyo inhaled sharply and declared, "System, I choose to activate the wood release." Ding! Congratulations to the host for combining water and earth chakra, awakening the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Reward: wood release, birth of the world tree and wood release, cutting technique. The system's voice brimmed with delight as it continued. Host, if you simply exchange for the wood release, it would cost 200,000 points. This discount is a rare exception due to your possession of water attribute chakra. You've made a considerable gain. Kyo couldn't help but smile at the thought of the wood release's 2 skills. It seemed promising. Moreover, the birth of the world tree could evolve further into the flowering tree world and the divine tree world, each evolution representing a qualitative leap in power. As for the cutting technique, it was well known and offered excellent control. Overall, Uchiha Kyo felt quite satisfied. Regarding the Mangekyo, he preferred not to awaken it naturally. He would rather spend more points to avoid that ordeal. After checking his remaining balance of 10,050, Uchiha Kyo closed the system panel and drifted into slumber. On the other side, Rope faced Tsunade's rigorous training regimen, not punishment, but rather a test of endurance. He was standing on his hands, while Tsunade sat elegantly on a stool, her beautiful legs crossed, eyes fixed intently on him. This marked her first attempt at physical training with Rope, a task usually reserved for his master, Orochimaru. However, Rope felt guilty and dared not speak, merely enduring the challenge. When Rope finally could bear it no longer, Tsunade halted the training, adding, "Remember to be more aware next time." After shooting him a glare, she returned to her tent to sleep. The following morning, Tsunade woke early, a rarity for her. Truly, the power of love was evident. After freshening up, she sought out Uchiha Kyo, knowing he should be awake by now. As expected, Uchiha Kyo was practicing ninjutsu outside his tent. With his right hand forming a sword gesture, he called out, "Magnetic release, Iron Sand techniques." Instantly, Iron Sand materialized, coalescing into sharp pyramids that hovered in the air. Under Kyo's control, they pierced a wooden post with a ripping sound, splitting it into fragments. It was evident that if directed at a person, it would inflict life-threatening injuries. After exhaling, Kyo assessed the results with a nod of approval. However, he recalled that the third Wind Shadow had manipulated puppets with poison attributes, a skill he regrettably did not possess. Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Kyo, your strength has improved again." She then took out her handkerchief to wipe Kyo's sweat. Although he had not perspired due to the overwhelming strength of his chakra, he still wished to relish the experience of such intimate attention from a beautiful woman. "I have devised numerous military tactics. What is wrong with indulging a little?" Tsunade's movements were exceedingly gentle, as if she were caressing a delicate porcelain piece, while Uchiha Sasuke made every effort to remain still. Yet his nose fervently inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from Tsunade. Gradually, he found himself entranced. And Tsunade was no different. Her heart raced as she gazed upon Sasuke's handsome visage and his tousled hair that cascaded like a waterfall. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke grasped Tsunade's hand, the one she had used to wipe the sweat from his brow, with his left hand, while his right hand ensnared her other hand. Suddenly, with a thud, he pressed Tsunade against the tent wall. Her eyes widened momentarily, and her lips parted slightly, feeling the intensity of Sasuke's dominance, rather than discomfort. She felt elation. "Hurry, hurry." She closed her eyes, awaiting Sasuke's kiss. In his youthful exuberance, he could not resist, lowering his head to connect their lips. Eventually, as Tsunade's face flushed a deep crimson, Sasuke withdrew, their lips parting. Just as Tsunade was about to speak, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, unexpectedly arrived. "Oi, Sasuke-kun. I have come bearing not just myself, but also an army of 4,000. Before he could finish, the corners of his mouth twitched. What did he see? Uchiha Sasuke had pinned down his disciple, the renowned powerhouse Tsunade, and noticing her lips were unusually red, he, as someone with experience, instantly grasped the situation. Goodness! Had they progressed so swiftly? Perhaps his arrival was ill-timed. He covered his eyes, leaving a small gap. Chapter 69, Inquiry Cough. I was just passing by. My apologies for interrupting. Hiruzen did not continue. Instead, he clapped his thumbs together. The lewd grin on his face was hard to reconcile with his esteemed position as the Hokage. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's face reddened further. She quickly covered her face with her hands and fled. Hiruzen clicked his tongue, observing Tsunade's retreating figure, lamenting how she had grown. "I must say, young one, your taste is commendable." He then gave Sasuke a thumbs up. Who in Konoha did not know of Tsunade's beauty? Yet, due to the disparity in status and Tsunade's high standards, she remained single until now. However, Uchiha Sasuke had already made significant inroads into her heart, leaving an indelible mark. It could be said that the softest corner of Tsunade's heart was now reserved for Sasuke, with no space left for any other man. Hearing Hiruzen's remarks, Sasuke could not help but roll his eyes. "Hokage-sama, why are you here instead of meeting with Danzo this early in the morning?" He mentally cursed Hiruzen for being a meddler. Hiruzen chuckled, aware that Sasuke was lamenting his untimely visit. "I've already seen Danzo. So I specifically came to check on our military god, Uchiha Sasuke. I stumbled upon a little secret." Hiruzen bore no ill will toward the situation. If Sasuke had remained the same Uchiha as before, he would have needed to admonish the two. However, now that Sasuke was his aide, and Tsunade was not only his disciple but also a member of the Senju clan, he saw their romance in a favorable light, deeming it a grand opportunity. Who would have thought that the Hokage would be so gossipy? Observing Hiruzen's jovial expression, Sasuke relaxed a bit. "Let us return to the matter at hand, Sasuke-kun. As for your relationship with Tsunade, I personally find it highly commendable." Upon hearing this, Sasuke had no choice but to turn to serious discussion. "Hokage-sama, please have a seat." He gestured toward the stone table near the entrance of the tent. This stone table had been crafted at Tsunade's request some days prior, as she found Sasuke's quarters too austere for her liking. In her mind, Sasuke should possess the elegance of a sage. There is no place outside to enjoy tea. This simply will not do. Thus, she personally arranged for the creation of the stone table and stools for Sasuke. Hiruzen nodded and took a seat, while Sasuke moved to boil water. After about 10 minutes, Sasuke personally brewed a pot of tea for Hiruzen, pouring a cup before settling down. This tea was sourced from Konoha, which Sasuke found quite delightful, hence he had brought some along. Today, it served its purpose well. Hiruzen picked up the teacup, blew on the steam, took a sip, then set it down, nodding appreciatively. "What a fine tea. Sasuke-kun, your tea-making skills are commendable. I never expected to enjoy such a treat." After another sip, Sasuke smiled. "Hokage-sama, my skills are humble, at best mere trifles." Hiruzen chuckled and did not elaborate further, finishing his tea in one go. Seeing this, Sasuke set down his cup, ready to listen to his superior. The Hokage's address. Hiruzen placed down his cup and said, Sasuke-kun, what do you propose we do next? I am all ears. In truth, he had arrived the previous night and immediately sought out Shimura Danzo to gather information. Danzo had reported the situation truthfully, leading Hiruzen to gain a fresh perspective on Sasuke. He realized that anticipating the enemy's moves and winning through unconventional means was vital. Sasuke had already contemplated this matter numerous times, and now that Hiruzen had asked, he was ready to articulate his thoughts. Hokage-sama, current intelligence indicates that the third Kazekage has occupied Dayu Mountain, Kikyo Mountain, and Dami Mountain, and is currently camped there, poised to launch a surprise attack or offensive at any moment. Sasuke began his analysis. Hiruzen nodded, understanding the situation. But the key lay in how to engage the enemy while minimizing casualties. I believe, Hokage-sama, that you should hold your ground and lead 3,000 shinobi to withstand their assault. Sasuke pointed to the 3 mountains and the current encampment. Hiruzen fell into contemplation, allowing Sasuke to continue. Meanwhile, Danzo should lead a detour through the Land of Rain to launch a fierce offensive towards Tsunade. At this moment, the third Kazekage will surely rush to reinforce his forces. Hokage-sama, this is the time for you to strike decisively, to seize the advantage over the third Kazekage, and then encircle him alongside Danzo. As long as you can restrain the third Kazekage, half the battle is already won. At that point, the enemy's morale will wane while ours surges, and we shall undoubtedly be able to crush them in one fell swoop. When that time comes, even if he possesses overwhelming strength, he will be left isolated and must surrender. A shadow of determination flickered in Sasuke's eyes. The crux of this battle lies in the third Kazekage's magnetic release and his shadow-level chakra. As long as we can stall him, we must also find a way to shake the morale of the Sand Shinobi. Thus, the third Kazekage will have to consider the opinions of his ninjas before proceeding with any further actions. Chiyo's 10-man guard has been decimated, and it will be impossible to gather materials in the short term. Even if she can manipulate them skillfully, they will merely be of Jonin level. This level is more than manageable for the vigorous Shimura Danzo, while the remaining forces shall be entrusted to Uchiha Sasuke. Without claiming victory, simply stalling will be more than sufficient. Among the remaining Sand Shinobi, only 2 are worth noting. One is Raza, and the other is Buntan. Raza can easily be dealt with by Tsunade, Orochimaru, or Jiraiya. The only one who poses a challenge is Master Buntan. He is an individual whose mindset approaches that of the Sage of 6 Paths, a perfect Jinchuriki, in harmony with Shikaku's spirit. As long as he remains in Tsunade, chaos will not ensue. However, Sasuke had no intention of truly invading Tsunade. Instead, he aimed to instill a sense of panic within the third Kazekage's forces, causing them to harbor doubts and thereby reducing their combat effectiveness by half. Hiruzen's eyes brightened. What a clever feint. I hereby decree, Sasuke-kun, that you shall proceed with your plan. I will ensure the defense here while simultaneously restraining the third Kazekage to the greatest extent possible. I shall inform Danzo that this victory is primarily yours, Kyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, gently patting Uchiha Kyo's shoulder before departing from his tent to visit Shimura Danzo. It was evident that Hiruzen was in high spirits, even humming a cheerful tune along the way, astonishing the Umbu ninjas trailing behind him. Chapter 70. The first wave of the Sand Ninjas assault. Shortly after Hiruzen's departure, Uchiha Kyo slowly lifted the cup of steaming tea before him, taking a delicate sip before finishing it in one go. As he set the cup down, a soft sigh escaped his lips, revealing an inner turmoil of endless sorrow and worry. He languidly swirled the remnants of tea in his cup, his gaze distant, as if his thoughts had already drifted far beyond the clouds. After a considerable pause, he murmured to himself, "A storm is surely brewing." With that, he raised his head, gazing into the sky, lost in contemplation. At this very moment, atop a distant mountain, the third Kazekage stood in serene silence. His imposing figure towered like a mountain, surveying the vast expanse of land beneath him. His sharp eyes scanned the horizon, where all he beheld were territories he had conquered, 3 mountain peaks now firmly within his grasp. A gentle breeze tousled his deep blue hair, reminiscent of a hedgehog's prickly spines, as he rapidly strategized his next moves, pondering how to lead his forces onward. Since Elder Chiyo had voluntarily resigned from her position, he had decisively ordered her return to Tsunade to safeguard their homeland, accompanied by the adept user of Scorch Release, Karura. However, This decision sparked discontent within Kaiza. Nowadays, Kaiza sat in his tent, silent and unresponsive, showing no interest in the battle plans, embodying a demeanor of indifference. The third Kazekage was acutely aware that, despite knowing of Kaiza's grievances, he harbored no regrets regarding his earlier decision. In his view, only by firmly controlling all matters could he truly instill a sense of security in others. Before long, a loud call rang out. "Master, I have arrived." The sudden exclamation startled the third Kazekage, who instinctively turned to look. Approaching him was none other than Rasha. A flicker of confusion crossed the Kazekage's mind as he wondered when he had commanded Rasha to the front lines. However, before he could voice his inquiry, Rasha smiled and explained, "Master, upon learning that you are personally commanding the operation, I hasten to offer my support. I am eager to serve as your vanguard, fighting alongside you in both advance and retreat." Rasha's words were like a gentle spring breeze, instantly softening the Kazekage's previously fierce demeanor. Regardless of Rasha's underlying intentions, his steadfast alignment with the Kazekage's goals fostered an immediate sense of warmth and affection within him. You must refrain from such impulsiveness next time. However, considering your unwavering loyalty, I shall let this one slide. Now step aside. I am not yet so old as to require my apprentice to lead the charge on my behalf. The third Kazekage's spirits lifted considerably upon Rasha's arrival, his tone unconsciously becoming much gentler. "At your command," Rasha replied respectfully. He was astute enough to understand the Kazekage's character, fully aware of his ambitions while also recognizing the softer aspects of his nature. This understanding enabled him to adeptly align with the Kazekage's sentiments, thereby earning his trust and favor. What a remarkable bond between master and disciple. Or is it that Rasha possesses a keen insight into human hearts? "Rasha, when do you propose we launch our assault?" The Kazekage regarded him thoughtfully, secretly contemplating this opportunity to evaluate his beloved disciple's leadership capabilities on the battlefield. Rasha, fully aware that this was a test from his master, settled into a focused demeanor and began to deliberate earnestly. Moments later, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes, and he respectfully spoke, "Master." However, before he could finish, the Kazekage's brow furrowed sternly as he reprimanded, "During wartime, one must address titles. Such impropriety is unacceptable." Rasha paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, smiling as he amended, "Commander-in-Chief." Upon hearing the correction, the Kazekage nodded slightly in approval and gestured for Rasha to continue. Taking a deep breath, Rasha confidently articulated his analysis. "Commander-in-Chief, consider this. For those ninjas, night serves as their most reliable natural shield. This is not only clear to us, but surely to Konoha as well. Therefore, in my view, launching an attack at night would be impractical." He paused briefly, gauging the Kazekage's reaction, and seeing no interruption, continued, "Instead, let us strike unexpectedly and march on Konoha immediately. As the saying goes, speed is of the essence in warfare. This way, we can catch them off guard and strike before they know what hit them." With that, an air of unwavering confidence radiated from Rasha. Upon hearing this, the third Kazekage found himself momentarily speechless. He had anticipated hearing some unique and intricate strategy from Rasha, but was instead met with an answer that was both absurd and laughable. At this moment, his gaze towards Rasha shifted entirely, the earlier admiration and testing replaced by an expression akin to that of incredulity. "Attacking in broad daylight? Are you perhaps a spy sent by Konoha, hoping we wouldn't notice your presence? This won't do. With such military acumen, even a mere genin would devise a more sensible strategy." "Is that all?" the Kazekage inquired. "Indeed," Rasha affirmed with bright eyes. The third Kazekage stared at Rasha's expression, his lips twitching slightly, before he patted his shoulder and remarked, "Well done. But refrain from such suggestions in the future." Subsequently, he turned away, chiding himself for attempting to test his apprentice. What a self-inflicted ordeal that was. Rasha scratched his head, but quickly regained his composure, following the Kazekage with a serious expression. As the sun began to set, the Kazekage called out, "Everyone, follow me into battle." As the sun dipped below the horizon, light was about to be engulfed by darkness. This was the perfect moment to strike. The third Kazekage led the way, with Rasha following closely behind, both employing magnet release to soar through the skies, trailed by 6,000 sand ninja. This clearly demonstrated the Kazekage's determination to confront Konoha. 6,000 ninjas. This was, without exaggeration, the last bastion of Tsunade's strength. If victorious, the third Kazekage would surpass his predecessors, having triumphed over Konoha, thus becoming the undisputed strongest Kazekage, forever etched in the annals of Tsunade and the Land of Wind. But if defeated, he would be nailed to the pillar of shame, reviled by the people of the Land of Wind. Therefore, he had no choice but to win. Failure was not an option. Chapter 71. A Forceful Counterattack Magnet Release, Sand Iron World Technique. The third Kazekage declared coldly, raising his hand to unleash several iron spikes that hurtled toward Konoha. Just as victory seemed within reach, a smirk danced on his lips, envisioning the devastation wrought upon the Konoha ninjas by the spikes. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a series of voices resonated. Water release, water dragon bullet, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, earth release, earth dragon bullet, wind release, vacuum wave, lightning release, lightning fong. Subsequently, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen and his clones erupted into laughter, exclaiming the technique of the 5 elemental ninjutsu combination. The main body and the 5 shadow clones unleashed their jutsu simultaneously. Rather than canceling each other out, their powers intertwined and amplified, doubling the potency of their techniques. 5 attacks surged toward the third Kazekage's iron spikes, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. Damn, that chakra. It's at the level of a Kage. The composite ninjutsu obliterated the iron spikes, and as they collided, a cloud of dust erupted into the air. The third Kazekage instinctively attempted to retreat, only to be met with a stick flying through the smoke, leaving him somewhat flustered. What? He gasped as he saw the stick descending. Quickly moving his right hand to channel chakra and raising a sand shield to block the incoming object. With a resounding thud, the sand shield creaked ominously, and the Kazekage realized it would not hold much longer. However, he had bought himself enough time to escape the dust cloud. As he leaped backward, several quick movements took him beyond the haze, but confusion washed over him. Something's amiss. Why is the dust increasing? And it doesn't seem to be sand. He pinched the noticeable dust on his clothing and brought it to his eyes, his expression changing drastically. Quickly, this is flour. Just as he uttered those words, a fireball hurtled toward him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The Kazekage turned to see it was Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. He immediately countered with a sand iron spike, launching it toward Hiruzen. The latter, with a quick glance to his left, formed the hand signs for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. 1 shuriken split into 2, then 4, then 6, until finally, there were 256 shurikens racing toward the iron spike. The air crackled with the sound of explosions, and though the iron spike was not knocked down, its speed was significantly hampered. In the next moment, a substitution technique was executed, and the iron spike embedded itself into a wooden post, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen unscathed. However, below, the sand shinobi were not so fortunate. An explosion erupted, injuring 200 sand shinobi, engulfing them in flames as they wailed in agony. The third Kazekage gasped, raising his gaze toward the army behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, which numbered around 3,000. With only 200 casualties on his side, the odds were in his favor, 5,800 against 3,000. He exchanged a knowing glance with Rozuna, who understood and stepped forward. With both hands raised, countless golden sands converged, forming sharp blades aimed at the Leaf Village ninjas. Jiraiya smirked. Finally, it's my turn to make a move. He slammed his hands onto the ground, summoning an earth barrier approximately 2 to 3 people wide. The blade struck the ground with a rustling sound, yet none pierced through the earthen wall. Once the assault ceased, Rozuna's expression darkened as he looked up, spotting a white-haired ninja with a lewd demeanor, muttering, Jiraiya? The rumored ninja who inherited the teachings of Mount Mayaboku, and the apprentice of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, seeing the blades no longer advancing, quickly dismissed the earth wall and began collecting the golden blades into a scroll. Heh. A windfall indeed. Observing Jiraiya's avarice, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the third Kazekage darkened their expressions, particularly Rozuna, whose eyes burned with fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Jiraiya was acting a bit disgracefully. After all, he was a disciple of the Hokage of Konoha. How could he display such a smug smile over mere gold? The third Kazekage regarded both Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen as cut from the same cloth, devious, shameless, and utterly despicable. How could they stoop to scavenging the enemy's gold? Rozuna, feeling nauseated, exclaimed, Are you serious? We're in the middle of a battle. Jiraiya, scratching his nose, glanced at Rozuna, seemingly unfazed. Difficult? Then don't bother. I'm taking your gold. Such a display only fueled Rosuna's fury. He bellowed, gathering chakra, his body lifting as vast amounts of sand poured from the ground, forming a swirling vortex. Magnet release, sand gold burial. This technique was a mass attack. And even Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a tremor of concern, glancing at Jiraiya and blinking in disbelief. Jiraiya, feeling the pressure, thought, is it really just for a few pieces of gold? The third Kazekage finally smiled, realizing his apprentice had a powerful technique up his sleeve. If executed perfectly, it could eliminate at least 500 of the opposing forces. Jiraiya sighed. Then his expression shifted, eyes aflame as he unleashed Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. A torrent of chakra surged from his hands, extending toward the ground beneath everyone. This time, he utilized not just ordinary chakra, but the refined sage chakra, though limited in quantity. Its quality was unparalleled. The vortex of sand gold that had begun to form was about to engulf the leaf ninjas, but with Jiraiya's Yellow Spring Swamp. The gathering speed of the sand gold slowed drastically, its suction power diminishing significantly. The leaf ninjas regained their senses and began to retreat, sensing the situation deteriorating. The third Kazekage prepared to employ magnet release, when suddenly, a black staff elongated towards him. His expression shifted, and the iron sand shield emerged to block the strike. Clang. Following the direction of the staff, he glanced up, only to find it was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Damn it! The third Kazekage concealed his left hand behind his back, a crimson glow igniting in his eyes as chakra surged within. Iron sand rain. Iron sand bullets formed in his palm, and just as he was about to launch them, the black staff morphed into a humanoid monkey, howling fiercely, momentarily stunning the Kazekage. However, he quickly regained his composure, unleashing the iron sand rain from his left hand, while the right hand conjured a trident using the iron sand barrier technique. The monkey, startled, bent low to evade the first barrage of iron sand rain, yet the second, despite its frantic dodging, sliced through its chest, blood gushing forth. Monkey, return. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted urgently. The monkey shook its head defiantly. No, Hiruzen. This minor injury 1T stopped me from fighting. Chapter 72. Not good. Tsunade is in danger. The third Kazekage's expression darkened as he gazed at the monkey, his malice intensifying. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled sharply. The monkey has trapped him. Understood. The monkey transformed into wooden beams, encasing the third Kazekage in a cage. Taken aback, he had never witnessed such a technique before. Observing closely, he suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. He swiftly formed hand signs, leaning back as a fire dragon roared toward the third Kazekage. Rosuna realized the impending danger. Just as he prepared to assist, Jiraiya positioned himself in front of him. Whipping his hair back, Wild Lion's main technique. White hair suddenly hardened and elongated, lunging toward Rosuna. His face paled, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a golden shield materialized to block Jiraiya's attack. Jiraiya, unfazed, smiled knowingly. Let the older generation handle their own issues. We young ones should refrain from meddling. Wouldn't you agree? What do you mean? Move aside. Rosuna gritted his teeth, eager to save his master. You're blocking my way. Jiraiya clicked his tongue, dismissing the conversation, and activated Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp, transforming the soil beneath Rosuna into a swamp. Rosuna grimaced but continued to engage Jiraiya, who handled the situation with relative ease, as the two were equal in strength, both being disciples of Kage-level ninjas. On the other side, the third Kazekage felt a wave of heat approaching him. Without forming any hand seals, two iron blades suddenly materialized in his hands. With a swift motion, he sliced through the wooden structure behind him, creating an opening. The third Kazekage quickly stepped back, then waved his right hand, summoning 3 sand iron shields to block the fiery dragon bullets unleashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, he released his sand iron domain technique and sand iron rain from a distance. Seeing that his fiery assault had failed to reach its target, Sarutobi Hiruzen called upon the Monkey King, transforming it into a long staff, which he wielded with precision. He began to execute a series of staff techniques, causing the staff to spin rapidly in his hands, clanging as it deflected the third Kazekage's ranged attacks. For a moment, neither combatant could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Hey, you foul monkey, the third Kazekage taunted. Your staff techniques are commendable, but merely commendable. With that, he pressed both hands against the ground, channeling chakra through his arms into the earth. Suddenly, numerous sandiron spikes erupted from the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped into the air, initiating his fiery dragon bullet and water dragon bullet techniques. He propelled himself higher with the force of the blasts, directing the two jutsu like twin dragons towards the third Kazekage. The Kazekage looked up, and the iron sand coalesced into a protective egg, encasing him within. This was his skill, absolute defense. Although it was termed absolute, it merely possessed a higher defensive capability, capable of withstanding numerous jutsu attacks. To breach this defense, one must strike at a singular point to break through the hole. The twin jutsu collided with the iron egg, dissipating almost instantaneously. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed, acknowledging the Kazekage's defensive technique. Not bad at all. Those two jutsu were effortlessly thwarted. Upon hearing this, the third Kazekage's expression darkened, and an opening appeared above the iron egg, revealing his face. He despised being called a turtle. With a furious roar, the Kazekage gathered vast quantities of iron sand, forming a massive conical shape aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Wind, tighten, and pull." As his voice echoed, the Leaf Village ninjas engaged in battle with the sand shinobi quickly retreated. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Jiraiya and Rasha's confrontation, then struck Rasha with a sudden blow, catching him off guard and causing him to stagger backward. He then exchanged a glance with Jiraiya. Jiraiya scratched his head, then approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two masters simultaneously formed hand seals, invoking the Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. In an instant, two enormous walls of earth appeared, arranged one behind the other to shield against the furious attack of the third Kazekage. Upon completing the technique, both swiftly activated the body flicker technique to retreat. The colossal iron cone collided with the first earth wall, shattering it almost instantly, but its momentum slowed significantly. The iron cone then struck the second earth wall, its rotation diminishing until, ultimately, it pierced through but became lodged within the wall, unable to advance further. The third Kazekage panted heavily. His face flushed as he gazed in their direction, eager to ascertain the outcome. To his dismay, he discovered that his attack had become embedded within the earth wall. A bitter taste filled his throat, and he fought back the urge to cough up blood. He had expended so much chakra, and his furious strike had been nullified by such a technique. Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya's earth wall contained traces of natural chakra, which contributed to its ability to withstand his assault. Clutching his chest, the third Kazekage glared in the direction of the retreating leaf forces, seething with rage. He staggered back a few steps, prompting Rasha to rush forward to support him. "Master, are you all right?" Rasha asked earnestly, concern etched on his face. The Kazekage shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, hurry. We cannot let them escape." He gestured towards the direction Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were retreating. Rasha began, but the Kazekage interrupted, shouting, "Go now. I will catch up." After regaining his composure, the Kazekage retrieved a pill from his pouch, consumed it, and sat cross-legged to recover his chakra. Rasha glanced at the Kazekage, a glimmer of defiance flashing in his eyes as he thought, "How dare he speak to me so harshly?" However, he quickly suppressed his feelings and clasped his hands in respect, replying, "Yes." Then he turned to the 500-800-strong Sand Ninja army, a surge of determination rising within him. "Everyone follow me. This time, we shall make the Leaf Village pay." With that, Rasha activated his chakra, summoning a golden platform upon which he stood, arms crossed, gazing into the distance. "At your command, Lord Rasha." The troops responded, rallying behind him as they charged toward the retreating leaf ninjas. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya continued to engage with them, maintaining a steady presence as they withdrew, neither advancing nor retreating, keeping the pressure on. All were in a delicate balance, which, paradoxically, bolstered Rasha's confidence. "Do you see? Chio has been defeated, and the third Kazekage has been outmaneuvered. Only I lead our forces against the leaf ninjas with minimal losses." However, before he could revel in his triumph, the arrival of his teacher, the third Kazekage, swiftly reclaimed command. Confusion washed over him. Why were the leaf forces employing such tactics? They intended to trap us, the third Kazekage mused. Realizing the leaf forces had dwindled from approximately 6,000 to about 3,000, predominantly comprising new recruits, with Sarutobi Hiruzen still present. This implied that over 6,000 shinobi were unaccounted for. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Tsunade is in peril. The Kazekage reacted swiftly, commanding a retreat. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team surged forward, their demeanor markedly aggressive, attacking the Sand Ninja forces with a relentless array of jutsu. Chapter 73, Uchiha Itachi vs. Yakura. Meanwhile, at the border between Tsunade and the Land of Rain, the 6,000 strong Leaf Army, led by Danzo, advanced toward Tsunade. Chiyo received this news with a jolt of anxiety. Having already felt uneasy about the third Kazekage's personal involvement in the assault on the Leaf, she sensed something was amiss. Now, as events unfolded, her fears were confirmed. Chiyo shook her head. With only around 3,000 shinobi remaining in the village, the elite forces had been taken by the third Kazekage. The village was now filled with mid-level and lower-level shinobi who could hardly withstand Danzo's 6,000 strong army. At this point, it was no longer a matter of whether to engage, but rather a necessity to act. The low walls of Tsunade could not withstand the onslaught of the Leaf Ninjas, so it was better to take the initiative than to wait inside the village. She summoned a messenger and instructed him to inform Master Bunta that the time had come for Tsunade's survival. He must come forth to meet the enemy. Next, Chiyo called upon Yakura and Lin, the rising stars among the elders, with Yakura being a talented puppeteer who could now manipulate 5 puppets simultaneously. Eldest mother. They both bowed respectfully. Chiyo nodded and handed them the intelligence report. Both received the report, their brows furrowing at the grim situation. They were essentially at their doorstep now. Finally, Yakura spoke first. Grandma Chiyo, just tell me what you need me to do. Chiyo's expression softened as she patted Yakura on the shoulder, smiling. Yakura, you and Lin will each take 500 men to guard the south and north gates, respectively, while I will lead 1,000 to secure the east gate. Remember, if the situation becomes untenable, you are permitted to retreat. Upon hearing this, Lin and Yakura were momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Chiyo had suggested retreat as an option, and it filled them with an overwhelming sense of dread. Could the situation truly be so dire? What is the Kazekage doing? Has he not received any news? Yakura pondered, clenching his fists as he gazed toward the direction of the third Kazekage's advance. In truth, the Kazekage had begun to race back upon realizing the danger, and by the next day, he had learned of the Leaf Army surrounding Tsunade. However, due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's relentless pursuit, he was unable to provide assistance. Yakura resolved to halt his spiraling thoughts and decisively led his troops toward the south gate. However, upon their arrival at the southern gate, Yitsong was taken aback by the sight before him. The leader of the group was none other than the young man with magnetic abilities, Uchiha Kyo. At that moment, Uchiha Kyo exuded confidence as he commanded a formidable force of 800 Uchiha clansmen, surrounding the southern gate tightly. His initial intention was merely to exert some pressure on Tsunade, yet unexpectedly, the village opened its gates wide. Emerging from that gaping entrance was none other than Yitsong, renowned for her mastery of the scorch release technique. Upon seeing Yitsong, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Kyo's lips as he remarked, "It has indeed been a long time. Miss Yitsong." Yitsong lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto Uchiha Kyo's as she softly replied, "Uchiha Kyo, is it? I have heard that you are not only adept in fire release and magnetic release, but also possess a chakra volume at the level of a Jonin, with an actual strength comparable to that of a Kage." With that, she elegantly turned her slender waist and gracefully advanced forward. Uchiha Kyo, taken aback by her words, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, Miss Yitsong, you jest. What Kage-level strength? That is utterly unfounded. I am but an ordinary ninja." While he dismissed her claims, he was inwardly astonished. How could Yitsong be so well informed about his capabilities? In truth, Uchiha Kyo was unaware that since he had previously unleashed his magnetic release and devastating great fire annihilation technique, which had nearly left Chiyo in peril, details about him had swiftly spread across the 5 great nations like wildfire. Even Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure, who was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with Kumogakure, had already learned of his name. Enough with the chit-chat. Since we are here, let us engage in battle. With that furious shout, Yitsong swiftly formed hand seals, and her chakra surged within her like a torrential flood. In the blink of an eye, 5 or even 6 enormous crimson fireballs materialized out of thin air, transforming into ferocious fire serpents that surged forward, imbued with a heart-stopping heat and blistering energy. In an instant, a searing wave of heat engulfed Uchiha Kyo, leaving him momentarily stunned. Internally cursing, he thought, "What the hell? This person is too fierce. I had no intention of fighting. Why unleash such a powerful attack at the slightest provocation?" However, the urgency of the situation left him no choice but to hastily retreat a few steps to evade the onslaught. "Uchiha Kyo, are you not going to unleash your magnetic release?" Yi-sang's voice was cold as ice, her gaze piercing through her adversary like a pair of frost-laden daggers. Hearing this, Uchiha Kyo was momentarily taken aback and quickly explained, "No, I truly have no intention of engaging in combat with you." Yet, Yi-sang, refusing to believe his words, snorted disdainfully and retorted, "Do not play the innocent. You have surrounded our southern gate with 800 Uchiha clansmen, and yet you dare say you do not wish to fight? If you refuse to make the first move, do not blame me for being impolite." Before her words had fully settled, Yi-sang once again channeled her chakra, causing the already menacing fire serpents to become even more ferocious, charging directly toward Uchiha Kyo. Left with no other option, Uchiha Kyo prepared for combat, channeling his chakra to manifest his magnetic release, where iron sand coalesced into sharp spikes to counter Yi-sang's fireballs. Scorch release, overwhelming heat. As the fireballs hurtled toward him, the heat was overwhelming, and Uchiha Kyo's expression shifted. "Damn, scorch release counters me." The fireballs continued their relentless advance. Uchiha Kyo activated his body flicker technique to create distance, then struck the ground with one hand, invoking his unique ninjutsu, iron sand spike formation. The iron sand rose from the ground, targeting Yi-sang's position and thrusting upwards. Yi-sang, quick to react, leaped into the air just as the iron spikes erupted from the ground, using her scorch release to melt them away. As she landed, she glanced at Uchiha Kyo, somewhat astonished. Magnetic release can be utilized in such a manner. Nevertheless, she knew that due to their opposing attributes, scorch release would triumph over magnetic release. And as long as she remained cautious, she would be fine. Despite Uchiha Kyo's extraordinary talent in magnetic release, he found himself at a disadvantage against scorch release, even when utilizing natural chakra. Thus, he pondered what alternative might stand against it. Fire release. No, scorch release surpasses fire release in rank, and Yi-sang's chakra volume is on par with mine. Overwhelming her with sheer volume is impossible. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. The Sharingan. Yes, the Sharingan. He nearly forgot about his inherent talent. The ocular prowess of the Sharingan was formidable, and with a glimmer of realization, he activated it, channeling his released chakra to his eyes. Instantly, Uchiha Kyo's eyes transformed into the three tomoe Sharingan, the blood-red pupils instilling fear in those who beheld them. Yi-sang. Uchiha Kyo activated the genjutsu of his Sharingan, causing Yi-sang to shudder momentarily. The more powerful the ninja, the stronger their mental fortitude, particularly among those with dual bloodline limits. Yi-sang's chakra flow was momentarily halted, and her scorch release vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Kyo executed the body flicker technique, drawing a long sword and performing a draw-cut technique. As Yi-sang regained her senses, her complexion paled. The distance and speed were insurmountable. There was no way for her to evade. Just then, a red-haired man manipulated three puppets. One shielded Yi-sang, while the other two lunged at Uchiha Kyo. One aimed at his head and the other at his chest. Uchiha Kyo's eyes darted left and right before he executed the body replacement technique. The sound of metal piercing would echoed as he narrowly evaded the attack. Uchiha Kyo's gaze followed the strings of the puppetry, and he was momentarily stunned. The Red Sand Scorpion? No, that is not right. The Red Sand Scorpion would be a child at this time. Moreover, if it were him, he would have already employed the 100 puppets technique. He quickly realized that this was Chiyo's son. "Thank you, Lin." Yi-sang exhaled in relief. Lin shook his head. "It's nothing. The north and west gates had no enemies, so I came here to provide support. It was fortunate timing." Yi-sang paused, pondering why only the east and south gates had been fortified. She then turned her gaze to Uchiha Kyo, who clicked his tongue, knowing that capturing Yi-sang today was impossible. Nonetheless, he had succeeded in applying pressure on Tsunade. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternal. May we meet again by fate. With that, Uchiha Kyo signaled his 800 clansmen to retreat. Yi-sang and Lin exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend why Uchiha Kyo had ceased his assault. However, time was of the essence, and the two united, leading 1,000 ninjas toward the east gate. where Chiyo was stationed. Upon their arrival, they found that the ninjas at the east gate had already retreated, and they quickly inquired, "Elder Mother, what transpired?" Chiyo fell silent, initially unable to react. The Leaf Village had only attacked the south and east gates, and both had merely been feints without real engagement. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, her breath quickening, and she urgently commanded, "Everyone, prepare to pursue the Leaf Village. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, the third Kazekage is in danger, regardless of their political ties." From Tsunade's perspective, they were family, and Chiyo would never turn a blind eye to the crisis facing the third Kazekage. Yi Tsung nodded decisively, while Lin hesitated. But under Chiyo's urging gaze, he chose to comply. Meanwhile, within the Land of Wind, the forces of the Leaf Village were on the move. "Lord Danzo, the ninjas from Tsunade have pursued us," a scout reported. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly, then turned his gaze toward Uchiha Kuro. Kuro responded with an okay gesture, allowing Danzo to finally relax. If this situation was mishandled, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Kuro had already devised a strategy before arriving here. If the Sand Shinobi remained within their village, it would be of no use. However, should they venture out, they would be the ones to face dire consequences. Shortly thereafter, explosions and cries echoed from a distance. A smile crept onto Kuro's lips. During their retreat, they had moved according to a predetermined location. If the Sand Shinobi charged recklessly, they would encounter spikes, bear traps, and explosive tags. Everything they needed was in place. Among the Sand Shinobi, Chiyo, despite her awareness that their target was the third Kazekage, was consumed by urgency, compelling her to pursue. In such moments, the simplest traps often proved to be the most effective. Chiyo gazed at the fallen ninjas, pierced and obliterated, her spirit waning. Her once straight posture sagged under the weight of despair. She should have noticed that the traps were crude. However, her impatience had led to further losses for her forces, leaving her to question whether she was becoming too old for this. From that moment on, the entire ninja world would come to know one phrase: do not pursue Konoha's retreating forces. Those who do will fall into an ambush. Yakura quickly stepped forward to support the elderly Chiyo, asking, "Shall we still pursue?" Chiyo glanced at Yakura, then at the over 800 fallen comrades and the variously wounded ninjas. With a heavy sigh, she responded, "We must pursue. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back." Indeed, there was no turning back. If she were to abandon the chase now, how could she face the fallen 800? With the Kazekage dead, who would bear the blame? Lin gritted his teeth, but continued to follow his mother's orders. As for Yakura, she did not ponder too deeply. She simply obeyed the elder's commands. The Sand Shinobi took a brief moment to regroup before resuming their pursuit. "Kuro, you truly are remarkable. This trap was beautifully laid." Danzo laughed heartily, while Kuro merely smiled in response, stating that this would only delay the Sand Shinobi's advance. They would inevitably catch up. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized, indeed, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. If he were in Chiyo's position, he too would continue the march. However, the fighting strength of a battered army pales in comparison to that of a complete one. Even if they were surrounded, the Sand Shinobi deployed from behind would not pose a significant threat. This was already quite acceptable. "Kuro, we are not far from the third Kazekage's position." He had just received news that the Kazekage was leading the remaining 4,000 troops, having just crossed the three mountains into the Wind Country's border. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was trailing closely behind with 2,500 men, relentlessly pursuing the Kazekage. The Kazekage occasionally launched attacks, each strike claiming the lives of 2 to 3 men. However, in contrast to the Kazekage's forces, the casualty rate on Sarutobi's side was considerably more favorable. Just as the Kazekage's army descended from the mountain and advanced 100 meters, a wind blade suddenly struck toward him. Wind release, vacuum wave. It was Shimura Danzo. He had made his move. Konoha is saved. Danzo's attack was swift, precise, and ruthless. The Kazekage's pupils dilated as he bent backward to evade the wind blade. But it was his subordinate, Rasha, who suffered the consequences. Rasha was taken aback. A wind blade surged toward his head. He hastily bent down. But it was too late. His arm was severed. The excruciating pain elicited a series of anguished screams from him, leaving him in a pitiful state. Uchiha Kuro was momentarily stunned. Wow, Danzo just scored a major hit. The arm of a potential fourth Kazekage has been severed. It is worth noting that the snake uncle had not yet developed a technique to regenerate severed limbs. This meant that Rasha would henceforth be handicapped. Chapter 75. Tsunade severely wounded. Susanoo unleashed. Uchiha Kuro chuckled. Danzo had indeed scored a significant victory by severing the arm of a likely fourth Kazekage. This was a tale he could boast about for a lifetime. Rasha's screams only heightened the irritation of the already vexed Kazekage. "Can you be quiet?" He glowered at Rasha, his expression darkening. Rasha, gritting his teeth, looked at the Kazekage with a newfound resentment. The respect he once held was replaced by bitterness. "Why did you dodge? If you wouldn't I have been spared?" Now, he was a cripple, and the position of Kazekage would undoubtedly slip from his grasp. If he could not attain that title, why should he continue to show respect? The Kazekage shot him a cold glance before turning his attention to Danzo. With a flick of his right hand, he channeled chakra, and sharp tripartite iron spikes shot toward Danzo. Danzo remained expressionless and simply waved his hand. Orochimaru stepped forward, forming seals. Triple Rashomon. 3 massive gates shot up from the ground, blocking the attack at the cost of 2 gates. Orochimaru smirked while Danzo acknowledged him with a nod, then turned to Tsunade, who nodded in return. She charged forward, launching a taijutsu move, Painful Heaven Kick. A glimmer of mockery flashed in the Kazekage's eyes as he shifted his body back, effortlessly evading Tsunade's attack. The kick struck the ground, causing the earth to crack and destabilizing the Sand Shinobi's ranks. The Kazekage then curled his fingers, summoning sand iron to coalesce into arrows aimed at Tsunade. The speed of this onslaught was so rapid that Tsunade was caught off guard, and neither Orochimaru nor Kuro could provide assistance in time. With a sickening sound, a sand iron arrow pierced through Tsunade's shoulder. From Kuro's perspective, it seemed as though it had pierced her heart. Tsunade cried out in pain before collapsing. But the Kazekage had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. He began to channel chakra, intent on pinning Tsunade down here. Images of Tsunade's heart being pierced flashed through Kuro's mind, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. Guilt, regret, brutality, bloodlust, madness, slaughter, and annihilation flooded his thoughts. In an instant, tears of blood streamed from his eyes as he glared at the Kazekage. His 3 tomoe Sharingan morphed into a 6 tomoe design, each tomoe extending outward. The Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Kuro instantly teleported in front of Tsunade, causing the Kazekage to momentarily freeze. He rifled through his mental archives and finally confirmed that this was Uchiha Kuro, the prodigy of Konoha. He must be eliminated. Very well, if he seeks death. Let them perish together. A massive sand iron pyramid began to form, prepared to crash down from above. Kuro roared, "Susanoo!" A golden-red Susanoo enveloped him and Tsunade, its first form merely encasing the two of them. The Kazekage's expression grew icy. He recognized Susanoo from ancient texts, recalling that Uchiha Madara had mastered it. It seemed today he must eliminate Uchiha Kuro. Kuro's expression hardened as Susanoo extended a hand, seizing the enormous pyramid. With a sweeping motion, it tore through the ranks of sand shinobi, cleaving approximately 500 in half with the sharp edge of the pyramid. The Kazekage gasped, "What manner of monster is this?" Just as he decided to retreat, Rasha appeared out of nowhere. Using magnetic release, gold binding technique, he ensnared the Kazekage, leaving him momentarily stunned. The Kazekage turned to Rasha, who wore a faint smile, his lips curling as he uttered, "Go to hell." In a frenzy, Kuro commanded Susanoo to lift the sand iron pyramid and crush the Kazekage. Boom. The Kazekage was smashed into the ground. His consciousness began to fade, and memories flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, he comprehended why he had met such a fate. It was that woman, and that abomination. How laughable. A lifetime of renown reduced to ashes by the hands of a woman and a wretch. Yet Kuro was far from finished. He commanded Susanoo to raise the sand iron pyramid again and strike down, again and again, until the Kazekage was nothing but a bloody pulp, his blood staining the sands of the Wind Country. The faces of both Konoha and Sand Shinobi turned pale in this moment. Uchiha Sho seemed to feel that this was insufficient. He discarded the iron sand spikes, and from Susanoo's hand emerged a colossal sword, katana. With a sweeping motion, thousands of Sand Shinobi were cleaved in two, utterly lifeless. "Stop. Sho. You have already won. Please cease." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt the hair on his neck stand on end. The usually gentle and mild-mannered Uchiha Sho now resembled a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. "Shokuin, enough already." Danzo swallowed hard, experiencing the overwhelming power of Susanoo for the first time. Although he relished the sight of sand shinobi being slaughtered, Uchiha Sho was taking it too far. Already, 1,500 lives had been claimed by his hand, including that of the so-called strongest Kazekage, the third Kazekage. Uchiha Sho remained unperturbed, transforming his sword into a massive hammer. He coldly regarded the ninjas adorned with the sand village headbands, akin to observing a swarm of ants. As the hammer was poised to descend, at that moment, Tsunade embraced Uchiha Sho, exclaiming, "Shokun, don't kill anymore. It's enough. I'm fine. It's just a wound to my arm." Having just awakened, Tsunade was momentarily stunned by the sight of Uchiha Sho slaying 1,000 foes. But upon noticing his unsettling demeanor, she rushed to hold him, seeking to restore his composure. Uchiha Sho's pupils constricted, the golden-red hues of Susanoo dissipating. Yet his Mangekyo Sharingan remained wide open, focusing on Tsunade's arm. Upon realizing it was not a fatal injury, tears welled in his eyes as he gently said, "It might hurt a little, bear with it." Subsequently, Uchiha Sho grasped the arrow embedded in Tsunade's arm and swiftly pulled it out. Tsunade remained silent. Yet the tremor of her body indicated her endurance of pain, wishing to shield him from worry. A flicker of rage passed through Uchiha Sho's eyes, which did not escape Tsunade's notice. She clasped his hand and shook her head. With a sigh, Uchiha Sho activated his chakra, the tomoe of his left eye spinning as he invoked the skill, Rebirth. The effect of Rebirth, it could instantaneously heal all wounds and even reverse death, though it could only be used thrice in a lifetime. A golden halo enveloped Tsunade's injury, and in an instant, it vanished without a trace, her arm returning to its smooth state as if it had never been harmed. Tsunade blinked her beautiful eyes at Uchiha Sho, who responded with a faint smile before collapsing into her embrace. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo approached. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly inquired, "Shokun, is he all right?" Tsunade's gentle gaze flickered as she replied, "Shokun is fine. He merely expended considerable chakra and ocular power, and has now fainted." Chapter 76. The Sand Village Submits. Creating discord. Upon witnessing Uchiha Sho's collapse, the Konoha ninjas swiftly regained their composure, rallying to protect him, particularly members of the Uchiha clan. Among them, Uchiha ninjas who had participated in the Warring States period felt a surge of fervor in their hearts. They realized that the Uchiha clan had once again produced a formidable wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, judging from Uchiha Sho's recent display, his Mangekyo Sharingan was exceedingly powerful. Although it was in its first form, it had the capability to dispatch the third Kazekage in a heartbeat. Consequently, Uchiha Sho had become their beacon of hope. As Uchiha's might grew, coupled with Uchiha Hiroshi concealing his own Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Sho's status among the 800 Uchiha rose dramatically. Other Konoha ninjas were concerned that Sand Shinobi might attempt to ambush Uchiha Sho. However, upon seeing the 800 Uchiha steadfastly guarding him, they understood the significance of his standing in their hearts, and thus took positions of readiness. Yet the Sand Village dared not resist at this moment. One by one, they cast down their kunai and knelt upon the ground, hands pressed against the earth, with Rasha leading the surrender. "Konoha ninjas, I am Rasha, and I am willing to surrender. The instigator of this war, the third Kazekage, has been vanquished. I implore you to show mercy," he cried out, raising a hand. None had witnessed Rasha's treachery, aside from Uchiha Sho and the deceased third Kazekage, as Rasha, the cunning old fox, would not allow his reputation to suffer. "We are willing to surrender. Please spare our lives, esteemed ninjas of Konoha," pleaded the approximately 1,800 battered sand ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and gradually stepped away from Uchiha Sho, with Danzo following closely beside him. This time, he was also a significant contributor to the battle, rather than merely Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow, able to share in the glory openly. "Can you represent the Sand Village, Rasha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked solemnly, gazing at the surrendered Rasha. Rasha composedly responded, "I am the apprentice of the third Kazekage and the heir to the next Kazekage. I believe I possess this qualification." Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat moved and was about to assist him when a voice interjected, "Not so fast, Hokage. I am the wife of the first Kazekage of the Sand Village, and now that the third Kazekage is dead, Rasha cannot represent the entire Sand Village." Chiyo's expression turned cold as she regarded Rasha. Having just arrived, she had learned the events through local ninjas' introductions and was astonished that Rasha would dare to claim such a title. In a panic, Rasha exclaimed, "Hokage-sama. That crazy woman has already been stripped of her elder position by the third Kazekage. You must not believe her." Chiyo, however, remained silent, her gaze toward Rasha reflecting disappointment and disdain. One may suffer physical shortcomings, but one must never bow low to an enemy and address them as Lord. Thus, Chiyo resolved that as long as she drew breath, she would not allow Rasha to have the opportunity to become Kazekage. Looking at Yakura, though she appeared somewhat astonished, she did not display the same fear and obsequiousness as Rasha. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, uncertain whether the third Kazekage had endorsed Rasha as the successor to the fourth Kazekage. Yet he recognized Chiyo's status. Danzo leaned in, whispering in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear, "Hiruzen, I believe Chiyo is more reliable than Rasha. After all, Chiyo is a ninja of the same era as the first Kazekage. She is more than capable of representing the Sand Village." Danzo left the statement unfinished and stepped back. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, acknowledging that Chiyo held the highest esteem in the Sand Village. Therefore, he resolved to negotiate with Chiyo. "Chiyo of the Sand Village, I, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, accept your proposal. Tomorrow at noon, we shall negotiate at the border of the Land of Rain." Sarutobi Hiruzen stated coldly. "Yes, third Hokage-sama. We shall attend," Chiyo replied, though she feigned a difficult expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, uncertain of Chiyo's intentions. With a sigh, Chiyo remarked, "Hokage-sama. We have lost today convincingly, for it is only natural that we cannot compete against such a powerful ninja." After speaking, Chiyo's gaze shifted to Uchiha Sho, filled with sincerity, then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, heaving a sigh. Nara Shikaku's pupils constricted, realizing the poisonous scheme at play. Chiyo's words implied that they had lost to Uchiha Sho. Not to him. He had merely benefited from Uchiha Sho's prowess to achieve victory. She was sowing discord, attempting to drive a wedge between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Sho. He quickly interjected, "Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha. I kindly ask you, Chiyo Baba, to refrain from instigating discord." Chiyo cast a glance at Nara Shikaku, her eyes flashing with malice, wishing to rend his tongue. Just moments earlier, Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed been pondering this matter, and upon hearing Nara Shikaku's suggestion, he quickly realized the implication. His gaze toward Chiyo now tinged with aversion. Chiyo shook her shoulders. Since it was impossible to sow discord between the Hokage and Uchiha Sho, her presence was of no use. It would be better to return and discuss compensation with Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, I take my leave." With that, Chiyo led Lin, Yakura, and the remaining 800 Sand Shinobi back to the Sand Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched their departing figures, lost in thought. "Hiruzen, Hiruzen," Danzo called out loudly, snapping Hiruzen back to reality. "Oh, Danzo, I was just deep in thought." Hiruzen chuckled, scratching his head, and embraced Shimura Danzo. However, Danzo was well aware of his old friend's character. He had undoubtedly absorbed Chiyo's words. "I say, Hiruzen, you should know Uchiha Sho better than I do. He was the first to visit you after returning from the Rain Country campaign, was he not?" Danzo spoke slowly. Hiruzen remained silent. He might not heed others' words. But Danzo was not just anyone. He was his close companion. Moreover, you must have seen the relationship between Uchiha Sho and Tsunade. Is Tsunade's status insufficient to reassure you? Danzo explained on behalf of Uchiha Sho. According to his previous character, Sho would not speak up for anyone, yet now he had achieved such great merit, laboring without complaint and never making excessive demands. The only request he had was to be acknowledged after the war. Thus, Danzo believed that Uchiha Sho was a worthy candidate for cultivation, loyal to Konoha and capable of great deeds, which is why he was willing to trust him. Chapter 77. Meeting you is truly fortunate. So am I. Hiruzen was somewhat surprised. When did his good friend ever speak up for others? Today, Danzo was willing to defend Uchiha Sho, a scene that astonished Hiruzen, who had always perceived Danzo as someone detached and indifferent to the affairs of others. Aside from assisting Hiruzen, he had never shown such concern for anyone else. "What are you saying, Danzo? Am I not aware that this is Chiyo's scheme to sow discord? Moreover, do you see me as such a person?" Hiruzen snorted coldly. Danzo understood Hiruzen's character all too well. However, with Hiruzen expressing his thoughts, it indicated that he had come to terms with the situation. Hence, there was no significant issue regarding Uchiha Sho. Danzo nodded and then turned to organize his own team. Due to Uchiha Sho's remarkable achievements, Hiruzen specifically ordered the troops to remain stationed. Uchiha Sho was carried back to his tent by Tsunade. Gently, she placed him on his bed, then fetched a basin of water and personally began to cleanse his body. Who could have imagined that the usually untouchable princess of the Senju clan would delicately tend to Uchiha Sho? If this were to get out, it would surely astonish everyone. Ninjas of the Uchiha clan stood guard outside Uchiha Sho's tent. Aside from Tsunade, the Hokage, and Danzo, no one was permitted to enter. At present, Uchiha Sho was in a weakened state, and in everyone's eyes, he was the sole possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. Bearing the heavy responsibility of his family's resurgence, some Uchiha ninjas had even whispered about suggesting Uchiha Sho as the clan leader upon their return. With such a powerful figure as the leader, how could the Uchiha clan not thrive? Yet, thoughts of the past were best left unspoken, as they were pains every clan member wished to avoid. Tsunade placed a stool beside Uchiha Sho's bed, sitting down and holding his hand, her eyes filled with concern. A profound sense of guilt welled up within her, causing her eyes to redden as tears began to fall. She felt immense sorrow for her own weakness. Having nearly lost her life at the hands of the third Kazekage, it was only thanks to Uchiha Sho that she had not perished. To save her, he had forcefully awakened the Mangekyo, a painful process she had heard from her second grandfather, Senju Tobarama. The evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was fraught with immense suffering, and only through such heart-wrenching pain could one awaken this power. The Uchiha clan was not an evil clan. Rather, it was a clan rooted in love, which had spiraled into hatred due to the loss of that love. This instability had made Senju Tobarama wary, and for many years under his leadership, the Uchiha clan had produced almost no Mangekyo. The only known Mangekyo was that of the hidden Uchiha Hiroshi, whose abilities remained a mystery, and no one even knew when he had awakened his Sharingan. As Tsunade's tears fell upon Uchiha Sho's cheeks, his eyes flickered, and he slowly opened them, fixating on Tsunade as she wept. A stirring within him prompted his right hand to rise gently, caressing Tsunade's tear-streaked face. "Tsunade, please, don't cry. If you cry too much, it won't be a pleasant sight." Uchiha Sho's voice, though weak, carried a sincerity that reached Tsunade's heart. Tsunade opened her eyes, sobbing softly as she leaned against Uchiha Sho's chest, lightly patting his shoulder. "Why are you so foolish? So foolish. Do you have any idea how much it pains me to see you lying there, motionless?" I know. "Tsunade, I'm a bit thirsty," Uchiha Sho reassured her, his left hand brushing Tsunade's head. Hearing this, Tsunade sniffled and went to pour a glass of water. Returning to Uchiha Sho's side, she gently propped him up with her left hand, using her right to feed him sips of water. After he finished, she carefully laid him back down, resuming her seat beside him. Looking at his frail state, she said, "Thank you, Shokuin. It's all thanks to you." As she spoke, her eyes reddened again, her voice trembling with emotion, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Indeed, women are made of water, and Tsunade was no exception. Before she could finish, Uchiha Sho smiled and replied, "No need for thanks, it's only right. After all, as Tsunade-sama's boyfriend, I must ensure your safety." Warmth flooded Tsunade's heart. Though she feigned annoyance, "You smooth talker. But this time, you truly came through, Shokuin." Tsunade stood up, pressing her fragrant lips against Uchiha Sho's cheek, her face flushing as she composed herself, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Uchiha Sho slightly parted his lips, his eyes fluttering, then a smile crept across his face. "Tsunade, my face is dry, and my lips are a bit parched. You see." Tsunade's face turned even redder, and she playfully punched Uchiha Sho's shoulder. He winced, then coughed lightly. "Are you trying to kill your boyfriend?" Initially regretting the force she had used, Tsunade found relief upon seeing Uchiha Sho was unharmed, responding with a huff. "Who told you to be so unserious? Even in this state, you still want to." With that, Tsunade tossed her head and pouted, casting her gaze aside. Uchiha Sho chuckled. He merely wished to lighten the mood, and it seemed to have worked, as Tsunade was no longer crying. Uchiha Sho gazed at the top of the tent, lost in thought. He had initially believed he could exchange points for the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet through unforeseen circumstances, he had awakened it himself. Truly, an unexpected turn of events. This further solidified his understanding of Tsunade's significance in his heart. When he had seen her heart seemingly pierced, he felt as though he had lost his beloved, left in ruins, and nothing mattered anymore. With Tsunade gone, he could no longer discern right from wrong. All he could think was that everyone should perish. Noticing Uchiha Sho's silence, Tsunade turned her head back, finding him staring at the tense ceiling, lost in contemplation. She acutely sensed the complexity within Uchiha Sho's heart. Clearing her throat, she coughed twice, drawing Uchiha Sho back to reality from his contemplation. He glanced upward, meeting Tsunade's gaze. Suddenly, Uchiha Sho exclaimed, "Tsunade, it is truly a pleasure to meet you." Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by his words, then smiled. "I feel the same, Shokuin. Encountering you is the most wonderful event in my life." Chapter 78. Do you not desire compensation? Are you mad? Uchiha Sho's body still bore traces of weakness. After exchanging a few words with Tsunade that evening, he succumbed to sleep, only to awaken the following day. Congratulations to the host for slaying the third Kazekage. Reward: all magnet release experience points from the third Kazekage, totaling 30,000 points. Due to the host's spontaneous awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The originally allocated Mangekyo Sharingan reward has already been acquired. Thus, an alternative reward has been granted. The alternative reward for the host has been modified to the small sage body, a flawed version, yielding 50 chakra points and doubling chakra recovery effects. If chakra is at maximum, it will convert chakra at a 10-to-1 ratio into ocular power. No point rewards are given. Uchiha Sho was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's announcement. As he began to extract chakra, he realized that he had previously possessed only 2 chakra points. Yet now he was still absorbing more. He did not cease until he was fully replenished, feeling a newfound strength within him. As if he could intimidate ordinary ninjas merely by his presence. He then sensed the scorching pain from his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan gradually being soothed by a refreshing sensation. His previously blurred vision began to clear, and when Uchiha Sho beheld the scenery with clarity, a smile graced his lips. "Excellent. I feel invigorated. Mother need not fret about my eyesight any longer, for I now possess the small sage body. There is no need to worry about chakra levels, recovery times, or ocular power consumption." The system then prompted, detecting that Tsunade is about to arrive. "Please control your strength accordingly." Uchiha Sho was taken aback, but nodded, consciously restraining his chakra to around 5 points. You may wonder why Uchiha Sho chose to suppress his power. Do not inquire. It is merely a matter of discretion. Having a sword at one's disposal is vastly different from wielding none. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan without any alteration in chakra would be the most peculiar occurrence. Tsunade knocked on the door, cheerfully announcing, "Shokuin, the old man has summoned you and me to accompany him to negotiate with the higher-ups of Tsunade as his guards." Uchiha Sho smiled. "Very well. I am nearly fully recovered, and serving as the Hokage's protector presents a rare opportunity to broaden my horizons." With a playful grin, Tsunade approached Uchiha Sho, gazing up at him with delight before wrapping her arms around his waist. "Shokuin, do you know? You have gained a title in the ninja world." Tsunade leaned against his chest, inhaling his presence. "Really? What title is that?" Uchiha Sho inquired, surprised. Tsunade slowly replied, "The Crimson Gold Slayer." Uchiha Sho smirked. "Well, it seems I too have acquired a title. Previously, the title of War God was merely a local legend in Konoha. But now the title of Crimson Gold Slayer shall soon echo throughout the entire ninja realm." He shook his head, dismissing the importance of such names. "By the way, Tsunade, when do we depart?" Uchiha Sho glanced outside at the dimly lit scenery and asked. "Probably around 8 or 9 o'clock. We should go eat now. I heard the Akimichi clan is preparing the meal." Tsunade replied, also looking out at the view. With the battle concluded and Sarutobi Hiruzen present, the Akimichi clan began their culinary preparations. It must be said that the Akimichi clan excels not only in feasting but also in culinary arts. Uchiha Sho nodded. Taking Tsunade's hand, "Shall we go?" "Yes." Tsunade agreed, following Uchiha Sho outside. Upon exiting, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan quickly bowed. "Elder." Uchiha Sho waved his hand, signaling them to refrain from formality, then patted one ninja's shoulder before leading Tsunade towards the nearby Akimichi barbecue site. Sarutobi Hiruzen was voraciously devouring skewers, exclaiming, "Delicious! Who would have thought that your Dingzwa's culinary skills were so remarkable? Well, if you enjoy it, eat to your heart's content. When we sign the agreement later, make sure to negotiate more benefits for us." Akimichi Takafumi chuckled. He still held high hopes for Sarutobi Hiruzen, for he had once been a formidable hero in his youth. Hiruzen nodded. "I will, but Takafumi, considering Tsunade's current impoverished state, would it be prudent to demand too much?" Upon hearing this, Akimichi Takafumi's smile faded slightly. He scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen, furrowing his brow before stating, "Hiruzen, you continue eating. I just remembered that Rumi has something to discuss with me." He forced a smile, turning away, his facade of cheerfulness vanishing, replaced by a cold demeanor. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent, losing interest in the barbecue, and sighed heavily. Just then, Uchiha Sho and Tsunade approached, prompting Akimichi Takafumi to quickly adopt a smile, as if nothing had transpired. However, the shift in his expression did not escape Uchiha Sho's keen perception. Uchiha Sho had his suspicions, but knew he would need to speak with Sarutobi Hiruzen to uncover the specifics. Meanwhile, Tsunade hummed a tune, seemingly enjoying a song from the ninja world. Nara Shikaku stood not far away and inquired as Akimichi Takafumi approached, "How did it go? What did the Hokage say?" Akimichi Takafumi shook his head, exhaling deeply. Nara Shikaku's heart sank, and he gazed toward the Hokage with a complex expression, nodding, "Understood." Just as Nara Shikaku was about to retract his gaze, he spotted Uchiha Sho and Tsunade, his eyes lighting up as he called out, "Shokuin, Lady Tsunade, over here." His voice immediately captured their attention. Uchiha Sho observed the dejected Akimichi Takafumi and the exuberant Nara Shikaku, sensing that something significant was about to be revealed. Due to the current alliance between the Uchiha clan and the Inuzuka and Nara clans, and with Uchiha Sho being the elder of the Uchiha clan, he grasped Tsunade's hand and approached. Nara Shikaku glanced at Tsunade, hesitating before Uchiha Sho reassured him, "It's fine. We are all allies here." Nara Shikaku nodded. "In that case, Shokuin, let us hear what Takafumi has to say regarding the information he received from the Hokage." Akimichi Takafumi exchanged glances with Nara Shikaku, who nodded in agreement. Then Takafumi began, "Shokuin, I initially intended to treat everyone to barbecue while gauging Hiruzen's views on the Tsunade Treaty." After Akimichi Takafumi finished, Nara Shikaku sighed, "Shokuin, you are a wise individual. You must understand that despite our victory and the enemy's impending demise, the Hokage desires nothing but a peace treaty." Uchiha Sho nodded, grasping the implications. It was akin to having fought a battle in vain. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen held noble intentions, he must consider the sentiments of the villagers. What of our fallen ninjas? Have we gained no benefits from this conflict? This is simply unacceptable. Chapter 79. Hokage, is this appropriate? Uchiha Sho pondered for a moment before stating, "I shall speak with the Hokage shortly." "That would be greatly appreciated." Nara Shikaku bowed. He understood that only someone of Uchiha Sho's current prowess and achievements could command the third Hokage's attention. "It is for the sake of our clan. There is no need for such formality," Uchiha Sho replied with a smile. With that, he and Tsunade prepared to seek out the Hokage, but Tsunade halted him, "Shokuin, are you not being used as a pawn? The teacher's intention is solely a peace treaty. Your request for benefits may be perceived as opposition." Uchiha Kyo came to a sudden halt, a smile gracing his lips as he playfully addressed Tsunade, "My dear." Instantly, her face flushed crimson, as if her mind had exploded with embarrassment. What did he just call me? My dear? I'm going to die." Kyo then turned his gaze towards the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and remarked, "If our esteemed Hokage's inaugural battle is fought so brilliantly, with victory achieved without the need for the enemy to pay a price, and should we lose, a treaty of peace could be signed instead, what would the other nations think? They might wage war against us, believing they have nothing to lose. Where else in this world can one find such favorable circumstances? This would not only fail to diminish the occurrence of war, but would instill the notion that anyone could trample upon our leaf village." Tsunade, are you listening?" Kyo waved his hand in front of her face, prompting her to snap back to reality, her cheeks still flushed. "I apologize, Kyokuin. I was lost in thought. But I truly believe you are correct." She nodded emphatically in agreement. Seeing her reaction, Kyo chuckled heartily. "Come along, my dear, let us pay a visit to Lord Hokage. If I remain silent on such matters, no one else would dare speak up. They would merely harbor grievances against the Hokage. Initially, it may not seem significant, but over time, it could lead to disunity. All right, when the time comes, I shall speak well of you." Tsunade replied with a smile, adding, "Did you just call me my dear? That sounds lovely. I want to hear it more often." "Very well, my little ancestor," Kyo responded with a grin, as Tsunade, beaming, linked her arm with his and followed him to Hiruzen's side. At that moment, Shimura Danzo approached, intending to join Hiruzen in signing the peace treaty, and therefore sought to discuss the details with him. Kyo's eyes brightened. "Elder of the Leaf." With him present, discussions will be far smoother. If anyone has a close relationship with Hiruzen, it is undoubtedly Danzo. Danzo, you have arrived, Hiruzen remarked, seemingly anticipating his appearance. Only to find not just Danzo, but also Kyo and Tsunade. His heart stirred, and he smiled warmly. Kyokuin and Tsunade, you've come as well. Please, take a seat. He gestured for them to sit beside him. Kyo addressed Danzo with respect. Elder Danzo, please, join the Hokage. Tsunade and I will sit nearby. Danzo nodded amiably and took his seat, while Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Despite Kyo's formidable strength, he still held a sense of reverence for the village elders. Kyo guided Tsunade to a small chair beside them. Danzo accepted a skewer of grilled meat offered by a Kimichi Choji and remarked, "This grilled meat is quite delightful, Hiruzen. Care for some?" Hiruzen chuckled, "I've already eaten. Please enjoy." The two youthful figures remained silent, partaking in sake and grilled meat, as the elder statesman conducted the discourse. "Hiruzen, how do you plan to sign this agreement?" Danzo inquired after finishing the last piece of meat. Hiruzen smiled slightly. "Danzo, we have a strong bond, do we not?" Danzo nodded, but retorted, "Yet, I am asking you a question. What does our bond have to do with this? To be frank, I trust you will support me." Hiruzen said, reclining slightly in a tactical manner. "Speak then, I am all ears." Danzo was no fool. He understood that Hiruzen's forthcoming words might not be favorable. Thus he was unlikely to agree. Seeing the situation unfold, Hiruzen sighed. "Danzo, Tsunade is suffering. Beyond the vast expanse of sand, what else is there?" Before he could finish, Danzo slammed his hand on the table. "You think you can simply maintain your benevolence and avoid compensation? Have you considered the ninjas and their families who perished from our village?" Danzo stood, clearly furious. As expected, Hiruzen's words had incited Danzo's ire. Hiruzen fell silent, his expression darkening, and then pounded the table, declaring, "Do not forget. I am the Hokage." Kyo's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a dramatic scene. He even handed Tsunade a cup of sake while raising his own, preparing for the impending verbal clash. Just as Danzo was about to deliver his classic line, "You will regret this," he suddenly heard Kyo's slurping sound. His eyes lit up as he interjected, "Hiruzen, the victory in this battle is attributed to Kyokuin's strategies and strength. I believe you should seek his counsel." With that, Danzo smirked. "Kid, I call you Slurper." Kyo inadvertently spat his sake, spraying it across Danzo's face. "I apologize. I didn't mean to." He hastily grabbed a tissue, attempting to clean Danzo's face, only for Danzo to darken his expression, saying, "It's fine. But when the Hokage asks for your input later, you better provide a satisfactory response." Danzo then grabbed his handkerchief to wipe his face. His gaze fixed on Kyo as if to say, "You better speak well, or else." Kyo felt like slapping himself. He had come to persuade, yet here he was, about to take the blame. Though he intended to offer support, Danzo's mere assertion of authority had thrown him off balance. Tsunade stifled a laugh, sensing the camaraderie between Kyo and Elder Danzo. "Kyokuin, why not share your thoughts on this matter? It would be beneficial for us to hear the perspectives of the younger generation," Hiruzen suggested amiably. Kyo set down his skewer and cleared his throat. "Hokage-sama, is this appropriate?" As his words echoed, both Danzo and Hiruzen were taken aback, while Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. "Actually, Kyokuin, you needn't be so blunt," Tsunade murmured, swallowing hard as she tugged at Kyo's sleeve. Kyo turned to her, casting a reassuring glance that urged her to remain calm. Hiruzen remained silent, then fixed his gaze on Kyo. "Kyokuin, do you also think I should demand compensation from them?" Kyo inhaled deeply. "Indeed, Hokage-sama." His tone was steady, transitioning from nonchalance to earnestness. "I recall you once asked me, aside from sand, what does Tsunade possess? They must not be allowed to avoid confrontation, correct?" Hiruzen chuckled softly. Kyo continued, "Hokage-sama, strategy is strategy, yet it does not excuse the absence of reparations post-conflict. It is truly perplexing that the third Hokage would pose such a question. But our Leaf Village depends on the Land of Fire, which is vast and resource-rich. Why should we seek reparations from Tsunade?" Hiruzen queried, having yet to finish his thought. Should the other party be willing to sign a peace treaty, he was open to providing Tsunade with additional resources. This situation is akin to saying, "Should you win, I shall compensate you. Should you lose, I shall provide support. What do you think? Are we the Song dynasty? So generous?" Kyo understood Hiruzen's intentions. He sought to attain a reputation of benevolence and earn acknowledgement from the ninja world. Unfortunately, his choices were misguided. Consistently yielding would only embolden the opposing side. Kyo was a proponent of using force to conquer other nations. If Hashirama represented idealism, then Madara epitomized realism. As for Hiruzen, he inherited Hashirama's compassion without possessing Hashirama's strength, and he took on Tobirama's political tactics but directed them inward. He inherited none of the good, yet learned all the bad. Uchiha Kyo cleared his throat and addressed the Hokage. Lord Hokage, the ninjas of our village have either perished or been gravely injured. What are we fighting for? If not for peace? Resources. You are the Hokage, possessing everything. Yet what about the smaller clans? They have nothing. After a victory, the spoils should be shared among all. Yet you, Lord Hokage, seem willing to relinquish them. Forgive my candor, but is the reputation of benevolence truly so paramount? So much so that the compensation and resources before us are rendered insignificant? Uchiha Kyo spoke plainly, almost directly stating that Sarutobi Hiruzen was trading their rightful resources for the sake of his virtuous reputation. If this continues, we may no longer wish to send our people into battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into contemplation. In terms of strength, he could not hold a candle to the first Hokage, nor could he match the second in cunning. He harbored his own ambitions to surpass both predecessors and become the strongest Hokage. After much deliberation, he concluded that it was reputation he sought. By leveraging his esteem, he aimed to eclipse the legacies of the two former Hokages and establish himself as the mightiest. What of it? Hiruzen pondered, closing his eyes and exhaling. Shimura Danzo frowned, having grasped Uchiha Kyo's implication. Hiruzen, what is the matter with you? Uchiha Kyo paused, questioning whether he had not been clear enough. Yet, upon observing Hiruzen's demeanor, he discerned a lack of surprise. Hiruzen was evidently aware of the outcome, yet chose to proceed in this manner. It appeared that the pursuit of fame and profit was not without its rationale. Thus, Uchiha Kyo prepared to present his next point. Lord Hokage, while your benevolence is commendable, have you considered that this approach does not showcase the grandeur of our great nation? Instead, it may lead others to perceive Konoha as weak and easily bullied. You may forego compensation, and while Tsunade may appreciate your kindness, how long will that gratitude last? When the next great ninja war arises, do you believe they will hesitate to strike us? Hiruzen remained silent, seemingly disinclined to respond. Uchiha Kyo sighed. When we win, we forfeit compensation. When we lose, nothing is gained. Do you think other nations will not seize the opportunity to trample us? Only then did Hiruzen open his eyes, gazing deeply at Uchiha Kyo. He began to contemplate the truth of Kyo's words. Indeed, if he were in the shoes of other village leaders, he would likely behave similarly. Victories yield profit, while losses incur no penalties. Who would not take such a gamble? Yes, the Hokage might gain a reputation for virtue, perhaps as a sage or a benevolent leader, but at what cost? The village would suffer continual losses without recompense, sacrificing tangible benefits for ephemeral accolades. In the short term, this may suffice, but what of the long term? With each clan suffering casualties and gaining no rewards, why would anyone wish to continue sending their elite forces into battle? The waters that carry a boat can also overturn it, Uchiha Kyo continued. The clans believed in the Hokage, trusting that under his leadership, Konoha would grow stronger and more prosperous. Yet, should such self-destructive behavior take root, there would be no turning back. Would they be willing to endure his benevolence indefinitely? After such a lengthy discourse, Danzo felt compelled to applaud, for these were the very sentiments he wished to express, albeit with less eloquence. Of course, the Uchiha clan will support you, but Konoha cannot be governed by a single clan or a few families. Uchiha Kyo tactfully emphasized the Uchiha's stance. Hiruzen's eyes brightened as he inquired, Kyo, if you were Hokage, what would you do? A daunting question had been posed, and Uchiha Kyo understood the gravity of his response. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Lord Hokage, I am but a soldier under your command, possessing a modicum of cleverness, ready to alleviate your burdens. Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. Speak freely. Consider it a casual exchange. Uchiha Kyo stood, bowing respectfully. Currently, only the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka clans are rallying behind you, while others remain in a state of observation. If you can secure the rightful benefits for our village, I believe more clans will align with you. However, should you choose to forego these benefits, not only will the other clans remain silent, but even those who have pledged their allegiance to you may express dissatisfaction. Of course, the Uchiha shall not. Uchiha Kyo succinctly outlined the pros and cons for Hiruzen. leaving the choice in his hands. Danzo patted Hiruzen's shoulder, a gesture of encouragement, silently urging him not to disappoint the villagers or himself, to make the choice befitting a Hokage. He also gave Uchiha Kyo a reassuring glance, signaling that he appreciated his words and would ensure his protection. Hiruzen's countenance was obscured in thought as he glanced at Danzo, then back at Uchiha Kyo, finally resting his gaze on the distant figures of Akimichi Choza and the silent, yet observant, Yamanaka and Noichi. With a deep sigh, he declared, "I understand, Kyo Danzo. In this negotiation, I will exert every effort to secure resources and compensation for our Konoha." Hiruzen smiled, realizing he had been too short-sighted. What is a Hokage? It is the leader who fights for the interests of the land of fire and Konoha. If he cannot fulfill this most fundamental duty, what worth is he as Hokage? How can he hope to surpass his predecessors? At that moment, Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with determination as he slowly rose, saying, "Danzo, Kyo, thank you for this invaluable lesson." He bowed deeply, and Uchiha Kyo and Tsunade quickly returned the gesture. While Danzo responded with a haughty, "This should have been done long ago." However, Hiruzen did not take offense. Instead, he playfully punched Danzo's chest. "You rascal." Danzo scoffed, ignoring him. "You infuriate me." Chapter 81. The negotiation begins. The group dispersed, making their way back to their respective tents. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka and Noichi hurried to meet them. Nara Shikamaru inquired, "Kyo, what did the Hokage say?" Uchiha Kyo smiled and replied, "All is settled." Tsunade scoffed. "Kyo put in a tremendous effort to persuade the Hokage." "You're right, Kyo, you've worked hard. When we return to the village, I'll treat everyone at my barbecue restaurant. All you can eat, and drinks on the house." Akimichi Choza laughed heartily. Nara Shikamaru nodded, "Indeed. It's thanks to Kyo that we can obtain what we rightfully deserve." Yamanaka and Noichi also agreed. "Exactly, Kyo, we owe you our gratitude. Without your efforts, I truly wouldn't understand the reason for this battle." Uchiha Kyo waved his hand. "Not at all. The Uchiha have also lost many lives. Speaking to the Hokage was for our own sake." Nara Shikamaru shook his head. "It's different. While we were hesitant, wanting to preserve ourselves, Kyo was willing to speak up for the good of the entire village. For that, I, Nara Shikamaru, hold great respect for you." He understood the risks involved in this persuasion. Failure could lead to resentment from the Hokage and a tarnished reputation. Thus, he chose to remain discreet. "Enough, Shikamaru. What do you mean by that? Have you forgotten that Uchiha and Inuzuka are already allies? We rise and fall together, don't we?" Uchiha Kyo said with a gentle smile. Nara Shikamaru paused, sensing the deeper meaning behind Kyo's words. He implied that the Uchiha and Inuzuka were in the same boat, even if they weren't aligned with the Hokage. His eyes brightened as he looked at Uchiha Kyo, contemplating the notion of Kyo as Hokage. Suddenly, Nara Shikamaru's expression paled, and he dismissed the thought. Yet, once a thought arises, it lingers no matter how hard one tries to ignore it. Akimichi Choza chuckled. "Kyo, you're absolutely right. We are indeed in this together." Yamanaka and Noichi nodded in agreement, voicing his support. Witnessing this exchange, Nara Shikamaru sighed, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Yet, Choza was correct. "Kyo, we stand united with you." Uchiha Kyo chuckled, his laughter brimming with joy. "Very well, once all matters conclude, I shall ensure that both Tsunade and I savor a hearty meal at your expense, dear Kazekage. Bring it on. If you possess the skill, feel free to bankrupt me." Akimichi Kifa boasted, patting his chest. After engaging in light banter for a while, Uchiha Kyo and Tsunade donned their Leaf Village Guard uniforms and made their way to Sarutobi Hiruzen's tent. Emerging from within was Hiruzen, clad in a black combat uniform, accompanied by the armored Shimura Danzo. Danzo nodded toward Uchiha Kyo, who reciprocated the gesture, understanding that Danzo intended to assure him of his support in dealing with the Hokage. Uchiha Kyo expressed his gratitude to Lord Danzo. Hiruzen smiled and declared, "Let us proceed, everyone, to meet with the high-ranking officials of Tsunade. We shall make our point firmly." Indeed, the trio responded, following Hiruzen as the four made their way to a negotiation house along the border. The prominent families of Konoha watched them depart until their figures vanished from sight. Upon arriving at the negotiation site, they found a mud building resembling a relay station, which at that moment housed only Yakura, Chiyo, Izo, and Rin. As for Raza, Chiyo had deemed it prudent for him to return home and safeguard the village, citing the ongoing dangers. with a high emotional intelligence, safeguarding the home. With a low emotional intelligence, ousting from the upper echelon. Hiruzen, accompanied by Danzo, Uchiha Kyo, and Tsunade, approached the relay station without any additional shinobi. Was it not due to Kyo's formidable Susanoo that they felt unthreatened? Should anyone dare to act, Kyo alone could obliterate them. Such was the advantage of unparalleled strength. Chiyo grasped this reality as well, thus refraining from bringing any additional shinobi herself. Reflecting on the situation, she felt a twinge of regret. True power indeed affords one the luxury of doing as they please. Konoha was fortunate. First with the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara suppressing the four nations, and now with Uchiha Kyo who had cut down 1,000 enemies. Why was there no such strength in Tsunade? Knock, knock, knock. The door of the relay station was rapped upon, and Chiyo squinted her eyes. They have arrived. Just as Yakura made to open the door, Chiyo interjected, "Allow me." Rising with a feigned frailty, she approached the door, deliberately adopting the guise of a weakling to evoke sympathy from the third Hokage, hoping to lessen the reparations demanded of Tsunade. One must admit that had Hiruzen not heeded Uchiha Kyo's counsel, he might have indeed felt pity and readily agreed to waive the reparations. However, at this moment, Chiyo opened the door and immediately beheld Hiruzen, her gaze then shifting to Uchiha Kyo behind him, a flicker of trepidation evident in her eyes. Yet, as a veteran of Tsunade's upper echelon, she maintained her composure, smiling as she said, "Ah, Hokage-sama, I am of advanced age and my legs falter. I beg your understanding." She opened the door wider, inviting the others inside. Hiruzen remained silent, merely nodding, leaving Chiyo puzzled. Had her show of weakness failed? With a sigh, she straightened her posture, discarding the pretense, realizing it bore no fruit. The group approached the table, where Chiyo beckoned Yakura and Rin to serve tea, preparing to take her seat at the head. At that moment, Uchiha Kyo smiled and said, "Hokage-sama, allow me to assist you." With that, he helped Hiruzen into the main seat. Chiyo's expression darkened. Uchiha Kyo's eyes transformed into the 3 tomoe, then into the 6 tomoe pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, causing Chiyo to lower her head and take a seat opposite Hiruzen. Hiruzen remained silent, closing his eyes to meditate, awaiting Chiyo's initiation. The remaining 6 stood opposite one another, Uchiha Kyo facing Rin, Tsunade facing Yakura, and Danzo facing Izo. The negotiation commenced. Yakura first poured tea for the Hokage, then for Chiyo. Standing behind Tsunade, Chiyo maintained her position. 8 individuals sat in silence. In negotiations, the first to speak often signifies weakness. Moments ticked by, and Konoha remained unfazed by the passage of time, unlike Tsunade, which ultimately compelled Chiyo to speak. "Esteemed Hokage-sama, shall we discuss the post-war agreement?" she inquired. Hiruzen merely grunted in acknowledgement, choosing not to speak further, confident in his negotiation abilities. Chiyo sighed, producing a pre-written agreement and presenting it to Hiruzen. Initially, Hiruzen did not examine it, but passed it to Uchiha Kyo. Kyo accepted it with both hands, unfolding it to reveal its contents, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. He glanced at Chiyo, who appeared somewhat uneasy as she raised her teacup for a sip. Chapter 82. Chiyo's inner turmoil. The document stated, Tsunade is willing to recognize Konoha as the leading village and establish a friendly relationship. Nowhere did it mention specific reparations. It was merely a grand illusion. Uchiha Kyo found this utterly absurd, while Chiyo sat there, desperately suppressing her embarrassment. There was no other option. Tsunade was financially strained, relying on this war to secure funds from the Land of Rain. Yet, unforeseen circumstances had arisen, and the 6th Hokage had secretly infiltrated their city during the conflict, seizing the spoils of war. Tsunade had gained nothing, which explained why the 3rd Kazekage had led an offensive against Konoha. The internal and financial discord had reached an unmanageable level. War was the best means to divert internal conflicts and unify against an external enemy, thus making this battle unavoidable. However, they never anticipated such a catastrophic defeat, as the wealth and shinobi of the previous 2 Kazekage had been nearly depleted by the 3rd. Consequently, for Tsunade at present, only a peace agreement and submission could ensure the village's safety. Yet Chiyo was unwilling to make any sacrifices, hoping to gain without giving. This was hardly appropriate, was it? Uchiha Kyo passed the peace agreement to Hiruzen and Danzo, who momentarily considered the terms. However, upon noticing the focused gazes of Danzo, Kyo, and Tsunade upon him, he sighed. "Chiyo, We find your proposal unsatisfactory. Perhaps you should review our counter-proposal, Hiruzen stated firmly. Chiyo's heart sank at this, though she feigned nonchalance, responding, of course. We must discuss this matter. With a strained smile, she acquiesced. Hiruzen signaled to Uchiha Kyo, who promptly retrieved a pre-drafted agreement and handed it to Chiyo. Lady Chiyo, please consider this carefully. As he spoke, Kyo activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and surveyed the room. A wave of mental pressure emanated from him, causing the four from Tsunade to break into a cold sweat. How infuriating! The Mangekyo Sharingan truly was remarkable. With the existence of his sage body, Kyo had largely restored the ocular power he had previously lost, his vision returning to normal. Chiyo swallowed hard and began to read the agreement. 1. Tsunade shall compensate us with 200 million ryo in silver. 2. Tsunade shall cede 50 of its missions to Konoha Shinobi. 3. Tsunade shall limit its ninja population to no more than 8,000. 4. Should Tsunade fail to adhere to the above terms, we at Konoha would not hesitate to station troops to ensure Tsunade's safety. Boom. Chiyo's mind felt as though it had exploded. What draconian terms were these? The first clause alone would cause them to hemorrhage resources, 200 million ryo. Heavens, even selling the entire Tsunade would not suffice. The second clause, ceding 50 of their missions, was a mockery. Would that not spell their village's demise? The third clause, limiting their shinobi numbers, was utterly demonic. It would effectively cripple Tsunade, leaving no chance for recovery. As for the fourth clause concerning troop deployment, it was an impossibility. Would Tsunade then be governed by the wind or fire? Not only would they refuse, but the feudal lord of the land of wind would also not consent. Chiyo fell silent for a moment, trembling as she expressed her regret, stating that she could not acquiesce to the demands of the other country. The first and second terms were beyond their financial means. The third and fourth terms violated the regulations established by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Was this truly appropriate? Chiyo felt a sense of despair. Indeed, falling behind meant suffering the consequences. Had Tsunade retained its former strength, she would have cast the agreement directly in Uchiha Sho's face, questioning his humanity. Given this, Elder Chiyo, how much do you believe should be compensated? Shimura Danzo questioned with a fierce demeanor, causing Yakura to grit his teeth in response. After some contemplation, Chiyo tightly shut her eyes and sighed, proposing a compensation of 100 million ryo to be paid over 3 years, 50 million in the first year, 30 million in the second, and 20 million in the final year. As for missions, they could only cede 15%. Sarutobi Hiruzen banged the table, exclaiming, "Very well. This is acceptable." He then added with a smile, "I must also be accountable to the villagers and the fallen ninjas, so I can only accept this compensation. I hope Elder Chiyo understands." Chiyo forced a bitter smile, acknowledging his words. She then turned her gaze towards Hiruzen, addressing the third and fourth terms. At that moment, Uchiha Sho interjected, "In light of Elder Chiyo's generosity, we shall overlook the third and fourth terms. After all, we must respect the wishes of our forebears." Sho's intention in dismissing those terms was to exert pressure on Chiyo, urging her not to bargain too aggressively. As for the station troops and restrictions on ninjas, such matters were rendered moot. What necessity was there for a military presence in Tsunade, where the ninja's strength was generally lacking? Chiyo realized this, but recognized that she had already made her proposal, heard by all present, leaving no room for retraction. She felt a heavy weight in her chest. 200 million ryo represented Tsunade's last reserves. If fully allocated, it would jeopardize the village's daily operations. Thus, she could only promise 100 million ryo, still in installments. Even this would necessitate tightening their belts for approximately a decade. Regarding missions, with the few remaining ninjas left in Tsunade, they would avoid dangerous tasks whenever possible. Passing them out was manageable under the circumstances. However, the more Chiyo pondered, the more aggrieved and distressed she felt. Why should she bear the burden for the mistakes of the third Kazekage? At over 40 years of age, she was considered quite elderly in the shinobi world. Why should she be left to clean up after the dead? Nonetheless, the agreement had been signed, leaving no room for regret. She maintained a semblance of a smile, proclaiming, "From this day forth, Tsunade and Konohagakure shall be as close as family, refraining from hostilities and standing as allies." Indeed, indeed. I look forward to your continued guidance," Hiruzen responded, his expression radiating joy. Despite initially hesitating to accept compensation, the arrival of such abundant silver was a cause for elation. Uchiha Sho, this humiliation shall be repaid in due time. Yakura could no longer contain his anger. Confronting Sho directly, Chiyo's heart raced with concern as she glanced between Sho and Hiruzen. Tsunade stepped protectively in front of Sho, glaring at Yakura. What is your status to speak to my Sho in such a manner? Sho activated his Sharingan, casting a mere glance at Yakura, who promptly succumbed to an illusion and collapsed. Chiyo quickly supported Yakura, fearful for her compatriot. He was their only hope. With Rashi incapacitated and Lin capable, yet significantly weaker than Yakura, only Yakura could shoulder the burden of Tsunade. Hokage-sama. This is inappropriate. Chiyo gritted her teeth, directing her gaze at Hiruzen. Chapter 83. A Bountiful Harvest. Returning home. Hiruzen exchanged glances with Uchiha Sho, signaling him with a nod before stating, I merely allowed her to rest for a while. You need not worry. There will be no lasting effects. He then added, should she desire revenge, I, Uchiha Sho, will be at her service. At that time, it will not merely be about compensation. Sho's imposing aura surged, prompting Chiyo and the others to retreat. Their eyes filled with fear, defiance, and despair. With Uchiha Sho's might, Konohagakure was virtually invincible. Did Tsunade truly have no chance at all? Shokuin, temper your anger. Do you not know we are now allies with Tsunade? I believe they will not betray us, correct? Elder Chiyo? Hiruzen spoke amiably, his demeanor benevolent. Yet to Chiyo, this smile resembled that of a cunning predator. She could only respond with a forced smile. Indeed, Hokage-sama speaks rightly. Sho immediately composed himself, his pupils returning to their normal state as he held Tsunade's delicate hand. Following Hiruzen and Danzo, the group departed with effortless confidence. Hiruzen playing the role of the benevolent leader, while Sho and Danzo took on the roles of enforcers, leaving Tsunade bewildered. The underlying reason for this was their unparalleled strength. Sho had reached a level of power that rendered him unmatched. During this era, Susanoo was invincible. Aside from a certain beast capable of contending with the Eight Tails and another with a unique technique, Uchiha Sho could navigate the shinobi world with ease. As for the tailed beasts, let us not forget, the Mangekyo Sharingan is the natural counter to tailed beasts, including the Nine Tails. This was precisely why Chiyo had not summoned Master Fuku to confront Uchiha Sho. Had she heard of Susanoo subduing the Nine Tails? Under duress, Chiyo had no choice but to sign this humiliating treaty. Sitting in silence, tears streamed down her murky eyes. It was such a disgrace to have to sign such an agreement at her age. Ero Sennin consoled her, placing a hand on her shoulder, advising her to place the blame on the third Kazekage, as this was not her fault. Meanwhile, Lin maneuvered her puppets to cradle Yakura, knowing he despised being touched by others. As joy and sorrow mingled, let us turn our attention back to Konohagakure. Under Hiruzen's leadership, Uchiha Sho and the others returned to the camp, where the Hyuga clan's ninjas promptly reported their arrival, and the villagers gathered at the entrance to greet them. Villagers, we have not only signed a peace treaty, but have also secured 100 million ryo in compensation and 10% of Tsunade's missions. Hiruzen announced loudly. The ninjas were initially taken aback, then erupted in joy. 100 million ryo was no insignificant sum. Moreover, the additional 10% of missions would enhance the quality of life for the ninjas. Long live Hokage-sama! Long live Hokage-sama! Long live Hokage-sama! Compared to mere promises, this substantial gold and silver ignited a frenzy of excitement and astonishment. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the scene with relief, grateful that Uchiha Sho had steered him back on the right path. Had they merely signed a peace treaty, lingering doubts would have remained among the ninjas. Water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Such wisdom rings true. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen's gaze turned towards Uchiha Sho. At that moment, Sho was engaged in conversation with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and others, holding Tsunade close. Sensing Hiruzen's gaze upon him, Sho turned, smiled, and offered a respectful nod. Hiruzen clicked his tongue in admiration. The victor of life, flourishing in both love and career. Observing Sho's demeanor, he began to question whether his teacher, Tobirama, had been mistaken. The Uchiha did not seem evil in the slightest. Danzo chuckled, recognizing that his strategic guidance had earned him the limelight, positioning him just beneath Hiruzen. This was all thanks to Uchiha Sho. Truly, the Uchiha clan was an exceptional lineage. As Hiruzen's words subsided, he allowed the villagers a moment to revel in their excitement before declaring, Konohagakure ninjas, we are heading home. The ninjas responded with palpable enthusiasm. The notion of returning home resonated beautifully. However, Uchiha Sho instructed the Uchiha clan to retrieve the remains of all fallen ninjas. They solemnly carried 1 or 2 urns, their expressions grave. Upon witnessing this, the other clans rushed to assist, taking their kin's remains with expressions of gratitude towards the Uchiha clan. For the first time, the Uchiha felt such appreciation. Some blushed, while others proudly lifted their heads, gently delivering the urns. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. How could the Uchiha clan, with such integrity, be considered malevolent? The journey had been remarkably tranquil, and after approximately 2 days, they arrived at the village's entrance. Upon seeing the returning troops, the villagers promptly dispatched someone to inform Hitaki Tsukumo. Tsukumo, in turn, alerted all the clans to come forth and welcome them. Lord Hokage. Hitaki Tsukumo led the greeting with a respectful bow, followed closely by the other clans. Ah, you have all worked diligently, especially you, Tsukumo. I have heard of your unwavering dedication to the village during my absence. I take great pride in you. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, patting Tsukumo on the shoulder. Tsukumo immediately knelt on one knee, expressing gratitude for the Hokage's trust. Please, my lord, come inside the village to rest. Hiruzen nodded, leading the troops into the village. After delivering a brief address, everyone returned to their homes. Uchiha Sho instructed Uchiha to take the Uchiha clan's ninjas back to their homeland, promising to follow shortly. Suna, what should we buy? Uchiha Sho inquired. Having been away for so long, we ought to bring back some gifts to honor the elders. Uchiha Tsunade shook her head. Grandmother lacks for nothing. Your presence alone is sufficient. With that, Tsunade tightened her grip on Sho's arm. Sho smiled. Indeed, it is customary to show gratitude. Wait for me. Tsunade, while I procure some pastries for Lady Mito to enjoy. Tsunade, resembling a devoted wife, adjusted Sho's collar. Just call her grandmother. There is no need for formality. I shall await your return. With that, she watched as Uchiha Sho entered the pastry shop, her eyes narrowing in delight as she hummed a tune. Her spirits lifted. Upon entering the shop, Sho discovered that the proprietor was none other than Uzumaki Nagato's father, Uzumaki Namikaze. Namikaze was busy preparing pastries when the door's wind chime rang. Instinctively, he looked up and was elated to see Uchiha Sho. Lord Sho, you have returned from battle. Sho chuckled. Indeed, I just returned, intending to visit the elders and buy some pastries. What a pleasant surprise to encounter you, Namikaze. Chapter 84. The Uzumaki clan's decision to settle Namikaze. It has been half a year since we parted ways. How have you fared during this time? Uchiha Sho inquired with a smile. Namikaze returned a slight smile and nodded. Life here is certainly preferable to the land of rain. Oh, by the way, Shokuin, you may not be aware, but the Uzumaki clan has decided to join Konoha village. This was decided just last month. Upon hearing this news, Sho was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether something had transpired. However, he maintained his composure. Is that so? What circumstances led the Uzumaki clan to make such a decision? Though he had an inkling of the reasons, he refrained from making assumptions. Namikaze nodded once more and explained. Last month, a group of rogue ninjas invaded the land of whirlpools, wreaking havoc and destruction. It was a dire situation, but fortunately, Tsukumo-san led a contingent to assist, albeit too late. He sighed deeply at this point. The suddenness of the attack had resulted in several ninjas from the land of whirlpools being abducted by those nefarious individuals. Only those Uzumaki who had been forcibly retained in Konoha by Mito remained unharmed. Following this incident, the clan members recognized their own vulnerabilities, leading to a unanimous decision to join Konoha in search of stronger protection and opportunities for growth. Now, the current leader of the Uzumaki clan has returned the leadership to Lady Mito, as Namikaze recounted the events of last month to Uchiha Sho. Sho nodded. What was Lady Mito's reaction? She was overjoyed. The Uzumaki clan's homeland is now situated adjacent to the Senju clan, and they have officially become part of Konoha, Namikaze said, a smile gracing his lips. That is splendid, Uchiha Sho replied, his spirits lifted. He had anticipated this outcome, and now that it had come to fruition, he could not help but feel elated. However, not all was well. Some members of the Uzumaki clan remained unaccounted for, having been taken by the rogue ninjas. By the way, Namikaze, as you own a pastry shop, do you know Lady Mito's preferred flavors? Please select some for me, Uchiha Sho said with a smile. You've come to the right person. When I ran the pastry shop, I often had Lady Mito sample new creations. She found them all acceptable. But there was one particular type she truly enjoyed, Namikaze replied, retrieving a delicacy and placing it on the counter. Uchiha Sho examined it closely. It was a dark red pastry. Leaning in to inhale its aroma, the scent of jujubes filled the air, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Jujube cake, Uchiha Sho exclaimed, astonished, as this was the first time he had encountered such a treat in this world, having previously only seen dango and various pastries. What did you say? Jujube cake? Namikaze asked, looking at the pastry in Sho's hand. Yes, indeed. This is a jujube cake. It's made from jujubes. But I rarely make it since few here enjoy them, Namikaze explained. People prefer softer, more delicate foods. Uchiha Sho nodded. Then please pack all the jujube cakes for me. And include one of each of your signature pastries. Certainly. Namikaze replied swiftly, packaging the requested pastries and handing them to Uchiha Sho, who, after some insistence, finally paid for them. As Uchiha Sho exited the shop, he lifted his gaze to see Tsunade playfully tugging at the face of Rope Tree. Help me, brother-in-law, she exclaimed. Both Tsunade and Uchiha Sho paused in surprise. Tsunade blushed slightly, while Sho noted that Rope Tree had become notably clever. Oh, Rope Tree? What seems to be the trouble? Uchiha Sho asked, feigning ignorance, knowing well the camaraderie between his girlfriend and her brother. Before Rope Tree could explain, Tsunade shot him a glare, silencing him and casting a pleading look toward Uchiha Sho. Tsunade's lips curled into a gentle smile, her voice soft and melodious, Shokuin, captivating those around her. Rope Tree, standing nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing her tone, inwardly questioning. No way. Sister, why are you so gentle now? You've never spoken to me like that. It's always been scoldings. At this moment, Uchiha Sho, puzzled, turned to Tsunade. What is happening here? He gestured toward Rope Tree, indicating for her to elaborate. With a resigned sigh, Tsunade pointed at Rope Tree. This little rascal, while passing a chicken coop, saw a hen laying an egg. Guess what? He ran over and pressed the almost hatched egg back into the hen. She paused for effect before continuing. As a result, that poor hen met its demise. Look over there. The lifeless hen on the ground is the one he caused to perish. Uchiha Sho, upon hearing Tsunade's account, was initially taken aback before bursting into laughter, doubling over as he patted Rope Tree on the shoulder, exclaiming, Ha! You truly are a remarkable talent to do something like that. Shengshu, initially somewhat bashful, scratched his head and was just about to join in the laughter when he suddenly felt a powerful force strike him from the side. It was none other than his beloved sister, Tsunade, who had intervened. With a swift motion, Tsunade delivered a resounding slap to Shengshu's neck. The unexpected blow caused him to shudder, and his smile froze instantly on his face. Humph. This little rascal is always causing trouble, utterly incorrigible. This dead chicken was bought solely because of him, and it cost significantly more than a live one. It's infuriating. Tsunade huffed, her cheeks puffed up in anger, her expression a clear indication of her vexation. Uchiha Itachi exchanged a knowing glance with Shengshu, offering him a pastry to be delivered to Lord Mido as he made his exit. Shengshu nodded and dashed away, while Uchiha Itachi placed a reassuring hand on Tsunade's waist. Chuckling, Now, my dear princess, let us not dwell on anger, shall we? Under Itachi's bold gesture, Tsunade blushed, momentarily forgetting about Shengshu as she leaned gently against Itachi's shoulder. The two basked in their shared tranquility until Itachi finally suggested, Let us go meet Lady Mido. With that, he took Tsunade's hand and led her towards the Senju clan's territory. Chapter 85. Lord Madara, you have a fine grandson in a certain place in the land of water. Uchiha Madara awoke. Due to his age, he had to excise flesh from his chest, which drained a considerable amount of energy, turning half of his hair white. Lord Madara, you have finally awakened. Black Zetsu intoned ominously. Madara, accustomed to Black Zetsu's tone, paid little heed. Tell me, what significant events have transpired in the outside world? Black Zetsu had anticipated Madara's inquiry and replied, Congratulations, Lord Madara. You have a fine grandson. What nonsense are you spouting? I have never had a wife, nor a son. How could I possibly have a grandson? Do you presume I won't kill you, hence your audacity? With that, Madara began to channel his chakra. Black Zetsu quickly waved his hands. Lord Madara, it is not your grandson, but your brother Izuna's grandson. He then transmitted an image of Uchiha Itachi engaged in battle on the battlefield of the Land of Wind, showcasing his prowess as he dispatched the third Kazekage with a single strike. Madara paused, then closed his eyes, absorbing the information presented by Black Zetsu. A smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, this child bears a striking resemblance to me. With just the first stage of Susanoo, he can eliminate a Kaga-level opponent without hesitation. Izuna, I truly adore this grandson of yours. But how did he end up with Hashirama's granddaughter? His brow furrowed at the thought of Tsunade, whom he had heard of. Known as Tsunade Senju. Inheriting even a fraction of Hashirama's talent, she is quite a catch, indeed. Zetsu, I wish to meet this young man. Madara resolved to see him, for he was the sole heir of their bloodline. Is that wise, Lord Madara? Black Zetsu queried, perplexed. You wish to see the protagonist of the intelligence report? Moreover, while Uchiha Itachi's strength may not match yours, he is youthful and possesses great intellect. If you are detected, it could spell trouble for your Moon Eye plan. However, observing Madara's determined demeanor, Black Zetsu understood that no amount of persuasion would sway him. If so, please exercise caution and ensure your safety. Do not act recklessly. Understood. Enough of your prattle. With that, Madara donned his Warring States armor and vanished from the land of water, heading towards Konoha. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He had thought himself devoid of ties in this ninja world. With Izuna deceased and his clan having betrayed him, he had lived like a wandering spirit for many years. Though he had declared that the strong needed no friends or bonds, he secretly yearned for them. Now, with Uchiha Itachi as Izuna's grandson, a meeting should pose no issue. Before long, he arrived at Konoha, the night having fallen. Uchiha Itachi had also departed from the Senju clan territory, escorted by Mito and Tsunade. From a distant rooftop, Madara gazed down, his hair dancing in the wind, arms crossed. Uchiha Itachi suddenly sensed a draw from his bloodline. As he looked up, he beheld Madara. His hair streaked with white, clad in the armor of the Sage of Six Paths, gazing intently at him. In an instant, Madara unleashed a Genjutsu. Even without the Rinnegan, his Sharingan alone enabled him to ensnare Uchiha Itachi in an illusion. Itachi felt the Genjutsu wash over him, but instead of breaking free, he opted to observe what Madara wished to convey. Within the illusion, Madara continued to look downward, suddenly addressing Itachi. Hey, kid. His Sharingan transformed from the three tomoe into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi stifled a laugh, thinking, were it not for my knowledge of the anime, I might have believed you truly possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, Madara's eternal Mangekyo had evolved into the Rinnegan, as evidenced by the eyes of Nagato. Itachi bowed respectfully. Might you be the former clan leader, the Warring States Azura, Uchiha Madara? With his face bearing a striking resemblance to Madara, Itachi's gesture left Madara momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is I, young man. Are you aware of your lineage? Or have they kept it from you? Madara leaned forward, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Itachi. Itachi was taken aback. My lineage? I thought my father was merely an ordinary jonin. It was evident that neither Uchiha Hayashi nor Sarutobi Hiruzen had disclosed his ancestral background, including that of his father. Your father is the son of Uchiha Izuna, my brother's son. Your great-grandfather, Uchiha Taijima, was the clan leader during the Warring States period. Madara's voice resonated with authority as he clarified for Itachi. Had Itachi not possessed Izuna's bloodline, Madara's attitude would have been entirely different. Itachi's eyes widened in realization. Everything fell into place regarding his striking resemblance to Madara. What he had once thought a mere coincidence was now revealed. Madara was indeed his granduncle. So, you are my granduncle? Itachi gasped in astonishment. Initially, he had worried that his exuberance had drawn Madara and Black Zetsu's attention, fearing they might come to eliminate him. But now he felt reassured. Madara revered bloodlines immensely. Yes, you could say so. I have heard you awaken the Mangekyo. Is it true? May I see it? Madara's tone softened considerably. Itachi nodded, then closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, the six tomoe of his Mangekyo Sharingan emerged, causing Madara's Genjutsu space to tremble. Madara's excitement grew as he beheld Itachi's extraordinary talent. If he were to pass away, he would be willing to have Itachi inherit his will, knowing it would not be long before he realized the Moon Eye plan. Just as Madara was about to speak, Itachi interjected, Granduncle, the Uchiha clan, under my leadership, has now stepped into the center of power, no longer marginalized. Why not return? His voice was filled with sincerity. This caught Madara off guard. He had intended to persuade Itachi, but found himself being urged to return instead. However, he shook his head. Forget it. I have no interest in this false peace. Itachi's eyes lit up. I have seen the inscription within the clan. It bears signs of alteration, indicating that it was not originally written that way. At this, Madara's pupils widened in shock. Altered. When did this happen? Could it be that everything I perceive is merely an illusion? Chapter 86. The Memories of Uchiha Madara. Impossible. That stone tablet was inscribed by the Sage of Six Paths. How could it have been altered? Uchiha Madara swiftly appeared before Uchiha Shisui, his disbelief palpable. He was unwilling to concede that the path he had chosen was erroneous. After all, what had been the purpose of his sacrifices? Uchiha Shisui yearned to refute everything Madara had done with a single statement. But how could he voice such truths? Why would Madara ever believe him? Hey, kid, don't think that our blood ties would deter me from eliminating you. Uchiha Madara's eyes burned with intense fury. Uchiha Shisui's mind raced, and suddenly, a thought sparked in him. Granduncle, do you truly believe that the Sage of Six Paths would endorse the Uchiha clan in slaughtering their kin for their eyes? If he were that sort of person, could he ever be deemed a sage? In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths opened his eyes, puzzled by whispers of his name. After much contemplation, he could not discern the source. Finally, he shrugged it off, allowing events to unfold as they would. On the streets, Uchiha Madara paused momentarily, then gazed deeply at Shisui. Lost in recollections of when he and Izuna had discovered the stone tablet and learned of the Sage of Six Paths, the Ten Tails, and the infinite Tsukuyomi. Naturally, Uchiha Izuna had doubted the prospect of the infinite Tsukuyomi bringing about peace. It was utterly absurd. However, he had researched extensively on awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. At that time, Madara shared his sentiments, believing that the illusory infinite Tsukuyomi could not yield true peace. Only strength and conflict could do that. At Izuna's insistence, Madara obliterated the portions of the tablet related to the Ten Tails, the infinite Tsukuyomi, and the Sage of Six Paths, preserving only the method for awakening the Uchiha clan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which he discarded into the South-He Shrine. Tragically, later on, Izuna fell victim to a treacherous act by an enemy wielding forbidden arts, plunging Madara into a profound sorrow. Accepting his brother's Mangekyo Sharingan, he achieved the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What followed was a confrontation with Senju Hashirama, a battle where his Susanoo, in its third form, clashed against the wood golem of the Senju. Ultimately, he was defeated by Hashirama. Just when he thought death was inevitable, Hashirama extended his hand, urging him to pursue the dreams of their youth, which moved him deeply. Hashirama even suggested that Madara should become Hokage while he served as his subordinate. However, when peace was finally established, Madara found no place for himself. Madara realized that the Uchiha clan was distancing itself from the epicenter of power, and he understood that if this continued, the clan would ultimately face extinction. As the clan leader, he could not stand idly by while his family was consumed. He proposed to his kin that they sever ties with Konoha, only to be met with unanimous opposition. Indeed, on that day, he left the village, with not a single clan member following him. It was also on that day that he returned to the South-He Shrine, gazing upon the stone tablet and recalling all that he and his brother had witnessed. At that moment, Black Zetsu appeared, claiming to be the embodiment of his will, informing him that to attain peace, he must gather the tailed beasts, resurrect the Ten Tails, and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara's expression grew complex. Only he and Izuna knew the true content of the inscription, and he was aware that he only understood the method for awakening the eternal Mangekyo. Perhaps it was best that the child remained unaware of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara shook his head, saying, "When you have experienced true darkness, remember to seek me out." With that, he conveyed his location to Uchiha Shisui through Genjutsu. Naturally, he would be more patient and willing to wait for Izuna's descendant. Even if Uchiha Shisui was reluctant to assist him, he harbored no grievances. Soon after, the illusion shattered, and Uchiha Shisui looked up, finding no trace of Madara's presence. With a sigh, he realized he could not deceive Madara, for he only believed in what he perceived. He was resolute, and once he had made up his mind on a matter, nothing could sway him. Opportunities to persuade his granduncle would have to wait. So he adjusted his mood and headed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. As for discovering that he was of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, he felt little perturbation. His thoughts were simple. He wished to pursue his desires and cherish his affections, as long as he could remain by Tsunade's side, sharing a lifetime together. Then his journey through time would not have been in vain. At that moment, a dark hand reached out from behind him, sending a chill down Uchiha Shisui's spine. Instantly, a golden-red Susanoo manifested behind him with a resounding crash. Shisui turned around but saw nothing, furrowing his brow at the unsettling sensation. Just then, numerous ninjas appeared, clad in umbu attire, having sensed the powerful chakra fluctuation. Upon spotting Shursui, they bowed, addressing him as Lord Shursui. What has transpired? Shursui smiled, explaining, I was just ambushed, so I released some chakra. The other umbu were puzzled as to why they had not apprehended anyone, but since Shursui had not destroyed any property, they respectfully offered. Lord Shursui, allow us to escort you home. Much appreciated. Shursui replied, following an umbu from the Hyuga clan and another from the Yamaka clan towards the Uchiha territory. The remaining umbu dispersed, ensuring the village's safety. Once everyone had departed, a dark figure emerged from the ground, coldly observing Shursui's retreating form. If it were not for Madara's resolute nature, this boy might have jeopardized his grand plan to save his mother. Previously, he had thought that if Shursui could join Madara, their plans would progress more swiftly and smoothly. Little did he know that Shursui sought to overturn Madara's intentions. This could not be allowed. Thus, he unleashed his Black Tiger heart extraction technique, only to discover that Shursui's battle instincts were exceptionally strong, and his control over Susanoo was masterful, effortlessly blocking his strike without wasting an ounce of power. Uchiha Shursui, we shall meet again, Black Zetsu murmured before vanishing within the village of Konoha, creating not a ripple in the water. Uchiha Shursui then inquired of the system. System, do not tell me that you failed to perceive that attack. Ding. This system did detect it. You should have mentioned it. What if I had not reacted in time? My host could have perished. Shursui retorted inwardly, feeling exasperated. Ding. Was it necessary for me to remind you of such trivial matters? Shursui, exasperated by the system's antics, asked, can you check who that attack was from? Why was there no chakra fluctuation? Ding. Certainly. Please provide 2,000 points. The system's voice was as cold as ice. Shursui's lips twitched. You're robbing me. Ding. The host may choose. Fine, I'll pay. Shursui replied resignedly. Ding. Replaying the event for the host. Original balance, 40,050. New balance, 38,050. An image materialized in Uchiha Shursui's mind. Chapter 87. The God of War Shursui's reluctance to rise, known by all in the village. Uchiha Shursui followed the umbu towards the clan's territory, and the journey was uneventful, devoid of any incidents. He produced 2 500 Ryo bills and offered them to the 2 umbu. They hastily declined, stating that it was their duty and they could not accept payment. Shursui insisted, asserting that the money was a token of gratitude for their efforts in personally escorting him home and that they deserved it. The 2 umbu exchanged glances before finally accepting the money, thanking Shursui. 500 Ryo was neither excessive nor scarce. It was enough for the 2 of them to enjoy a couple of hearty meals. With a smile, Shursui waved goodbye to the 2 ninjas and returned to his home. Today has been exhausting. I returned to the village with Tsunade to visit the elders. Lady Mito remains remarkably vigorous, and with the addition of the Uzumaki clan, she seems to be experiencing a reversal of aging, growing ever younger. She wholeheartedly supports the relationship between Tsunade and Uchiha Sho. Even teasingly remarked that had Uchiha Madara not been male, her husband might have been stolen away. This left Uchiha Sho silent and chuckling awkwardly. After sharing a meal, we prepared to return home, only to encounter an unexpected grandfather. Shortly thereafter, we nearly fell victim to an ambush. Ah, the ambush. As this thought crossed Uchiha Sho's mind, he replayed the events in his head. Kagaya, hidden underground, had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Uchiha Sho and Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing Uchiha Sho mention a possible alteration to the tablet's inscription, he shuddered, his chakras subtly shifting, imperceptible unless one was acutely aware. However, from the system's divine perspective, Uchiha Sho could see everything clearly. Following that, as Uchiha Madara departed, a shadowy hand emerged from the ground, wrapping around his heart with lethal intent. Fortunately, the Crimson Susanoo intervened, and the subsequent events are well known. After viewing this, Uchiha Sho broke into a cold sweat. Kagaya was indeed terrifying, striking with lethal precision. He could feel the weight of that attack, an impact capable of inflicting considerable damage. If he were not careful, he might have met his end. It was clear he needed to devise a strategy. Just then, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, you have altered the fate of Rope Tree, receiving a reward of a perceptual skill, soul perception technique. This passive skill allows the host to sense the environment within a 10-kilometer radius, displaying any biological presence in a radar-like format within the host's mind. Uchiha Sho smiled. This was quite advantageous. Was the system aware of his thoughts? The timing of the reward was impeccable. The system offered no response, but Uchiha Sho faintly perceived a cold snort. He closed his eyes, preparing to rest. He was utterly fatigued and needed a good night's sleep. The following day, Shokuin, wake up. The Hokage has summoned us for a meeting. Uchiha Hiroshi, drenched in sweat, knocked on the door. It was nearly 7:40 a.m. With only 20 minutes until the 8 o'clock meeting, he would be late if he didn't get up. Uchiha Sho furrowed his brow and hurled his water cup at the door. The paper window shattered upon impact, sending the cup flying out towards Uchiha Hiroshi. Hiroshi's expression darkened, and he retaliated with a punch, shattering the cup. He could no longer contain his frustration and gathered his chakra at his mouth. Get up. Uchiha Hiroshi's voice was so loud it echoed throughout half the village, prompting a momentary silence followed by raucous laughter as they realized Uchiha Sho was still asleep. Inside the Hokage building, the heads of various clans struggled to suppress their laughter. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not resist, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Only Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment. If it were a matter of joy, it would be one thing, but how could such a private affair be known to all? Uchiha Sho was now fully awake. Without using chakra, he bellowed, "Ah!" His voice was thunderous. The people in the Hokage office heard him again. This time, they could no longer hold back. Shimura Danzo led the laughter, and soon everyone joined in. The previously serious atmosphere dissipated, replaced by joyous revelry. Orochimaru remarked, "Tsunade, why not go wake your future husband?" Tsunade's face turned even redder as she shot a cold glare at Orochimaru, silencing him. Shortly after, Uchiha Hiroshi brought Uchiha Sho to the entrance. Hiroshi glanced at the clock, relieved it was still 7:59. He knocked on the door, which was swiftly opened, revealing a room full of peculiar expressions directed at Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Sho. Hiroshi's heart skipped a beat, and he bowed his head in silence, while Uchiha Sho yawned and greeted, "Good morning, Hokage." "Good morning, Danzo. And to you, Hyuga Akikich." The others nodded, offering their morning salutations as Uchiha Sho and Uchiha Hiroshi took their seats. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, announcing, "Today's meeting is a post-war summary and a recognition of contributions." Hearing this, everyone shifted their focus from Uchiha Sho's slumbering antics back to the agenda. Commander Shimura Danzo, with his excellent strategic planning and formidable strength, had repeatedly vanquished the forces of the third Kazekage. Therefore, I declare Shimura Danzo as the chief Hokage assistant. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang clear and cheerful. "All those in favor, raise your hands." He scanned the room, and Uchiha Sho immediately raised his hand. "Hokage, I support this. The Uchiha clan stands behind this decision." He then lifted Uchiha Hiroshi's hand, who covered his face in embarrassment, wishing he could disassociate from Uchiha Sho. Uchiha Sho, however, was unfazed, thinking, "I'm not the clan leader. I am not ashamed." Tsunade, with a sigh, chose to support as well, followed by Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, then Yamanaka Shirhai, and Hyuga Akikich. As the major clans had already expressed their support, the smaller clans naturally understood the rules, leading to the unanimous approval of Shimura Danzo as chief Hokage assistant. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "Well, since everyone agrees, I hereby announce Shimura Danzo as the chief Hokage assistant of Konohagakure. He will assist the Hokage in the governance of our ninja village." As Hiruzen's words concluded, applause erupted. Shimura Danzo stood and bowed to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who smiled warmly and exchanged a knowing glance with him. Danzo, understanding, bowed once more to the crowd and said, "I am deeply honored. I look forward to your guidance in the future." This was met with another round of applause. Danzo smiled, nodding at Uchiha Sho, who returned the gesture, indicating a budding bond between them. Chapter 88. Youngsters should not be overzealous. The reason everyone could leisurely attend this post-war commendation meeting was due to the formidable third Reikage. Initially, Uchiha Sho's single piece of information had tricked him into engaging in conflict with the Rock Ninja, and now the two nations were embroiled in fierce combat. They had even sent envoys to Konoha, requesting not to involve themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was peculiar, fluctuating between light and dark. He decided to award all individuals and clans involved in the war before inquiring with Uchiha Sho about the next steps. As the deputy commander, Uchiha Sho had led the Uchiha clan ninjas on numerous challenging missions, prioritizing the village's collective welfare over personal losses. Consequently, The Elder Council decided to bestow upon the Uchiha clan the title of Honorable Household, inscribed by Danzo. Additionally, Uchiha Sho was granted the status of Konoha Elder. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced these matters with a smile. In an instant, Hyuga Akikige's expression changed. Both the title of Honorable Household and the position of Konoha Elder were highly coveted. As a prominent clan in the ninja world, he understood how difficult it was to integrate into the village. Had it not been for his father's strict orders for the Hyuga clan to remain humble and kind, they might have faced ostracism similar to the Uchiha clan in the past. However, the situation had changed. The Uchiha clan had achieved the title of Honorable Household, backed by the Hokage and elders, having made significant contributions to the village. Just this alone surpassed the Hyuga clan's decades-long efforts, not to mention the elder status. Who could just become a Konoha elder? There were only a few elders, including Danzo, Narashikaku, and Mito, illustrating the great commitment Konoha's F4 had made to win over Uchiha Sho. The matter primarily revolves around Uchiha Q's Manjikyu Sharingan. Regardless of the depth of their relationships or the extent of their discussions, the essence remains in strength. Tsunade pinched Uchiha Q, whispering for him to take the stage. Upon hearing her, Uchiha Q snapped back to reality and hurriedly ascended the platform. He began by expressing his gratitude and trust in the Hokage, followed by his astonishment and honor at being elected. He assured everyone of his commitment to self-discipline and the protection of their legitimate rights. His formal remarks were met with applause from the audience. The meeting concluded with a summary of the battlefield, allocating a portion of the compensation funds for the pensions of fallen ninjas, while the remainder would be used for village development, a decision that met with no objections. As the meeting adjourned, the clan leaders departed in an orderly fashion, leaving Uchiha Q behind. Tsunade, seeing this, waited outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved to Uchiha Q, beckoning him to sit. He pointed to a chair reserved for the elders, which Uchiha Q, having just been appointed as a Konoha elder, naturally occupied. Uchiha Q nodded and took a seat beside Shimura Danzo, who greeted him with a warm nod. To his right sat Tono Koharu and Mito Kazumi, positioned slightly further back due to their administrative roles. Kyokuin, both the Cloud Village and Rock Village have sent us letters, which we have reviewed. Please take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, retrieving 2 letters from his drawer, each bearing the signatures of Inoki and Reikage. Uchiha Q opened the envelopes and perused their contents. When he had finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, Kyokuin, your technique of driving the tiger and consuming the wolf was executed excellently. Now, the ninja world is left with only these 2 clans engaged in battle. They have both requested that we refrain from intervening and have even sent representatives to sign a peace agreement. At that moment, the Umbu brought in the representatives of the Cloud and Rock villages, the son of the 3rd Reikage and Inoki's son, Koketsu. As they entered, their faces were filled with fury, glaring at each other. However, in the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 4 elders, their demeanor softened somewhat. When they laid eyes on Uchiha Q seated among the elders, their gazes flickered. Despite A's imposing stature, he was quick-witted and pondered why this young man was present. He smiled at Uchiha Q. Uchiha Q felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this indeed the future 4th Reikage? He returned A's smile with a nod. Koketsu, on the other hand, was not to be trifled with. He shoved A aside, bowed to the Hokage, then to the elders, exuding composure, before casting a provocative glance at A, thinking to himself that the barbarian lacked intellect. Looking for a fight? A scoffed, his muscles tensing. Let us do this. Who is afraid? Koketsu shot him a derisive look. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. He shot Uchiha Q a meaningful glance. Understanding, Uchiha Q activated his chakra, unleashing his Manjikyu Sharingan, summoning 2 massive crimson hands that firmly grasped the shoulders of both men. Their faces paled as a tremendous force pressed down upon them. Even A, with his enhanced physique, struggled, let alone Koketsu. Yet, both being the sons of their respective villages' leaders, they endured in silence. Young men, temper your fervor, Uchiha Q said with a smile, retracting his Susanoo. Upon inquiring whether he could use the tea set, he received an affirmative response. He poured a cup of tea for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who smiled appreciatively, then served tea to Danzo, Koharu, and Kazumi, followed by one for himself. Lifting his cup, he remarked, only 1 cup remains. I wonder which of you will receive it. Both representatives understood the significance. The tea was meant for guests, symbolizing peace. Thus, Whoever received the last cup would establish diplomatic ties with Konoha, prompting both to reach for it simultaneously. However, Uchiha Q withdrew his hand, saying, "Come now. We are all cultured individuals. Why resort to conflict?" He then chuckled, adding, "Konoha is currently facing some financial strain, as you well know. We have just fought 2 significant battles, depleting our resources, and are in a bit of a tight spot." Uchiha Q sighed dramatically. This scene caused both A and Koketsu to flinch, and even the Konoha F4 felt their hearts race. Is this a ploy to exploit our predicament? Who among them was unaware of Konoha's overwhelming victory and the substantial war reparations received? You're in need? How curious. No, Hokage-sama, what do you mean by that look? Uchiha Q shot Sarutobi Hiruzen a vexed glance. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed awkwardly. No, I simply had a restless night. My eyes are twitching. Ah, yes. Hiruzen discussed significant matters with me last night and stayed up late. Kyokuin, rest assured, the Hokage harbors no ulterior motives. Danzo interjected hastily. Best to avoid crossing Uchiha Q. Despite being colleagues, his gaze was too piercing, and the questions he posed were too sophisticated. Not to mention the discontent visible on the faces of the 2 young men before them. Uchiha Q spoke for the benefit of the village. And could Sarutobi Hiruzen afford to oppose him? No, absolutely not. Very well, you hold the authority, Uchiha Q stated. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged smiles, pondering whether it was wise to appoint him as a Konoha elder. Uchiha Q turned to A and Koketsu, inquiring, "Do either of you have any proposals?" He placed his teacup on the table, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, indicating his desire for monetary compensation. Well, how much does Konoha require? I sense something amiss. I came to sign an agreement. Does this involve payment? We are not discussing a surrender treaty, are we? Not much, just a few thousand yaks to start. I hear the yak meat from the Cloud Village is exquisite, and their hides are of the finest quality, Uchiha Q said with a playful smile. Konoha is simply not as affluent as the Cloud Village. A's expression darkened. A single yak could fetch over 10,000 ryo, and requesting 1,000 would amount to a fortune. I will need to consult with Reikage-sama. Such a quantity is beyond my authority. However, if it's just 5,000, I can approve it. A, being financially astute and decisive, was willing to negotiate. The peace agreement was singular in nature, implying that those who did not sign might find Konoha intervening later, potentially facing a 2-pronged assault from both Konoha and the opposing village. Koketsu, alarmed, declared, "Our rock village may lack in some areas, but we have an abundance of stones, including jade and agate, and we can offer a yield valued at 80 million ryo for the peace agreement." Astonishingly, Koketsu's offer was based on the raw market value, meaning the actual selling price could far exceed 80 million ryo, as esteemed nobles coveted such precious stones. The rock village was indeed making a substantial investment. A furrowed his brow and added, "In addition to the yaks, our Cloud Village is prepared to contribute 50 pounds of chakra metal as a gift to our ally. We are a generous people." 50 pounds of chakra metal equated to a staggering 500 million ryo. The Cloud Village was willing to present such a significant token? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself bewildered. Previous offers of yaks and gemstones were mere resources, but chakra metal held unparalleled value. Uchiha Q observed Sarutobi Hiruzen signaling him, yet remained unfazed as he directed his gaze towards the representative of a Wagakure, Tsuchi. It was clear to him that Tsuchi would escalate the price. For signing an agreement with Kumogakure would imply that both Konohagakure and Kumogakure would simultaneously launch an offensive against a Wagakure, the foremost village in the ninja world. Would the recently bloodied Kumogakure simply acquiesce? Certainly not. Moreover, what was lost in Konohagakure would be reclaimed in spades from a Wagakure, potentially leading to exorbitant reparations or even territorial divisions at the hands of these barbarians. The substantial investment in chakra metal by Kumogakure was evident, and thus, the Wagakure could not afford to become the subject of ridicule by Konoha, an A-rank Earth-style secret technique. Tsuchi's declaration left not only the Konoha F4 astonished, but also A and Uchiha Q taken aback. Secret techniques were invaluable, while A-rank techniques were indeed formidable. Secret techniques could only be mastered by ninjas within the village, reserved for those with extraordinary contributions or prestigious clans. Naturally, the dust release, birth of the outer world technique was an S-rank technique, strictly safeguarded by a Wagakure. However, techniques such as the weighty rock technique and the mountain earth technique were permissible. These techniques, each possessing distinct effects, could serve as treasures of the village and would not be easily disseminated, making Tsuchi's willingness to present them all the more remarkable. Now, it was who found himself in a quandary. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally astonished. How did they come to discuss the village's inherited techniques? Uchiha Q, momentarily stunned, then turned his attention to Tsuchi, his eyes reflecting a grave admiration for Tsuchi, the son of Inoki, the Tsuchikage. This audacity was indeed commendable. It also indicated the grand ambitions of a Wagakure. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss. It seemed that any agreement would antagonize the opposing side, as the stakes involved transcended mere cooperation, demanding assistance in vanquishing the other party. However, this was not a concern for A or Tsuchi. After all, the final decision lay with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He contemplated that while the conflict would yield substantial resources, the true beneficiaries would be a Wagakure and Kumogakure. One of these villages would likely emerge significantly stronger from the war, while his village would incur considerable losses in ninja numbers. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma. Uchiha Q chuckled, remarking that Konoha harbored no such grand ambitions. Let us adhere to our previous agreement. Kumogakure shall provide 5,000 yaks, while a Wagakure shall offer 80 million ryo worth of jade and agate. Upon concluding his statement, he clapped his hands, summoning attendants to serve tea, proclaiming their lack of decorum. After Q's words, two ENBU swiftly approached with tea, presenting 2 pure gold teacups to A and Tsuchi. The 2 men were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Q's unexpected demeanor. Q merely wished to gauge the resolve of both villages, not genuinely intending to forge an alliance against the other. Such a transient benefit would yield nothing substantial in terms of territory or war reparations and was simply not worth the effort. Q laughed, asserting he had never claimed to sign an agreement with just one party. It was merely the absence of cups that demonstrated the lack of insight among the ENBU. Indeed, Q had said nothing overtly. It was the 2 men who had conjured their own interpretations. The peace agreement was presented, and both men inhaled deeply. Their task was to finalize the peace accord, and having already incurred costs, failing to sign would result in a significant loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, satisfied. He would not need to mobilize troops, yet could secure such a substantial friendship fee. Whether a Wagakure and Kumogakure were content was no longer his concern. In Chapter 90, the Flame Demon Necklace, under Uchiha Q's prudent counsel and the pressure of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Tsuchi reluctantly signed the agreement, knowing that failing to pay would leave them anxious. If the 2 villages were to engage in battle, Konoha would inevitably intervene, regardless of whether it was Kumogakure or a Wagakure. Neither could afford to remain indifferent. Thus, it was wiser to provide a guarantee to ensure Konoha would not meddle. After signing, the 2 departed without looking back, accompanied by ENBU to ensure their safe passage to the village entrance. Any untoward incident occurring outside the village would be disastrous. Having completed these matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Q, commending him for managing to extract funds even from the signing of a peace treaty. Q chuckled, stating it was merely a simple political skirmish. Ultimately, the arrangement was settled. Konohagakure would not partake in the conflict between Kumogakure and a Wagakure. Yet both would provide material support, essentially a protection fee. After a brief discussion, the elders of Konoha adjourned. As Uchiha Q exited, he caught sight of Tsunade leaning against a window, gazing out at the scenery. Mesmerized by her graceful figure and angelic beauty, he approached her from behind, resting his left hand on her waist, his face close to hers. Tsunade's pupils dilated, her body shivered, yet upon recognizing that familiar aura, she remained still and spoke gently. Finished with the discussions? Yes, Q replied with a smile. Now that we are done, how about accompanying me for a stroll today? Tsunade turned to him, meeting his handsome visage, and replied, of course. Q nodded, and Tsunade rose, walking to his left side, intertwining her arms with his, and together they exited the Hokage building. The weather outside was splendid, with a clear blue sky and white clouds. The Land of Fire, located among the 5 great nations, boasted a temperate climate and abundant resources, regarded as a prime target by the other 4 nations. However, due to the formidable military strength of the Land of Fire, coupled with the achievements of the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind, as well as the ongoing conflicts between the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, Konoha remained relatively tranquil. As Tsunade linked her arm with Q's, they strolled down the street, a striking pair, akin to a celestial couple. With the Uchiha clan fully engaged in the conflict, public sentiment towards them had shifted positively. Observers greeted Uchiha Q and Tsunade with friendly smiles as they walked together. Q, look over there. Tsunade pointed to a vendor not far away. Following her gesture, Q inquired, That stall has many beautiful stones. Let us go take a look. Q smiled slightly, and Tsunade nodded in agreement. The two leisurely approached the vendor's stall. Upon noticing them, the vendor was momentarily stunned, recognizing the legendary Tsunade, and then glanced at the man beside her, clad in the black attire of the Uchiha clan. Realization dawned upon him. Perhaps this was the notorious Uchiha Q, the Thousand-Man Slayer. Lady Tsunade, Lord Q, greetings. What can I assist you with today? The vendor asked, smiling broadly as he gestured towards his wares. He was merely a small vendor, occasionally dealing in jade, furs, and silverware, and was pleasantly surprised to encounter such esteemed customers. Tsunade released her hold on Q's arm, pointing to a pendant on the ground. She removed the blue pendant from her neck, holding it in her hand, and picked up a red necklace identical in style from the stall. Uchiha Q was taken aback. Did the original narrative not assert that only one such necklace existed? The one adorning Tsunade's neck? How was it possible for another to emerge? Tsunade smiled. Q, what do you think of this pendant? It's the first time I've seen one so similar to my grandfather's. You should try it on. It has a lovely couple's vibe. Uchiha Q nodded slightly and adorned his neck with the pendant. In an instant, he felt his fire attribute chakra surging within him, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What could this possibly mean? However, in order to avoid drawing the attention of Tsunade and the proprietor, he hastily suppressed this surge of fire chakra. Ding! The system detected that the host had acquired a peculiar item, the Flame Demon Necklace, which could be redeemed for a staggering 990,000 points. Would the host like to redeem it? The system's voice was filled with excitement, anticipation, and desire. Uchiha Q was momentarily taken aback. 990,000 points? This meant he could potentially obtain the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan or even the Sage Body. But wait, when things seem amiss, there is often something more sinister at play. The fact that the system offered such a high redemption value suggested that its worth far exceeded that amount. Ignoring the system's voice, he smiled at the proprietor, inquiring, How much for this necklace? The proprietor glanced at him and exclaimed, Oh, so it's this defective piece. I only brought it back because its shape was somewhat appealing. I never expected Uchiha Q would take an interest in it. Observing Q's expression, the proprietor hesitated and then suggested, 200,000? How does that sound? Q frowned, replying, I came here to purchase, not to be swindled. The proprietor's heart raced. How about this? Considering the esteemed Tsunade and Lord Q, I'll sell it to you for 100,000. Just take it. Q felt reassured. It seemed the proprietor was unaware of the necklace's true value. However, his rapid bargaining revealed that even half that price was still too high. Tsunade was eager to pay, but Q restrained her, shaking his head, and proposed 5,000. 5,000? My lord, surely you jest. This exquisite lava jade is worth much more. Perhaps you should seek another vendor. The proprietor waved his hands, preparing to sit down. Having noticed Tsunade's earlier attempt to pay, he felt certain that even if he bargained further, he could not lower the price too much. Who knew Q would be so ruthless, slashing it down to 995,000. Q chuckled. It seems the proprietor has forgotten. I am of the Uchiha clan. Anything under the gaze of my Sharingan will reveal its authenticity at a glance. You wish to sell me a defective jade for 1,000,000? Do you not fear the guards will apprehend you for fraud? Q scoffed, contemplating how he had initially intended to acquire the guard's assistance. But the swift arrival of Tsunade had delayed that. The proprietor felt a chill. He had almost forgotten that Q possessed the Sharingan. The authenticity of the jade would be evident to him. He attempted to negotiate further, knowing that his cost price was merely 4,000. 10,000 is the lowest I can go. My cost price is 10,000. Please, my lord, have mercy. This small business is not easy. Very well. For the sake of our mutual hardships, I shall take a loss and acquire this jade pendant for 10,000. Q sighed, while the proprietor breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had made 6,000 profit. After their transaction was completed, Q finally revealed a smile, leaving both Tsunade and the proprietor momentarily astonished. Chapter 91, Golden Flames. Grilling meat. Uchiha Q steadily received the Flame Demon Necklace, inhaling deeply before gradually channeling the fire attribute chakra within him. In an instant, a torrent of surging red flames erupted from his hands, soaring like a furious fire dragon. However, An astonishing scene unfolded as the blazing red flames transformed in the blink of an eye into dazzling golden flames. These golden flames seemed to contain boundless power, radiating a heat that far surpassed the limits of ordinary flames. At that moment, the flame demon necklace, which had initially appeared somewhat defective and akin to ordinary jade, suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. As the brilliance flickered, the necklace's texture gradually changed, rapidly evolving from its initial flawed appearance into a lustrous, translucent high-grade jade. The proprietor, standing nearby and witnessing this spectacle, was internally engulfed in tumultuous waves, cursing inwardly. Damn that Uchiha Q. How could I not have realized this item was so precious? Selling it for a mere 10,000 silver pieces is truly a monumental loss. On the other side, Tsunade was equally astonished by the sight before her. Her beautiful eyes widened with surprise, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. Clearly, even she had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary necklace concealed such extraordinary powers. In that moment, she could not help but ponder, not only is 10,000 too little, but even offering 200,000 for such a treasure would be an absolute bargain. As the resplendent golden flames surged forth, the surrounding merchants were immediately enveloped by a strong wave of heat. They all displayed expressions of astonishment, instinctively retreating a few steps to escape the searing temperature. In stark contrast, Uchiha Q wore a self-satisfied smirk, slightly lifting the corners of his mouth. With a swift command, he retracted his released chakra. As the chakra receded, the golden flames dissipated like a retreating tide. Without hesitation, Uchiha Q adorned the flame demon necklace around his neck. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp and urgent notification sounds echoed, seemingly piercing through his eardrums. Yet, Uchiha Q remained unfazed, contemplating to himself what a jest this was. The system's frequent notifications alone attested to the exceptional nature of this item. After all, it held the potential to significantly enhance the quality of his chakra and greatly augment the potency of his fire attribute ninjutsu. Standing beside him, Tsunade beamed with joy at Q's acquisition of such a precious treasure. She smiled and congratulated him. Q, this is wonderful. Congratulations on obtaining such an impressive artifact. Upon hearing this, Q's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, if it weren't for you wishing to shop and fortuitously choosing this necklace, I might have never discovered this hidden gem. With that, they exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes brimming with sweetness and happiness. At that moment, they were utterly oblivious to the proprietor's feelings. The proprietor wore a bitter expression, tears welling in his eyes, filled with regret. However, the transaction was completed, and according to the rules, once the money was exchanged for goods, there was no turning back. Despite his unwillingness, he could only helplessly wave his hand, urging, you too. Please leave. Quickly. Naturally, Uchiha Q and Tsunade paid no heed to the proprietor's reaction. After sharing a tender glance, Tsunade obediently donned the necklace and gently linked her arm with Q's, resembling a loving couple as they stepped back onto the bustling street, ready to continue relishing the joys of shopping. As they strolled, Uchiha Q suddenly recalled something and inquired of the system. System, what marvelous effects does this flame demon necklace possess? However, he was met with silence. Noticing the system's lack of response, Q furrowed his brows and pressed on. System, why are you silent? Is there some secret you are withholding from me? Yet, no matter how he questioned, the system remained mute, offering him no clarity. Q chuckled. No matter. If the system won't reveal it, I shall gradually explore its mysteries. An item that can captivate the system is undoubtedly more than merely enhancing the quality of flames. Thus, Uchiha Q and Tsunade walked side by side, leisurely meandering through the bustling streets. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows of their figures. Before long, they arrived at the renowned barbecue restaurant owned by the Akimichi family. The establishment thrived, enveloped in an enticing aroma of grilled delicacies. Behind the counter stood none other than Akimichi, Choza himself. Upon spotting Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade, Choza's face blossomed with a warm and exuberant smile. He hurriedly approached them, speaking in a friendly tone. Ah, Sasuke-kun, Lady Tsunade, it is truly an honor to have you grace my humble establishment today. Please, come in and indulge yourselves in our delectable barbecue. As he gestured for them to take a seat, Uchiha Sasuke quickly waved his hand with a smile, humbly replying, Choza-senpai, you are too kind. You were one of the esteemed bodyguards of the second Hokage, a figure of great respect. How could we dare to accept such lofty titles? It is indeed our privilege to enjoy a meal here. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tsunade. Indeed, Uncle Choza, you are of the same generation as my teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It would be quite inappropriate for you to address us in such a manner. It simply won't do. Tsunade interjected hurriedly, her face betraying her anxiousness as she gestured emphatically. Choza watched the two with great interest, noting their almost perfectly synchronized movements, as if rehearsed. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. Haha, splendid. Since this charming couple has chosen my barbecue restaurant, I shall treat you both to an all-you-can-eat feast today. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade exchanged shy glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just as they were about to politely decline, Choza waved his hand to interrupt them. Enough, enough. When an elder offers you a free meal, you must graciously accept. No refusals, or I shall be quite displeased. With resigned smiles, Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade acknowledged his insistence, understanding that further refusals would be futile. Chapter 92. Couples feeding. Due to their esteemed status, Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade were given a private room on the second floor. Sasuke, puzzled by the absence of a menu, inquired with Choza, only to learn that Choza intended to serve a variety of barbecued meats, allowing them to request more of their favorites afterward. Both Sasuke and Tsunade were pleasantly surprised, feeling grateful for Choza's generosity. Just considering the array of meats served would amount to nearly 8,000 Rio, not to mention the option to request additional servings. Soon after, the waiter brought out platters of the most succulent, tender cuts of meat, the pieces marbled with red and white, glistening with a layer of golden fat, all pre-seasoned to perfection. Sasuke couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. This was his first experience with barbecue since his arrival in this world. He had always believed that the Akimichi barbecue must be exquisite, often featured in various games and anime. Once the barbecue was set, the waiter ignited the charcoal and placed the grill over it. Seeing that the time was right, Choza smiled and said, "Enjoy your meal," before stepping out of the room and closing the door, instructing the staff to remain vigilant at the entrance, ready to fulfill the guest's desires at a moment's notice. Sasuke picked up a piece of meat and placed it on the grill. In the blink of an eye, his Sharingan activated. As he observed the meat's fibers slowly cooking to perfection, he lifted it just as the last traces of red disappeared, placing it onto Tsunade's plate. Tsunade was taken aback, then grinned. Sasuke-kun's first feeding. How wonderful. It looks delicious. How could it not be? With the Sharingan activated, he meticulously examined each cell of the meat until it was perfectly cooked. The tender, flavorful piece was neither overdone nor raw, truly flawless. Thank you, Sasuke-kun, Tsunade exclaimed, picking up the grilled meat with her chopsticks and savoring it. Sasuke's eyes lit up with anticipation. So, how does it taste? Is it good? He felt a twinge of nervousness. This was his first time grilling for a girl, and he was being particularly attentive. Delicious. Sasuke-kun, it's tender, soft, fragrant. This is the best barbecue I've ever had, Tsunade responded, her eyes sparkling with genuine delight. Seeing her enjoyment, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. He continued grilling. But just as he was about to hand another piece to Tsunade, she surprised him by offering him a piece of her own grilled meat. Sasuke blinked in surprise as Tsunade blushed. I often come here for a kimchi barbecue, Sasuke-kun. Please, try my cooking. In that moment, warmth spread through Sasuke's heart. Love is reciprocal. If you feed me, then I shall feed you in return. He placed his grilled meat onto Tsunade's plate and accepted her offering, savoring the flavors that erupted in his mouth, sweet, fragrant, tender, and savory, all harmonizing on his palate. It was not just the physical delight of the meat. It was an emotional and psychological satisfaction as well. The first time he had tasted something cooked by someone other than his mother. Sasuke-kun, why are you crying? Tsunade asked, noticing the change in his expression after finishing the piece she had just given him. Sasuke was taken aback. Am I? He touched his cheek, feeling a dampness, and was astonished to realize that his Sharingan seemed to have grown stronger. It felt as if he could see even further now. It must be that Tsunade's grilled meat was so delicious that he lost himself in the moment. He chuckled, providing a rich emotional value that made Tsunade's cheeks flush with delight. As she sat there, her legs swinging beneath the table, a smile crept across her face, revealing her joy. Sasuke, puzzled, wondered how his power could have increased while simply enjoying a meal. He queried the system, only to receive a notification. The Uchiha clan is a clan of love. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are all emotions. Emotions are direct factors that influence one's power. It is merely the overwhelming strength of anger that has led many to believe it is a curse. Nodding in understanding, Sasuke glanced at Tsunade's radiant expression and felt warmth in his heart. He continued to grill the meat meticulously, the sizzling sound of oil and the enticing aroma of the meat enveloping them. They took turns feeding each other, and their meal lasted until 3 in the afternoon. As they exited, the waiter quickly reported to Choza, who smiled approvingly, patting the waiter on the shoulder. "Well done. In a couple of months, I plan to promote you to manager." The waiter bowed graciously, thanking Choza. With a wave of his hand, Choza dismissed him, and the waiter returned to his duties. Choza, with a cheerful demeanor, ascended the stairs, recognizing Sasuke's status as an elder of Konoha, a revered figure in the Uchiha clan, Tsunade's chosen partner, and a military legend, among other titles. Just as Sasuke opened the door for Tsunade, he encountered Choza, who greeted him boisterously. "Sasuke-kun, how did you find the barbecue? Did it suit your taste?" Uchiha Q chuckled, declaring the meal to be absolutely delightful. "Thank you for your hospitality, Uncle Kaze." As he reached for his wallet, Akiyato Kaze interrupted, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Are you trying to offend your Uncle Kaze? Quickly put that away, honestly." It was clear that Akiyato Kaze could not accept Q's payment for the meal. Tsunade, observing the exchange, tugged at Q's sleeve and remarked, "Uncle Kaze is right." After a moment of contemplation, Q nodded in agreement. "Then I shall express my gratitude to Uncle Kaze. As the year draws to a close, my little nephew and I shall come bearing gifts to pay a visit." Akiyato Kaze raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily. "Come on over, no need for gifts. I'll prepare a generous red envelope for you and Tsunade." This arrangement pleased Q, as it would strengthen the bond between their families. Akiyato Kaze valued the Uchiha clan under Q's leadership rather than the previous haughty Uchiha. In his heart, Q's status and abilities were on a steep rise. And he was only 18, with strength at the level of a Hokage, who could predict how far he would ascend by the age of 30. Perhaps one day he could reach the heights of those two legendary ninjas. Thus, forging a good relationship with Q was imperative. Akiyato Kaze then instructed a waiter to bring 2 bottles of freshly produced milk for the two to drink before bed, as it aids in sleep. "Thank you, Uncle Kaze," they both exclaimed in unison. Standing at the door, Akiyato Kaze waved goodbye to the two, his smile lingering until their figures faded from sight, before returning to his work inside the establishment. Chapter 93. Reluctance. Clan meeting. With milk in hand, the two strolled leisurely, Q purchasing several garments and accessories for Tsunade. As night fell, they wandered the village streets, indulging in various snacks such as takoyaki, dango, and sakura shrimp cakes. Only when the curfew approached did Q escort Tsunade home. At the entrance of the Senju clan, Tsunade clung to Q's arm, her lips pouting in reluctance. "How about this, Q? It's getting late. Why don't you stay the night at my house? It might not be safe for you to return." Upon hearing this, the Umbu hidden in the shadows grimaced. What kind of reasoning was this? Q, the formidable warrior who had effortlessly slain countless foes, could possibly encounter danger in Konoha? Q gently stroked Tsunade's head and softly replied, "Not yet, my dear. It's not appropriate for me to stay over at your house. It would invite gossip. I cannot stay overnight with the Senju clan." Previously, he had fainted and was an unknown entity, so no one paid much attention. Now, whether in the village or among the Uchiha, he was of utmost prominence. Every action and word drew the gaze of many. "What gossip? Who would dare speak ill of us?" Tsunade muttered defiantly. Q chuckled. "It's all right, dear Tsunade. We shall see each other again tomorrow." After a moment of reassurance from Q, Tsunade finally released her hold on him. She understood the reasoning, but she was simply reluctant to part from him, desiring to be coddled. In a tender farewell, Q placed a light kiss on her lips, embraced her briefly, then waved goodbye as he departed. Once Tsunade watched Q's silhouette vanish from her view, she sighed, yearning for him. Returning to her usual demeanor, she pushed the door open with great force, resulting in a loud ouch. "Ouch!" Shoju, having been knocked over by the forceful push, held his backside and winced, only to be met with Tsunade's death glare. What are you doing, Shoju?" Tsunade's tone held a chilling authority. "I was merely passing by, my beautiful and gracious sister." "Do you believe me?" Shoju replied truthfully. He truly was just passing by, having overheard his sister and Q's conversation, and paused to listen. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, contemplating that this brother of hers should not linger long. However, considering her good mood today, she decided to spare him. Next time, don't eavesdrop. Listen openly." With that, She turned and walked to her room. Shoju breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his sister was in a good mood. He admired Q. He found it impressive that such a fiery and kind-hearted woman could tolerate him. As for the next time he might listen openly, he thought better of it. If he did, he might end up getting a beating that would leave him unrecognizable. The world of adults was indeed complex. With a shrug, he decided to read the latest book by Jiraiya, which he heard was quite popular, as he hummed a tune on his way to his room. On the other side of the village, Uchiha Q walked through the night. Normally, wandering the streets at this hour would invite capture or a reprimand from patrolling ninjas. But who would dare to stop him? Who would dare to intervene? Upon reaching the entrance of the Uchiha clan, the guarding ninjas swiftly opened the gate. Their eyes filled with fervent admiration for Q. In every great ninja war, some would rise to prominence. Currently, the most renowned was Uchiha Q, the god of war. The crimson killing god, who had brought pride to the Uchiha and integrated them into Konoha, becoming one of the village's highest-ranking elders, the youngest elder, no less. Welcome, Elder Q. The clan leader has summoned all the senior members for a meeting and has been waiting for you since this afternoon. One of the guards said with a tone of reverence. Only someone of Q's caliber could command such respect that the clan leader and elders would wait for him all afternoon. Q was taken aback for a moment. I understand. You have both worked hard. He then handed each guard 2 tickets worth 2,000 ryo. This is too much, Elder Q. The 2 guards quickly protested, waving their hands. Q frowned. Take it. We are all part of the same clan. No need for such formality. The 2 ninjas exchanged glances, then looked back at Q with serious expressions before bowing respectfully. Thank you, Elder Q. Q nodded and proceeded inside, where one of the guards led him to the meeting hall. Upon arrival, the guard announced, Elder Q has arrived. The atmosphere in the meeting hall shifted as the Uchiha clan members straightened up, their postures more attentive, filled with enthusiasm and joy. He had come, bringing the honor of the entire clan with him. Uchiha Hiroshi observed this scene and nodded. For the first time, the Uchiha clan was united beyond factions or camps, all patiently awaiting Q's entrance. This signified that Q's prestige had surpassed even that of the clan leader. However, Hiroshi bore no resentment. Instead, he felt elated. As long as the Uchiha clan remained united, they could achieve anything and overcome any challenge. Q pushed open the doors of the meeting hall and activated his Sharingan. The room echoed with the respectful call of Elder Q. In an instant, the once quiet hall was filled with various voices of respect. Q merely nodded, acknowledging the greetings. Before searching for his seat, he soon discovered that there was only one spot unoccupied, a cushion beside Uchiha Hiroshi. His pupils constricted. He understood the implication. Did he not know? Uchiha Hiroshi smiled at Q's surprise. He was earnest. From now on, their statuses would be equal. Amidst the support of the crowd, Q finally knelt on the cushion. He scanned the assembly, finding no trace of discontent or dissent, only respect, pure, unadulterated respect. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Hiroshi declared, Since Q has arrived, I hereby announce that the meeting officially commences. Applause erupted from everyone present, including Q, who found himself feeling rather bashful. After a day spent wandering following the Hokage meeting, he was surprised to find his clan members waiting for him. Truly, why hadn't Hiroshi notified him? Uchiha Koji was uncertain of Uchiha Kyo's thoughts as he commenced the meeting, which served as a summary of the Second Shinobi World War and a reflection on the new era for the Uchiha clan. On the battlefield of Tsunade, 1,000 ninjas from the clan had engaged, suffering a mere 200 casualties, which included 40 jonin, 60 chunin, and 100 genin, a loss that deeply pained us. After his words, the Uchiha ninjas bowed their heads in sorrow. However, we managed to annihilate over 2,000 enemy forces, achieving a casualty ratio of 1 to 10, with Kyo himself contributing to a total of more than 5,000, a ratio of 1 to 25. This battle underscored our identity as the foremost clan in the shinobi world. Moreover, we, the Uchiha, have fully integrated into Konoha, a joyous occasion indeed. The Uchiha ninjas lifted their gazes once more to Uchiha Kyo beside their clan leader, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Without Uchiha Kyo, there would be no present glory for the Uchiha, nor this day of integration into Konoha. It could be said that all these advantages stem from Uchiha Kyo. Uchiha Kyo gestured dismissively, attributing the success to the trust of the clan leader and the sacrifices of his brethren, asserting that this outcome was not solely his but belonged to everyone. As he spoke, the Uchiha ninjas erupted into applause. Uchiha Koji cast a satisfied glance at Uchiha Kyo, suddenly declaring that he would entrust the entire Uchiha Guard to Kyo, confident that under the stewardship of this elder of Konoha, Uchiha elder, and revered military figure, the Uchiha Guard would flourish even further. Taken aback by the sudden announcement, Uchiha Kyo rose amidst the applause and began his address. Grateful for the trust placed in him by the clan leader and his fellow clan members, Uchiha Kyo vowed to fulfill his duties as the head of the guard. Nonetheless, he emphasized that future members of the guard would not be restricted solely to Uchiha ninjas. While the initial part of his statement was met with agreeable nods, the latter half drew furrowed brows from some clan members who, due to Kyo's formidable reputation, refrained from voicing their concerns. Uchiha Koji closed his eyes. Realizing that this matter was beyond his control, his focus was solely on the clan, leaving the village matters to Kyo's discretion. Uchiha Kyo surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, and with a sardonic smile, he posed a question. Do you understand why the villagers previously harbored such disdain for us? The crowd was bewildered. Uchiha Kyo continued, if you were villagers or merchants being driven away by the guard, would you feel pleased? The villagers merely wished to earn a living but were obstructed and expelled under the guise of maintaining order. Do you expect them to possess the insight for self-reflection? Furthermore, how can we apprehend troublemakers? With stern expressions, issuing warnings is ineffective. Coercive measures merely lead to violence. Yes, we operate according to regulations. But do those involve care for such protocols? Upon finishing his remarks, the crowd was no longer the naive audience they had been at the outset. They were now engaged in thoughtful contemplation. Each of you is a law-abiding citizen, yet law enforcement inevitably breeds discontent among those who transgress. We understand this, but we must consider whether law or compassion holds greater significance. I must assert, the law is vital. However, procedure is equally crucial, and the manner and attitude of enforcement are paramount. Uchiha Kyo introduced a plethora of innovative terms, leaving the gathered Uchiha awestruck, though they comprehended little of the specifics. Enforcement will surely offend others, particularly those who engage in unlawful behavior. Previously, we apprehended suspects and whisked them away without a word, surrounded by villagers who gawked at us. Did you not possess a voice? With so many onlookers, who could discern your intentions? After detaining someone, you would remain silent, proudly aloof, as if it lent you an air of superiority. At this, Uchiha Kyo slammed his hand on the table. Clan leader Uchiha Koji swallowed nervously, warily observing Uchiha Kyo, internally urging him to temper his fervor. The assembly of Uchiha remained silent, as Kyo's words resonated with their own experiences, reflecting their long-standing practices. Regardless of past enforcement methods, from now on, listen carefully. When apprehending individuals, first declare your identity. I will ensure that each of you receives an officer's badge, which must be displayed during detainment. Announce the charges loudly, allowing all to witness that we, the Uchiha, are pursuing justice and apprehending criminals, standing alongside the people. Do you all comprehend this? Moreover, no violent enforcement shall be tolerated. Each operation must involve 2 individuals, one to supervise and one to enforce. Should I catch anyone engaging in violent tactics, they are to be expelled. Uchiha Kyo's commanding demeanor differed markedly from that of Uchiha Koji, yet this very assertiveness commanded respect. At that moment, an elder among the Uchiha rose, questioning Kyo's previous assertion that the guard would not consist solely of Uchiha members. Uchiha Kyo nodded, responding with a smile, acknowledging the common belief that the guard was an institution specifically established for the Uchiha by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. However, have you ever considered that the old man, who incessantly admonishes the inherently malevolent Uchiha, is truly so benevolent? Enforcement will inevitably offend someone. Power is immense. If it rests solely within one clan, disregarding the villagers, would other clans acquiesce? Would you feast while denying others a sip of broth? Do you truly see yourself as Uchiha Madara? The mention of Uchiha Madara's name caused a collective intake of breath among the assembly, a flicker of guilt crossing their faces. Meanwhile, far away in the land of water, Uchiha Madara sneezed, furrowing his brow at the sudden chill. Kuro, he called, fetch me some firewood. Yes, my lord, Kuro responded, promptly vanishing into the ground. Back at the clan meeting, Uchiha Kyo addressed the assembly, asserting that if enforcement carries such weight and offends many, then let other clans partake as well, sharing the burden. We shall retain ultimate leadership and a majority of our own. Some may worry that certain members may become unemployed. But fear not. I will petition Lord Hokage for an expansion of temporary positions. These temporary roles will receive the same benefits as formal ones, merely serving as auxiliary guards. Subsequently, the clan will encourage entrepreneurship, allowing those in temporary roles the opportunity to transition to permanent positions or pursue business ventures when the time is right. Prior to implementing these reforms, Uchiha Kyo had contemplated numerous strategies. While the guard was indeed a privilege granted to the Uchiha by the second Hokage, the practice of indulging alone while denying others even a taste was counterproductive to unity. Hence, he articulated these thoughts during the clan meeting, urging anyone with concerns to voice them openly rather than grumble in secrecy later. The Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances, recognizing the wisdom in Elder Six's considerations. They found themselves at a loss for counterarguments, having been presented with sound reasoning. The power remained with the Uchiha, albeit with some formal positions relinquished to other clans, while existing members of the guard would retain their benefits. Contemplating this, they unanimously raised their hands in support of the proposal. Anticipating the presentation to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen the following day, marking Uchiha Kyo's official appointment as the head of the Uchiha Guard, or rather, the Konoha Guard, until midnight. Accolades were bestowed, promotions recognized, and only then did the assembly disperse from the meeting hall. Uchiha Koji smiled, inquiring of Kyo, "Is it truly impossible for the guard to remain entirely under our control?" Clan leader Uchiha Kyo replied, his gaze skeptical, "I understand your sentiment. But the reality is that monopolizing resources leads to dire consequences. Surely, you comprehend this principle better than I." Uchiha Koji, aware of the intoxicating allure of power, legislation, enforcement, and judgment all resting with the Uchiha, merely feigned ignorance. Sighing, he patted Uchiha Kyo's shoulder and said, "Kyo, I trust you will take good care of the Uchiha in the days to come. Those who once bullied you have now been apprehended, and it is entirely up to you to decide their fate." Uchiha Sho glanced at Uchiha Hiroshi with a hint of surprise. To be frank, the recent turmoil of war and negotiations had caused him to forget the injustices suffered by the original host. He did not expect Hiroshi to still remember and suggest that he handle the situation. The clan leader of Uchiha was indeed calculating. Perhaps exiling those ninjas to the borders would serve as a means to safeguard Konoha's frontier. Sho mused with a smile. Is that all? Hiroshi thought Sho would personally confront them or even execute them. Yet this was the outcome? What should I kill them? That would be excessive. Let them undergo trials at the borders. Perhaps they could bring honor to our Uchiha clan in the future. Sho chuckled. Indeed, the higher one stands, the different the perspective becomes. As Hiroshi felt joy, his emotions grew complex. It seemed Sho was more suited to be the clan leader than he. After conversing with Hiroshi for a while, Uchiha Sho made his way to his residence, his mind swirling with thoughts, dissipating like the fog. The following day, Sho awoke at 7 without requiring anyone to call him. He then summoned Hiroshi, and together they proceeded to the Hokage's office. The sun had barely risen, and the gates remained closed. 2 ninjas stood guard at the entrance, and upon seeing Hiroshi and Sho approach, they promptly bowed and paid their respects. One was the leader of the foremost clan, and the other a legendary ninja of Konoha. Their presence was undeniably significant, prompting one of the ninjas to inquire if they should notify the Hokage. Sho waved his hand with a smile, assuring them it was unnecessary. It was not an urgent matter. The Hokage was undoubtedly busy, and it would be inconsiderate to disturb him over trivialities. While he spoke, the Umbu had already set their plans in motion. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was dining at home. Sensing a disturbance, he remarked, "I've finished eating. I'll head out now." Sarutobi Bawako nodded. "Why do you work so hard? The turmoil has just settled. You should spend quality time with your son." She cast a loving glance at their son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, who was busy devouring a chicken leg. "Haha, the teacher entrusted me with a vital mission. I fear I might disappoint him due to my limited abilities. Now that I have the support of Konoha's clans and the war is subdued, there is much more for me to accomplish as Hokage. I cannot afford to be idle." With that, Hiruzen donned his Hokage robes, straightened his posture, and extended his arms. Biwako smiled, rising to adjust his attire and fasten his belt, reminding him to take care of his health. "Rest assured, I am in good health. Perhaps I'll live to a ripe old age." Hiruzen chuckled. In the eyes of the villagers, he was the stern third Hokage, but at home, he was a husband and a father. "You and your banter. Now go, and return early," she warned. "Oh, And don't let me catch you peeking at the women's bath. Bawako added with a cold snort. Hiruzen, well aware of his past indiscretions, coughed a couple of times. I understand. I wouldn't dare. I am the Hokage. How could I stoop so low? With that, he pushed the door open, only to find two figures kneeling before him. What is it? Speak outside, Hiruzen said coolly, walking towards the entrance. The two Umbu followed closely behind, mirroring his pace. As he strolled down the street, he suddenly halted, tilting his head slightly. What brings you here so early to report? In that moment, the authority of his position was palpable. His compassion extended to the villagers and ninjas, but with his subordinates, especially his confidants, he employed a different demeanor. Reporting to Hokage-sama. Uchiha Hiroshi and Uchiha Sho are waiting for you in front of the Hokage building, one Umbu reported. Why hasn't the gatekeeper notified me? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. It was Sho. Elder Sho mentioned that Hokage-sama is exceedingly busy and that it would be inappropriate to disturb you over trivial matters, hence they waited at the entrance. Sho is too courteous and adheres to protocol too rigidly. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Hiruzen was genuinely pleased. A powerful figure like Uchiha Sho showing such respect indicated that he was indeed performing well as Hokage, and his admiration for Sho grew immensely. Curiosity piqued. He hastened his pace, soon arriving at the Hokage building. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Sho promptly bowed, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Hiroshi followed suit, offering a respectful gesture as well. Hiruzen chuckled. We are all comrades in the same village. There is no need for such formalities. He gestured for Sho and Hiroshi to rise. Come in and speak your mind. With that, he motioned for them to enter the Hokage building, leading the way while they exchanged pleasantries. Once in the office, Hiruzen opened the door and invited them to sit. After he took his seat, they followed suit. Shokuin, Hiroshi clan leader, what brings you here? Please, do tell. Hiruzen urged with a smile. Uchiha Hiroshi stood and clasped his hands. Hokage-sama, I find myself overwhelmed by managing the Uchiha clan and the Guard Corps. Therefore, I wish to entrust the Guard Corps to Shokuin, and I hope for your approval. Hiruzen pondered for a moment, observing Uchiha Sho, pondering his thoughts. Sho also stood and addressed Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, while the Guard Corps was a privilege granted to the Uchiha clan by the second Hokage, I believe it should not merely serve the Uchiha, but rather be a Guard Corps for all of Konoha. Your Guard Corps, Hokage-sama. Upon my appointment as minister, I am willing to allocate half of the Guard Corps positions to the various clans of the village. As for the eliminated members of the Uchiha Guard Corps, I propose establishing a temporary structure that provides benefits without formal positions. Sho articulated his plan clearly, his words intertwined with support, admiration, and praise for Hiruzen, which pleased him greatly. He regarded Uchiha Sho with a deep gaze, smiling appreciatively. Since you, Shokuin, are willing to share the authority of the Guard Corps, I have no objections. With that, he signed his name on Sho's proposal and affixed the Hokage seal. This decision was advantageous for Hiruzen, as he recognized that the Guard Corps had been a point of contention in his governance. With Uchiha Sho willing to relinquish half the positions, it signified that the future Guard Corps would be composed of Uchiha, Danzo, and various clans, allowing him to maintain oversight. Uchiha Sho smiled. Hokage-sama, your wisdom is unparalleled. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Wait, Shokuin, here is your ministerial appointment letter. Honestly, how can you misplace such important documents? Hiruzen shook his head with a laugh. Hokage-sama, I was simply too overwhelmed with excitement. Sho quickly retrieved the appointment letter, expressing his gratitude to Hiruzen. Very well. Expedite the implementation regarding the half positions. Determine who needs to be recruited at your discretion, Hiruzen advised, his words laden with significance. Uchiha Sho nodded in understanding. He and Uchiha Hiroshi departed the Hokage building. Once outside, Sho did not look back but strode purposefully towards the Guard Corps, fully aware that Hiruzen might be observing him. Indeed, from above, Hiruzen watched Sho intently, his thoughts a mystery to none. After a moment, he shook his head. Uchiha Sho, the grandson of Uchiha Izuna, possesses an acute political sensitivity and intellect that is truly remarkable. With that, Hiruzen resumed attending to his administrative duties. Chapter 96. Flourishing endeavors. Having received his appointment, Uchiha Q promptly made his way to the Guard Corps office building. The news had already been conveyed to all clan members during the meeting, so Q's arrival at the Guard Corps building elicited no surprise. Producing the key bestowed upon him by Uchiha Hiroshi, He unlocked the office door and stepped inside. The furnishings were quite modest, consisting merely of a desk, a sofa, and 5 small stools. Hugh was taken aback by the simplicity of Hiroshi's workspace, lacking even the means for brewing tea. While he appreciated Hiroshi's integrity and uprightness, his review of the officer's methods and tactics left him somewhat dissatisfied. Thus, 2 hours later, he summoned the managers of various departments within the Guard Corps for a brief meeting, reiterating the emphasis he had laid out the previous day. Both the approach and methods required reform. He proposed the establishment of a human resources department to oversee external recruitment, a public relations department to communicate the Guard Corps good deeds and policy reforms to the populace, and a complaints office to gather public feedback, genuinely striving to foster a bond between the police and the community. Furthermore, Hugh instructed the head of the Human Resources Department regarding positions to be allocated to the Sarutobi clan and the Nara clan, while all other appointments would be subject to examinations and fair elections. After imparting these directives, he patted the shoulder of the Human Resources head, who was none other than Uchiha Don, a familiar face. Though he discerned Q's underlying intentions, Don maintained his composure and replied earnestly, "I understand." With his instructions given, Q returned to his desk, continuing to review documents, noting his suggestions on the appropriate ones, and returning the inadequate ones for necessary amendments. The office buzzed with activity as various departments engaged fervently in their tasks. Meanwhile, Tsunade sought to visit Q during lunch, but was informed that he had already commenced his duties at the Leaf Guard Corps, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Q has started work? I cannot fall behind." With that resolve, she visited Sarutobi Hizashi and successfully secured the position of director at the Leaf Hospital. As she passed by the Guard Corps, she cast a glance, smiled, and continued on her way to the hospital. Upon her appointment, many medical ninjas erupted in cheers. For Tsunade was the pioneer of the medical arts, and even a basic understanding of them would grant them a place in the organization, along with various benefits. However, the role of director was a daunting one, and with Tsunade's arrival, all were convinced and acknowledged her leadership. Ultimately, the duty of medical ninjas is to save lives, and thus Tsunade organized all medical personnel to conduct rounds, urging them to observe and learn diligently. The Leaf Hospital soon became bustling with activity. As the afternoon approached closing time, Q was engrossed in reviewing official documents when a knock sounded at the door. Frowning slightly, he called out, "Enter." The door handle turned, and in walked Uchiha, the head of the Public Relations Department. "Minister, the promotional work is complete. Many clans and civilian ninjas are inquiring when the assessments will commence, and there is much excitement," Sei reported with a smile. Q chuckled, "Tomorrow, at 9 in the morning. I shall personally oversee the assessments." Sei nodded and relayed this information to Uchiha Don, both of whom were among Q's more memorable associates. As the sun began to set, Q stretched, feeling accomplished as he completed the day's tasks. Exhausted, he pondered, "I cannot continue to shoulder all responsibilities. How will I find time to train?" Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He would cultivate a secretary to learn his methods over the next month or two, addressing only significant matters that required his attention. Resolved, Q exited his office, locked the door, and tucked the key away, preparing to leave for the day. The officers and management within the office greeted him respectfully, addressing him as minister as stipulated by the new regulations. Q nodded with a smile. "It's time to clock out. Just call me by my full name." Laughter ensued, but the underlying sentiment was clear. If he was still working, who dared to leave? Upon stepping outside, Q was greeted by a striking sight. Tsunade, with her white coat draped over her arm, stood nearby, glancing toward the Guard Corps entrance. The moment Q emerged, her eyes lit up, and she dashed toward him with a grin. Q smiled as he opened his arms, and Tsunade leapt into them. "Why are you so late getting off work, Q?" She pouted, nuzzling her cheek against his neck, then gazing up into his eyes. With a grin, Q replied, "It's my first day in the position, and there is quite a bit to manage. It will ease up soon." Noticing her white coat, he inquired, "Did you visit the hospital today?" "Yes. I initially wanted to take you out, but upon learning you were working, I couldn't sit idle, so I requested the position of director at the Leaf Hospital," Tsunade explained. Q chuckled, "You are quite ambitious." "Of course," she replied with a huff. As Q prepared to set her down, Tsunade playfully insisted, No, I want to hold my boyfriend." "Ahem, but we are right at the entrance of the Guard Corps. It may not be appropriate." Q began, but before he could finish, the sound of the door behind them interrupted. Those inside the building, witnessing the scene unfolding at the entrance, quickly closed the door, and Q barely had time to turn around before it shut tightly. The officer who had been ready to leave was now sweating nervously, bewildered at having witnessed such a sweet moment. Upon refocusing on the interior of the guard corps, he found everyone busily engaged at their desks. Weren't we supposed to be off work? He wondered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Q sighed. Tsunade, come down now. Look, people are too shy to come out. Oh, all right. Tsunade pouted slightly, seeming reluctant, but then gave Q a quick peck on the cheek and took his hand, saying, let us go shopping. All right, let us go, Q replied, wiping the moisture from his face with a smile. The two strolled down the street, painted crimson by the setting sun, heading toward a noodle shop. We need to eat well to keep moving, right?